Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 177 to Chapter 196. Should I go up? This doubt echoed in the minds of some Xianxia students. Hesitation, above Suyu, who was ranked 92nd and above Xianxia. At this moment, many people looked at one person strangely. Xiaoqian, ranked 90th, these days, there were some changes in the list. Wan Mingze was ranked 86th, Hu Qiuxing was ranked 88th, and Qingyun Fai didn't move. Because of the changes, he dropped one place to 89th. Then it was Xiaoqian, and Zhang Hao, who was on the list last time, was now ranked 96th. As for Lin Qing, 99th, she couldn't go up or down. She was stuck here. Xiaoqian, Zhou Mingren had just accepted her this year. She could be considered as his last disciple. As for why Xiaoqian wanted to be Zhou Mingren's disciple, no one knew. They also didn't know Xiaohoye's thoughts. On one hand, Xiaohoye was against Zhou Mingren, but on the other hand, he arranged his granddaughter to be under Zhou Mingren's name. And Zhou Mingren also accepted Xiaoqian. Outsiders didn't know what was going on. On the stage, Suyu was on the verge of collapsing. His broken arm was just barely connected. To recover, it would take a long time. At this moment, Suyu's physical strength had dropped to the lowest level. Was there any hope for Xiaoqian to win? In the crowd, Xiaoqian looked at Suyu. She wasn't angry, but a little disappointed. The gap between her and Suyu didn't shrink as time went on. Instead, it was getting bigger and bigger. She had finally reached 90th place, but now she felt that it was even more difficult to catch up with Suyu. I admit defeat. Xiaoqian's tone was calm as she spoke slowly. Some people were relieved, some were not. However, no one dared to say anything. Xiaoqian was clearly not Suyu's opponent. She admitted defeat, and the crowd did not know whether they should say that she was a coward or not. Next. Suyu did not waver in the slightest. You can keep surrendering until you reach Zhaifeng. No one answered. At this moment, some people were so sullen that they wanted to die. Admit defeat? Fight? If Shan Shenwen's faction really let Suyu kill his way through the top 100 leaderboard and directly kill his way to Zhaifeng's place, it would be too embarrassing. The top 100 list, the Academy's most powerful list, what Shan Shenwen's faction was most proud of was the number of people they had. There were a total of 15 people on the list of the top 100 that belonged to their faction. How many factions were there in the Academy? How many academies? Their faction had 15 people on the leaderboard. And this was under the circumstance that Huang Qifeng was crippled. The others like Xianxia, Qin Qi, and many other students were hovering around the bottom of the top 100 and could enter the leaderboard at any time. This included the few who were crippled by Suyu. Are you not going to accept the challenge, or are you going to admit defeat? Suyu said calmly, if you're not going to accept the challenge, then make it clear. Also, my senior sister wants to enter the top 100 leaderboard. You can challenge her. Every time you challenge her, I'll drop out of the leaderboard. We'll kill each other again. He said it calmly, but it was extremely domineering. My senior sister has a spot in the top 100, whoever kills her will drop out of the leaderboard, and they'll have to start all over again. If they did not suppress Suyu, it would be useless to deal with Wu Jia. How do we settle this? This is not something we can handle. Is the dean still around? No, he's gone out. Then, where are the other Galau? They've all left. Get Zhou Pingxing here. Let him make the decision. Someone quickly went to inform Zhou Pingxing. Zhou Pingxing had been competing with his talent blood essence for the past few days and had been in seclusion for some time. At this moment, he could only look for Zhou Pingxing. Zhou Mingren went out. Of the 4 disciples, Hu Wenxing was in seclusion, Qing Yuming was crippled, and Xiaoqian was only a direct disciple in name. The one who could make the decision was Zhou Pingxing. Suyu was in no hurry. He waited patiently. At this moment, he was standing alone in the arena, but he was suppressing all the students from Shan Shenwen. 7 to 8 minutes later, Zhou Pingxing arrived in a hurry. He had heard about everything on the way here. At this moment, when he arrived, he looked at Suyu with a cold gaze. This bastard, was the information he gave him real or fake? Zhaifeng. Master. Zhaifeng rushed over. He was Zhou Pingxing's direct disciple. There was another person, Qiu Yun, who was ranked 24th. Qiu Yun. Master. The two of them rushed over and looked at Zhou Pingxing. Where's Gu Xingquan? Zhou Pingxing looked around but didn't see him. He was Hu Wenqing's eldest disciple, Chen Qi's senior brother, and also one of the top students from Shan Shenwen's lineage. He was currently ranked 35th, Zhai Feng said in a low voice. Junior Gu didn't come. He's focused on cultivation now. He's either in the mystic realm or in seclusion. Sometimes, he would even go out for a walk. I haven't seen him for some time. Humph. Zhou Pingxing was somewhat unhappy. Gu Xingquan didn't even dare to come for such an important matter. Some people said that Gu Xingquan had joined the so-called third party. That might be true. Looking at his two disciples, Zhou Pingxing then looked at Suyu and transmitted his voice. We have to fight. Not only must we fight, we must win. Cripple Suyu. Qiu Yun, you go first. Suyu hasn't used much of his willpower. You will exhaust his willpower. Don't think about winning. Focus on exhausting his willpower and admit defeat. Zhai Feng, your goal is to cripple him. Even if you don't kill him, you must make him unable to cultivate for 3 to 5 months, just like your junior brother Huang. Qiu Yun wore a troubled expression. She was worried. She was worried that she would follow in the footsteps of others. That Zhou Hao was very, very strong. Qiu Yun felt that if she encountered Zhou Hao, she might not be able to win. In fact, there was a high chance that she would lose. Zhou Hao was only at the 9th layer of 15 caddies, but with 144 apertures opened, he was not necessarily weaker than those at the 5th or 6th layer of Wancha realm. The key was that Zhou Hao's murderous aura was too strong, and he fought too crazily. Even if this kind of person was weaker than others, those stronger than him might not dare to say that they could win. In the end, Zhou Hao was almost beaten to death by Suyu. Seeing his disciples worry, Zhou Pingxing was a little angry. But after a moment of thought, he did not blame Qiu Yun. He quickly said, Sun, Li, you, and the rest of Galao's disciples are on the leaderboard. Those below the top 50, admit defeat. Those above the top 50, come onto the stage. Our goal is to exhaust him. Even if it's embarrassing, as long as we cripple Suyu, everything will be fine. At this moment, Zhou Pingxing had already made his decision. Even if it was embarrassing, even if the victory was not too glorious, he could not allow Suyu to leave the arena just like that. Today, if Suyu were to leave the arena just like that, Shan Shenwen's faction would really lose their morale. They could not even defeat a single student. Who else could they fight with? Who else could they compete with? Those who were ranked below the top 50 would be useless even if they went onto the stage. They would only end up as food for Suyu. But for those in the top 50, even if they could not defeat Suyu, they could still delay him and prevent him from recovering. They would exhaust his willpower, on the stage. Suyu saw Zhou Pingxing and saw him whispering to the crowd. He did not say a word and continued to wait. Since he had stepped on them today, he would do so until the end. Soon, a student from Shan Shenwen's faction said, I admit defeat. The student ranked 84th. Admit defeat. The student ranked 73rd. Admit defeat. A series of people admitting defeat could be heard. Students from all directions swarmed over to witness the shocking scene. A student had forced a student from another faction to admit defeat. Moreover, they were all students in the top 100 list. This was the first time they had seen this. It was not that Suyu was really strong and invincible. It was because the other students who were ranked higher had fought their way up, unlike him who had defeated a student ranked 38th. At this moment, those in the bottom 50 could not do anything to him. Moreover, the students from other faculties did not have to force the students from other faculties. Other than Shan Shenwen's faction, the other factions were considered peaceful. Until Suyu entered the 61st place, no one went up to challenge him. At this moment, it was a stalemate. There were no students from Shan Shenwen's faction who were ranked 50 to 60, in this case, they could not carry out the strategy of exhausting Suyu. Would the challenge end here? Suyu obviously had no intention of challenging others. At this moment, he just waited and watched silently. Below the stage, Zhou Pingxing's expression kept changing. He looked at Suyu on the stage and shouted, Suyu, didn't you want to challenge Zhai Feng? Why don't you continue? Suyu said calmly, I'm waiting. Waiting for what? Zhou Pingxing frowned. Suyu said calmly, I'm waiting for Xia Yuan to send me 10 merit points. I don't have the money to pay the challenge fee. Your people can challenge me without paying, but I have to pay for the other seniors first. You. Zhou Pingxing was furious. Suyu said calmly, hurry Miss Xia for me. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, today's challenge will end here. We'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow? Zhou Pingxing was furious. Suyu was doing this on purpose. The students could tell that Suyu was doing this on purpose to disgust Xia Yuan and Xianxia faction. Suyu said calmly, Miss Xia keeps talking about rules, and military rules. Doesn't she know that she has to pay up after losing? She doesn't pay up after losing. How can such a person be a teacher? How can she say that I don't respect my teachers? His students have just joined the school. I think he should be short of money. Shouldn't he, as a teacher, be the one paying? Everyone follows the rules. Otherwise, how can he be qualified to penalize my merit points and my teacher's merit points? Just because, this is Xia province? Suyu suddenly raised his voice. Can Xia province have no rules? Can Xiajia do whatever they want in Xia province? Da Xia of Goguryeo and Mansion Head Xia both have to follow the rules. Xiaoyi has to pay taxes when doing business. How can Xia Yuan do whatever he wants? For the sake of 10 merit points, Suyu almost said that Xia Yuan was not even fit to be a human. Zhou Pingxing was furious. He shouted, I'll compensate you. You? Director Zhou, are you Xia Yuan's father? Or his son? Bastard. Zhou Pingxing was furious. Suyu said indifferently, so this is our teacher-student relationship? Otherwise, why are you paying for him? If you are paying, then take it as a gift from you. Since Director Zhou is willing to give it to me, I'm also willing to accept it. Anger. Suyu was not only good with his fists, but he was also good with his mouth. Was he going to force Xia Yuan to personally deliver the merit points to him before he gave up? And at this moment, a jade box shot over. With a bang, it embedded into the arena. For you. Xia Yuan's calm voice came from afar, 10 drops of primordial qi liquid. Is that enough? The jade box was embedded into the ground. Suyu's pupils constricted slightly. In this arena, he and Zhou Hao had fought to such an extent, but only a few marks were left. Xia Yuan threw a jade box through the air, and it actually penetrated the ground, very strong. The next moment, Suyu smiled and said, that's enough. However, according to the Academy's rules, non-challenging students who maliciously destroy the arena will be punished. 100 merit points, that seems to be the case. Miss Xia, please come again. He looked at Lu Hong and said with a smile, Teacher Lu, as a referee, don't you know the rules? Can you be a referee like this? The Academy's rules are broken by those who don't follow the rules and don't know the rules. Lu Hong laughed involuntarily and said slowly, sorry, this is my first time as a referee, so I don't know much. Brother Xia, then pay another 100 merit points. Don't break the rules, or I won't be able to answer. On and off the arena, there was a little awkwardness. Xia Yuan's flying jade box embedded into the ground was obviously to humiliate and intimidate Suyu. In the end, it was embarrassing. Destroying the arena's ground was a fine of 100 merit points. In fact, it was extremely difficult to destroy. This rule had not been used for many years. Didn't this bastard Suyu cultivate? Did he study the Academy's rules every day? In the distance, Xia Yuan did not make a sound. It was unknown whether he was angry or did not know what to say. After a short moment, another jade box shot over violently. There was no sound. This time, Xia Yuan did not make a sound. Lu Hong grabbed the jade box with a chuckle and said, this matter ends here. Suyu, do you still want to challenge? Suyu smiled, bent down, and shattered the jade box, revealing the 10 drops of primordial qi liquid inside. Casually swallowing a drop, Suyu chuckled and said, of course. As he said that, he glanced at the top 100 crystal steel. Then, he looked down and said softly, seniors ranked before me, I wonder if any of you can give me some face. Today, Suyu does not wish to fight with students not from the Xianxia faculty. I hope that you can be magnanimous and let me have a chance to experience the strength of those experts from the Xianxia faculty. At that moment, below the arena, a young man smiled and said, "Me. I'm ranked 60th, one rank higher than you. It just so happens that I have a chance to challenge the top 50 students. I'm not junior brother Sue's match. If it was any other day, I'd like to experience it. Forget it today, I admit defeat." "Thank you, Senior Jiang, for being magnanimous." Suyu was very polite. He slightly bowed and smiled. "Once I cripple the several Divine Runic Arts Department seniors in front of me, then Senior Apprentice Brother will be able to move up several ranks. I won't implicate Senior Apprentice Brother in dropping your ranking. At the very least, I'll cripple one of them, so Senior Apprentice Brother can rest assured." Below the arena, the student with the surname Jiang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not respond to that. If he did, the Shan Shenwen faculty would probably hate him to the core. It would be fine if he admitted defeat. After all, he would be giving Suyu a chance to challenge him. If he continued to respond, it would be hard to say. "Next?" Without saying anything else, Suyu continued to call out the names. Among the crowd, a long-haired young man took a deep breath. With a solemn expression, he jumped onto the arena. "Suyu, there's no need for introductions. I don't want to know. Judge, let's begin." "You." The long-haired young man was enraged. Lu Hong coughed lightly and said, "Let's continue then. You can admit defeat in time. Begin." Right after he said that, the long-haired young man swiftly crushed a jade token. Weng, a protective shield rose up. After exhausting some of his willpower, he did not dare to approach Suyu. Instead, he retreated. Suyu looked at him silently, not making a move. For a moment, the arena was silent. Suyu did not move. The other party crushed the protective jade token and did not move either. However, the protective talisman had a time limit. This was an awkward situation. He wanted to control the Wenbing to attack Suyu. However, if he used the Wenbing, it might be corroded and burned by Suyu's soul-devouring art. However, if he did not use the Wenbing, he could only get close to Suyu. He gritted his teeth. He could not wait for the protective talisman to lose its effect. Otherwise, he would have used it in vain. Moreover, there were so many people watching. He quickly charged towards Suyu, preparing to engage in close combat. As for the Wenbing and willpower, he did not dare to use them now. He was afraid that they would be corroded by the soul-devouring art. Suyu still did not move. He looked at him silently, causing the other party to feel a chill in his heart. However, at this moment, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. He gritted his teeth and rushed over quickly. Wansher's physical combat strength was at tier 4. He was not weak. The person quickly charged over. Suyu still did not move. He did not care anymore. He made up his mind and punched Suyu's right arm. He saw that Suyu's right arm was broken just now. This was Suyu's weakness. When this punch was thrown, he was shocked. A regretful sigh came into his ears. "Stupid." Boom, with a loud explosion, the acupoint exploded. Behind him, Suyu's heaven-piercing kill's third move, energy shattering, directly smashed one of his acupoints. The acupoint exploded and primordial chi overflowed. With a puff, the long-haired young man spat out blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Suyu shook his head and said calmly, "A civilization master can't even break my illusion without willpower. Which idiot gave you this idea?" "Too stupid. Protective talisman, don't use willpower, then, wait to be confused by my illusion." He could not understand this person's logic, Suyu said calmly. Below the stage, many people's faces turned red. They forgot, F***ck, Suyu's physical combat strength was too strong. Many people forgot that he was a civilization master who had mastered the second level of Shenwen. He even had a second-level illusion. The long-haired young man also forgot. He was worried that Suyu's soul-devouring art did not use willpower to fight, but used his physical body to get close. In the end, it was an illusion. Even if he used willpower, it would be difficult to break the illusion. In the end, he did not use it. One could imagine that his fate was destined to be miserable. An acupoint was directly smashed by Suyu. Although it could be recovered, it was difficult to open an acupoint. It would take at least 1 or 2 months to recover. After smashing the other party's acupoint, Suyu kicked heavily. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he kicked down. With a loud boom, he fell off the stage. The top 50 students of Xianxia line only have this kind of brain? Suyu frowned as if he was puzzled. He shook his head slightly. His face was full of regret. He looked at Zhou Pingxing as if to say, with this brain, could he really become a civilization master? Damn it. Zhou Pingxing and the others frowned. This was troublesome. If he used willpower, he would have to be careful of being corroded and burned by Suyu. If he did not use it, once he used his illusion, unless he was like Zhou Hao, his primordial qi was strong enough to break the illusion directly. That kind of primordial qi, even a 4th or 5th level Wancher would not be able to burst out. That was a 9th level 15 Jin who cultivated a top-tier heaven-class cultivation technique. He was not trash. Next? Suyu sighed. Can you give me a little surprise? Below the stage, a girl frowned and glanced at Zhou Pingxing. Zhou Pingxing sent a voice transmission. Wear him down. No matter how strong the soul-devouring art is, it is only a cultivation technique with 36 acupoints opened. Its actual lethality is only equivalent to 15 Jin. The girl was speechless. Nonsense, I know that too. The key is that it must be very painful. Look at Zhu Hong and the others. With just one attack, they were rolling on the ground in pain. This thing is not easy to deal with. Even though she was unwilling, she had to go up the stage. She was not from Zhou Mingren's line, but Yu Hong and Galao's. However, at this moment, Galao was not around and Zhou Pingxing was in charge. What could she do? The girl jumped onto the stage. When Suyu saw that it was a girl, he smiled and said, I don't like to bully girls. Although we are enemies, I still have some persistence. Senior sister, admit defeat and get off the stage. Otherwise, you will be an enemy. Enemies, regardless of gender. The girl frowned and said calmly, is junior brother Su discriminating against women? Not really. Suyu said calmly, senior sister, you don't have to trick me. I, Suyu, admire many female experts. For example, teacher Wu Qi, who killed the demon expert. I have always felt that this kind of cultivator is a true cultivator. Even in front of my teacher, I said the same thing. Because this kind of expert who dares to kill his way into the battlefield alone and kill the enemy is my idol, regardless of gender. As for senior sister, if you really don't want to admit defeat, then let's begin. Suyu said it politely. When Lu Hong announced the start, this time, Suyu did not wait any longer. Without saying a word, a long saber silently chopped down, saber chi crisscrossed, killing intent surged, lightning flashed, illusions erupted, and black flames burned. The girl cursed in her heart. What happened to not attacking girls? He was even more ruthless than before. Willpower erupted, Shenwen erupted, a freezing force covered the entire arena. The temperature in the arena dropped instantly. Even the Wenbing long saber was frozen and slowed down. But as soon as the willpower erupted, the burning force was tainted by the willpower. The girl's face changed dramatically, turning pale. It was too painful, so painful that she wanted to jump off the stage immediately. Damn it, unless one was sore, they would not be able to bear this kind of pain. At the side, Lu Hong also curled his lips. This thing really hurt when it burned. It's over. If this technique were to spread, civilizationers would be fine. After all, they had only opened 36 chakras. At the soaring sky realm, the power of burning would not be too much of a threat to them. However, if the other party was also in the soaring sky realm, it would still be somewhat of an impact. At least it gave fighters one more way to deal with civilizationists. Just as he was thinking, a small hammer silently flew out again. Shadow-covered Shenwen, the girl was still using her willpower to freeze the Wenbing long saber to deal with the black flames. The next moment, her willpower suddenly shook. Kaboom, a deafening roar echoed in her mind, her vision blurred. The next moment, the Wenbing long saber was frozen and dissolved. The saber shot out and pierced through her chest, pinning the girl down the stage. Lu Hong looked at Suyu with a strange expression. You said not to hit girls. Do you know that this is more terrifying than crippling someone? Below the stage, countless people looked at Suyu. Suyu was a little strange. He said softly, I've already held back. Although she's an opponent, she's still a girl. I didn't injure her willpower. He was puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? I've really held back. When a guy fights with a girl, he would more or less have some scruples. The main reason was that he had made his senior sister act pitiful. He was worried that Xianxia's faction would do the same. In the end, why are they looking at me like that? At this moment, the next person was Qiu Yun. At this moment, Qiu Yun's expression changed. She looked at her teacher and her eyes were filled with rejection. No, I don't want to go up the stage. Suyu. Suyu is a pervert. His saber had pierced through her chest, not the center, but slightly off. That, she didn't want to. The girl who was pinned down the stage looked at Suyu in despair. Suyu had already retracted his Wenbing long saber. The girl's face was pale. She looked at her chest that was dyed red and shouted angrily, Suyu, from today onwards, I won't rest until one of us dies. Suyu frowned and said softly, if senior sister insists on fighting to the death, I don't mind doing that. I've already held back. Senior sister, don't make a mistake. You deserve to die. The girl staggered to her feet. Her face was filled with grief and indignation. She ran out of the crowd and disappeared from the spot. Below the stage, Xiaochen and the other girls looked a little strange. They glanced at Suyu. Soon, someone whispered, Suyu, doesn't know anything? Has he never interacted with girls before? As they chatted, someone soon found out that Luyu was his classmate from a secondary school and asked about it. Luyu was also a little dazed. When someone asked, she said uncertainly, he doesn't seem to have much contact with girls in secondary school. His best friend is a boy. He usually only interacts with that boy. After school, he would sometimes go to the library and read for the whole day. Even if he met him in the library, he would just nod at him. As soon as these words came out, someone was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, Luyu thought of something and said softly, his mother passed away when he was young. Hearing this, the girls below the stage were overflowing with motherly love. I see. He's really a pure little brother. He hasn't had much contact with girls. Poor thing. He lost his mother when he was young. No wonder he doesn't understand. Piercing through the chest is more painful than cutting off his hand. Below the stage, the girls were overflowing with sympathy. Previously, they thought that Suyu was too much. Now that they thought about it, he had never chatted much with girls since he was young. This kind of pure little boy was too rare. Suyu frowned. He couldn't be bothered to think too much. He had really held back. He was different from Chen Hao. He knew that gossip was a fearful thing. It wasn't good to hurt a girl and it would leave a bad impression. Even Qiu Yun wasn't his main target. His main target was Zhai Feng, men against men. Even if they were beaten to death, not many people would sympathize with them. It wasn't good for a man to beat a woman until she was crippled. He didn't know what these people were talking about, their gazes were a little uncomfortable. Next? Suyu shouted. Below the stage, Qiu Yun's face was full of rejection. The next one was supposed to be Qianqi's senior. The girl from before was ranked 40th. But Guo Xingquan wasn't here, so she was next. She didn't want to go on stage. Zhou Pingxing was also annoyed. His goal of exhausting Suyu had not been achieved. Although Suyu's willpower had increased quite a bit. Qiu Yun was ranked 24th. She was still very strong. Qiu Yun, go up. Zhou Pingxing shouted in a low voice. Why did he have so many scruples? Qiu Yun struggled for a while, gritted her teeth and jumped onto the stage. Suyu heaved a sigh and looked at Qiu Yun. This was his original goal today. In the end, Zhou Hao went up and injured his body. Now it seemed that he had to work harder to deal with Qiu Yun. Qiu Yun was very strong. Wansher's body was at stage 5. Her willpower was at the peak of spirit nourishment. Her overall combat power was no less than Wansher's stage 7. If she went all out, Suyu might not be able to defeat her in his current state, but when the match started, Qiu Yun was a little nervous. She even had a negative attitude. As Suyu fought, he also noticed this abnormality. He even had a vague thought. Is she a spy? Negative attitude. In less than 3 minutes, when Suyu's soul-devouring art burnt his opponent for the second time, Qiu Yun suddenly screamed and fell off the stage. Fixed match. Suyu suddenly had this thought. Why, is she really a spy? Qiu Yun definitely didn't use her true strength. Not only Suyu, but many people had a strange look in their eyes. Xiao Yun really didn't use her true strength. She seemed to be a little negative. Even Zhou Pingxing could see it. Xiao Yun looked at her angrily. She lowered her head and said nothing. She wasn't really afraid of what Suyu would do to her. But there was no need, there was still a senior brother up there. Her main goal was to waste time. She had already used up a lot of Suyu's willpower. Was she really going to be like that senior sister and fight to the death with Suyu? Or even become like Zhou Hao? Zhou Pingxing was too lazy to say anything more. He looked at Zhai Feng. Zhai Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. Suyu was now ranked 24 in the top 100 list. He was previously ranked 9, but not now. In order to deal with Suyu, his ranking dropped quite a bit. These few days, he had just killed his way up to rank 12. He hadn't entered the top 10 yet. Without waiting for Suyu to speak, Zhai Feng jumped onto the stage. His eyes were cold and he laughed in a low voice. Suyu, I hope you can still stand today. All around them, the students were very nervous. At this moment, all of them were staring at them without blinking. It was Zhai Feng's turn. After defeating Zhai Feng, Suyu had defeated Shan Shenwen's faction, but Suyu was no match for Zhai Feng in his current state. Zhai Feng had a level 7 Wancher physique and was at the pinnacle of spirit nourishment. Shenwen seemed to have a level 2 physique as well, but it was still uncertain whether they had it or not. His overall combat power was close to the pinnacle of Wancher physique. He had fought with Soar before and lost, but he did fight with Soar. With Suyu's current combat power, even with the help of soul-devouring tactics, he was probably at level 7 Wancher physique. He was definitely not at level 9, coupled with his serious injuries. Would he be a match for Zhai Feng? While Zhai Feng was eager to fight, Suyu suddenly jumped off the stage. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned for a moment. Zhai Feng roared, Suyu, what's the meaning of this? I'm not fighting anymore. Let's call it a day. Suyu said as he walked, I'm almost done. We'll continue in 2 days. Today, I'm going back to recuperate. Bastard. Damn it. Bastard, Zhai Feng roared, F*CK, up until now, in order to get him to the stage, the students from his faction either admitted defeat or became passive. You're not fighting anymore, you're not fighting anymore, bastard, you said you were going to challenge me, bastard, Zhai Feng roared. His primordial chi exploded and his chi soared to the sky. His anger was boiling. Suyu was not fighting anymore. When he said that, it was worse than him losing. He was not fighting anymore. Suyu, you piece of trash. Didn't you say that you wanted to defeat Shan Shenwen's faction? Zhai Feng roared in a frenzy. Below, Zhou Pingxing was also flustered and exasperated. He shouted, Suyu, are you admitting defeat? Suyu was surprised. I'm ranked 24th. Why would I admit defeat? Director Zhou doesn't know how to count? I'm not fighting anymore. Is this considered admitting defeat? It's not like someone is challenging me. That's strange. Is this considered admitting defeat? I'm ranked 24th with an undefeated record. How is this considered admitting defeat? You. Zhou Pingxing was infuriated. Damn it, he tricked us. He had never planned to challenge Zhai Feng from the start. Director Zhou, it's illegal to interfere with a student sparring. Director Zhou is knowledgeable. Don't break the law. Suyu looked calm. He did not want to infuriate anyone. Nonsense. I'm not stupid. I might not even be Zhai Feng's match when I'm at my peak. Why should I fight to the end now? If my injuries are too serious, I'll need to recuperate for a few months. Even if I win against Zhai Feng, it's not worth it. Suyu smiled. I'll rest for 3 days. Whoever wants to challenge me, I'll admit defeat. If they can knock me down from the top 100 again, I'll start from the beginning again. I hope Shan Shenwen and his team can help me maintain 24th place. If they can't, I'll continue to drop and fight my way up. Bastard. Zhou Pingxing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This damn thing. He actually asked Shan Shenwen and his team to help him protect the 24th place. Damn it, Suyu smiled. Who wants to challenge me? I hope that the divine runic lineage can knock them down in the rankings so that they don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Otherwise, I will admit defeat. I have lost over 8,000 times, I don't care about this at all. My ranking has dropped. Unless Zhaifeng is the only person above me, I'll come here more often. Silence. At this moment, even the students and researchers who were watching the fight had a strange and awkward look on their faces. According to what he said, Shan Shenwen and his team had to help Suyu to maintain their ranking, otherwise, Shan Shenwen and his team would not be able to rest in peace. Suyu came to challenge the leaderboard every few days and stared at their people. Unless they admitted defeat or avoided the battle, they would definitely be beaten miserably once they accepted the battle. On the stage, Zhaifeng was about to lose his mind. His willpower wavered as he roared, "Suyu, you shameless bastard. Didn't you want to fight me? Come up here." He was really going crazy. Suyu turned to look at him and smiled. "Come down here and fight me." Zhaifeng really wanted to go down there and kill him. He even wanted to go down there and kill this bastard. That smile was too glaring. I'm just teasing you, idiot, idiot." The endless mockery made him jump off the stage in pain. At that moment, Zhou Pingxing's expression changed. Without thinking, he reached out and grabbed Zhaifeng. With a loud bang, he threw Zhaifeng tens of meters away. Zhaifeng fell to the ground. Then, he thought of something and came to his senses. He looked at Suyu again. Suyu was still smiling. Attacking students below the stage. Killing Wanzhou and his people. Senior uncle, don't go easy on them next time. They are Wanzhou and his people. On the other side, Qinyong smiled and nodded. Be careful next time. Suyu had a look of contempt on his face. He glanced at Zhou Pingxing, then at Lu Hong. He smiled and walked away. Zhaifeng, I'm improving very quickly. Wait for me to play with you next time. Suyu smiled. He helped Wu Jia up and left gracefully. Ah! Zhaifeng roared madly. He was aggrieved and roared. This was more painful than his failure. He could not accept it. He could not accept it. Suyu, this bastard, this beast, he had been playing with them all this time. The group of people had been fooled by Suyu. Suyu stopped fighting just like that. This decision was out of many people's expectations. Many people thought that he would fight to the end. But thinking about it, it was not the first time Suyu tricked passers-by. Last time, everyone thought that Suyu would fight to the end. In the end, he fought a few rounds and decided not to fight anymore. He admitted defeat and lost more than 8,000 times. It was the same this time, but no one thought there was anything wrong with him not fighting. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. Suyu, Wu Jia, and Qinyong left. Behind them, Zhaifeng roared again. Suyu, Wu Jia can forget about entering the top 100. You can admit defeat, but can Wu Jia? I will defend the last place in the top 100 until next year. Wu Jia can forget about entering the list. Suyu could admit defeat. He didn't care. Everyone could see his strength, and everyone acknowledged his talent. Actually, Wu Jia did not care either. But Wu Jia needed a place in the top 100, Qinyong needed it. In the distance, Suyu could not be bothered with him. Wu Jia, who was being supported, looked a little gloomy. Junior brother, Suyu chuckled. Senior sister, ignore him. Let's play with him. It's still early anyway. What? Suyu chuckled. Senior sister, think about it. If he wants to stop you, he has to be in the top 100, right? You challenge others. For example, you're in the 95th place. If he challenges you, you admit defeat. Your ranking will be swapped and you'll be in the top 100. I want to see if he can fall off the list and come snipe you again. Or they can send a few more people off the list to guard you. Suyu smiled brightly. That's more interesting. Who can afford to waste time? Senior sister, you're still injured. If you have nothing to do, go fight more. It's fun to play with them like walking a dog every day. Admit defeat? Wu Jia was a little uncomfortable. Junior brother, is it good for us to admit defeat every day? At the side, Qinyong reprimanded in a low voice, learn more from your junior brother. You're clearly not his match, yet you insist on fighting him to the death. Is there any meaning to it? Master, even if we lose, we can't lose. Wu Jia said unhappily, it's fine if I lose to others, but I don't want to lose to those bastards from Xianxia faction. Then you should recuperate and become stronger as soon as possible. Chen Yong comforted him. Then, his expression turned slightly solemn as he said, Su Yu, be more careful these days. Xia Yuan actually came back. You humiliated him before, so he won't take this lying down. This person has some flaws in his personality. He's a loner. To put it bluntly, he's a little conceited. You've humiliated him in front of everyone. He won't just let it go. Only I am supreme? So you asked in surprise, Martial Uncle, is he that arrogant? It's not that bad. Chen Yong did not have any prejudice. He explained, many geniuses have this kind of situation. Xia Yuan's loner, overbearing, and arrogant are all built on the foundation that he's invincible in the same rank. All these years, he hasn't lost once. I mean in the same rank. Even my master couldn't beat him? Your master has never been in the same rank as him. Chen Yong said, when your master was in the nurturing phase, he was already close to soar. Later on, he achieved soar. Your master was a few months late in achieving soar. After that, he never caught up to him. Now, he's already at 3 steps to the cloud, but your master is still at soar stage 8. There's a huge gap. Then, if they were in the same rank, would master be his match? Chen Yong thought for a while and said slowly, it's hard to say. Xia Yuan doesn't cultivate the Aries art. It's the heaven-splitting blade. The heaven-splitting blade isn't just a martial skill, it's also a cultivation technique, a heaven-ranked one. Furthermore, there are many versions. Xia Yuan cultivates a higher level of heaven stage. He has many openings and is very strong. After saying that, he continued, that's the strength of the physical body. As for the path of the civilization master, the Xinwen that Xia Yuan cultivates is also very strong. If he were to be at the same level as your teacher, it's hard to say who would win. Suyu scratched his head, it can't be, my teacher has the dragon salure, I think it's still very powerful. Chen Yong snorted. It was hard to say, but it didn't mean that he would lose. If they really fought, at the same level, there was a high chance that Bai Feng would win. Of course, the two of them had never been at the same level before, so Chen Yong couldn't be bothered to add gold to Bai Feng. However, Suyu was still slightly puzzled, Martial Uncle, isn't he an inspector of the inspectorate now? Why is he still fighting for the position of the deputy curator of the library? Suyu understood the rules of the academy. This inspector's position was not inferior to the deputy curator. In fact, it was even more noble, his authority was not small either. Then why did Xia Yuan insist on going against the Xinwen faction? Chen Yong said, let's not talk about the position first. He wants to rope in the Shan Xinwen faction, and even make friends with the Zhou family. We have fewer people, so we're easier to bully. If he doesn't bully us, who else would he bully? Of course, it's normal for him to want the position of deputy curator. Chen Yong explained, there are a total of 42 Galao in the academy, you know that. Among them, 36 are at the Mountain Sea realm, and 6 are senior Lingyun 9th level. You know that, right? Suyu nodded. Chen Yong continued, of these 6 senior 9th level Galao 9th level, 4 are in charge of the arcane realm, 1 is the superintendent of the inspectorate, and the other is the library's curator. Chen Yong smiled and said, originally, the compendium pavilion was more important than the library, and I should have been given the title of pavilion elder. However, due to some disputes back then, in addition to the fact that I was young back then, my position was eventually revoked. Chen Yong said, of course, I couldn't be bothered to fight for it, so I just stayed there. They fought for the position of the library's curator, partly to drive me out of the library, and partly to get this Galao position. Suyu said with a strange expression, Uncle Master, should have been Galao? Chen Yong nodded. Of course, it's all the same. Uncle Master, I'm very curious. What privilege does Galao have that even Xia Yuan is willing to fight for it? Galao, Chen Yong thought for a moment, then said, first, status. Second, the right to speak. For example, only Galao can participate in the Shoshingu conference, and only Galao can vote. Sometimes, Mansion Head can't make a decision with just a word, and Galao has to vote for it. Third, some special resources can only be applied for by Galao. Fourth, can directly communicate with Seeker Realm cultivators. Fifth, that sounds even more impressive. Suyu almost sprained his back when he heard this. That Xiaoyuan wants to become Galao, but he only took 3 steps to the cloud, Chen Yong said. It won't take long to reach the 9th stage. A genius like him can improve very quickly. Xiaoyuan is 30 years old this year, and in 2 years, he will have another opportunity. If he can reach the 6th or 7th stage of Ling Yun, then when he goes in and comes out, he should be in the 9th stage of Ling Yun. In just 2 years, he has the confidence to reach the 9th stage of Ling Yun. But to enter the Mountain Sea realm, that will take a long time. Chen Yong explained, Galao has the right to enter the Mountain Sea realm. In the various manors and academies, Galao can be treated like a Mountain Sea realm cultivator. With this title, it will be very helpful for him to compete for the position of Mansion Head, because you can see him as a Mountain Sea realm cultivator. 2 years? Suyu thought for a moment, then said, is it that starry mansion? Yes. Uncle Master, is that place magical? You can say that. You've been there, Uncle Master? Chen Yong smiled. I've been there once. If you count it, it's been 27 or 28 years. Suyu nodded. He had heard of it before, and it was only once every 10 years. 27 or 28 years was indeed the last time it had been opened. Uncle Master, what kind of place is that? You'll know when you get there. There's no need to know now. Chen Yong shook his head. I'll tell you when you're going and get a spot. Otherwise, you'll be itching to know the benefits and not be able to go. It seemed to make sense. Wu Jia, who had been ignored by them, grumbled, you guys keep talking about this and forget. About me. I'm injured. She felt wronged, the conversation was too grand, and she felt a headache coming on. What starry mansion? What did that have to do with them? Chen Yong laughed, then scolded, you deserve it. I told you not to cause trouble, but you insisted on fighting. If it wasn't for your juniors, you would have been beaten to death in the ring sooner or later. Wu Jia said nothing. Master didn't know anything. It was clearly juniors who told me to go, so you stole a glance at Chen Yong. He felt that Uncle Master might know that he had instigated it. After all, he had just gone there in the morning. Was he pointing at him? Suyu was a little embarrassed. His senior apprentice sister's injuries hadn't recovered yet, and he had instigated her to spar on the ring. Now that her injuries had worsened, it was hard to say. Uncle Master did not say it directly to save some face for him. Chen Yong knew that Wu Jia's injuries had worsened, and so did Suyu. Suyu did not say anything. He stole a glance at Wu Jia. His senior apprentice sister was a little honest. He had asked her to pretend to be injured, but her injuries had worsened. Suyu was a little embarrassed. The external injuries were fine, but the injuries to her willpower seemed to have worsened. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, Chen Yong suddenly spoke up and said, I'll send you some recovery pills later. Make sure to recuperate well over the next few days, especially the wound on your arm. If you don't reattach it properly, it'll affect your physical body greatly. Chen Yong said seriously, don't be so rash in the future. Even the mountains and seas can't be reborn from a single drop of blood. Only the sun and moon realms have a chance of doing so. Don't think that it's fine if a civilization master's body is broken. You can repair it, but if your body is broken too much, you won't be able to enter the sun and moon realms. It will have a huge impact. Got it. Suyu hurriedly replied. Chen Yong escorted him back to the research center. After giving him a few words of advice, he did not stay for long and left with Wu Jia. Wu Jia also had to go back to treat his injuries. As for Suyu, he would send some good pills over later. It wouldn't be a problem. Injuries to the body could still be treated, unlike willpower. Before it could materialize, it was very difficult to treat. Inside the research center, Suyu rested for a moment and went up to the 2nd floor. He entered the filtering room and started to absorb essence blood and vitality to treat his injuries. He felt that he needed a healing Shenwen, or perhaps it was a healing type cultivation technique. His physical injuries were still very serious. His left arm was broken, his right arm was broken, and the soles of his feet were pierced through. Zhou Hao, this guy was really strong. This was the first time Suyu had met such a strong Thousand June realm cultivator. A pure martial artist without willpower, fighter, he had no idea where Xia Yuan got him from. Suyu's overall combat ability was comparable to Wanshi level 7, but he was still beaten to such a state. Once this Zhou Hao entered the Wanshi realm, even Suyu might not be able to suppress him. Was there someone as strong as Zhou Hao in the war school? Previously, Suyu felt that with his 1000 June realm and 180 opened apertures, even his physical body, he would be invincible in the war school. Now, it seemed that this might not be the case. Zhou Hao, if this guy is in the Wanshi realm, and he became a Wanshi with 16 opened apertures, that would be scary. Did the war school have such a genius? Cultivating a top-tier heaven-class technique, 16 opened apertures is one. Such a Wanshi with 1 aperture would be much stronger than those with 9 opened apertures. As for those with 7 or 8 opened apertures, it would not be difficult for them to cross 5 or 6 levels to beat you. As for the weakest 2-stone realm, Suyu suspected that Wanshi could even beat you with 1 stone at level 9, the number of opened apertures had a huge impact. God of War Art, Suyu, his God of War art was just a basic technique that geniuses cultivated. It had a total of 108 apertures, and the explosive power came from the 108 apertures. The explosive power was not as strong as others. He had 180 opened apertures now, and he could open more. Should he insist on cultivating the God of War art? Should he get a heaven-class technique and cultivate it? The body-strengthening art is stronger than the God of War art. The mountain-breaking bull clan's body-strengthening art had more than 110 opened apertures. Suyu could learn it, and it was suitable for humans. It was not impossible for him to get a heaven-class technique. If he could get some Godfiend blood essence, he might be able to activate the Godfiend technique. Of course, he could also change it to a technique that was suitable for him. The God of War art is no problem against ordinary people, but the explosive power of an Earth-class technique is weaker than a Heaven-class technique. This was something that Suyu could not change even if he had more opened apertures. The only advantage of having more opened apertures was that he could last longer, had more primordial chi, and had stronger defense. However, he lacked defensive power. Who was his opponent? A genius like Xia Yuan, a Xianxia genius, or a peak mountain and sea expert like Zhou Mingren, or even some of the top Godfiend experts in the Wan, they all cultivated a heaven-class technique. If you cultivated an Earth-class technique and activated the power of 108 apertures, you would be weaker than Qianjun. When it came to Wanshi or Soar, you might be even weaker. Relying on more opened apertures could close the gap, but it did not mean that there was no gap. Before he met Zhou Hao, Suyu did not think it was a big problem. Everyone seemed to cultivate the same technique. But now, someone cultivated a different technique. A heaven-class technique had explosive power. If he could activate the power of 144 apertures this time, Zhou Hao would not be his match at all. He was stronger than him in terms of explosive power, defense, and endurance. He was not inferior to him in terms of ruthlessness, killing intent, and fighting spirit. There was no need for him to fight like this. He had opened 180 apertures, but he could only use the power of 108 apertures at most. Even if he used a few more apertures, he was still far from Zhou Hao. The body-strengthening art is a low-grade heaven-class technique. If I want to cultivate it, I have to find a stronger one. After thinking for a while, Suyu got up, went upstairs, and entered the information room. In the information room, ignoring his injuries, Suyu wrote and drew, and the routes of cultivation techniques appeared one after another. A human anatomy was also drawn out by him. Body-strengthening technique, absorbing yuan technique, purifying yuan technique, war god technique, 1,000-ton technique, including the Tiani divine art that he had obtained. One by one, he drew out the meridian circulation routes in the manuals. One by one, he pointed on the human structure diagram. Suyu had mastered many cultivation methods, not just the cultivation methods of the 10,000 races. He also had a large number of will runes, as well as some trash cultivation methods that had enlightened their apertures and were different from what he had mastered. After busying himself for several hours, Suyu finally managed to draw out all the cultivation techniques that he had grasped. At this moment, he had pointed 285 light spots on the human structure diagram. There are a total of 285 apertures in the techniques I have mastered. Suyu fell into deep thought, and the same thought arose in his mind. How many apertures were there? In the human body, even the strongest heaven-class technique could only release the power of 144 apertures. Was this the limit? If so many apertures could be released at the same time, for example, if the power of 285 apertures could be released at the same time, how powerful would that be? That kind of Qianjun, even if it was only Qianjun, could it kill Soar? Fusing apertures, the mountain sea realm is still fusing apertures. Suyu murmured, the ultimate goal is still to fuse the apertures into one. One aperture connects all the apertures and release all the power. So, in the end, everyone is still walking the path of fusing apertures. It's just that it's easier to fuse apertures with the same technique. Suyu fell into deep thought. What if the human body only had one aperture? Finally, when all the apertures were united, did that mean that all the power of the apertures could be released at once, creating his own cultivation technique? Suyu was not qualified. Although he had mastered many cultivation techniques, he lacked a lot of knowledge. Of course, compared to his peers, compared to the ordinary Wanshi, or even Soar, Suyu had probably mastered more cultivation techniques than them. After thinking for a while, Suyu suddenly walked out of the library. Soon, Suyu returned, and with a burst of saber chi, all the documents on the table were instantly shattered by him. These things could not be spread out, or it would be big trouble. After shattering all the documents, Suyu even used lightning to strike them a few times. Only then did he leave the library. In the detention area. Suyu was here again. He was not here to feed them today. He had been feeding them for a few days. The great demons looked at him eagerly. In fact, it was time for the 3-day cycle. Unfortunately, Suyu was not in the mood to feed them. At first, the great demons were somewhat expectant, but they soon became dejected. However, they could see that Suyu was seriously injured. They didn't know where he had suffered a great loss, and even his arm was broken. Suyu did not waste any time. He looked at the waterman and asked, "Waterman, you are the strongest here. I have a few questions. Are all the warriors of the one in the mountain sea realm at the fusing apertures?" The waterman materialized again and said softly, "You can say so. The path of cultivation is the same. Whether it's humans or the one, the final path is similar. Is there anyone who opened hundreds of apertures in 15-ton or Wanshi, and then fused all of them into one?" The waterman laughed. It seemed to be the first time he had laughed. He asked, "Since all the apertures have fused into one, why is it still 15-ton Wanshi? If he can fuse his apertures into one, then he is the mountain sea realm. Why is it 15-ton Wanshi?" Suyu was a little distracted. After a while, he said, "But there are still Soar and Ling Yun." The waterman smiled and said, "Soaring into the sky is a process of bone refinement, blood exchange, and marrow cleansing, while Ling Yun is a transformation of vital energy. The purpose of all of this is to strengthen one's physical body and vital energy, so that one can adapt to the explosive power of the mountains and seas aperture. Since you've succeeded in fused orifice, it means that your physical body is strong enough and your origin chi is strong enough. The realms of soaring sky and soaring clouds are just names and a process. The process isn't important. What's important is the result." As the waterman spoke, Dendrolamus, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "I can say a few words about the path of the body. You humans call this realm Soar, but other races might not call it that. For example, for us, there are actually no divisions of realms. We just have growth, maturity, and perfection. This is a process of growth and power. In the end, it all depends on one's strength. Whatever realm you think my strength has reached, that's my realm." As it spoke, it looked at Suyu with its huge eyes. "Suyu, don't tell me you're thinking of fusing hundreds of apertures into one at this stage?" Suyu didn't reply. Instead, he asked in confusion, "Is there a difference between the mountain sea realm and the Wanshi realm?" "Of course there is." Dendrolamus's mouth opened wide. "The Wanshi realm only fuses the apertures of the cultivation technique. For example, the human race's god of war art. You know that the Wanshi realm fuses these apertures, and even fuses 2 of them. That's how you call yourself Wanshi. As for the mountain sea realm, do you know what the symbol of the mountain sea realm is?" "I don't." Dendrolamus's ferocious face revealed a smile. "It's simple. It's an earth tier cultivation technique. If you can fuse all the apertures into one attack and destroy a mountain, that's the Mountain Sea realm. Suyu raised an eyebrow. So, in fact, as long as all 73 apertures are fused into one attack and destroy a mountain, that's the Mountain Sea realm? Is there a rule about the size of a mountain? There's no need. If you really fused 73 apertures into one, you'd be the Mountain Sea realm, 73 apertures, the weakest Earth tier cultivation technique. During this process, you'll find that it's possible to fuse 9 apertures, 10 apertures, but with each additional aperture, the difficulty will skyrocket. At this time, you need a strong physical body and a strong vital energy. A strong physical body is to prevent your physical body from collapsing, and a strong vital energy is to maintain the balance of the apertures. If your vital energy isn't strong enough, the apertures will easily collapse, and you won't be able to nourish them. But if your vital energy is strong enough, it will produce a huge pressure and repulsive force. Dendrolamus was an expert of the physical body, so he understood this very well. He said a lot. As Suyu listened, he understood. From Qianjun to Lingyun, it was actually a preparation process, a process of strengthening one's body, for the final fusing of the apertures. As for Xianxia realm, it was also preparation for fusing the apertures into one in the future. So, at the Mountain Sea realm, there's a huge gap between fighters. Some people fuse 73 apertures, some even fuse hundreds of apertures, right? Of course. Dendrolamus said matter-of-factly, apertures don't fuse randomly. It's not the same cultivation technique that fuses and repels each other. Of course, if there are many overlapping apertures, there's hope for 2 cultivation techniques to fuse together. For example, the Aries art and Time art have a high degree of overlap, so there's hope for them to fuse together in the future. The Mountain Sea realm is divided into 9 layers, which is related to the number of apertures fused together. In addition, those who cultivate Earth tier and below cultivation techniques will never reach the Mountain Sea realm, but they can make up for it and recultivate again. So you understood and nodded. Cultivation techniques and apertures fused together, so there was still hope for fusing together one aperture. By the way, do you know how many apertures humans have in total? Dendrolamus was speechless. Why are you asking me this? Am I a human? I don't know, probably a few hundred. Who would investigate this? Dendrolamus said irresponsibly. Beside him, Shadow suddenly said, it should be more than 360. In truth, my Shadow clan has records. In the past, during the martial creation stage, some races did not know how to advance. They only knew how to continuously open their apertures. In this process, there were races that opened many apertures, including your human race. Of course, these records are from ancient times. Later, we discovered that opening too many apertures would increase one's strength, but the essence of one's life wouldn't change. To put it simply, your lifespan is the same as before. Even if you opened 360 apertures and could fight Soar and Ling Yun, you wouldn't live for long. Moreover, the essence of your life wouldn't change. Every eruption would damage your life force. So, later on, there was a system of cultivation techniques that allowed you to advance and complete life metamorphosis again and again. Suyu nodded. His horizons had been broadened. So that was how it was, at least 360 apertures. In other words, he hadn't opened that many apertures. Without asking any further, Suyu casually threw a few drops of liquefied vitality to the Waterman, Dendrolamus, and the Shadow Man, and then slipped away. When he ran away, Rhinoceros Borer, Fire Crow, and White Beaver were all dumbfounded. He ran away. What about us? Dendrolamus smiled, a ferocious smile on his face. I knew it. Fortunately, I spoke first. Otherwise, only the Waterman would be able to get some liquefied vitality. When Suyu asked this question, it was considering whether or not to interrupt. If it didn't interrupt, Suyu might give the Waterman benefits, but he wouldn't give it to them. As it turned out, its gamble was correct. White Beaver and the other demons were speechless. Especially the Fire Crow and Rhinoceros Borer. The two of them had the least liquefied vitality and were about to starve to death. The Fire Crow and Rhinoceros Borer looked at each other. If they didn't save themselves, the two of them would definitely be the first to starve to death. The next time Suyu came, they had to speak immediately. at this moment, the 6 demons were vaguely divided. They didn't worry about poverty, but they worried about inequality. The other demons all had it, but the 2 of them were the most miserable. The others might not starve to death, but the 2 of them were really about to starve to death. At this time, who cared about whether they could escape or not? What plan they had was no longer important. Next time, they had to save themselves, so you didn't care about this. At this time, he was summarizing his gains. So, as long as I open enough apertures, it's best if I can link all the cultivation techniques together and cover all the apertures. This way, when I reach the Mountain Sea realm, I can quickly merge the apertures into one. The Mountain Sea realm was still far away, but there was no harm in opening more apertures. Opening more apertures would be of great help in the future. Those who had opened fewer apertures might improve quickly now, but in the end, they might not even be able to step into the Mountain Sea realm. In addition, opening apertures for Thousand June is even simpler. The stronger the body, the harder it is to open apertures. Strong vitality and a strong body will instead suppress the speed of opening apertures. So you came to a conclusion. The stronger one was, the harder it was to open apertures. If one was too strong, it would be difficult to open apertures. In the later stages, even if someone wanted to change their cultivation technique, it would be difficult. Now that Suyu could easily open apertures, it was because he was Thousand June. If he were Ling Yun, with a strong body and strong vitality, it would be much more difficult to open another aperture. A strong body and vitality would make it even harder to open the sealed apertures. After understanding this, Suyu was moved. He had to take advantage of the Thousand June stage to open more apertures. Bang! Just as Suyu was studying how many chakras he needed to unlock, Xianxia faculty's research building. Zhou Pingxing slammed his palm on the table and said angrily, first it was Huang Qifeng, then it was Lu He, Zhu Hong, Yang Sha, Chen Qi. Does our faculty still have any face? All because of a student. What the hell are you guys doing? Right now, in the large conference room, there were dozens of researchers. Huang Qifeng just woke up. Senior brother Jing is still unconscious. How much trouble has he caused because of Suyu? There was something else that was left unsaid. Was that lousy information real or fake? There was no possibility of the research being successful at all. Zhou Pingxing said angrily, tell me, how are we going to solve Suyu's problem? He's only been in school for 2 months and he's already caused so much trouble. His reputation is on the ground. He's still a student now. Will we be affected in a few days? Everyone was silent. Zhou Pingxing looked at Lu Hong and shouted, Lu Hong, didn't you say that you'll handle Bai Feng and his disciple? What about now? Bai Feng that B*** killed Zhang Yu. Lu Hong was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, who did Bai Feng kill? Zhang Yu. Lu Hong said in shock, that can't be right. Isn't senior brother Zhang Yu Ling in stage 2? Zhou Pingxing said coldly, I want to know why too. You, Lu Hong, have fought with him for so many years. Don't you know? Lu Hong was slightly shocked in his heart, but he complained of being wronged verbally. Senior apprentice brother Zhou, if I knew that he's so strong, I wouldn't even fight with him. This fellow is a vicious fellow. I've also fought a few times before, and he wasn't this strong. If he can kill senior brother Zhang Yu, then he can also kill me. Why would I dare to provoke him? Zhou Pingxing frowned and said in a low voice, Bai Feng hid his strength right under your nose, and you didn't even realize it. The faculty gave you so many resources every year, but what did you do? Lu Hong said awkwardly, senior apprentice brother, I've already worked very hard to cultivate. The 9th level soar will be a thing very soon. After entering the Sea of Consciousness secret realm this time, I'll have a chance to kill Ling Yun when I come out. I didn't expect that Bai Feng could actually kill senior brother Zhang. As he spoke, he frowned and said, Brother Zhou, where did he kill them? The others also looked at Zhou Pingxing. Killing was not something that could be done casually unless there were special circumstances. As they were talking, the door was pushed open, and the person who came said indifferently, Number 18 middle killed him. Number 18 middle is now the area designated by Xianxia. You can enter and die as you please, no matter how many you die. Everyone was shocked. Lu Hong raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Xia Yuan, and said with a smile, the number 18 middle that brother Xia mentioned, Could it be the middle school that I studied in the past? Xia Yuan could not be bothered with him. He directly walked to the front, sat down, and said indifferently, without further ado, number 18 middle is your matter, it has nothing to do with me. But Baifeng killed Zhang Yu over there, and said that he could go anywhere in the 3 steps to the cloud, and he would kill anyone who went. President Zhou wanted me to go over and help. Everyone was a little surprised, but also somewhat understood. No wonder Xia Yuan returned so quickly. Baifeng was a powerhouse to begin with, there was no doubt about that. Invincible among those of the same level, this was hard to say. Whether Baifeng and Wu Qi had fought with all their strength, everyone was not sure. But Zhang Yu was killed by Baifeng, then the others would not have a good ending if they went there. As Xia Yuan was speaking, Lu Hong coughed lightly, and said, wait a moment, war zone, number 18 middle, killing. To be honest, I still don't know the situation. What happened? In the crowd, someone looked at him with a strange look. It seemed that he really did not know, the other few Galau knew, and almost everyone in the sect knew, but Lu Hong's teacher was in seclusion, and there were not many people in Zhao Galau's sect. On Lu Hong's side, no one told him, so he really did not know. Xia Yuan frowned. Over there, an old man chuckled, and said, it's like this, isn't Xing Galau injured? The old man briefly explained the matter. Lu Hong did not bat an eyelid, and said with a smile, thank you for your guidance, old Lin. Lin Yao's grandfather. Taking in Lin Yao was not without benefits. Yu Guang glanced at an old man in the crowd who had been silent all this while. That was Lu He's teacher. Did this guy know? If he knew, he did not inform me. Lu Hong did not bat an eyelid, and did not ask any more. Xia Yuan said lightly, are you done? If you are, then listen to me. When the crowd was silent, Xia Yuan said calmly, I can go and deal with Baifeng, but you guys need to help me get the position of deputy librarian in the library. This is what President Zhou promised. I don't care about anything else, but if you can't squeeze Qinyong out, then Director Zhou will go down himself, and let me go up. Zhou Pingxing's expression changed slightly. Xia Yuan said again, Director Zhou, don't think too much about it. The position of branch master in your faction is vacant. If you become branch master and enter Lingyan 9th tier, you have a chance to become Galau. Zhou Pingxing's eyes flickered. Xia Yuan continued, however, it's best to get rid of Chen Yong. If he doesn't leave, he will occupy the position of librarian. The so-called deputy librarian is just a joke. The best situation is for Director Zhou to become the librarian and branch master. 2 years later, Director Zhou will enter the library as branch master, and I will enter as librarian. The crowd nodded slightly. This was a good situation. Xia Yuan continued, when that time comes, there will be some Galau in the All Heavens battlefield, and some Galau in seclusion. With 2 more Galau, the Civilization Academy will truly become the backyard of the Shan Shenwen faction. In fact, it's not impossible to choose a new principal. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. In the crowd, an old man coughed softly and said, Yuan, don't talk nonsense. Wanfu Prefect has led the academy to become strong. It's now at its peak, and everything is developing smoothly. Xia Yuan turned his head and glanced at him, saying coolly, I'm just saying that there's hope and possibility. Ignoring the man, Xia Yuan continued, Chen Yong is Lingyan 9th tier, and he doesn't lead the academy. He's not easy to deal with. His students are his weakness. If he can't even deal with that, how can he fight for first place in the academy? Looking at the crowd, Xia Yuan said coolly, after all these years, the Shan Shenwen faction can't even deal with one Suyu? Some people were embarrassed, while others cursed inwardly, your students can't deal with it either. They were almost beaten to death. How dare they talk about us? This fellow's sudden appearance at the Shan Shenwen faction's meeting had already made some people unhappy. Now that they saw him acting as though he was the boss, quite a number of them were unhappy. They felt that Zhou Pingxing was too weak. If it was Qing Yuming around, Xia Yuan would definitely not be so arrogant. Among the crowd, there were a few strong practitioners in the 9th stage of the Lingyun realm. Alas, these people weren't willing to stand out at this moment, so no one said anything, allowing Xia Yuan to spew his nonsense. They didn't say anything, but Lu Hong smiled and said, Executive Zhou has also talked to me about this before. I gave him a suggestion at that time, and Executive Zhou said he would consider it. I don't know what Executive Zhou thinks now. Xia Yuan shot a glance at him and said calmly, Lu Hong, tell me about it. Among those people that year, you're the most intelligent, although your ability is slightly weaker. Lu Hong didn't mind as he smiled, let Suyu enter soar. Nonsense. Rubbish. Quite a number of people berated him, but Lu Hong didn't mind as he sighed, to tell the truth, our current students, how to put it, are indeed a little lacking. The top 10 list only has one Zhai Feng. The others are either over 30 years old or have already advanced to soar. Actually in soar, there are quite a number of talented practitioners. Unfortunately for the top 100 list, to say something that Brother Zhou isn't too happy about, even Zhai Feng is still lacking quite a bit compared to the number 1 Zhan Hai. Lu Hong smiled, that's why we're in trouble now. But what if Suyu advanced to soar? One soar, can he change anything? Not only can he not, when he reaches soar, we have plenty of ways to deal with him. Lu Hong smiled, soar still has some fixed missions, including the annual assessment. If we randomly throw a mission to him, Suyu won't be able to bear the consequences. If that doesn't work, we can arrange for him to be stationed in the heavenly battlefield for a few years. It's not soar. In the academy, no matter how strong we are, what can we do to him? Brother Xia, even if it's you, do you dare to lay your hands on a student in the academy? Lu Hong smiled, so, it looks like it's to support the enemy, but in fact, it's to restrict Suyu. Now there's a chance to throw him into the sea of consciousness. With the purity of the sea of consciousness's will, even if Suyu can't enter soar, he'll be at his limit. At that time, a few simple pushes and he'll enter soar. He won't even be able to complete the outline of Shen Wen's combat technique. Lu Hong said faintly, helping a person doesn't necessarily mean helping him. There's not much meaning in competing with Suyu at this time. Instead, it'll damage our strength. Geniuses like Huang Qifeng and Zhu Hong originally had hopes of advancing to soar in the near future. Now that this has happened, how many things will be delayed? After he explained, some people's expressions turned strange. Some looked at him for a while and felt that it made sense. Even Xia Yuan nodded slightly at this moment, feeling that it sounded good. Zhou Pingxing frowned and said, let him enter the Sea of Consciousness's secret realm? That's a treasure land. Also, who can guarantee that he'll definitely enter soar? What if he doesn't enter? I think he seems to have grasped the spirit expansion art. Everyone isn't too clear about what the spirit expansion art is, but we know about Zhao Li's situation. He even dropped a level. Lu Hong, be careful. You're too smart for your own good. Lu Hong thought about it and nodded, saying, that's true. If it really doesn't work, we can only find the top 10 students to help. Then, it's the students from one academy or those senior students from the elderly care zone. After he said that, Zhou Pingxing pondered for a moment and said, our department has many senior students. There are even a few who are stuck at the peak of spirit nourishment, Wanshi level 9. In terms of strength, they're not weaker than Zhan Hai. There were many senior students, but soar was a barrier. Many people were stuck there for decades without a way to enter. These senior students, Shenwen was strong. Their willpower was strong, and their bodies were also very strong. Shenwen had many combat skills. Other than being unable to advance, their combat strength was even stronger than Zhan Hai. As Zhou Pingxing said that, he frowned and said, but the academy has rules. Those under 30 are first class, and those above 30 are first class. Lu Hong smiled and said, Brother Zhou, I know. I also know that Suyu is good at using the rules. After he said that, Xia Yuan and Zhou Pingxing's expressions turned ugly. Lu Hong smiled and said, but, we are the ones who make the rules. Organizing a competition is not limited to those under 30, soar and below will do. As long as they can offer something that Suyu wants, how can he not be tempted? Once he is tempted, the rules will be in our control. Lu Hong said confidently as if he had a plan in hand. For example, if Suyu wants to advance to Wanshi will find it difficult to close his orifices. The Heaven Origin fruit will help a lot in closing orifices, and so will the orifice clearing talisman. Does Suyu want it? If he does, with his confidence, will he participate? Lu Hong continued, in addition, we can even use the quota for the Sea of Consciousness as a reward. At that time, one students, geniuses from all batches, as long as they are under SOAR, will participate. We can even use a quota to exchange for Xianxia and the others to attack Suyu. Who doesn't want to enter? Who doesn't want to advance to SOAR? Lu Hong smiled and said, when that time comes, will we still need to make a move? Those who are fighting for the quota will naturally attack Suyu as ruthlessly as possible. Because Suyu is indeed one of the strong contenders. Lu Hong spoke for a while, took a sip of tea and continued, there are many ways to deal with Suyu. It just depends on whether we are willing to do so. In fact, we have already suffered great losses. If this continues, it is not something that can be replaced by a quota for the Sea of Consciousness. Many people nodded, and someone said, that's right. Lu Hong's methods are very good. I am more in favor of it. I think so too. We can't risk the lives of our students. We have wasted a few months, fallen behind others, and the top 100 list is disrupted. Our losses will only increase. A group of people began to agree, feeling that these methods were not bad. Letting Xianxia and the group of people in the nursing zone deal with Suyu, paying the price, and not risking their own lives was the most suitable. Zhou Pingxing frowned and said, I am worried that we will help Suyu. That guy is very talented. How long has it been? Look at how strong he is now. Once he really gets the quota, or gets the benefits. Lu Hong smiled and said, then we will advance to SOAR. We are still back to square one. SOAR. Brother Zhou, are we afraid of SOAR? We are afraid that Suyu will disturb the hearts of our people. No matter how strong SOAR is, what can it do? Bai Feng is strong enough, right? But what can he change? Xia Yuan suddenly said, let's do it this way. Suyu doesn't care if he wins or loses. If he loses, someone will deal with him. If he wins and enters the SOAR realm, no one will be able to help him on the top 100 list. We can even take the opportunity to pull down Qinyong. He felt that it was very good, this guy Lu Hong was indeed quite quick-witted. Those present might have thought of it, but they did not dare to say it. If they were not careful, they would help Suyu and bear the brunt of infamy. These people were only thinking of self-preservation. How would they dare to speak carelessly? There was no vigor at all. Seeing that Xia Yuan agreed, Lu Hong smiled again and said, Brother Xia, actually the best choice is to let Suyu advance. Otherwise, if he continues to fight the list and injure the top 100 students again and again, we don't care. The key is that some seniors occupy more important positions. If their students lose the top 100 list, then it will be difficult for them in the second assessment. It was not a big problem for those in ordinary positions or those who did not occupy important positions. They were just afraid that some people occupied important positions. For example, Zhou Pingxing, once a student lost his ranking in the top 100 list, he would also have to undergo a second assessment. The assessment was led by a group of neutral fellows. For the first assessment, it was better to pass the normal assessment. Once the second assessment questioned your teaching standards and whether you were derelict in your duties, then the second assessment would be very strict. This was also an important assessment standard to maintain the operation of the academy. If your students could enter the top 100 list, then it meant that you had fulfilled your duties as a teacher in the academy. But if your students were not strong, then where did the annual funds that the academy allocated to you go? Even the research institute had such an assessment mechanism. For the various academies to operate for so many years and have endless experts, the second assessment was the biggest obstacle. At other times, the academy did not care much about these teachers. But if they did not pass the year-end assessment, then it would be troublesome. When Lu Hong said this, many people's expressions changed. Even Zhou Pingxing said in a deep voice at this moment, there is nothing that cannot be said to others. I am not afraid of the second assessment. But once it is the second assessment, those fellows like to find trouble. They can even magnify small matters. Getting rid of Suyu is the most important matter. Lu Hong and the others despised him in their hearts. Not afraid, you are the deputy head of the library. Are you sure you did not make any mistakes, bringing people into the library and even using new text of will to exchange for some older text of will? You have done all that. Qinyong did this mainly to support the Shenwen faction, so they did not care about him. If they really wanted to investigate, Qinyong would not be able to escape, and neither would you. Qinyong had at least made up for the deficit. You probably did not even make up for the deficit. Who knows how much you have embezzled, you dare to be investigated. As Zhou Pingxing said this, his eyes flashed coldly, so you must be dealt with. As for the outside, the teachers will take care of it. Wu Yuehua and the others will not be able to hold on for long. All these years, they have been going against us. As long as we can deal with Lu Wenyan this time, these people will lose their backbone. They do not have much friendship with each other. Lu Wenyan was a link. Without Lu Wenyan, those people would not be united. This time, it would be best to deal with both inside and outside smoothly. This way, the Great Xia Civilization University and even the Xia province would be able to sit back and relax. Lu Hong smiled, of course. I believe the dean and the others can deal with them smoothly. Lu Wenyan is only a sore, after all. So our task is to maintain peace in the backyard. With Suyu causing such a ruckus, when the dean and the others return, it will be hard for us to explain. Zhou Pingxing suddenly said, Suyu's father is in the army? Lu Hong and the others looked at him, but no one said anything. Xia Yuan also looked at him and said calmly, put away these thoughts. You must know that the demon-subduing army is the prefecture master's exclusive property. Whoever dares to interfere will die. I know. Zhou Pingxing was not stupid. He smiled and said, I didn't prepare anything. What I meant was to do as much as possible for Suyu's father to carry out more missions and assist the civilization master in carrying out missions. This is what we should do, right? There are so many experts in the All-Heavens battlefield. It is too easy for accidents to happen to a single soldier. If that's the case, will Suyu still have the mood to cause trouble? Lu Hong secretly despised him. What is this old fellow thinking? Once it is discovered that you did it on purpose, it is fine if you die, but don't implicate us. Xia Yuan frowned, don't cause trouble. He is just a soldier, why should we care about him? It is enough to deal with Suyu. Once the demon-subduing army feels that something is wrong, not to mention you, even your master cannot afford to pay such a price. After thinking about it, Zhou Pingxing nodded. That's true. There is still some danger, forget it. Once it is discovered, even if it is just a normal mission, it is still not appropriate. If the news spreads, he will be in big trouble. Then as Lu Hong said, it is best to hold a competition without any age restrictions. As long as no sore participates, it is in line with the Academy's rules. As he spoke, Zhou Pingxing added, I will apply for the quota of the Sea of Consciousness. Secret realm with my master, including some other rewards. I will host this. In addition, no matter what, even if Wu Jia is on the list now, we must pull her off the list by the end of December. Xia Yuan did not care about their discussion. He stood up and said, this is all I need. As for Suyu, I will leave him to you. In addition, Director Zhou, make arrangements for my students to enter the 9th floor of the library. Zhou Hao? Yes. Zhou Pingxing frowned. The 9th floor is Qianyang's private property. He is very strict with it. The last time I brought someone over, he was already angry. If we provoke him again, I am afraid that we will cause trouble. Then we will force Qianyang to leave the academy. Xia Yuan remained calm. Without saying anything else, he walked away. After he left, someone said, Xia Jia's people are still domineering. They come and go as they please. The Shan-Shenwen factions meeting suddenly became Xia Yuan's show. Zhou Pingxing frowned and looked at the person who spoke. He said calmly, you are going to expel him? Now that we are working together, don't worsen the conflict when my master is not here. Heh. Someone sneered. Lu Hong watched the show. He knew that they were all fighting for the position of range master. Qing Yuming was seriously injured. From the looks of it, Xia Yuan was prepared to support Zhou Pingxing in the fight for the position of range master. However, there were still a few other 9th stage Ling Yin here. How could they be willing? Previously, Qing Yuming had obtained the position of range master because he was strong enough and had the support of Zhou Mingren. Now, Zhou Mingren's faction wanted to monopolize the position. How could the others be willing? Range master. Range master had a high chance of becoming Galao. If he became Galao, his treatment and status would be completely different. He could even use this as a stepping stone to enter the Seeker realm. If he did not become Galao, he could still enter the Seeker realm. It would be useless even if he went. No one would pay attention to him. However, if Galao from the Great Xia Civilization University went there, he would still have some status. If he went to the Seeker realm to cultivate, his chances of becoming a mountain sea cultivator were very high. Of the 36 mountain sea cultivators in the Great Xia Civilization University, nearly half had gone to the Seeker realm before breaking through. Zhou Pingxing could not be bothered with these people. He impatiently announced the end of the meeting. When everyone left, only Lu Hong was left. As soon as he left, Zhou Pingxing scolded in a low voice, "Was the information from last time real or fake? Previously, Suyu said that you." "Senior brother, I'm innocent." Lu Hong said helplessly, "I've already explained to the dean. He also believes us." Zhou Pingxing frowned and said, "Did you say how many merit points were used to exchange for it?" "I did, humph." Zhou Pingxing was a little angry. He said in a low voice, "It's fine if you tell teacher, but don't go out and spread it. Junior brother Lu, you're smart. You understand what I mean?" Lu Hong's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry, senior brother. If this gets out, I won't be able to get away. If it's real or fake, the probability is very high. Senior brother is unlucky, and I'm also in the same boat. I can't escape. I'm already in trouble. If I get blamed, I'll be even more unlucky than senior brother. I'm not stupid. It's good that you know." Zhou Pingxing nodded. That was true. If he was unlucky, Lu Hong would not be able to escape either. As he spoke, he sent a voice transmission. The Sea of Consciousness secret realm can only allow 50 people to enter at one time. If there are more experts, the number of slots will be reduced. Therefore, every slot is very important. This time, I'll try to find teacher to apply for a few more slots as the price to deal with Suyu. The top 3, or even the top 5, can let the other party get a slot. But I hope that these are all on our side. Junior brother Lu, now that you and I are in the same boat, others will definitely want to get involved in this competition, or at least keep a close eye on me. You're different. As Zhao Galao's disciple, you're also qualified to participate. Therefore, if there's a dispute, I'll try my best to let you host the competition. You know what to do." Zhou Pingxing said faintly, "If you feel sorry for that younger brother of yours, fight for a few more slots. It's not that you can't let him take one. As for the others, I hope that those who I want to see can enter. Do you understand?" Lu Hongyi was shocked. He sent a voice transmission. "Senior brother, there must be a lot of people watching this matter. It's not easy to play tricks. When the time comes, there will be a lot of people watching. Once it's found out, outsiders naturally can't do anything. But if the dean knows, and there are a few other Galao, I can't bear it." Zhou Pingxing said impatiently, "You don't even have this little capability? In name, it's to deal with Suyu. If you play some tricks, others won't say anything. Everyone can understand if Suyu keeps running into experts. Is it that difficult to use this opportunity to eliminate some outsiders and others? But senior brother, even if Zhai Feng and Qiao Yun don't run into those experts, they might not be able to get a slot. Zhai Feng can enter from the start, right? It's not them." Zhou Pingxing frowned. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. When the competition starts, I'll give you the name list. No one will know, and I won't make it too obvious." Lu Hong secretly speculated in his heart, is he going to sell him, or is he secretly nurturing an expert? Secretly training. I don't think it's possible. Sell it? Damn, this old guy is too greedy. If a slot was sold, a bunch of fellows who wanted Soar would buy it. It wouldn't be surprising if they went bankrupt just to buy a slot. 2,000 to 3,000 contribution points was guaranteed. In fact, if he found those who had money but couldn't soar, there would be people willing to buy it for 5,000 contribution points. Some people didn't lack contribution points, but opportunities. The opening of the Sea of Consciousness wasn't a matter of money. Roughly guessing Zhang Xian's motive, Lu Hong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Alright, if senior brother can help me fight for it. I'll see if I can get a slot. My younger brother, Sai, I'm really worried about him." Zhou Pingxing patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. If I really become the branch master, I'll take care of your branch as well. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Hong hurriedly thanked him with a look of gratitude. Zhou Pingxing didn't think much of it. With a smile, he walked out. As soon as he left, Lu Hong also slowly walked back. However, he was thinking about something else. What a huge show, digging up Zhang Ruoling's grave. From the looks of it, the Shan and Duo Shenwen lineages were about to go all out. In fact, some matters outside of Dixia province might even be implicated. Zhang Ruoling, a figure flashed across his mind. He was indeed acquainted with Zhang Ruoling. When he spoke to Suyu previously, he wasn't lying. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually become the root of this matter? Suyu. If he learns of this matter, he'll probably question why I didn't help him. Laughing inwardly, Lu Hongxin was thinking about something else. That bastard Bai Feng suddenly became so strong, and his usefulness has been reduced. I have to find someone to replace Bai Feng. Suyu is a good choice. If I can't suppress Bai Feng, I can suppress Suyu, right? No matter what, I'm still a talented assistant master teacher. The Shan Shenwen lineage. I don't know what they're thinking. Lu Hong mumbled to himself. What was Zhou Mingren thinking? Now that Xianxia and the Zhou family are involved, can you really pull chestnuts out of the fire? Do you really think that our principal is so magnanimous after causing such a huge ruckus? Bypassing the principal and contacting the various academies, Wan Tianxing is the true leader of the civilizationists in Dixia province. Zhou Mingren is overstepping his authority. If you really exterminate the Duo Shenwen lineage, who will be the leader of the civilizationists in Dixia province in the future? Zhou Mingren might not be unaware of this, unless he can advance to the Sun and Moon realm. Lu Hongxin's heart stirred slightly. If Zhou Mingren had the confidence to advance to the Sun and Moon tier, Xia Yuan's words about replacing the principal, that was not impossible. Could it be that the objective this time was not to exterminate the Duo Shenwen lineage, but to let Zhou Mingren ascend to the principal position? There were too few clues, and there was no way to determine. However, if Zhou Mingren really had a chance to advance to the Sun and Moon tier, or had already advanced to the Sun and Moon tier, then it was hard to say what his objective was. The Great Xia Civilization University was under dual leadership. Dixia province, Seeker's territory. Zhou family, could it be that that person from the Zhou family still had the intention to plant a nail in Dixia province? The winds are rising and the clouds are gathering. At this time, Soar is only a lackey. It involved the battle between the two mansions, the strongest battle between the two mansions, the Great Zhou, the Great Xia, the Great Qin. These three strong mansions had probably planted a considerable number of people in the other mansions. Could it be that they were now eyeing the Dixia province? Could it be that the Dazhou prefecture wanted to rule over the Dixia province? The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more terrified he became. Stop guessing. If he continued to guess, it would be very troublesome, and the level involved might exceed his imagination. It was better for him to honestly seek his own benefits. He was probably not the only one who was pretending to be ignorant. I'd better play my own game. I'll go find Suyu. My teacher's grave was actually dug up. How sad and indignant. The next moment, Lu Hong revealed an expression of grief and indignation. It flashed, and then turned into a smile. Satisfied with his disguise, Lu Hong laughed. In this day and age, if one did not put on a few layers of face, it would be hard to go out and meet people. Who knew which idiot was really smart, and which smart person was super smart? For example, Zhou Pingxing. Who knew what this guy was thinking in his heart? Ling Yun, Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm. Lu Hong mumbled. Perhaps it was time for him to enter Ling Yun. Xia Yuan had entered, Wu Qi was about to enter, and Bai Feng had already killed Ling Yun. If he did not enter, it would be too embarrassing. 110 Research Center. So you did not go out again. His injury was not light. Even though his uncle master had sent him a lot of medicine, his right arm was not completely connected. It was already October 10th. The third day after Bai Feng left. These days, he did not call Bai Feng or ask about the specific situation. Bai Feng did not contact him either. Siyu was worried that he was studying Lu Wenyan, so he did not dare to call him. Moreover, communication was not necessarily safe. Suyu was still recovering his right arm when his communicator rang. Suyu thought it was by phone and hurriedly answered, but it turned out to be Xia Huyu, outside the Wentan Research Center. Xia Huyu looked around and waited for Suyu to come out. He smiled and said, "Suyu, let's talk inside." It's not convenient to talk outside. Suyu could not be bothered with him. It was impossible to go inside. There were too many people watching the Wentan Research Center now, and there was a lot of important information inside. The talent blood essence was not too important. Talent Shenwen and soul-devouring art seemed to be more important than the talent blood essence at the moment. This damn fatty was up to something again. "Sit down." Suyu greeted him and sat down directly on the steps at the door. Xia Huyu was a little embarrassed, but he did not care. He sat down with a smile. "Suyu, didn't you say that the soul-devouring art was going to be auctioned? It has been prepared for so many days. You have used it yourself. It must be perfect. Why don't you sell it? Has it been a long time?" Suyu said angrily, "Just a few days." He said it on the third at the top 100 arena. "A few days this time, just a week." "What's the hurry?" Xia Huyu said eagerly. "Suyu, you don't know how many people were watching when you used the soul-devouring art to defeat Zhu Hong and the others yesterday. To be honest, if you don't sell now, there will be too many people watching you. The situation wasn't good to begin with, so be careful of some people trying to fish in troubled waters." Fishing in troubled waters? Suyu was deep in thought. Was that even possible? It was possible. Originally, Shan Shenwen's faction was against them. The others who participated were for the sake of the fifth generation Shenwen. Fighters usually did not get involved. But now, the soul-devouring art had not been auctioned for a long time, and there might really be fighters involved. In many people's opinion, this thing was deduced by Bai Feng. Didn't Bai Feng have this? There must be. Xia Huyu saw that he was thinking and smiled. "How is it? Am I right?" "That's right." Suyu nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "I can sell it." This thing, to say that it was powerful, was just SOSO. If I really met a soar-level civilization master, my willpower would have reached level 2, but it would only be painful, unlike now, where my level 1 willpower can be easily burned through. The soul-devouring art was good, but there were too few opened acupoints, 36. Unless they were combined in the later stages and became one acupoint, the power would increase by a lot. Xia Huyu hurriedly said, "How about handing it over to Xianxia to auction?" "No way." Suyu pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm not going to sell it to anyone. If I sell it to Wanzhou, I'm afraid I'll get into trouble." "Fatty." "Ahem, Huyu, let me ask you something. How many people from the big houses are stationed here in Dexia province?" Xia Huyu was speechless. He looked at him, thought for a moment, and coughed. "That, almost none." Suyu glanced at him and said mildly, "You know what I mean, there's no need to lie to me about this. This business is long-term, don't just think about this time. Besides, you, Xiaojia, can't give me what I want." Xia Huyu frowned, looked at him and said, "Suyu. You. Some things aren't what you think. Xiaojia is still extremely powerful. The reason why he's taking a neutral stance now isn't because Shan Shenwen has too many people. Shenwen is so strong that even Xiaojia can't suppress it. The main reason is... Anyway, it's very complicated." "Complicated?" Suyu smiled and said, "How complicated? You can't even manage your own big house, and you call that complicated? Believe it or not, once the news gets out, the people of Dexia province will be in an uproar." Xia Huyu smiled and said, "They won't, because the news won't get out." Suyu frowned slightly. He glanced at him and didn't continue, changing the topic and said, "Since Xiaojia doesn't care, then I have to find someone to do it. The soul-devouring art isn't for sale." "I know what you mean." Xia Huyu interrupted, "You want the fighters to get involved?" "To put it bluntly, for the sake of the soul-devouring art, do you think anyone will get involved in the dispute of a group of mountains and seas, or even the sun and moon, or even a near-invincible expert? Moreover, this is the internal affairs of the civilizationists. To be honest, if you really do this, all the civilizationists will be hostile to you." Xia Huyu said sincerely, "No one will get involved, not even the other big houses." Xiajia's attitude is here, he doesn't care, and Dazhou Prefecture's attitude is also there. This is a problem left behind by the 5th generation, they won't get involved either. Everything is done by that person from the Great Zhou Civilization Academy. Xiaohuyu looked at Suyu and said seriously, I believe you know something about the situation. This involves the death of an invincible realm expert. It's understandable that that person from the Great Zhou Civilization Academy is angry and resentful. It's okay that they didn't give us the information, but they didn't give us the information of the 5th generation of Shenwen. Is the life of an invincible realm expert so worthless? Suyu frowned and asked, did the invincible realm expert from Dazhou Prefecture really die to save the 5th generation? Yes. Xiaohuyu said seriously, this is not fake. I asked some elders before. When the 5th generation was killed by 2 invincible realm experts, there were not many invincible realm experts on the battlefield at that time. They rushed to the battlefield from different places, but one was prepared. Many invincible realm experts came out to stop the rescue. Xiaohuyu thought for a while and said, the relationship between the 5th generation and that person from Dazhou Prefecture was actually good. Because the 5th generation was about to be promoted, that person had just been promoted. They were considered experts at the same level, so they had more contact with each other. As a result, in order to rescue the 5th generation, he was ambushed by 2 invincible realm experts on the way and finally died on the battlefield. The relationship between the 5th generation and that person was good? Yes. Xiaohuyu nodded and said in a low voice, to be honest, for this matter, even Daxia of Goguryeo couldn't talk to Daxia of Goguryeo. Some people said that Xiajia did it on purpose. Because the Zhou family was too strong and had 2 invincible realm experts, so Daxia of Goguryeo didn't go to rescue them on purpose that day. Xiaohuyu sighed and said, on the battlefield that day, Daxia of Goguryeo should be the strongest. He defeated the enemy. In fact, he had 2 choices. One was to go to the Zhou family, and the other was to go to the 5th generation. As a result, Daxia of Goguryeo went to the 5th generation, but he didn't save him. It's hard to say that Daxia of Goguryeo made the wrong choice in the Zhou family. After all, the 5th generation is the strongest in Daxia province. But, for this matter, Daxia of Goguryeo has been unable to talk to them and make peace all these years. He can't. Do you understand? Xiaohuyu was also very helpless. He really couldn't say it, Daxia of Goguryeo was the strongest one among the rescuers that day. He could rescue both places. As a result, Daxia of Goguryeo thought that the invincible realm expert from the Zhou family wouldn't die so easily. When an invincible realm expert encountered an invincible realm expert, how could he be killed so easily? As a result, Daxia of Goguryeo was wrong. He overestimated that person and really died on the battlefield. Suyu thought for a moment and said, 2 invincible realm experts of Wan died that day. One was killed by the 5th generation, and the other was killed by this person from the Zhou family? No, Xiaohuyu looked at him in surprise and said, as I said, Daxia of Goguryeo went to rescue and repelled the enemy. Of course, it was Daxia of Goguryeo who killed him. Suyu was shocked. Daxia of Goguryeo killed him? He thought it was the one from the Zhou family who died with the enemy. It turned out that Daxia of Goguryeo killed an invincible realm expert. Then you said repelled, yes, and then another invincible realm expert came to stop him. Xiaohuyu laughed. My old ancestor Xiajia is powerful, isn't he? But there's no need to say this. Although 2 invincible realm experts were killed, the 5th generation and the one from the Zhou family are both dead. To be honest, we lost more. It's not worth it. He shook his head and felt sorry. It was undeniable that the 5th generation was very strong. But the one from the Zhou family was not weak either. He was very young, at least younger than the Prince of Great Zhou and the others. Moreover, he proved the invincible realm expert after the Peace and Peace calendar, so he had unlimited potential. But in the end, both of them were killed. This was not something that could be remedied by killing 2 invincible realm experts. So you understood what he meant. Xiajia didn't care about this matter, so he couldn't say it. Daxia of Goguryeo was probably embarrassed, but this trouble fell on the head of the Shan family. So you frowned and said, in Daxia province, isn't there any guarantee of safety? Besides, the Shan family belongs to the Shan family of Xia province, not Dazhou prefecture. Xiajia doesn't care? Xia Huyu said helplessly, it's useless to tell me. I'm not an important figure in Xiajia. Xiaoyi is in charge of Xia province now. If he says he doesn't care, then he can't. Why don't you ask Xiaoyi? If not, ask Xiachan. Ask your grandpa. No, if this guy is really the son of Xiao Longwu, then ask your second grandpa. Xiajia. I don't understand what Xiajia wants. So you didn't waste time and said directly, I can sell the soul-devouring technique to Xiajia, and Xiajia can guarantee the safety of my two teachers. How about that? I can't take it. Xiaoyu said with a bitter face, I really can't take it. If Xiajia comes forward, it might be more troublesome. The Zhou family will be forced to come forward. Xiu cursed in his heart and said angrily, I don't believe that in Xia province, Xiajia has the final say. It's Xiajia who has the final say. But to be honest, maybe. Xiajia also wants to see Shenwen. Xiaoyu shrugged. Seeing Xiu staring at him, he said helplessly, don't look at me like that. Xiajia might be watching the show. Instructor Lu took away Shenwen for 50 years, but nothing happened. Xiajia might be curious about the situation. Even Xiajia has a powerful uncle. It's the same situation. Xiaoyi means that he doesn't care, inhumane. Xiu cursed, Xiaoyu shrugged. He really didn't know. They were too weak to see the specific situation. Xiu took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, then let's open an auction. I don't believe that there won't be anyone brave enough. Not for money, but for the price of a mountain sea realm cultivator. Whoever is willing to sell it, they can sell it. It's really not good for fighters to get involved. Xiu, it's better to sell it for some money, get lost. Xiu cursed. I want fighters to get involved. So what? You make it sound like I'm afraid. If it doesn't work, I'll just go to the War Academy. Qingyun Fai said that his grandfather values geniuses. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the Jing family. Xiaoyu was speechless. After a while, he said, you don't say. That person from the Jing family might really buy it. Xiajia won't cause trouble, right? That won't happen. Xiaoyu shook his head. I already said that Xiajia will take a wait-and-see approach, so she won't slap herself in the face. If the old man from the Jing family gets involved, that's his personal problem. Just don't involve the entire academy. Then let's do it. So you didn't stand on ceremony. Help me invite some mountain sea experts. If they're not from the mountain sea realm, then forget it. Tell them what I want. If they don't have the guts, then don't come. Fine, but the fee, let those mountain sea experts pay for it. Themselves. How much does Xiajia want? Let them pay. I don't have money. So you didn't bother to say more. He didn't have money. Then the venue, it's in the academy. That won't do. Xiaoyu shook his head. This is the Great Xia Civilization University. The other mountain seas won't come rashly. It's easy to cause a misunderstanding. Wanfu Prefect is still in the academy. Is that so? Xiu smiled and said, then you mean, let's go to the Summerfield Trading Company in the city and auction it? No. Xiu refused and said, how about this? We'll do the auction at the entrance of the Civilization University. I'll stand in the academy, and they'll stand outside. We'll just be a few meters apart. If you don't want to do it, then forget it. Xiaoyu stared at him in a daze. What's going on, you? Are you that afraid of death? That's not necessary. Xiu, that's not a good idea, is it? Why not? Xiu said in surprise, it's better to be safe than sorry. Nowadays, even the Great Xia province isn't safe anymore. Xiajia is allowing the city to be in chaos. What can I do? In the past, the Great Xia province was still safe, but now. I think the academy is safer. At least there's a headmaster who can act at any time. I'm standing at the entrance of the academy, and the other party is outside. It doesn't matter, does it? Xiu thought for a moment and said, they're all from the mountains and seas, so they don't care about these small problems. If you want to buy it, then come. If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't say it's inappropriate. It's useless even if it's inappropriate. If it doesn't work, then we won't sell it. I don't want to be killed as soon as I go out. In the end, even if you catch the person and chop off his head, won't I die in vain? Suyu smiled faintly and said, the Great Xia province Xianxia has been in charge of the Great Xia province for more than 300 years, but now people feel that there's no guarantee of safety. Xianxia is really something. There are 2 invincible realm experts in a row, but the result is that people are in a panic. There's no one else like you. Xiaohuyu was a little embarrassed. He couldn't respond to this. Well, he actually had some dissatisfaction and doubts in his heart. The dispute between the 2 factions of Shan Shenwen and Shenwen almost destroyed the prestige of the Great Xia province that had been built for hundreds of years. This was really bad, really bad. He really didn't know what Second Grandpa was thinking. Second Grandpa had explained to him, but he still didn't agree. In Xiaohuyu's view, at this moment, he should directly suppress both sides with the force of a thunderbolt. Whoever dared to talk about it, he would chop them to death. In fact, this matter was very easy to solve. Lu Wenyan promised to show it to others, but not now. He didn't materialize it, so he would wait for him to materialize it. Of course, Lu Wenyan meant that after the invincible realm, it definitely wouldn't work. He would give him a time limit. At that time, if he didn't materialize it, he would chop Lu Wenyan to death with a clack. As for the faction of Shan Shenwen, they weren't qualified. He would only show it to those who were qualified. It was as simple as that. After seeing it, everyone would return to their own homes. If anyone dared to talk nonsense again, he would just say one sentence. If they dared to talk nonsense again, he would kill them with a single slash. Xiaojia's saber was still very sharp. Dissatisfaction in Dazhou Prefecture, dissatisfaction my ass. If they gave you face, then they would allow the faction of Shan Shenwen to share it. If they didn't give you face, don't even think about looking at it. As for the conflict between the various prefectures, Xiaohuyu felt that there was no point in fighting. The 2 holy lands might as well issue an order to forcefully merge. Who would dare to disobey? In any case, he couldn't understand the current situation. Are you sure you want to do the transaction at the entrance? I'm sure. Suyu said calmly. Nonsense, I definitely won't go out. Don't even think about it. In the academy, he could only hope that Wan Tianxing was strong and would really abide by the rules. If he went out, who knew if there would be people trying to kill him and create a storm? Xiaohuyu felt a headache coming on. Second Grandpa wanted this fellow to go out for a spin, but he actually didn't want to. What should he do? Suyu, I think it's still a little inappropriate to do it at the entrance. And to be honest, if you do this in the Civilization Academy, it'll be too easy for people to criticize you. Aren't you afraid that the Academy Civilization Masters will target you? I think it's better to keep a low profile. Won't they know if I keep a low profile? Suyu was speechless. Isn't this just burying one's head in the sand? That's still better than doing it in public. Then forget it. Suyu thought about it and said, I won't sell it. We'll talk about it after some time. Don't. Xiaohuyu really had to give it to him. Was he so afraid of death and vigilant? He felt that Xia province was still very safe. I'm really worried that if we do the transaction here, it might be treated as a black market transaction and dealt with. I won't sell merit points. Suyu said indifferently, how? Isn't it our own freedom to sell our own cultivation techniques to whomever we research? Don't say, if it doesn't work, we can also sell it to Principal Qing. Do you think Principal Qing will accept it? How about selling it to him and letting him sell it? Xiaohuyu felt tired. Forget it, this kid had made up his mind not to go out, then let him be. Don't, I'll help you contact him. When do you think you'll sell it? When do you think they'll start fighting? Xiaohuyu thought about it and said, soon. When your grandmaster returns, he'll probably have a showdown. It should be in a day or 2. Then I'll sell it tomorrow. Suyu was straightforward. As for money, he didn't think about it. If the soul-devouring art could make a few mountains and seas take action, that would be enough. At this point, Suyu said, oh, right, I still have 5,000 merit points. Help me buy the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. The blood essence of the 5 elements is fine too. I just want these 2 kinds of blood essence. You want so much, and you still want to enlighten? Don't you want to advance to Wanshur? What's the rush? So you said calmly, what's the use of advancing to Wanshur? Even if Wanshur is in the 1st tier, he might not be stronger than me. Not to mention the 1st tier, so what if I'm in the 2nd or 3rd tier? If I open more acupoints, I can save a lot of time when I reach Wanshur. I have to plan for the future. When I reach the mountains and seas, I can save some time. Alright. Xiaohu was speechless. You really think too far ahead. He admired Suyu. Where did this guy get his patience from? Logically speaking, if he advanced to Wanshur, Suyu would probably be able to reach Soar in a year or 2. This guy didn't seem to care too much about it. After sending Xiaohu away, Suyu thought about it and walked out. Tempering Garden. Special Class Area. When Zhang Hao saw Suyu again, he said excitedly, Brother Su, you're finally here. How's the matter last time? If you don't look for me soon, I won't be able to wait. Suyu said with a smile, I'm just getting there. What's the rush? I've been thinking of ways to extract the soul-devouring worm's blood essence. My teacher is out, so I have to do it myself. Brother Zhang, why do I feel like you're even more impatient than me? Isn't that because I'm impatient? Zhang Hao laughed. When Suyu heard this, he laughed as well. Zhang Hao looked at his arm and couldn't help but ask, can the injury heal? If not, I can help you find a few teachers and ask for some healing talismans. No, thanks. My martial uncle bought some for me. It's enough. Suyu laughed and quickly lamented, you dare to open the door for me at this time? You're quite bold. Zhang Hao laughed and said, why not? Brother Su, you offended Xianxia faction, not our Divine Talisman Department. Divine Talisman Department has a good relationship with you. Can Xianxia faction blame us? As he said this, he didn't care too much. Brother Su, you're not here to find me for the blood essence? We'll talk about this next time. Don't be anxious. Suyu said with a smile, it's like this. I want to get some talismans, the kind of voice transmission talisman. I want one that's close to the school. The key is that it needs to be safe and won't be leaked or monitored. Brother Zhang, can you help me get some? Yes. Zhang Hao nodded and said, yes, but it's mainly because of the safety you mentioned. Brother Su, I really admire you. To be honest, even if I help you find this thing, I can't guarantee its safety since I didn't personally make it. Who knows, the maker might have tampered with it. Someone might have monitored your conversation through the voice transmission talisman. Suyu frowned, this isn't safe either? Yes, it's not safe. Zhang Hao thought about it and said, it's not difficult to make it. It mainly needs a few Shenwen. First, locate Shenwen. Second, track Shenwen. Third, manifest Shenwen. With these 3 types of Shenwen, you can make it yourself. Suyu was speechless. Make it myself, why did it feel like nothing was safe now? Teacher Zhao also said that some people liked to leave back doors. But here, the Divine Talisman Department was the same, were they all like this? Did outsiders know? Seeing Suyu in a difficult position, Zhang Hao said with a smile, it's fine if you don't know. If you want to be safe, you can find people to do it separately. The other thing is to locate Shenwen and track Shenwen. You can find someone you trust to check. Can Lingyan find out? You mean Curator Chen? He should be able to. Zhang Hao nodded. If we do it separately, the probability of tampering is low. It's not the same person's product. After all, there's some separation in the middle. He should be able to find out the problem. Suyu was speechless. He smiled bitterly. It feels like Wanzhu's contact, Zhang Hao said faintly, you don't say. With this method, who knows how many Wanzhu's whereabouts have been monitored. Of course, most people don't know that even Wanzhu doesn't dare to buy things recklessly for fear of being targeted. This is especially true when it comes to communication and divine talismans. In fact, they might even be found. Alright then. I'll have to trouble you, Brother Zhang. I know what to do. Suyu nodded and said, Brother Zhang, there's something I want to ask for your opinion on, Brother Su, please speak your mind. Some time ago, I started a mutual aid meeting for fun and invited some people to participate, so you briefly explained about the mutual aid meeting and said with a smile, it's just a small circle, the kind that helps each other improve. It's not a formal organization either. I'd like to ask Brother Zhang if you're interested in joining. Of course, because I've offended many people, it's not convenient for this thing to appear in public, lest I'm targeted. The brothers and sisters in the group don't need to know each other's existence. If there's a need, we can communicate through me. Perhaps I can help everyone. Towards different people, Suyu's countermeasures were different. To Lin Yao, it was to bluff. To Hu Zongqi, it was to intimidate. To Zhang Hao, it was to be honest. Zhang Hao's interest was piqued. He said with a smile, interesting, but, let me ask first, will it be of great help? If it's not, then there's no need to participate. He was also a genius, a monster. His family background was good, and his teacher was strong. He was the only child of the Divine Talisman department this year, the only monster student. If it wasn't of great help, then there was no point in joining. It's all right. The brothers and sisters who join have some background, and they have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Suyu said with a smile, whatever will text, cultivation technique, essence blood, Wenbing, you can get them all. If you want to go out and do missions, you can also get missions that are more cost-effective over at the mission office. Zhang Hao said with a smile, I don't lack these. But it feels good. Brother Su, did you do it? You can say so. You can say so, Zhang Hao's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, then can you get some special things? What are you referring to? Talent blood essence. Suyu laughed, this thing is actually just that, not worth much. If you really want it, I can get it for you. Our research institute doesn't lack it. I thought you would say something like a treasure like the basic text formula, but it turns out it's talent blood essence. Brother Zhang, you can't really think that the Mutual Aid Association is a low-level association like those local associations, right? Zhang Hao was stunned, basic text formula, local association, low-level. He really thought that the Mutual Aid Association was just a small circle made up by a few people, but the meaning of Suyu's words, Zhang Hao's expression changed, no longer relaxed, and he said in a low voice, Brother Su, don't joke with me. Is there really a treasure like the basic text formula? There is, but the price paid is very high. Suyu said with a smile, you know, this kind of thing is usually passed down in invincible families. We have to pay a huge price to get it. I only said that there is hope if you join, but it doesn't mean that you can really get it. Then what are you saying? You're trying to trick me. Zhang Hao was speechless, liar. Suyu laughed, why would I trick you? Do I, Suyu, have to do such a thing? But under normal circumstances, there will not be a complete inheritance. It can only tell you which aperture you can open, how to open it, and where to open it. A complete cultivation technique is very difficult to get. As he said that, Suyu casually opened an aperture, and the surrounding yuan qi fluctuated. Zhang Hao placed a text of will on the table, and his willpower flowed. Zhang Hao's expression changed, Suyu said casually, I only got a few methods to open a few apertures. Of course, I haven't formed a system yet, and I don't know when I can complete the entire cultivation technique. But at least there is hope. Zhang Hao's expression changed, he was also a person who could naturally see this change. His expression was no longer calm, and he said in a low voice, Brother Su, this association has, the descendants of invincible families? This is not convenient to say. Suyu shook his head, and said with a smile, but don't worry, this cultivation technique is definitely authorized. Once you cultivate it, no invincible families will come to trouble you. Don't worry. Of course, the price is very high. I am one of the leaders of the association, so I received some preferential treatment. I also contributed many things, such as the soul-devouring art, which was included in the exchange. Zhang Hao swallowed, Miss Bai and the others know? It's hard to say. Anyway, I said I needed these things, and my teacher did not object. He directly authorized all of them to me, so even if you get the soul-devouring art, you can cultivate it without worry. Zhang Hao's face was full of shock. Damn, this is the small circle you mentioned? I thought it was a piece of junk, But you're telling me that you can even exchange it for something like this? So you said in surprise, Brother Zhang, you are not far from sore, right? Is there a need to be so surprised? Whether you cultivate or not, it's the same. Zhang Hao said sadly, how is it the same? Before sore. Opening the divine aperture was so easy, it was like opening an origin aperture. At sore, opening an aperture is very difficult. Now you open a divine aperture every 3 days, when you reach sore, it is normal to open one every 3 months. Moreover, once you've been enlightened, you'll be able to train your willpower in advance, speeding up your advancement and strengthening your body. When you're in the air, you'll be able to continue practicing this skill, and you'll be able to reach the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th tier. Zhang Hao said speechlessly, don't you know all this? Suyu said with a smile, I know. I just thought, even without this, with Brother Zhang's talent, soar is not difficult. Now it seems. Brother Zhang is more shocked than I thought. Zhang Hao wanted to curse, nonsense, it would be strange if I am not shocked. A descendant of the invincible emperor joined, who, Xianxias would not be spread around. Could it be a descendant of the invincible emperor who fell and his family declined, or, left by the 5th generation? He was not sure, so you did not say much, and said casually, if Brother Zhang wants to join, then we can talk in detail after I get the divine sound transmission talisman. We don't have to talk in person in the future, just tell me if you need anything. Of course, sometimes we may issue some missions, you can take it, if you can. Zhang Hao said solemnly, could it be related to Wanzhou? Suyu was speechless, and he rolled his eyes. Wanzhou? Are they sick? How can they spread these things? Besides, do they have it? Just to bribe us dozens of geniuses? Do they really think we can become invincible? That makes sense, Zhang Hao could not help but ask, then, why did you invite me? Suyu was tired. Brother Zhang, I invited you. I am one of the founders, and I think you are a good person, so I invited you. If you are not willing, just pretend I did not say anything. But I hope Brother Zhang can keep this a secret. After all, it will be troublesome if this thing spreads. Zhang Hao nodded hurriedly, and quickly said, can I really exchange for it? Of course. Suyu nodded and said, you can exchange for any heaven-class cultivation technique or martial arts technique. Wenbing is a bit troublesome. Earth class is hard to exchange for, but mystic class and yellow class are not a big problem, and we have no use for the earth class for the time being. Zhang Hao continued to be shocked. What do you mean by exchange for heaven class cultivation technique? Wenbing mystic class and yellow class is no problem, but earth class is a bit troublesome? Do you know that there is only one person in Dixia province who can make earth class Wenbing? Are you sure this is the student circle, not the circle of Shanghai Ryu? Zhang Hao swallowed and said nervously, then what do I need to pay? Pay what? Suyu laughed and said, it's a secret. Also, you will get what you pay. For example, if you tell me a useful piece of information, I will be the intermediary, and whoever needs it will pay the price to buy it. It's that simple. It's just a mutual aid association, not some cult. Do you need to pay your loyalty and soul? Zhang Hao was embarrassed. He took a deep breath and said, I want to join. But there is one thing. If one day, it is proven that this mutual aid association is against morality and the law, I will withdraw from it and report it. At that time, Brother Su, don't say that I, Zhang Hao, am not moral. That won't happen. Suyu said with a smile, if that's the case, I will be the first to turn myself in. Doing this in the human realm is courting death. Only those idiots from Wanzhou would do that. I am a genius with a limitless future. I don't need to wallow in the mire with them. That's true, Zhang Hao said excitedly, then can I ask, how much does it cost to exchange for the Wenbing formula? It's quite expensive. Even I have to spend 100 mutual aid points to exchange for a method to open a divine orifice. If it's you, I'm afraid you'll have to double it. It's about the same as merit points. So little? Zhang Hao was stunned, so little, 100 points. Even if it was doubled, it would only be 200 points, in that case, if it was a rune formula with 18 divine orifices, it would only be 3,600 merit points. Was that a lot? It really was not a lot, after all, this thing was only passed down in the Invincible family. It was not a public technique. Is it little? Suyu said helplessly, you guys are really rich. I think it's quite expensive. And it's not merit points. Although it's equivalent, this mutual aid association has just been established and there are not many missions. It's very hard to earn. I previously contributed the soul-devouring art in exchange for 500 mutual aid points. You have 500 contribution points? Xianxia continued to be stunned. You're really generous. It's fine. It's only passed down within the mutual aid association. It won't spread. It's not a big problem. Suyu said casually, at least I exchanged for something. Those guys have much more good stuff than me. Techniques to purify vitality, techniques to strengthen the body. I'm green with envy. Xianxia was already full of yearning for this mutual aid association. He could not wait to carry out some missions in exchange for mutual aid points to exchange for the method to open his orifices. Brother Su, this. Are there any missions suitable for me recently? Yes. Suyu said in amusement, I'm the one who posted it. My senior sister is fighting in the top 100 list. Whoever accepts her challenge and goes easy on her will receive 10 mutual aid points deducted from my own mutual aid points. Do you accept? Of course. Xianxia was overjoyed. Look for me next time for such a simple mission. Brother Su, you used the voice transmission talisman to post missions, right? You can say so. I'll do it. Forget it, Brother Su might not trust me. How about this, I'll provide a batch of voice transmission talismans. I'll get someone to make them according to what I said before. Brother Su, you can get someone to check it. Let's get this system out as soon as possible, lest we get jealous. Seeing his eagerness, Suyu laughed. You're really in a hurry. Alright then. Actually, we're just trying it out. We're not in a hurry to produce results. The main thing is to improve ourselves and protect ourselves. Safety first, lest we get targeted. I understand that. The two continued chatting for a while. Once Suyu left, Xianxia could no longer suppress his excitement. Mutual aid association. Mutual aid association, so that was how it was. No wonder Suyu became so strong so quickly. Who was leading it, Hong Tan, or someone else? Who was the one who spread this mantra? Zhao Li, Hong Tan, Lu Wenyan, Xiaojia. In an instant, many names flashed through his mind. Wenbing. Who else could provide Wenbing below Earth rank? Only some powerhouses could create and supply mantras. This would require many years of research. If Suyu dared to spread it, it must be something that was not available in the market. Shenwen faction's backup? Legacy of the 5th generation? He did not care anymore. He could guess that it must have something to do with Shenwen faction. It did not matter. He did not care about that. As long as it was beneficial to him, Suyu smiled as he walked out of the nature-nurturing garden. There was one more person. As for revealing the mantra to Xianxia, he had thought about it carefully. He might not be able to hide it for long. If he could not, he would take out a copy himself. There were 5 copies of the 5 elements mantra. He would make one copy and let Bai Feng take the blame. If he could not, he would let his grandmaster take the blame. If he could not, he would use the secret legacy of the 5th generation. It was only 36 apertures opened, not 180 apertures. Strictly speaking, it was not as powerful as the 10,000 Wind Sutra. It was only of great help to those below Soar. Invincible families usually had their own legacies, so it would not attract the attention of powerful people. Xianxia, first, insert nails everywhere. When the civilization college was full of people, that would be enough. These people often represented not just one person, but the whole group. A genius did not only represent himself. A monster like Xianxia would often involve a large number of people. For example, Suyu himself could involve a large number of powerhouses. Sigh, what a pity, it's too slow. Suyu felt that if he was given another 10 years, it was hard to say who was in charge of the Civilization Institute. My people are everywhere. Are you afraid? From Xiaoxinggu to the top 100 list, they are all my people. Are you afraid? The people of the Mutual Aid Association don't even know who is on their side. Are you afraid? I can also open an alternate account, disguise my identity, and constantly issue missions. Yes, I have to give myself a code name. Number 1 to 10,000 is no problem, so you thought about it and reduced the chances of meeting directly in the future. Constantly opening alternate accounts, pretending to be the descendants of invincible geniuses from other institutes, powerhouses in dire straits. Anyway, it was to let the people of the Mutual Aid Association feel that the Mutual Aid Association was really powerful. I, Suyu, am just a fake helmsman that's being carried out. As for why I was chosen, I am talented enough and I have a backer behind me. Let's do that. Suyu made up his mind. He would later issue a mission to suppress Xianxinwen's faction. Zhang Hao and the rest might not be able to do it, but what about his family members? Perhaps in order to help each other, these people would find excuses to trick their family members into joining in. It was just that there were not many people. The Zhang family did not seem to have shone high, but they had a ninth-stage existence, Ling Yun. Xiajia's actions were very fast. The news that Suyu wanted to sell the soul-devouring art spread quickly. Including the news that Suyu used the soul-devouring art to easily defeat the top 100 students, it also spread. In fact, those who really paid attention to it already knew the situation. Number 18 Middle School. Back Mountain. In the small house, Baifeng looked exhausted and pale. He casually spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his head. These past few days, he had been struck back by the divine character in Lu Wenyan's Sea of Will many times. It shook his Sea of Will, and he was used to spitting out blood. Lu Wenyan looked at him and said with concern, "You won't die, right?" Baifeng felt that it was better not to have such concern. He did not care about it with his uncle master. He shook his head and said, "I won't die." "Uncle master, how did you survive the past few decades?" Baifeng was speechless. "This thing has been shaking your Sea of Will for decades. You can still endure it?" Lu Wenyan smiled faintly and said, "I'll get used to it." Well, habit was a terrifying power. Baifeng did not care anymore. After a few days, he finally saw some clues. He said in a low voice, "Uncle Master, you did not inherit one Shenwen, but many Shenwen." Lu Wenyan frowned. "Nonsense. How many Shenwen did I inherit? Don't I know?" "It's true." Baifeng said solemnly, "It's a group of Shenwen. It's probably the Grandmaster's group of Shenwen combat skills. 22 Shenwen formed a new Shenwen. I just probed and felt the recoil force from different sides. There are still some differences." Baifeng explained briefly and quickly said, "Martial uncle, you've squeezed your Shenwen into the merged Shenwen. Although you've forcefully squeezed it in, you can't go on like this. If this goes on, you'll either merge completely, or your Shenwen will be completely devoured." "Devour?" "Yes." Baifeng nodded. Lu Wenyan thought for a moment and asked, "You've been looking at it for a few days now. Do you have any ideas?" "This won't be easy." Lu Wenyan had a hostile look in her eyes. "You've been studying me like a mouse for a few days?" Baifeng chuckled and said, "Martial uncle, don't be anxious. It's not easy, but we still have some emergency measures." As he said that, he looked at Lu Wenyan with a strange look in his eyes and said, "Martial uncle, before you came back, were you prepared to shatter your Shenwen at the critical moment and let the inheritance Shenwen absorb it directly and unleash its power once?" Lu Wenyan did not say anything. Baifeng was not surprised. He sighed and said, "I knew it. Martial uncle's return this time wasn't that simple. Martial uncle's willpower is very strong. These years, you've been shaken by the inheritance Shenwen, and you haven't died even after a few decades. Your willpower is probably not inferior to the mountains and seas. It's already at the 4th level, right? The inheritance Shenwen is at the 5th level, maybe even close to the 6th level. As for the divine aperture, Martial Uncle's Sea of Will was shaken into a sieve by this Shenwen, and many of his divine apertures were shaken open. All these years, Martial Uncle hasn't opened his divine aperture, but he's been repairing the Sea of Will. It's somewhat similar to the mountains and seas divine aperture. Now that it's been repaired, does this mean that the divine aperture has been successfully fused?" Lu Wenyan smiled, but did not say anything. Back then, he had almost been shaken to death by the Shenwen, and the Sea of Will had also been seriously injured. For the past 50 years, he had indeed been repairing it. The Sea of Will, the Divine Aperture, the Shenwen. Martial uncle, even if you get rid of the Shenwen, you still have hope of entering the mountain and sea realm. Bai Feng glanced at Lu Wenyan, and said seriously, Martial uncle, do you still want the Shenwen? If you don't, I'm actually quite confident that I can get it out. At worst, I'll just need to recuperate for a while. Of course, Martial uncle's Shenwen will definitely be damaged, but it'll just take some time to repair it. Strip it out? Yes. Bai Feng nodded. I've already stripped it out. Martial uncle, in 3 years at most, you'll be able to enter the mountain and sea realm. Lu Wenyan did not say anything. Stripping it out, he shook his head. This was left behind by my master, unless I really find someone more suitable than me. Bai Feng took a deep breath. If I didn't strip it out, Martial uncle wouldn't have completely fused with this thing until now. It's too powerful. Martial uncle's previous plan was to make a last stand, to explode with a powerful attack of the Shenwen, to kill sun and moon, right? At that time, you'll smash your own Shenwen, and your own Sea of Will, right? Bai Feng looked at him with burning eyes. This martial uncle of his was a biting dog. Ahem, a real person does not show his true colors. Looking at the situation, he had already guessed his goal, to kill sun and moon with one strike. He definitely had this plan, after crippling his own Shenwen and the Sea of Will, killing an expert, and shocking everyone. As for whether he could survive, there was almost no hope. Lu Wenyan smiled faintly and said, You're thinking too much. I still want to live for a few more years and enter the invincible realm. Alright, whatever Martial uncle says. Bai Feng didn't care. Since Martial uncle doesn't want to strip this Shenwen, I have an idea. I don't know if Martial uncle agrees or not. Say it. Strip Shenwen, Lu Wenyan frowned and said, I said I won't strip it. Not strip the whole Shenwen. Bai Feng explained, Martial uncle, there's something I don't know if it's appropriate to say. After all, it's not your own thing, and it's passed down by Grandmaster. It may not be suitable for you. If it really is suitable for you, you should have fused it successfully decades ago. I mean, this Shenwen should be fused from 22 basic Shenwen. In fact, it's not perfect, and there are some conflicts among them. I've observed and judged that if there are still 22 Shenwen, most of them are Shenwen of the human clan. Grandmaster has some obsession with the human clan's Shenwen. My idea is to strip all the non-human clan's Shenwen. Dismantle this inherited Shenwen. Lu Wenyan said in surprise, dismantle it? Brat, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? I've studied this Shenwen for decades, and it's just one Shenwen. You insist on saying that there are 22 of them, and now you want to dismantle this Shenwen. Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Bai Feng revealed a wronged expression. Who wants to kill you on purpose? Martial uncle, believe me, I'm a genius. Bai Feng's eyes were burning with passion. Really, I have done a lot of research in this area. I feel that there are not many people in the human realm who understand Shenwen better than me. Martial uncle, you can definitely dismantle it. I can even dismantle my dragon-slaying sword. Dismantle this Shenwen, leave behind some useful Shenwen, and use Martial uncle's own Shenwen to make up for the rest of the gaps. The more Bai Feng spoke, the more excited he became. Martial uncle, although the divine demon Shenwen is strong, I don't think it's of much use. You have also outlined a lot of Shenwen. Remove the non-human Shenwen from the inheritance of Shenwen, and use your human Shenwen to make up for the missing Shenwen base point. This way, you and Grandmaster's Shenwen can really be merged into one. The inheritance of Shenwen will no longer reject you. Lu Wenyan hesitated, then will the power of Shenwen decrease? Yes. Bai Feng nodded, after all, the other Shenwen are very strong. Excluding the other Shenwen and adding your Shenwen is still relatively weak, and will reduce the overall strength of Shenwen. Bai Feng quickly said, but, Martial uncle, this is a process of removing impurities. The power will weaken, and Shenwen will weaken, but in the end, the future will be brighter. Lu Wenyan said exasperatedly, this is the first time I heard someone say that the divine demon Shenwen is all impurities. Moreover, among your Grandmaster's Shenwen battle techniques, the divine demon Shenwen is very strong. According to the current saying, that is the eternal Shenwen. Is the eternal Shenwen considered impurities? The Shinwen left by the 5 generations were all considered the Sun-Moon tier Shinwen, and the Sun-Moon tier Shinwen was called the Eternal Shinwen by the humans. In the end, Bai Feng said it was to remove impurities. His tone was extraordinarily arrogant. Bai Feng's eyes burned, and he said, "Yes, it is impurities. Martial uncle, don't I have 2 dragon-slaying swords? Guess what it is. One is formed by me stripping away all the non-human Shinwen. It is the powerful one, the one that killed Xianxia. The weak one, the one that was blocked by Xianxia. Everyone thinks that between the 2 dragon-slaying swords, I might value the powerful one more. Wrong, I value the weak one more. The powerful dragon-slaying sword, I am even prepared to be destroyed by others." Lu Wenyan's eyes changed, and he looked at his martial nephew. To be honest, he had always felt that Bai Feng's aptitude was only SOSO, and his battle prowess was only SOSO. The so-called dragon-slaying sword was only fused with 12 basic Shinwen. It was really SOSO. When there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey became the king. In the past, many elites of the Shinwen faction, who had fused with 12 Shinwen, could be called invincible among the same level. Then what did he, who had fused with 18 basic Shinwen, say? What about Xianxia, who had fused with 17 of them, Zhao Ming, Yu, Hu Ping? Which one of them wasn't stronger than him? Bai Feng, not to mention them, even Zhang Ruoling, who was buried underground, had also fused with 15 Shinwen. Bai Feng. He was not lying when he said that Bai Feng was mediocre. He had always been mediocre. But now, this fellow had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Lu Wenyan was not really ignorant. He frowned and said, "If your 12 basic Shinwen are broken, then the new dragon-slaying sword, the basic Shinwen will not be able to replenish it. The Shinwen faction had to be before the sword in order to replenish the basic Shinwen. Otherwise, this Shinwen's battle skill would be crippled." "Martial uncle," Bai Feng said with a strange look in his eyes, "Martial uncle, you haven't used your brain for many years, right? Since I can dismantle the Shinwen's battle skill, why can't I replenish it?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Wenyan was about to beat him up. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Bai Feng, and his expression completely changed. Really? His tone was a little trembling, even more emotional than when he was talking about his own life and death. Dismantling, replenishing. What did he mean? Why did the Shinwen faction decline? The most important point was that under Soar, all of Shinwen had to be outlined, and the battle skill could only be filled. This was because the Shinwen's battle skill was fixed at Soar. It could not be dismantled, could not be replenished, and could only be filled in later. Therefore, the experts of the Shinwen faction had to outline more than 10 Shinwen under Soar, which was very troublesome. Many people could not bear it, or simply could not suppress themselves, and finally broke through to Soar, and were no longer considered experts of the Shinwen faction. But now, Lu Wenyan did not think much about it before. At this moment, he could not help but be shocked. "You mean, you can dismantle Shinwen's battle skill, so even if you reach Soar, you can replenish the Shinwen's battle skill?" "Yes." Bai Feng nodded. Lu Wenyan's expression changed greatly. Go back to the academy. I'll let Wu Yuehua escort you back. You must pass on this research, you must pass it down. Dismantle, recombine, replenish." Lu Wenyan murmured, "In this way, I don't have to outline more than 1 Shinwen under Soar for the Shinwen faction. Even if the outline is not successful, after reaching Soar, I can dismantle the battle skill and replenish it again. You've changed the traditional cultivation method of the Shinwen faction. Bai Feng, you're a genius." This was the first time he praised Bai Feng as a genius, a true genius. He had never thought about this problem before. That's right, if Bai Feng could dismantle his dragon-slaying sword, why couldn't he dismantle the Shinwen's base and replenish the new Shinwen? Since that was the case, then there was no need for the people from the Shinwen faction to suppress him under Soar. Lu Wenyan thought about it, and suddenly said, "Then, can the people above Soar reorganize their own Shinwen? For example, can Shan Shinwen's faction supplement Shinwen, and then outline the framework of Shinwen's battle skill?" "In theory, it's possible." Bai Feng nodded. "Of course, I still don't know how to solve the problem of the framework. Above Soar, logically speaking, there is no way to enter the battle skill wall to obtain the framework. There is no fixed template, and they can only rely on themselves to reassemble and outline a new framework. This is very difficult. But there was hope. Lu Wenyan understood what he meant. In that case, if Shan Shenwen's faction had enough Shenwen, even if it was the mountains and seas, or the sun and moon, there was still hope to re-outline the Shenwen's battle skill, and from then on become the powerhouses of the Shenwen faction. Bai Feng said again, actually, there is no need to outline any framework. The so-called Shenwen faction, in my opinion, is to give us an invincible Shenwen framework. Shenwen's battle skill is actually not suitable to be called a battle skill, it should be called, he did not say any more, it should be called talent Shenwen embryonic form. In Bai Feng's eyes, hundreds of years ago, the seniors had actually given the civilization master the path to invincibility, but that group of people back then did not seem to be able to walk this path. It should be because they were restricted by Shenwen. In fact, the civilization master's path to invincibility had long been there. With the Shenwen faction, it was the path to invincibility, but those seniors still failed in the end, because they could not detect one thing. Most importantly, the god and demon Shenwen was obstructing their advancement. Perhaps the fifth generation had detected it. Bai Feng also discovered something different. In the Shenwen that Lu Wenyan had inherited, there were not many god and demon Shenwen. In fact, there were very few god and demon Shenwen. Clearly, the fifth generation thought that if the god and demon Shenwen had the majority, it could alleviate this conflict, it could suppress the god and demon Shenwen's repulsion. Unfortunately, he had still failed. The fifth generation had a chance of succeeding. Bai Feng felt that if there were more human divine characters and fewer fiend god divine characters, there might be a chance of suppressing that repulsive force. But unfortunately, it was still a little lacking. While he was still thinking about this, Lu Wenyan looked agitated and looked at Bai Feng. Bastard, you shouldn't have walked the path of battle. Kid, listen to me, you're just a sore, there's no meaning here. Go back. When I return to the academy, I will perfect all of this and perfect my research. I originally thought that the hopes of the divine runic arts lineage lay in me, your master, Xianxia, and the others, because they will grow stronger, but now, I suddenly understand. Civilization masters. What's the use of just being strong? If they can't even reach the invincible realm, what's the use of just being strong? Even someone as strong as my master was still killed on the battlefield. The strength of a civilization master lies in the endless search. You did it. Bai Feng, go back. Perfect all of this and pass it down. After a few more years, anyone would be able to practice the divine runic system. Anyone would be able to cultivate divine runic battle skills. No longer limited to soar, there was no need to outline so much Shenwen. Bai Feng. At this moment, in his eyes, even surpassed the 5 generations of Shenwen inheritance, surpassed Hong Tan, and even himself. This guy was the true fire of civilization. With a proud face, Bai Feng smiled and said, Uncle Master, I've long said that I'm a genius, but you didn't believe me and often scolded me. Do you believe me now? I believe you, Lu Wenyan nodded and really believed him. He didn't understand how this guy's brain worked. How could he do something like dismantling the Shenwen combat techniques? It was too inconceivable. Bai Feng chuckled and said, Uncle Master, I'm such a genius. I still have to thank you for nurturing a good disciple for me. He praised Suyu. If it weren't for Suyu, he wouldn't have thought about it so much, nor would he have thought about the divine innate runes. Divine innate runes, this concept, this name, it was possible that this was the first time it had ever appeared. Before this, there were only talent skills and talent blood essence. Including the research on talent blood essence, it all started from Hong Tan's generation. Suyu? Yes, Bai Feng nodded and quickly said, Uncle Master, let's not talk about this. Why are you chasing me away? We might not lose. What I mean is to help you separate the Shenwen and divide it into 2 systems. One is the human system, the other is the foreign system. If you leave the human system and the foreign system, you can erupt and destroy them. There's the so-called eternal Shenwen inside. It's very powerful. It might even be able to kill a sun-moon. Of course, the human system left behind will definitely be greatly reduced in strength. Bai Feng smiled and said, just like my 2 dragon-slaying swords, if I destroy a powerful one now, my strength will also be greatly reduced, and I will be seriously injured. But after this, I feel that I can go further. I might even fall from the 8th level to the 3rd or 4th level. That's not important. Bai Feng looked at Lu Wenyan and said, Uncle Master, originally your Shenwen was considered the invincible Shenwen. Only a true invincible realm expert can have such a powerful Shenwen. After stripping it, it's probably only around the Sun-Moon realm. But it's purer, and the future is better. Lu Wenyan frowned and said in a deep voice, how long will it take to strip it? This Shenwen is too powerful. It'll take at least a few months. Let me do it bit by bit, or I'll do it together with my teacher. Although he doesn't understand, as long as I teach him, the technique won't be a problem. Bai Feng's face was full of pride. It's okay if the teacher doesn't understand, I'll teach him. Hong Tan's technique is still okay. Stripping Shenwen was also their specialty. A few months, Lu Wenyan frowned. A few months was too long. After thinking for a while, Lu Wenyan said, then can you not strip it first, and let me unleash a part of Shenwen's power? Bai Feng fell into deep thought and said after a while, sure. But this way, it'll easily cause a part of the human Shenwen to be broken. I'm talking about the ones that you outlined yourself, Uncle Master. In this way, even if it's stripped, Uncle Master will need to spend more time to outline Shenwen. That's not a big problem. Lu Wenyan said in a deep voice, all these years, I've outlined Shenwen too much. I can't even handle it myself. It's fine if it's broken. Bai Feng was suddenly speechless. That's true, in Uncle Master's Sea of Will, the densely packed Shenwen made him feel numb. Lu Wenyan looked at him again and said, are you sure you won't leave? Kid, if this technique is lost, it'll be a great loss. I even feel that it's not a problem to give up on the current Shenwen lineage. Bai Feng smiled and said, the technique isn't perfect yet. Moreover, I'm still thinking, if the other Shenwen is really broken, can it really be filled? I need more examples to prove it. And I'm the best test subject. And Uncle Master. Bai Feng smiled and said, after all, I'm the soar. Uncle Master's Shenwen is more powerful. In this way, after we break the other Shenwen, we can clearly know whether it can be filled again and make more contributions to the research and prove it with examples. Bai Feng said with some enthusiasm, Uncle Master, it's okay. I left some information for that kid Suyu, it's about this. Of course, that bastard may not pay attention to it, but when we're dead or alive, he'll take a good look at these materials. If we're dead, then it'll be up to him to research on his own. If we're not dead, then we can use ourselves as research subjects, provide better materials, and prove that all of this is feasible. Lu Wenyan said no more and fell into deep thought. Breaking up Shenwen's combat technique and adding it later, the human race's rejection of Shenwen was the least. All of these made him think of many things. Suddenly, he transmitted his voice, you should be right. Before your Grandmaster died, he once told me that although the human race's Shenwen is weak, it's more suitable for the human race. Maybe to step on the path of invincibility, we still need to walk the path of our own race, and not learn from the path of others. Then, he transmitted his voice again, your Grandmaster also said that he's always been puzzled about one thing. Why has the original copy of Wan's combat technique been preserved longer than the human race? And the human race's preservation time is shorter. This is a technical problem, but it's impossible that the other races in Wan don't have this technique, but the human race doesn't. He's investigated the source of this technique. It might be from the primordial Protoss of the Protoss, but only the human race hasn't obtained this technique. Bai Feng blinked. What did he mean? Soon, he thought of something and said hesitantly, Martial Uncle, you mean, the primordial Protoss passed on this long-preserved technique to Wan in order to trap us? It allows us to preserve the cultivation methods of the 10,000 clans for a long time. However, the will of the human clan is not good for preservation. Therefore, the human clan doesn't really care about the will of the human clan. After all, it will expire sooner or later. Lu Wenyan shook his head. He didn't deny it, but he wasn't sure. If that was the case, it meant that the Protoss, or the primordial Protoss, actually knew the situation. They knew that the human race needed to use the human race's Shenwen to advance to the invincible realm, so they set up a big picture and deliberately waited for the human race to take the bait. Was the human race worth it? Worth it? After all, it was one of the top 10 races, and the human race was very strong. The only regret was that the civilizationists couldn't enter the invincible realm. Because there was no invincible civilizationist, sometimes the role of a fighter was not as good as that of a civilizationist. Lu Wenyan exhaled softly. Don't worry about that. Since you think you're on the right path, then keep going. I'm afraid your grandmaster had the same doubts back then. Unfortunately. Alas. Unfortunately, the 5th generation probably didn't think it through. In the end, he tried to advance with the half-human Shenwen and the demigod Shenwen, and failed in the end. Since you don't want to leave, then help me try to suppress the counterforce, so I have a chance to attack, Lu Wenyan asked. Can I? I can try, but I'm not sure it will succeed. As Bai Feng was talking, a cold shout suddenly came from outside. Bai Feng, come out. Bai Feng's expression changed slightly, then he couldn't help but curse in a low voice, this bastard. F***CK. He's here. Martial uncle, I'm in trouble. Xia Yuan? Yes. Lu Wenyan's expression also changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, I'll still say it like before, I'll get you Hua to send you out, return to the academy, and let Wan Tianqing interfere. Bai Feng gritted his teeth, no, I must compete with him. This dog, he always thought I was afraid of him. Even if I have to break the dragon-slaying sword today, I will make him suffer a lot. What is he being so arrogant for? Lu Wenyan looked at him, and suddenly said, Did you already guess that he was coming, so you split up the dragon-slaying sword, just to use him to practice? Bai Feng was embarrassed. No such thing, I didn't think so. In any case, he was prepared to break the dragon-slaying sword, but after cultivating for so many years, he couldn't bear to break it just like that. Against the mountain sea, it wasn't of much use. To deal with Sor, he couldn't bear to waste it. It wasn't worth it. To deal with Ling Yun, how many Ling Yun were there that were worth him breaking the dragon-slaying sword? Although he felt that he didn't need it anymore, it wasn't worth it to break it just like that. After thinking about it, there were only a few people who were worthy of breaking this dragon-slaying sword. For example, Xia Yuan, 3 steps to the cloud, didn't it limit these people? Senior Master. If I were to break the dragon-slaying sword. My master, Shenwen, is still inside, Bai Feng said with some lingering fear. If I were to die from the backlash, you better not die. Remember to tell my research to that brat, Suyu, and let him pass it on. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly took out his communicator and dialed Suyu's number. In the next moment, the communication connected and he quickly said, I'm afraid my previous guess was correct. There's no one around you right now, right? No. That's good. The information I left you is very good. Also, if I die, you can try to peel off my Shenwen's battle skill and make it into a civilization record. See if you can leave a memory behind. So you seem to have understood something, teacher, are you in trouble? It's all right. Mountain Sea? No, an idiot. I'm just saying that. Maybe this idiot will be the unlucky one later. Xia Yuan? Yo, you know? I've seen him once. I crippled his disciple, not bad, well done. I'll go cripple him. I'm hanging up. After hanging up, Bai Feng smiled and said, Senior Master, there's no problem like this. Lu Wenyan said in a deep voice, do you have to try? Yes, otherwise I won't be willing to accept it, and I won't be at ease. What if this battle skill completely disappears after shattering these foreign Shenwen? Bai Feng said seriously, there are no more examples to prove that this is feasible. Someone must try it. Otherwise, if it's fake, or if there's a mistake in the deduction, it will delay a lot of people. Lu Wenyan was silent. Outside, the atmosphere was high. Bai Feng, I'll wait for you here. A clear shout came again. Lu Wenyan frowned. Xia, he's from Yunqi's branch. How did he become like this? Xia Yunqi was deputy principal Xia Chongqing's younger brother, and Xia Yuan was Xia Chongqing's grandson, so the two of them were from the same branch. Bai Feng said disapprovingly, this guy is used to winning. He's always been like this, and has never experienced a beating. He doesn't know the dangers of society. Senior Master, I'll go meet him. You, be careful. Lu Wenyan sighed, and then suddenly transmitted his voice, protect Bai Feng, don't let anything happen to him. At most, we'll kill them right now. Hong Tan, that trash, if he still doesn't come, we'll just pretend that he died on the road. Outside the door, the several mountain sea cultivators had strange looks in their eyes. Hong Tan was really slow. Outside the hut. Not far away, Xia Yuan stood on a high slope with an indifferent expression, overlooking the hut. Bai Feng, he and Bai Feng had known each other for many years. A long time ago, some people said that the students of the Shenwen department were invincible among their peers. In the end, it turned out to be a joke. Bai Feng had never defeated him, but when he swept the rankings, he had defeated Bai Feng a few times. Of course, some people felt that it was unfair. Bai Feng was weaker than him, but Bai Feng was weaker. That was Bai Feng's business. What did it have to do with him? Bai Feng delayed his cultivation for research, but that was Bai Feng's business. What did it have to do with him? He had already taken 3 steps to the cloud. He had no interest in fighting Bai Feng. His goal was bigger, and his goal was stronger. Bai Feng was only in the Soar realm. In the hut, Bai Feng walked out. His face was a little pale. He had not slept for several days, and his eyes were dark. After being constantly shaken by the powerful Shenwen, his willpower was a little slack. Xia Yuan frowned slightly and did not speak. Bai Feng smiled and walked out of the hut. Behind him, Wu Yuehua and the other mountain sea realm experts watched him walk out, ready to fight. Outside the battle zone, Wu Qi frowned and said nothing. She did not enter the battle zone, and his grandaunt did not let her in. That was not something she could participate in. But now, seeing Bai Feng on the verge of collapse, Wu Qi frowned. How could this Bai Feng fight Xia Yuan? The gap was huge, 8 stages of Soar, 3 steps to the cloud. Seeing Bai Feng walk over, Xia Yuan said indifferently, is this what you want to use to provoke Ling Yun? Bai Feng laughed and said, what do I need? Was Ling Yun very powerful? You make it sound like Ling Yun is invincible. As he spoke, Bai Feng yawned and said, Xia Yuan, why aren't you fighting for the position of manor head? Why are you messing around with Shan Shenwen's faction? If you make too much of a ruckus, will the manor head be yours? Xia Yuan replied calmly, manor head, I will naturally fight for it. I need to rope in Shan Shenwen's faction as well. I can give you a chance. If you get Qin Yong to give up his position as the library's curator, not only will I not kill you, but I will also fight for a chance of survival for you. He said it directly and simply, if I want it, it will be mine. Dealing with you, Bai Feng, is only to achieve my goal. Bai Feng yawned and said disinterestedly, you make it sound like the entire Dixia province is yours. If you're so powerful, why don't you just ask the Wanfu prefect to step down and you become manor head? If not, ask the Xia prefecture head to step down and you become the manor head. One has to take it one step at a time. Xia Yuan did not seem to hear the sarcasm in his words. If I enter the mountain sea realm, why can't I fight for the position of manor head? Bai Feng was speechless. This fellow was still as arrogant as ever. He had yet to be beaten up. After some thought, he suddenly smiled and said, I've always been curious about one thing. If you're so arrogant, why doesn't that bastard from the War Academy come and beat you up? Xia Yuan looked at him and said calmly, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Bai Feng did not understand. After a while, he seemed to understand something and said in surprise, you mean, you're a civilizer and he's a fighter, so he doesn't beat you up? F***ck, then why did he beat me up? No one said anything. In the distance, Wu Qi rolled his eyes. Why did he beat you up? The first time, it was because of the assessment of the 2 great academies. Hence, he beat you up. That was a mission. The second time, it was because you were indignant and wanted to find trouble with him. Hence, you were beaten up again. The third time, it was because you didn't care about human affairs. While he was not around, you wiped out the Wancher list of the War Academy. When the other party came back, he would beat you up for the sake of the War Academy's reputation. Why did he beat you up? You had no idea at all. Xia Yuan ignored him and looked at him again. Have you thought about it? Think about what? Bai Feng had a strange look on his face. Think about what? What did you say? Xia Yuan's expression changed slightly. He looked at him and did not repeat himself. This was what made Bai Feng very annoying. He only listened to what he wanted to hear. He could not hear what he did not want to hear. Xia Yuan slowly walked down from the high slope and said calmly, "Are you ready?" "Ready for what?" Bai Feng laughed, "You're going to kill me? Are you sure you can kill me?" "Xia Yuan, don't overestimate yourself. In the past, I just couldn't be bothered with you. People like you, if not for Xiaojia's protection, you would have been beaten to death a long time ago." "Same here." Xia Yuan did not think much of it. "You are the same, without Han Tan, you would still be the same." "That's true." Bai Feng laughed, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The dragon salyer, after slightly straightening his clothes, he picked up the dragon salyer. Xia Yuan's expression was solemn. Even if it was Bai Feng who was at the 8th stage of soar, he would not underestimate him. However, Bai Feng ignored him. He picked up the dragon salyer, shaved his face, straightened his clothes, combed his hair, and laughed, "All right, I'm ready now. You're courting death." Just as he finished speaking, Xia Yuan's face turned cold, and he slashed out with his blade, heaven-splitting blade, Xiaojia's ultimate technique. Bai Feng stepped into the air, and with a bang, the ground exploded. A blade mark pierced through the ground, extending all the way to the front of the mountain and sea realm before disappearing. "This has nothing to do with me. Xiaojia, find me some money. Go settle the score with Xia Yuan." Bai Feng shouted loudly. He wanted money. Xia Houyi, who was so greedy for money, probably wouldn't even let Xia Yuan off. Humph. With a light shout, the saber chi filled the air, and the void was cut apart. The sky was filled with saber shadows. At this moment, the sword Bai Feng brandished the dragon salyer, shattering the saber chi. Puff, on his white clothes, the first crack appeared, followed by the second, the third. Xia Yuan did not even get close. He slashed out with his saber again, and countless saber shadows appeared again. Bai Feng brandished his sword and left a shadow. Puff puff puff, streaks of blood continuously appeared on his body. Gap. At this moment, both mountain and sea realms were watching the battle. They could all see the gap. There was a total of 4 realms difference, and there was still a great realm. Although Bai Feng was strong, he was still far from the peerless genius Xia Yuan. Bai Feng, who had always killed people with a single sword, now had a hard time even using his full strength. "Bai Feng, you have disappointed me." Xia Yuan slashed out again, the void shook, and the sea of fire burned the sky. Bai Feng's face revealed a painful expression, and he gasped for breath. "Interesting. Fire Shunwen is not weak, he can even burn the sea of consciousness." "Continue." Bai Feng's bare one's teeth smiled and continued to brandish his sword, shattering the saber chi. His willpower continued to tremble, and the sea of fire became even more turbulent. "I'll add some fire to your fire." In the next moment, the sea of fire spread, densely covering heaven and earth. In the midst of the fire, Bai Feng smiled, and a ball of fire also appeared on his body. Burning, rumble, the void seemed like it was about to be burned. Origin chi surged and gathered from all directions, and the fire grew bigger and bigger. At the moment when the fire reached its peak, there was a crackling sound, and it seemed like something was burned. Xia Yuan's face turned pale, and he raised his head to look at Bai Feng. At this moment, Bai Feng's face was also pale, and he smiled. "Is it fun? Is Shunwen broken? Kids shouldn't play with fire. Haven't you heard of the saying inviting fire to burn oneself? Do you know the principle? Let me tell you, when the surrounding willpower is burned up, and the vital chi is burned up, this fire will continue to burn the master Shunwen, and it will continue to provide willpower and fuel. So, the fire I just used was an accelerant, to add fuel to your fire. Is it fun?" Xia Yuan's expression changed. His fire Shunwen had once burned Ling Yun to death, but today, it was easily broken by Bai Feng, and even heavily injured his Shunwen. Bai Feng made it sound simple, but how could it be so easy to backfire on him? This guy was indeed a monster. They only saw the elegance of Bai Feng killing people with one sword, but they neglected the fact that this guy was a genius researcher. Xia Yuan did not speak, and he waved his saber again. This time, it was not just a saber swing. His figure moved, and he disappeared instantly. There was a loud bang. Cough, Bai Feng coughed, and blood gushed out of the air. His long sword blocked a saber. Baifeng was hit by the huge force, and with a loud bang, he smashed into the ground, and a huge pit appeared. Buzz, Xia Yuan retracted his saber, and slashed. Again, the saber slashed through the air. Hee hee, with a sneer, Baifeng Shenwen exploded, and the ground in all directions froze instantly. With a loud bang, the layer of ice on the ground was split open. Baifeng jumped up from the ground, and he fled quickly. Baifeng, you're too weak. Xia Yuan walked in the air, wearing black boots, and with a long saber in his hand, he chased after him step by step, and said in the same tone, "You can escape from the battlefield, and I won't kill you. If I become the prefecture master, I can even recruit you into the prefecture master's mansion. What do you think?" "Nothing." In the distance, Baifeng fled, and he chuckled, "People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. If you really become the prefecture master, and I'm still alive, I'd rather go home and farm than follow you." Xia Yuan walked in the air, and he said coldly, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Baifeng, there are many geniuses, and this world does not lack geniuses. Then you can try to kill me." Baifeng slashed with his sword, and with a buzz, he tore through the air to kill him. Bang, with a loud sound, the sword flew back, and Baifeng coughed up blood again. He kept his sword, and fled again. One fled, and the other chased. Xia Yuan kept waving his saber, and the saber chi spread in all directions, with shocking killing intent and lethality. Once Baifeng touched the saber chi, he was instantly cut by countless saber chi, and the space for him to escape became smaller and smaller. At the side, Wu Yuehua and the others frowned. Wu Yuehua sent a voice transmission, "Baifeng is no match for him, the difference is too great. Even Chi'er is no match for him. Xia Yuan is very strong." Baifeng was someone who killed Ling Yun level 2 in an instant, but he did not even have a chance to fight back against Xia Yuan. Of course, the fact that Xia Yuan could not take down Baifeng after so long was enough to show that Baifeng was very strong. But the difference between them was still too great, for levels, and there was still Ling Yun in between. Lu Wenyan did not say anything. Since Baifeng wanted to try, then let him try. Outside, Zhou Mingren watched the chaos in the field calmly. Beside him, Sun Galao's eyes were cold, and he said, "This guy was arrogant when he killed Zhang Yu, but now he is just a stray dog." He did not hate Baifeng so much before, but now he hated Baifeng to the core. The last time, Baifeng had killed his disciple with a swing of his sword because of a disagreement, and that had infuriated him greatly. It was not easy to groom a disciple of Ling Yunjing. Zhou Mingren ignored him and looked into the distance. There were many strong people there. The Jing family's old devil, Xiahou Yi, Steward Hu, General Zhao, Commissioner Ji. The group of people watched in silence. Zhou Mingren remained silent. Next to him, Shan Tianhao from Dazhou Prefecture suddenly said, "Principal Zhou, since you're already here, why let Xia Yuan kill Baifeng? Why don't you just capture Lu Wenyan instead of wasting time?" Zhou Mingren did not say anything. Shan Tianhao frowned slightly. "Principal Zhou," Zhou Mingren turned to look at him, and said softly, "There's no rush." "No rush?" Shan Tianhao was furious. "No rush, what are you waiting for? Qing Yuming is still injured. Don't you want to save him, Principal Zhou?" Zhou Mingren looked at him again, ignored him, and turned to look at Baifeng and the rest. At this moment, Baifeng was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. Xia Yuan was too strong. Principal, Sun Galao and the rest looked at Zhou Mingren. They did not understand. What were they waiting for? If they dug up Zhang Ruoling's grave now, the Shenwen faction would never agree to it. If a war broke out, they would just capture Lu Wenyan. Zhou Mingren frowned slightly, and said after a while, "Not everyone is here yet. If Hong Tan doesn't come back, and we don't capture Hong Tan, are we going to let Hong Tan cause trouble outside? Don't you understand that if you don't kill a snake, you will suffer?" Shan Tianhao said hurriedly, "If we capture Lu Wenyan, Hong Tan will definitely come, and Hong Tan won't be able to escape then. What if something unexpected happens while we wait?" Zhou Mingren fell silent again, ignoring him. Shan Tianhao was a little angry. Zhou Mingren suddenly said, "You can try. I can't do anything, but if I do, no one can stop Hong Tan if he attacks." Shan Tianhao looked at him coldly, and suddenly sent a voice transmission, "Zhou Mingren, don't think too much. Do you really think they can stop us? You're here to determine your position as the leader of Xia province's civilizationists? He saw through this guy. Zhou Mingren clearly felt that these people might not be able to take down the Xinwen faction, and he wanted to determine this battle to achieve his own success. Zhou Mingren did not speak. He did not reply, and he ignored him. Have you forgotten Principal Zhou's instructions? Shan Tianhao sent another voice transmission. This Principal Zhou was not Zhou Mingren, but the principal of the Great Zhou Civilization Academy, Zhou Polong. The son of the invincible emperor. Zhou Mingren still didn't say anything. After this happened 3 times, Dan Tianhao couldn't restrain his anger anymore. Did this guy really think that they wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Wenyan and the others without him, on a faraway mountain? Xiaoyi did not stand, but sat, drinking tea and eating melons. He was just short of getting a maid to fan him. As he ate, he said with a smile, Xia Yuan and Bai Feng broke so much soil. They're rich. Beside him, a tall, gentle-looking middle-aged man glanced at him and said with a faint smile, Xia Jia's money will be yours if you flip it over. That's different. Xiaoyi said with a smile, Xia Yuan can earn money himself. He's not a kid anymore. Xia Jia gives him 3,000 merit points a year. Look, he's broken hundreds of square meters of soil. That's hundreds of thousands of merit points. He can't afford it. It's fine, as long as his grandfather can afford it. Chongqing has been deputy principal for so many years. He's rich, and he's not afraid. Xiaoyi laughed and said, Old Ji, sit down and chat. Aren't you tired of standing? Why are you learning from old who? Chief Ji ignored him, and did not want to talk to him. Xiaoyi, on the other hand, could not bear the loneliness. He said, Old Ji, who do you think will win? Zhou Mingren and Hong Tan? No, I'm talking about these two. He pointed at Bai Feng, who was still running away. At that moment, Bai Feng's white robe was already stained with blood. He could not fight back, and could only run away. He barely managed to stay alive, but the more he fought, the weaker he became. If this went on, he would be killed by Xia Yuan in a minute. Chief Ji frowned slightly, and his eyes gradually brightened as if he was looking at something. After a while, he said with a faint smile, Bai Feng is dead, and Xia Yuan is injured. You're looking at the future? Xiaoyi suddenly laughed. That's not accurate. Even if you're the sun and the moon, you might not be able to see it accurately. Forget about the sun and the moon. Even if you're invincible, you're only able to predict and analyze various information to come up with a possible future. It's not an accurate future. Chief Ji tilted his head and looked at him with a faint smile. What do you think? What do I think? Xiaoyi laughed. How about we make a bet? On your daughter? Chief Ji's eyes instantly turned hostile. What? What do you think of my Huyu? Marquis Xia said with a smile, simple, honest, dependable, willing to work, ugly. That was all Chief Ji had said. Too ugly, not worthy of my daughter. Xiaoye's expression was unfriendly. People say that my Huyu looks like me. That's why he's ugly. Xiaoyi flew into a rage. Fine, if you don't want to do it, then forget it. I don't like your daughter. It's your blessing to have a marriage alliance with me, Xia Jia, for a mere new sun and moon. Why are you still pretending? If you don't want to do it, then forget it. Chief Ji said calmly, is the sun and moon weak? Besides, my daughter doesn't accept second-hand goods. Xiaoyi looked gloomy. On the other side, Hu Lao was trying to hold back his laughter. Second-hand goods, sort of. Xia Huyu had a marriage partner when he was young, a direct descendant of the Lu family. Unfortunately, the Lu family had completely declined. Xia Huyu's daughter had died in the heavenly battlefield not long after she was born, along with her parents. The marriage was set when she was pregnant. It was half a joke and half a truth. Chief Ji said this deliberately to annoy Xiaoyi. Marquis Xia was furious and quickly said, I bet that Bai Feng brat definitely still has a trump card. Of his 2 dragon-slaying swords, only one has appeared. Where's the other one? Chief Ji raised an eyebrow. Where did he get 2 swords? Where did he get the other one? Maybe he drew 2 swords back then, and the kid hid them. Xiaoyi made an irresponsible guess. Chief Ji said calmly. I'm thinking, did he disassemble his dragon-slaying swords? It can't be, right? Xiao Yi said uncertainly, with Xinwen combat skills, he can't disassemble it. I can't rule out this possibility. This kid is always in the lab. Who knows what he's up to? Why don't you intervene and protect him? Chief Ji smiled faintly and ignored him. On the other side, Hu Lao also chuckled. Xiao Yi, your habit of treating people based on their judgment is not good. You didn't intervene when that guy was killed last time. Xiao Yi said indifferently, that's how business is. Treat people based on their judgment. See if he's worth intervening. If not, you guys fight among yourselves. The others ignored him. If you want to intervene, do it yourself. The powerhouses were watching silently from all directions. In the battlefield, Bai Feng's white clothes were stained with blood. He was at his wit's end. Bai Feng was not good at protracted battles, quite a few people knew about this. At this moment, after dragging on for so long, he was getting weaker and weaker. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he couldn't hold on any longer. If this dragged on, he wouldn't even be able to slash out with his last sword. Xia Yuan was not in a hurry. Step by step, he shrank his escape space. He was guarding against his last sword strike, dual swords. Up until now, Bai Feng had only unleashed one sword strike, and there was still one more that he had yet to unleash. The saber chi filled the air, and Bai Feng's escape space became smaller and smaller. Xia Yuan advanced step by step. He was very strong and very arrogant, but when fighting, he had his own way of doing things. He was not in a hurry, not in a mess, not in a hurry. To deal with a person like Bai Feng, he had to be steady. Otherwise, he could capsize at any time. Bai Feng, do you still want to struggle? Let me see your second dragon-slaying sword. As you wish. Bai Feng chuckled and let out a low roar before slashing out with his sword. At the same time, another sword descended from the sky, one strong and one weak. This sword is too weak. Xia Yuan laughed lightly, and extended his hand to grab the weak sword. At the same time, his right hand held onto the blade, and slashed towards the sword that was flying towards him. That was the main sword. With a loud bang, the main sword flew out. The secondary sword was held in Xia Yuan's hand. Xia Yuan examined it briefly and frowned slightly. His willpower erupted and shook the secondary sword. It was a little strange. Where did so many dragon-slaying swords come from? Was this his Xinwen battle skill, or was it just another battle skill? Just as he was thinking, Bai Feng suddenly swallowed a drop of blood essence. With a roar, his body grew and he pounced towards him. Inherent blood essence? Too weak. Xia Yuan replied indifferently. The secondary sword lost its color and lost its luster. He casually threw it away and charged towards Bai Feng, who was charging over crazily with his blade. Pucci, blade wounds once again densely covered Bai Feng's body. His white clothes were already torn, revealing his body and hideous wounds. Do you still want to struggle? Struggle your ass. With that said, the two long swords in the distance suddenly merged into one and charged towards his back again. Xia Yuan felt the power of the sword behind him and was a little puzzled. It was not as strong as he had imagined. It was not weak. Perhaps it could kill those weak Ling Yun, but to him, it was too weak. Even if he was still sore, this sword would not be able to kill him. The long blade in his hand flew out and appeared directly behind him. With a rumble, it entangled with the long sword. Fight. Xia Yuan was barehanded, but he was still incomparably powerful. In the blink of an eye, he struck Bai Feng consecutively, causing Bai Feng to bleed continuously. The effect of the inherent blood essence could not shake Xia Yuan at all. However, Bai Feng did not care. He swallowed a few more drops of inherent blood essence, roared, and charged towards him. At this moment, a shocking murderous aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, another dragon-slaying sword appeared, powerful. It was even more powerful than the sword that had merged into one behind it. In all directions, some of the experts were stunned. There was still a third sword. What was going on? Xia Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. That was right, he knew that Bai Feng would not be so easy to kill. He must still have a trump card. As expected, this sword was very strong. If killing Zhang Yu was enough, then everything that had happened before would be logical. Sky Splitter. Xia Yuan didn't let his guard down either as he roared, 9 spots of light flashed on his body, 9 orifices after the fusion. These 9 spots of light were incomparably powerful. At this moment, Xia Yuan's body faintly emitted an ancient aura. The aura of gods and demons was formed from the blood essence of gods and demons. Using his hand as a blade, Xia Yuan roared and chopped down with his hand. This blade was filled with killing intent that shook the heavens. Bai Feng also gritted his teeth and roared. He directly leaped into the sword and grabbed onto the third dragon-slaying sword. His vitality and willpower continued to pour in as he roared, origin shattering. The third move of the sky-piercing kill, this sword was incomparably dazzling, killing intent soared into the sky as Shenwen exploded, a blade and a sword instantly collided. Silence, there was only a wave of light that swept out in all directions. The two of them were fixed in midair as their blades and swords clashed. Xia Yuan used his hand as a blade. His right hand was incomparably brilliant, golden in color, and incomparably tough. Ka-cha, a crisp sound rang out. The sword in Bai Feng's hand was shattering. A crack also appeared on Xia Yuan's hand, blood dripped down. Xia Yuan chuckled, very strong, it's enough to kill Ling Yun. Bai Feng, you are very strong, but unfortunately, I am stronger. It was just a light injury. Bai Feng's strongest sword strike did not seriously injure him. As for Bai Feng, his eyes were filled with disbelief, anger, and unwillingness. Why, so strong? Go to hell. Xia Yuan said softly as his left hand turned into a blade and slashed towards Bai Feng's head. I can't accept this. A sorrowful and indignant roar resounded in all directions. Wu Yuehua and the others were prepared to take action. On the other side, Shan Tianhao and the others released their auras to suppress them as if they were about to start a battle. I, Bai Feng, am extremely talented. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Bai Feng roared in despair. The sword in his hand had already shattered inch by inch. Xia Yuan sighed lightly. Without saying anything more, his left hand had already chopped down towards his head. You can die now. I can't accept this. Bai Feng roared crazily. His willpower and yuan qi erupted. He was struggling and making his final counterattack. At this moment, Zhou Mingren's eyes moved. He opened his eyes and looked towards a certain spot in the void. At this moment, one by one, the experts realized that something was wrong. At this moment, the dragon-slaying sword that had merged into one with Xia Yuan's Wenbing saber was originally weak. However, at this moment, it exploded with a dazzling brilliance. A ray of light lit up the world. The sword was burning. Buzz, a deafening sound could be heard. With a loud bang, Xia Yuan's Wenbing saber was instantly shattered. Xia Yuan, who was about to kill Bai Feng, had a change in expression. His willpower was shaken. One of the Shenwen sabers had been shattered. Without looking back, he roared and clasped his hands together, turning them into a golden color. The clasped saber instantly slashed towards Bai Feng. I've underestimated you. Xia Yuan roared. I've underestimated you too much. Bai Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Behind Xia Yuan, a long sword tore through the air. Shenwen was burning. At this moment, Xia Yuan's back was condensed with countless yuan qi. He did not turn around. He wanted to kill Bai Feng, even if he was injured. He wanted to kill Bai Feng. Idiot. At this moment, the moment Xia Yuan's yuan qi gathered, another sword suddenly appeared in Bai Feng's hand, dragon-slaying sword, the fourth sword. Unlike before, this sword was dim and lifeless. However, in the next moment, a total of 18 dazzling spots of light burst out from the sword. 18 Shenwen sabers were burning. I'll send you to heaven. A stern shout resounded in all directions. Slash. A sword slashed out, the first sword, the second sword, the third sword. They were all fake. It wasn't fake either. Each sword contained 2 Shenwen sabers, a total of 6 Shenwen sabers. In order to disguise it as a powerful dragon-slaying sword, Shenwen sabers were all burned. Bai Feng had outlined a total of 28 Shenwen sabers. Among them, 12 were the basic Shenwen sabers, and 16 were the Shenwen sabers that he had sketched later. At this moment, including the sword in his hand, he had already shattered 24 Shenwen sabers, leaving only 4 Shenwen sabers. They floated alone in the Sea of Will, forming a small sword. That was the dragon-slaying sword that he had prepared to leave behind. Shenwen sabers were burning, the Sea of Will was shaking, and the divine apertures collapsed and sealed, the word slash resounded throughout the world. Buzz, fast, too fast, with a poochie sound, Xia Yuan's vajra-like golden hands were instantly cut off by the sword. Fresh blood did not even have time to gush out and was instantly evaporated. Xia Yuan's expression changed drastically. He roared crazily, and the 9 acupoints in his body suddenly exploded. An incomparably powerful yuan qi burst out. In the void, a huge long saber appeared and collided with Bai Feng's burning sword. The saber and sword collided again. It was completely silent. The next moment, an incomparably powerful force exploded from the center, and a circle of light spread out, flattening all obstructions in all directions. A small hill was instantly cut into 2 halves. In the distance, the expressions of the few Lingyan experts changed drastically. Just as they wanted to escape, a poochie sound was heard, and the circle of light streaked across. With a bang, the chest of one of the Lingyan experts exploded, and his body was cut in half. Suppress! A clear shout was heard, and the overflowing circle of light was instantly suppressed. Zhou Mingren frowned, suppressing the overflowing energy, and grabbed at Ling Yun, who was cut in half with his bare hands. A white light appeared in his hand, and he forcefully squeezed the other party's exploded body. A moment later, Ling Yun had a lingering fear, and his face was pale. He looked at the center, and then at his own injuries, and wanted to cry but had no tears. His body was broken, it was just the aftermath. He almost died, and even if he did not die, he would not be able to recover to his previous state without half a year or even a year. The experts from all directions were all looking in that direction. In the void, Bai Feng's bare one's teeth laughed. The long sword in his hand was completely broken, inch by inch. Xievel was seriously injured, and his divine acupoints were sealed. Xinwen was broken, and his body was constantly exploding, and blood splattered everywhere. In front of him, Xia Yuan's arms were cut off, just like his disciple. That was not important. The key was that at this moment, his 9 acupoints had exploded, and his yuan qi was depleted, which was why he could barely block that sword. With a bang, the space between his eyebrows exploded, blood gushed out. Xia Yuan did not say a word, and looked at Bai Feng blankly. Their gazes met, and at the same time, they fell from the sky. Bang, bang, both of them fell to the ground at the same time, and Xia Yuan seemed to have been cut open. A crack spread out from his glabella to the tip of his nose, to his lips, to his chest. It spread all the way down. Xia Yuan looked at the sky. He was not dead, but his mind was blank. He did not understand why. There was a 4th sword. What did Bai Feng do? As for Bai Feng, Xievel was also almost turned into paste, and even Xinwen was broken. At this moment, mouthfuls of blood flowed from his mouth, and the ground was instantly dyed red. Uncle Master, save me. He felt that he could still be saved, but why did no one save him when he fell? Uncle Master, is really King a scam? At this moment, all the experts in all directions came to their senses. They were still in a daze, still in disbelief. Bai Feng broke his own Xinwen combat technique, and burned his own core Xinwen. This, even if he did not die, he would be completely crippled. Was there any meaning to living like this? Perhaps there was. Qing Yuming was about the same as him, but Qing Yuming still had many Xinwen that had not been broken. What about Bai Feng? How many did Bai Feng have left? Could his Xievel withstand such a backlash? Xia Yuan did not win. At this moment, Wu Qi, who was outside, was also shocked. 3 steps to the cloud, Xia Yuan was almost cut in half by Bai Feng's sword. He defended against the first sword, the second sword. After defending against it, he did not manage to defend against the last sword. Xia Yuan's 9 orifices were broken, and his Xinwen was also broken. Could such injuries be healed? At this moment, Xiao Yi and the rest also had a strange look on their faces. 4 dragon swords. Don't tell me that he only drew 4 swords back then, and he disassembled the dragon swords 4 times. Superintendent Ji mumbled. How did Bai Feng do it? The next moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed at that side. At the same time, Shan Tianhao and the rest made their moves and grabbed at Bai Feng. Rules, they could not care less. They were very interested in how Bai Feng disassembled the dragon swords. He's crippled. Give me some face, Superintendent Ji said calmly. In the blink of an eye, a large golden seal smashed at Shan Tianhao and the rest. The seal grew bigger and bigger. At the same time, a bright moon rose in the sky. The bright moon rose and fell in an instant. The bright moon covered the sky and smashed at Zhou Mingren. Zhou Mingren frowned and took a few steps back. With a loud bang, Shan Tianhao and the rest were sent flying by the huge seal. Superintendent Ji grabbed Bai Feng and retracted his giant palm. Bai Feng landed in front of him. His eyes were glazed over and blood was spilling out of his mouth. F***CK. Be gentle, Superintendent Ji laughed and did not say another word. On the other side, Zhou Mingren stepped back and looked at Xia Houyi and the rest. If you want to intervene, you should have said so earlier. Why wait until now? If Xiaojia did not allow it, this battle would not have happened. Xia Houyi shrugged. It has nothing to do with me. If old Ji wants to intervene, go and look for him. Zhou Mingren did not say a word. Shan Tianhao said angrily, you guys drew the battle zone yourself and now you want to go back on your words? Old Ji did it. Xia Houyi repeated. He thought for a while and said, fine. Do not attack again. If you attack again, I will punish you to kill a sun and moon god in the heavenly battlefield. What do you guys think? Hand over Bai Feng. Shan Tianhao was furious. Superintendent Ji ignored him. He grabbed Bai Feng and walked away. Hand over what? He was curious. How did he do it? How did he take out 4 dragon-slaying swords? This was amazing. Ji. Before Dan Tianhao could finish his words, Chief Ji suddenly turned around and moved at an unparalleled speed. He appeared in front of Dan Tianhao in an instant with a bright moon in his hand and the radiance of the sun and the moon appeared in his hand. Bam! His body exploded, another strike was unleashed, and with a bang, blood splattered and bones exploded. Director Ji coldly looked at him as he forcefully recovered his flesh and said indifferently, is such an explanation enough? If it is not enough, ask Zhou Polong to come and find me. Silence. Superintendent Ji looked around calmly. You guys fight your own battles. I want mine. If I want to protect him, then I can protect him. Emir Shanhai in Dexia province wants to stop me, Ji Hong? He turned to look at Zhou Mingren and said, Principal Zhou, if you are not convinced, you can try. Zhou Mingren did not say a word. I, Ji Hong, am just a sore. Who dares to compete with me? Superintendent Ji looked around and said, is there anyone who wants to say no? Silence. Then I will take my leave. Chief Ji smiled, picked up Bai Feng, and left in the air. Chief Ji stepped into the air and took Bai Feng away. On the ground, Lu Wenyan smiled. The next moment, he cursed in a low voice. Bai Feng, that kid, previously said that he would help me solve the problem of Shenwen's suppression, but he hasn't completed it yet. It's over, of course, Bai Feng had said the method, but now, only Hong Tan could do it. Is my junior brother really lost? On the ground, Xia Yuan lay on the ground, not caring about anything. He kept looking at the sky, his eyes losing their luster and no longer domineering. On the other side, Xia Houyi waved his hand. Take him away. Send him back to the city lord's mansion and let Xia Chongqing save him. Only by enduring failure can one grow. Who can be invincible? A team of Long Wuwei entered and quickly carried Xia Yuan away. Xia Houyi smiled faintly. 5 generations have lost, my old man has lost, Xiao Longwu has also lost. The great Zhou King has lost, the great Qin King has lost. If you can stand up, there's still hope. If you can't stand up, Xia Jiao will take care of you in your old age. It was that cruel, that simple. If you can stand up, you're still a genius of Xia Jia. If you can't stand up, then you'll be taken care of in your old age. Just eat and wait for your death. There's no shortage of geniuses. At this moment, Shan Tianhao forcibly gathered his physical body. His face was pale, but he was still unwilling to give up. He was not stupid, but he really wanted to capture Bai Feng. Not only him, but everyone wanted to capture Bai Feng. How could he split so many dragon-slaying swords? Was this the ability of Bai Feng alone, or could all of Shenwen do it? Would this ability cause a huge impact? What exactly did Shenwen research? It was too important. Shenwen's combat power was unparalleled, and now that he could split his Shenwen's combat skills, what kind of impact would this cause? He wanted to capture Bai Feng. Looking at Director Ji flying away, Shan Tianhao turned to look at Zhou Mingren and shouted, Zhou Mingren, are you going to watch as Bai Feng is taken away? Bai Feng's value had risen crazily. How did he split the dragon's salure apart? Vaguely, they even had some terrifying thoughts. Being able to dismantle the dragon's salure meant that Shenwen's battle skill had been dismantled. Then could Shenwen's base be dismantled, if he could? Shan Tianhao did not dare to imagine what kind of drastic changes would occur next. Invincible in Shenwen, he was the strongest among his peers. Everyone was not satisfied with the Shenwen faction because they had spent a lot of resources and because their soar was too difficult and demanding. Under soar, they had to outline more than 10 Shenwen, but, what if, he didn't need to be under soar? Was that even possible? They didn't know, they didn't dare to think about it, they could only say that it was possible. As for whether it was true or not, no one had any evidence. They could only find out if they captured by phone. Zhou Mingren frowned slightly and remained silent. Today, he seemed to have been silent all the time. Even when Director Ji spoke, he only gave in. Zhou Mingren. The 5th generation of Shenwen is the most important. Zhou Mingren said, we'll talk about by phone later. Do you want to offend Ji Hong for by phone? Shan Tianhao was still angry. He suddenly looked at Xiahou Yi, hiding his anger, and said in a low voice, Xiahou Yi, Xia Jia said to open a war zone and let us fight. We will agree to all the conditions Xiahou Yi set. Whatever Xiahou Yi says, we will do. But now, the director of the Education and Welfare Administration is involved. Is this in line with Xia Jia's rules? He had to say it, otherwise, if Xia Jia's men kept interfering, they might as well stop fighting. It would be meaningless. Xiahou Yi shrugged his shoulders. Xia Jia did not interfere. Don't misunderstand. Just treat Ji Hong as their external help. Didn't you all invite Xia Yuan? Look, Xia Jia's men were almost hacked to death. I didn't say anything. Marquis Xia said with a smile, my words are like a nail to every spit I spit. I don't care who dies in the war zone. If you are capable, I won't care even if you kill Ji Hong. Shan Tianhao, you are not as capable as him. I can't do anything about it. You can look for Zhou Polong to settle the score with him. Tell me, what can I do? Marquis Xia felt that he had been wronged. Look, Xia Yuan is injured like this. Did I say anything? In the war zone, you all can fight however you want. When he attacked you just now, he must have entered the war zone, right? I, Xia Jia, am still abiding by the rules, right? Don't slander me. If you slander me again, I am the acting prefecture master. You, Shanhai from Dazhou Prefecture, keep slandering me. Shan Tianhao, think carefully before you speak. Shan Tianhao's expression changed. He cursed in his heart. Ji Hong's interference was still within the rules. What kind of external help was that? On the other side, Zhou Mingren frowned and said slowly, Xiahou Yi, there won't be any more external help, right? Don't ask me. Xiahou Yi laughed. I don't care about that. Bring as many people as you want. Whoever enters the war zone, just kill them. I will take the money. It will be best if you can bring in all the disobedient people from Dexia province. That way, there will be one less dead. That way, there won't be any more trouble. I will say this. Even if you bring in Wanzhu's men, I won't interfere. I am a man of my word. Of course, if they come, I will wipe them out once they leave the war zone. No one said anything. Nonsense, even if they could, Wanzhu's men were not idiots. Would they come to die? Whoever was an idiot would come. Zhou Mingren, what are you waiting for? Capture Lu Wenyan. Shan Tianhao knew he couldn't trouble Ji Hong anymore. He shouted again, how long are you going to wait? If you don't do anything, who will take responsibility if something happens? If Ji Hong can interfere, others can too. An unforeseen event had already occurred. He didn't understand what Zhou Mingren was waiting for. Hong Tan was rushing here. Did he have to wait for him to arrive before dealing with Lu Wenyan's men? Was Zhou Mingren crazy? Zhou Mingren glanced at him and said, if you want to attack, then do it. I want to wait for Hong Tan's return. You. Shan Tianhao, don't give me orders. Zhou Mingren's eyes suddenly turned cold. You don't have the right. Do you understand? Shan Tianhao frowned and cursed in his heart. What was Zhou Mingren waiting for? Although he was angry, he didn't have time to think. He shouted, capture Lu Wenyan and hand over the inheritance of Shenwen. With that, Shan Tianhao looked at the Mountain Sea Realm cultivators. They nodded at the same time and instantly charged toward the war zone, capture Lu Wenyan. If they waited any longer, something would really happen. No one would be satisfied until the 5th generation of Xinwen got their hands on it. As for Zhou Mingren, that bastard, who knew what he was thinking, the Mountain Sea Realm cultivators next to Zhou Mingren looked at Galao. Sun Galao said, "Old Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhou Mingren frowned slightly and said, "You can go, lest you cause trouble. Just capture Lu Wenyan. There's no need to fight to the death with Wu Yuehua and the others." They were a bit sullen. "You were the one who wanted to dig up the grave, but now that it was the critical moment, you actually didn't do anything? What the hell?" Although they were angry and helpless, they looked at each other and quickly joined the battle. At this moment, more people gradually joined the battle. Many of the Mountain Sea Realm cultivators from Shanxinwen's side attacked, next to Lu Wenyan, He Qi, Wu Yuehua, Fan Galao, and many of the Mountain Sea Realm cultivators fought back. Xiao Yi looked at Zhou Mingren, slightly arched an eyebrow, and smiled without saying anything. On the other side, Hu Lao also smiled meaningfully. It was at this moment that Zhou Mingren, who had been silent all this time, suddenly took a deep breath. 2 gas dragons appeared in front of him, extremely conspicuous in the darkness of the night. Xiao Yi, Hu Lao, and the others all looked off into the distance. In the distance, someone was panting from exhaustion. As he walked in their direction, he smiled and said, "I'm not late, am I?" Hong Tan, next to the dilapidated hut, Lu Wenyan saw Hong Tan and suddenly cursed, "You piece of trash. You took so long to get here. I thought you were lost." Hong Tan was an old man, but he couldn't help but laugh. "Elder brother, it's been so many years, but you're still the same. Can't you give me some face?" With that, he looked at Zhou Mingren, and his aged face gradually regained its youthfulness. Straightening his back, he flicked his robes and smiled. "Elder Zhou, were you waiting for me?" "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Zhou Mingren said calmly, "If it weren't for you, I would have killed Shan Tianhao a long time ago. 9th tier Mountain Sea Realm is nothing special." "Hong Tan, I've been waiting for you for years." Hong Tan walked forward step by step, and with each step, he looked younger. Gradually, his frail body became strong again. Smiling, he said, "Elder Zhou, what's the point? If you really want to spar, I'll accompany you. If not, we can go to the heavenly battlefield. You just had to force me to fight. Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Zhou Mingren's aura gradually grew stronger, and he said in a low voice, "Some things have to be vented eventually. The battle between one and many has been going on for a long time, but to me, it's nothing." Zhou Mingren's words caused the experts who were participating in the battle to gradually stop their actions. They all looked at them, the expressions of Sun Galao and the others flickered. "What did he mean?" Zhou Mingren said calmly, "Destroying the Xinwen faction is what I want to do, but getting rid of a crippled Lu Wenyan is meaningless. Others say that you, Hong Tan, are only average in Xinwen faction because you're focused on research, but I don't think that's the case." Zhou Mingren walked toward Hong Tan, and with each step, his aura grew stronger. "I still want to see if you can reach the Sun and Moon realm. I also want to see if you can help me reach the Sun and Moon realm." His aura grew stronger. He had surpassed the peak of the Mountain and Sea realm, but he was vaguely inferior to Division Chief Ji. As Zhou Mingren moved forward, so did Hong Tan, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. On the other side, Shan Tianhao cursed inwardly. He finally understood what was going on. Zhou Mingren had been waiting for Hong Tan because he wanted to fight Hong Tan at his peak and help him cross the threshold of the Sun and Moon realm. Zhou Mingren had not reached the Sun and Moon realm. He was only one step away. He chose to fight Hong Tan with this step. He felt that Hong Tan could help him take this step. Collapsing mountains and seas is not as satisfying as plucking the stars and the moon. As Zhou Mingren walked forward, his aura grew so strong that the mountains and rivers seemed illusory. As he walked, he said, "Wu Yuehua can't do it, He Qi can't do it, and Shan Tianhao can't do it either. I've searched the human realm, and there are quite a few peak mountain and sea realm cultivators, but you, Hong Tan, are the most suitable." Hong Tan smiled. "Elder Zhou, you and my teacher are of the same generation. You've always been targeting me, and I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. There's no need to come looking for me for the sun and moon realm, right? Why do you have so much enmity with me? I've already said that there are plenty of peak mountain and sea realm cultivators on the battlefield. Why bother looking for me? Because I'm a member of the Zhou family. Zhou Mingren replied. Because I'm tied down by karma, so I can only look for you. Helpless, Hong Tan smiled. Fine. Since Elder Zhou wants to use me as a whetstone, I'll play along. The sun and moon realm isn't that easy to reach. With that, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, it rose from the 8th layer of the mountain and sea realm to the peak of the 8th layer. In the next moment, with a rumble, it skyrocketed to the 9th layer of the mountain and sea realm. The 9th layer of the mountain and sea realm. Many people exclaimed in low voices, when did the sky break through? Zhou Mingren's eyes shone brightly. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Hong Tan was no weakling, others might not know, but how could he not know? Not enough. Then I'll make it stronger to satisfy Elder Zhou. Hong Tan smiled, and his aura grew stronger. After a moment, his aura changed again. The peak of the 9th layer of the mountain and sea realm was also the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Is that enough? Hong Tan smiled. Even if it's not enough, there's nothing I can do about it. That should be enough. After all, the Xinwen faction is still a little stronger than you guys. With that, 2 afterimages vanished on the spot, an earth-shattering rumble shook heaven and earth. Capture Lu Wenyan. Zhou Mingren's voice rang out. In the air, the 2 of them exchanged blows. The others could no longer see anything. Fast, incomparably fast, at this moment, Shan Tianhao could no longer care about cursing. He shouted, kill. The mountain sea realm cultivators were also shocked, but they knew that this was not something they could participate in. They all charged toward Lu Wenyan. Capturing Lu Wenyan was the most important thing. A great battle instantly erupted. At the same time, on Xiaohuye's side, 2 figures walked over. Suyu was hugging Xia Huyu, yes, hugging, not exactly hugging, but hugging him by the shoulders, tightly clinging to Xia Huyu. Xia Huyu had an aggrieved and depressed expression, shaking his shoulders. Suyu didn't seem to care and continued to hug him tightly. Their bodies were almost stuck together, and even their heads were pressed against each other. Those who didn't know would think that they were a couple. The auction would only start tomorrow morning. However, Suyu could not wait any longer. When Bai Feng called, Suyu knew that trouble was coming. He could not wait any longer. He was afraid of death, especially now, when he felt that it was too unsafe outside. He did not want to leave the academy, not at all. But he had to leave, therefore, he came. At this moment, he hugged Xia Huyu tightly. This was his protective talisman, his shield, his life-saving straw. He was afraid of death and did not dare to run around. But Xia Jia was not afraid. Xia Huyo. If he didn't guess wrongly, whoever dared to kill Xia Huyo would have to kill all 18 generations of their ancestors. Therefore, Suyu called him along. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders. No, she locked her arms around his neck. We brothers have a good relationship, we are intimate. At this moment, Suyu saw the battle scene and saw Lu Wenyan, who was still smiling in the crowd. He did not see Bai Feng, and felt a little worried. He could not care too much. This was not something he could participate in. He could not afford to participate. Hugging Xia Huyu, Suyu was still a little worried. When a powerhouse killed someone, even hugging him was not too safe. He wished that he could become a belt and hang on this guy's body. Once again, he got close to Xia Huyu. Xia Huyu's oily face was almost stuck to his mouth. Xia Huyu looked helpless. All right, we are here. Suyu, can you let go of me? Don't, my good brother. Brothers should be this close. Suyu smiled. It's best if we don't separate. This place is too unsafe. I am afraid that something will happen to you. If you don't hug me, nothing will happen to me. Xia Huyu cursed in his heart and cursed in his heart. He was secretly suspicious. Do you know who I am? How afraid of death are you to bring me along when you go out? Suyu didn't care about him. He looked around and saw a familiar face. It wasn't really familiar, but he could see a shadow of it, Jing Yunfei's shadow. Is that Principal Zheng? Yes. Go there. not going to Xiaohuye's place? Nope. Suyu refused to come into contact with the fatty not far away. That was an unscrupulous businessman. Everyone in Xia province would turn pale at the mention of his name. He would not go. If he wanted to find someone, he would find a fool. It was too tiring to do business with smart people. The battle broke out. Zheng Ping was still watching the show when he suddenly felt someone walking over. He turned his head and recognized Xia Huyu. As for who Xia Huyu was carrying, oh, he saw wrong. He was not carrying him. He was just sticking to him. Who was this? He was so close. How did this boy from the Xia family get so close to men? Grandpa Zheng. Zheng Ping was stunned when he heard the word Grandpa Zheng. Do I know you? It was not Xia Huyu, but the person beside Xia Huyu. Who was it? Were we close? Suyu had a sweet mouth. Grandpa Zheng, I'm Suyu, Yun Hui's good brother. Did Yun Hui tell you that we scammed tens of thousands of merit points? It's you. Zheng Ping knew who the other party was. He was surprised, but quickly thought of something. You're here, to sell things. Suyu said sweetly, did you get the news, Grandpa Zheng? As he spoke, Suyu's 36 soul-devouring acupuncture points erupted, connecting as one. His willpower was instantly covered in a layer of black flame. This can not only be attached to willpower, but also to limbs. With that, Suyu's palm suddenly turned black. He struck at Zheng Ping. Grandpa Zheng, please feel it. At the peak of the mountain and sea realm, even a fighter's willpower would not be too weak. Zheng Ping did not care. The key was, why did you have to drag that little fatty along when you were hitting me? Didn't you see that the little fatty was about to be strangled by you? Not far away, Xiaohuyi could not bear to watch and turned his head away. Steward who also shook his head. This was the youth from the Xinwen faction? Was he trying to save his life? Did he know Xia Huyu's identity? How distrustful did he have to be to bring Xia Huyu along to sell something? Did he want to tie Xia Huyu to his waist? Bang, there was a muffled sound. Zheng Ping did not attack, nor did he retaliate. His willpower protected his body, but he instantly felt a slight pain, as if he was being pricked by a needle. The weak black flame burned on his willpower. Zheng Ping did not pay it much mind. A slight pain, but this was not simple. What a joke. He was at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Even if he was not a civilizator, his willpower was still very strong. Ordinary Ling Yunjing civilizators might not be able to compare to him. He actually felt a slight pain. What would happen if he were to hit someone of the same level? Soul-devouring art. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. He looked at Suyu, his eyes bursting with divine light as he suddenly probed Suyu. Suyu instantly sealed off all the acupoints. He smiled. Grandpa Zheng, cultivation methods are not determined by which acupoint is opened. If it were that simple, then even heaven-class cultivation methods would be useless. Wouldn't it be easy to use them? Zheng Ping's interest was piqued. He smiled. I heard that you don't sell them for money? Yes. Suyu pointed at the battlefield. My price is not high. If I kill a mountain and sea realm, it belongs to Grandpa Zheng. Zheng Ping laughed. Kill a mountain and sea realm. Easy for you to say. Even a first-layer mountain and sea realm cultivator is not that easy to kill. Besides, these people are in groups and have backers. How can I kill them so easily? The soul-devouring art is not worth this price. Suyu nodded. He held Xia Huyu's hand and bowed slightly. He did not say anything and continued to pull Xia Huyu towards another person. Xia Huyu looked gloomy. Zheng Ping raised an eyebrow. You're not selling? I'm selling. Suyu turned and smiled. Grandpa Zheng, I'm not selling it to you. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Yun Hui is my brother. I can't put his grandfather in a difficult position. I'll ask General Zhao. I think the army needs this. Not far away, General Zhao raised an eyebrow and said, they are from the Xinwen faction. Killing one of them will cause a lot of trouble. Although I'm not afraid, the army still needs civilizators. Killing them will easily cause civilizators to collectively boycott me, Long Wu-wei. Suyu nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He walked towards another person. On the other side, the principal of Long Wu Academy said softly, Long Wu Academy is the reserve of Long Wu-wei. Even General Zhao won't accept it, so I can't. Not far away, Steward Hu said, little student, if you want to exchange a soul-devouring art for a mountain and sea realm cultivator, and a civilizator in a system at that, it's too difficult. Then, he added, moreover, it's not just about profit. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a war zone. The debt left by the 5th generation needs to be paid by your faction. That's the foundation. Suyu said softly, I understand. Thank you for your advice, Grandpa Hu. But I still don't understand. That invincible realm cultivator from Dazhou Prefecture did not die at the hands of my great-grandmaster. Why does our faction have to bear all of this? We don't have the information needed. Does great-grandmaster want to repay it with Shenwen? Steward Hu shook his head and said no more. Some things couldn't be done just because you said it, so you looked around. The battle was still going on, and more people were participating. Ling Yan even began to participate. With mountain and sea being entangled, he approached Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan was also looking at him. He had long seen Suyu. He smiled and moved his lips. Go back. This wasn't Suyu's battlefield, this wasn't a battlefield that Suyu could participate in. Save his teacher, Suyu was still too weak. He wasn't qualified. Suyu suddenly felt a little desolate and sorrowful. Based on what, didn't Dixia province care? He looked at Xiaoyi. In Dixia province, it wasn't Luanzhou, but a group of civilizators besieging another group of civilizators. Didn't Dixia province care? He suddenly felt very disappointed, so disappointed, so disappointed. Why? He saw Wu Yuehua bleeding. He saw the expert protecting teacher Lu being besieged and his body exploding. Mountain and sea were gone. In the darkness, more and more experts joined the battle silently. No one signed up, and no one said who they were. They quietly joined the battle and defended to the death. Not far away, someone smiled and walked over. He cupped his hands at Lu Wenyan and joined the battle. Someone gave Lu Wenyan a thumbs up. There was only passion in his eyes, no unwillingness. He also instantly joined the battle. Suyu knew that it was an expert who came to help. Someone had been waiting for teacher Lu to return, Suyu just watched. He knew that the soul-devouring art couldn't be sold, these people weren't willing to participate. It was a joke to say that fighters had no brains. But he just couldn't accept it. Xia Huyu's shoulder was bruised. He scratched his head. He didn't understand. He glanced at second grandpa and revealed a questioning look. Was he really going to ignore it? More and more people joined the battle. Long Wuwei had already completely sealed off the surroundings. The civilization masters in the army didn't say a word. Their willpower erupted and sealed off the surroundings, not allowing energy to leak out. Xia Huyu looked at Xiaoyi again. Xiaoyi turned his head and looked at him, shaking his head slightly. Ignore it, wait, continue to wait. He wanted to continue waiting. In the distance, the void rumbled continuously. 2 peak mountain and sea realm experts were currently fighting in a place where no one could see them. The momentum was vast, stretching for dozens of miles. Mountains collapsed and rivers stopped flowing. Very powerful, very shocking, but Suyu couldn't see it, and he didn't have the mood to watch. He saw that the people guarding Lu Wenyan were getting fewer and fewer. There was nothing he could do, he could only watch helplessly. The soul-devouring art was useless. Suyu looked around. In the darkness, there were still many people watching the battle from Soar, silently watching everything. One soul-devouring art, specialized in damaging willpower. Is there anyone willing to help? Suyu shouted loudly, no one answered. The method to produce innate blood essence, plus the soul-devouring art. Someone looked over, but still didn't say anything. Suyu's voice was hoarse as he roared, add a basic art. The incantation while soaring through the air. 36 divine apertures opened. Is there anyone willing to help? Is there anyone willing? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Xiaoyi suddenly looked at him. On the other side, Lu Wenyan also looked at him in surprise. Suyu roared, is there no one in Dixia province willing to help? What about the other manners? Since Xiajia doesn't care, Xiajia doesn't have the right to interfere with the experts of other manners. Is there anyone willing? Art? In the void, someone finally spoke, is it really an art below Soar? It can open 36 divine apertures? It's true. Suyu roared, as long as you kill one mountain sea cultivator, it'll be yours. Soul-devouring art, method to produce innate blood essence, basic art. It'll all be yours. Suyu roared, isn't that enough? At a heaven-class art, will that be enough? At this moment, countless gazes converged on him. Many people from the divine runic branch? My name is Suyu, a direct disciple of teacher by Feng. Is that enough? Suyu roared, if it's not enough, is it enough? Are you selling your ancestral property? At this time, someone chuckled. Silly boy, do you really plan on selling off all the wealth of the divine runic lineage? Silly boy, it's just a joke. Everyone, don't take it seriously. Our Xinwen is so poor, how could we have such things? From the darkness, a young man walked out, spear in hand. Laughing, he said, stop fooling around. Go back. It's just a joke. Nothing will happen. As the young man walked out, someone called out, Xianxia. Xianxia was one of the legendary figures of the past, one of the freakish geniuses of the Xinwen faction. At this moment, Xianxia was a young man, very young. His face was pale, but he was all smiles. Looking at Suyu, he said, it's just a joke. Kids shouldn't cause trouble. With these words, he casually stabbed out with his spear, laughing. Brother Wenyan, why did you come back so early? With me here, Brother Zhang's grave will really be dug up by others. With these words, a spear suddenly appeared in the chest of a mountain and sea expert off in the distance. Splat, the spear had shattered his fleshly body. Xianxia laughed, pulled out his spear, and flickered as he attacked a 7th stage mountain and sea expert. Bang, the void exploded, the 7th stage mountain and sea expert's expression changed. Just as he was about to dodge, a Xinwen flash appeared. Dragon. The Xinwen spear fused, and the spear became like a dragon. In the void, an incomparably huge golden dragon appeared and swallowed the opponent. In an instant, it transformed into a spear and fell into Xianxia's hand. Xianxia laughed. The spear vibrated, and one could vaguely see an expert roaring and attacking the spear. The spear vibrated violently. Xianxia laughed. A ball of flame appeared in his hand, and the spear was set ablaze. A miserable scream resounded through heaven and earth. Xianxia coughed, looked around, and said with a smile, let's go. If another sun moon comes, I won't care. No sun moon, Zhou Mingren, isn't enough. With these words, he looked at Suyu again, and said with a smile, go back. Go to the academy and fool around. What are you selling? Ancestral property can't be sold. If you sell it, you'll be letting down the ancestors. Letting down the teachers. Suyu's face was filled with surprise. Many experts from the Xinwen faction were here. No, the experts who were banished in the past had returned. At this moment, a palm suddenly appeared behind Xianxia, and it slapped towards him. Shan Tianhao. Xianxia frowned. At this moment, the spear in his hand vibrated even more violently. It was restraining him. At the same time, a shocking sword gleam descended. It went straight for Shan Tianhao. Shan Tianhao frowned, and retreated instantly, dodging the sword gleam. Xianxia, you're really fast. A woman's voice was heard. In the darkness, a woman walked through the void. On the other side, Wu Yuehua, who was fighting with an expert, suddenly scolded, Hu Ping, you did this on purpose. You came late on purpose. You want to see me make a fool of myself. Ridiculous, you're being unreasonable. In the void, the woman with the sword snorted, see you make a fool of yourself? You're a joke to begin with. What's there to see? You be *tch. Just wait until I kill this bastard. I won't let you off. After saying that, she completely flipped out. The huge cauldron smashed in all directions, and plumes of black smoke emitted from it. Several mountain sea experts came into contact with the black smoke, and their bodies instantly rotted. Black smoke filled the air. Xianxia, Hu Ping, 2 experts who had been banished in the past had returned. As for Suyu, he looked at them in a daze. Suddenly, he laughed. There were still people. The next moment, Suyu said excitedly, thank you, seniors. Please forgive the other seniors, I was just joking. Xiaohu hasn't given me the incantation, so I can't sell it even if I wanted to. Please don't misunderstand. Xiaohu looked at him in a daze. What did he mean? Many people instantly looked at Xia Huyu. Some people recognized him, and then they were stunned. Suyu was selling Xia Jia's incantation, F*ck, mother F*ker, was this kid for real? Was he trying to trick us? We were almost tricked to death. Would you dare to buy Xia Jia's incantation? Xia Huyu looked at Suyu, still in a daze. This bastard, he really knew my identity, the incantation you were talking about, what's going on? When did I say I would give you the incantation for you to sell, so you didn't bat an eyelid? He squeezed his shoulder. You have it, you really have it. Xia Huyu's eyes flickered, and they instantly became bright. I have it, I really have it, F*ck, this guy, has it. The next moment, Xia Huyu laughed, that. Seniors, please don't mind me. I really wanted to give it to Suyu. It's a personal friend who sponsored it. Don't misunderstand, whoever bought it just now, I will take it out. Suyu is my brother, my best brother. The incantation is nothing. Xiao Huyi couldn't help but look at him. You have it, you do have it, 18 apertures. You even told this to Suyu, are you crazy? You still want to give it to him? Xia Huyu smiled, looking apologetic. He pinched Suyu and whispered, I'm not giving it to you anymore. Are you stupid? I asked you to sell it secretly, and you shouted so loudly. You all know I'm giving it to you. Return it to me first, or my family will be unhappy. Suyu glanced at him, smiled, and took out a jade talisman and handed it to him. Xia Huyu's hands were trembling as he held it in his hands. F*ck, is this for real? Seeing second grandpa look at him, Xia Huyu's bare one's teeth smiled and said awkwardly, it's fake, it's fake. I didn't dare to make it real. I just wanted to trick Suyu, I didn't expect him to really sell it. Don't be angry. Xiao Huyi looked at the two of them in surprise. What was going on? Xia Huyu was extremely excited. F*ck, is it really an incantation? Where did Suyu get this? F*ck, if it's real, I've made a killing. Xia Huyu's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but look at Suyu. Even now, he still couldn't quite believe it. Was what this guy had given him real? Suyu didn't even look at him. He looked over at the battlefield off in the distance. As Xia Yunqi and Hu Ping arrived, the two geniuses of the Shenwen faction from the past were now displaying their unparalleled battle prowess, high mountain and sea realm. As for how high they were, Suyu couldn't tell. All he knew was that the mountain and sea realm experts from before had been forced into retreat. His spear was like a dragon. Xia Yunqi had trapped a 7th stage mountain and sea cultivator, and was still suppressing a mountain and sea cultivator. As for Hu Ping, she was up against Shan Tianhao, who was at the 9th stage of the mountain and sea realm. She didn't say much. Her sword shone brightly in the dark night, and her sword qi was like frost that swept out in all directions. Their weapons were no ordinary Wenbing weapons. Suyu saw the shadow of the Shenwen faction's battle techniques, which flickered with the light of numerous Shenwen swords. Unexpectedly, they were both offensive-type experts. Huyu, can you introduce me to them? Suyu looked over at Xia Huyu. He wanted to know who these people were. He was too inexperienced, and didn't recognize these mountain and sea cultivators. As the son of the prefect, Xia Huyu had an impression of almost all the mountain and sea cultivators. Even if he hadn't met them before, he would have done some research on them. At this moment, he didn't say much and said in a low voice, Elder Wu Yuehua, you know her, right? The one she fought with is Tang Yunfei of the Jiutian Academy. Over there. Xia Huyu pointed. Off in the distance, a burly middle-aged man riding a fierce tiger could be seen. He looked incomparably valiant, and he held a large halberd in his hand as he sent a man flying backward. The one riding the tiger is Hiqi Galao from the Beast Tamer faculty. Your opponent is Zhou Yunhua Galao from the Jiutian Academy. Over there, Suyu looked again and saw an old man surrounded by countless divine runes. There was frost, sword energy, lightning, that's Fan Jin Galao from the Divine Talisman Department. She's also on your side. Her opponent is Wang Ming Galao from the Dao Seeking Academy. One by one, the experts were recognized by Xia Huyu. There were many mountains and seas, they came from all over the world. There were also quite a few experts on the side of the Shenwen Alliance. Just within the academy alone, there were 4 Galao experts participating. Not counting Hong Tan and the others, including the 3 of them, there were 7 Mountain Sea Realm experts participating in the battle. Outside of the Collegium, the Nine Heavens Academy and the Dao Seeking Academy both had Mountain Sea Galao send reinforcements, as well as Mountain Sea Realm cultivators. As of this moment, there were more than 20 Shanhai cultivators gathered here. That's Shan Tianhao, the Dean of the Faculty of Theology of the Great Zhou Civilization Academy. He's at the 9th tier of the Mountain Sea Realm. At this moment, Xia Huyu introduced Shan Tianhao. He has a grandson. He's the monster from Dazhou Prefecture that everyone talks about, the one who achieved soar in half a year. However, his grandson doesn't have much to do with him. He's the last disciple of the Great Zhou Civilization Academy's dean, Zhou Polong. Suyu nodded. He had long known that the genius from Dazhou Prefecture had a high-ranking researcher grandfather. So it was this person. He remembered all of these people. Suyu said softly, some of them seem to have no enmity with us. Why are they participating? Benefits. It was that simple, Xia Huyu said softly. Who doesn't want to see the 5 generations of Shenwen? Who doesn't want to see it? The people from Dazhou Prefecture are showing such an attitude and even sent people here. These people are either trying to curry favor with Zhou Polong, or they're doing it for their own benefits. Curry favor? Suyu said softly, aren't they afraid of offending Xianxia? Xia Huyu thought for a moment. After a while, he said softly, no, because a civilization master mainly relies on the seeker realm. Let's put it this way. Xiajia's Dao of War is at the peak. Daxia of Goguryeo and Prefecture head Xia both reached the peak of the Dao of War. In the seeker realm, Xiajia isn't strong. Prefecture head Xia Chongqing and uncle Xianxia are at the peak of this Dao. At this moment, Suyu vaguely seemed to understand something. He said in a low voice, the king of the state of Zhou isn't seeker realm expert? Yes. Xia Huyu nodded. You finally understand, right? Dazhou Prefecture is actually the leader of the civilization masters, especially in Dazhou Prefecture. Prefecture head Zhou Polong might advance to the invincible realm and become the next big shot in the seeker realm. So you understood. No wonder even in Xiajia's territory, these people still followed Xiajia's rules and dared to intervene in these battles. Because a civilization master didn't rely on Xiajia. On the other hand, Xiajia still needed a civilization master. The demon-subduing army and Long Wuwei both needed a large number of civilization masters. Xiajia can't control them? She can. Xia Huyu smiled. How can she not control them? Then you're underestimating Xiajia. But according to the agreement between Xiajia and the civilization masters, they won't enter the army. Xiajia won't control them too much. Civilization masters care more about freedom. It's normal for talents to move around. If they really run to Dazhou Prefecture, we can't do anything. Of course, under normal circumstances, there's no benefit to running away from home. Suyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, murderous intent filled the air in the battlefield. Suyu and the others couldn't see much. At most, they could see some flickering figures. Lu Wenyan was still standing in the same place. There was no Shanhai guarding him anymore. Only a few Lingyan who had just arrived were guarding him vigilantly. Lu Wenyan looked around and suddenly said, I'll say it again. Shenwen can't materialize. Even if I materialize it, the descendants of those who died with my master can observe it. Others can't. Are you sure you want to dig up Zhang Ruoling's grave? I'll move it back to southern Yuan and never return to Dixia province. How about that? You can't materialize it? Someone shouted coldly. Xianxia and Hu Ping have both appeared. They can materialize it, but you can't? Lu Wenyan, you're too selfish. The 5 generations of Shenwen don't belong to you alone, but to everyone. That's right. For the 5 generations, countless civilization masters died. You, Lu Wenyan, dominated the 5 generations of Shenwen. It's not that we didn't give you time. We gave you 50 years. Even now, you're still looking for excuses. The Shanhai realm experts roared angrily. Lu Wenyan said calmly, Shenwen doesn't belong to me alone, but some people don't have the right to say that. The friends my master took with him back then didn't leave many descendants. You all call yourselves senior brothers and junior brothers. You have no relationship at all. What right do you have to say that? If they don't have the right, then what about me? Someone shouted angrily. My father died in battle with the 5 generations. Even the legacy of Shenwen wasn't left to me, but to a so-called genius. Anyway, my father died in your great Xia civilization university. Who knows if it's true or not? Lu Wenyan heard the voice and sighed. Brother Qi, Uncle Qi was seriously injured and on the verge of death. By the time you were informed, Uncle Qi could no longer hold on, so he chose Lu Ran to inherit Shenwen. Lu Ran has already passed away. In the darkness, the newcomer shouted, I don't need to hear this. Lu Ran is already dead, and I don't want to dig up his grave. I'll let my father's Shenwen rest in the ground. I just want to know if I have the right to see the research materials my father left behind. Where is the information about advancing to the invincible realm that the 5th generation mentioned? My father also spent a lot of effort to follow the 5th generation in research. In the end, he achieved results. My father died in battle, so there's nothing left for us? Lu Wenyan said in a low voice, my master really didn't leave any information behind. Everyone who saw it that day knows that. Only a few unimportant information are incomplete, such as Shenwen's integration. That's why Hong Tan later announced to the public that Shenwen's integration system was formed after Hong Tan expanded it himself. The information left behind by the 5th generation had been researched and almost all of it was made public. The fusion of divine characters could be considered an extremely important research result. Back then, Hong Tan had directly announced it to the public. It was just that the fusion technique was too difficult, so it had been sealed in the end. However, many powerhouses knew of it. I don't believe that's all. The newcomer shouted, why didn't Baifeng Shenwen's division method spread before? Lu Wenyan frowned and said, that's Baifeng's own research result. It's not left by my master. These things were all made by Baifeng himself. Obviously, someone was obsessed with this research result. The things left behind by the 5th generation had been given all that could be given, except for the Shenwen. Now, these people even owed the results of Baifeng's research to the 5th generation. They wanted to get them without paying any price. Lu Wenyan was sullen. He couldn't agree. Baifeng's research? What a joke. Baifeng has only been in school for a few years. I knew that you were not honest. After that, in the void, mountains appeared out of thin air and pressed down on Lu Wenyan. Just as the others were resisting the mountains, Lu Wenyan frowned and suddenly slammed his palm into the ground. A black shadow was blasted out from the ground. On the other side, Wu Yuehua was shocked. The huge cauldron instantly pressed down. With a rumble, the black shadow was shattered, the huge cauldron flew away. Because Wu Yuehua was distracted, his opponent's Shenwen broke through his defense. With a splat, the cauldron pierced through his shoulder. The battle became more and more intense. Su frowned and suddenly looked at Xiaoyi. What was this guy thinking? More and more mountains and seas were participating. If a few of them died, Dexia province would also suffer a significant loss. Did he not care? Xiaoyi ignored him. At this moment, head steward Hu and Xiaoyi were whispering something that no one could hear. Xiaoyi, what do we do now? Xiaoyi didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he said, where's Zhao Mingyu? He's not back yet. Soon. Have Lao Zhao tell his sister that he's back. Take Lu Wenyan and leave. Evacuate this place and return to southern Yuan. Xiaoyi. Head steward Hu looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Soon, General Zhao seemed to have heard something. He frowned, nodded, and then vanished. The battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, a figure appeared off in the distance. Someone shouted, Zhao Mingyu. Stop her. Scram. A light shout rang out. Before Suyu could even see the shadow, he saw a huge staff smashing down. With a bang, one of the mountains and seas was sent flying. A moment later, a woman landed on the ground, looking heroic and murderous. Without a word, she flew toward Lu Wenyan. Along the way, the other mountains and seas were all blocked. What are you waiting for? Come with me. Zhao Ming and Yu Qing shouted. They quickly stepped forward and dragged Lu Wenyan out of the war zone. On the other side, Wu Yuehua cursed softly but didn't say anything. It was time to take Lu Wenyan away. If they stayed in the war zone, it would be easy for something to happen. Xianxia and the others also shouted, Wenyan, you go first. We'll stay here and see who can dig up Ruoling's grave. Leave Lu Wenyan behind. The others shouted one after another, if Lu Wenyan left the war zone, all the experts gathered here today would be in vain. It hadn't been easy for Xianxia to open up a war zone in Xia province for them to settle their grudges. This was a rare opportunity. At other times, even if they fought, everyone was very conservative and didn't dare to go all out. Sparring was fine, but if someone died, Xianxia would intervene. Today's war zone was the best time to capture Lu Wenyan and even kill Lu Wenyan. Just as Zhao Mingyue was about to lead Lu Wenyan out, a soft sigh was heard. In the next moment, a huge flag covered the sky and covered the sun. Lu Wenyan, stay. Zhao Mingyue raised her eyebrows and shouted, Jin Yuhui, how dare you interfere? The principal of the Jiutian Academy. Mingyue, all of you can leave. Lu Wenyan must stay, or Shunwen must stay, an old voice came from the void. The principal of the Jiutian Academy had intervened, he was a true expert at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Some people even suspected that he had already advanced to the Sun-Moon realm, just like Wan Tianxing. He might have advanced successfully, but he didn't reveal it to the public. In Xia province, Wan Tianxing was known as the most powerful civilizator. The second was the principal of the Jiutian Academy. As for people like Chief Ji, they couldn't be considered civilizators. Although they knew some civilizator techniques, they were mainly fighters. Lu Wenyan was held back by Zhao Ming. He had been a little taciturn before, but now he suddenly flew into a rage and said, Jin Yuhui. What right do you have to intervene? Our faction doesn't owe you anything. Not only do you not owe us anything, you shameless person. You used our Shunwen integration method, and you have the nerve to announce that you're one of the founders? It's meaningless to talk too much. Jin Yuhui didn't argue. He waved the large flag, and it fell from the sky, directly toward them. Break! Zhao Ming shouted and soared into the sky. A long staff shot into the sky, and with a rumble, it bombarded the large flag. There was a loud bang, and the surroundings trembled. The large flag trembled. Soon, many Shunwen flew out and fused into the large flag, stabilizing the Wenbing flag. Then, it fell again. Zhao Ming shouted again, holding the long staff in his hand, he attacked again with a rumble, however, the opponent was too strong. The large flag still fell slowly. Once it fell, Lu Wenyan would be suppressed. Die! Zhao Ming was furious. He roared, and the long staff erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. At the same time, in other directions, a long spear, a long sword, and a large cauldron fell toward the large flag. In the distance, Han Tan, who was still fighting with Zhou Mingren, growled and roared, Jin Yuhui, you're courting death. As soon as he said that, Han Tan, who couldn't be seen before, suddenly expanded. In an instant, everyone saw an incomparably huge giant appear. A shield was held in the giant's left hand, protecting his chest. A long sword was held in the giant's right hand. He walked in the air, ignoring Zhou Mingren's attack. The shield flickered and blocked Zhou Mingren's attack. Han Tan turned into a giant and rushed over. With a swing of his sword chi spanned thousands of meters. Rumble, the sword chi fell and slashed at the large flag. With a ripping sound, the large flag was torn apart. Cough, cough, the sound of coughing came from the void. Jin Yuhui sighed, Han Tan, you've really been hiding your strength. At that moment, Zhou Mingren growled. Just as Han Tan was about to continue forward, huge stone pillars appeared from all directions. The stone pillars appeared and instantly sealed him within. Zhou Mingren's aura was boundless. He frowned and said calmly, Han Tan, our battle isn't over yet. Don't interfere with other things. Old fart, you're courting death. Han Tan was furious. With the large shield in his hand, he smashed a large pillar with a boom. With the sword in his right hand, he swept in all directions again, breaking the pillars one by one. However, Zhou Mingren didn't care. The area outside the pillars suddenly turned into an ocean. Towering waves appeared and crashed towards Han Tan, who was inside the pillars. At that moment, Su Yu walked to Xingping's side and whispered, Grandpa Xing, the battle is so intense. Aren't you going to comment? Xingping's expression was strange. Comment, brat, you don't understand, so you want me to comment a bit, how thick-skinned, since he had nothing to do. Jinping smiled and said, the one who just attacked is Jin Yuhui, the principal of the Jiutian Academy. He's at the peak of the mountain sea realm, so he's half a step into the sun-moon tier. The three strongest people here are Hong Tan, Jin Yuhui, and Zhou Mingren. They're all half a step into the sun-moon tier. Hong Tan has a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. That's his Shenwen battle technique. Zhou Mingren has mastered 8 Shenwen. The pillar before was the stone Shenwen, and the ocean now is the wave Shenwen. Zhou Mingren's main Shenwen isn't these, but the sun Shenwen. Once he uses the main Shenwen, the battle will reach its peak. So you quickly asked, why did Jin Yuhui attack? It's a grudge from the previous generation. When your 5th principal was around, he couldn't even lift his head. Moreover, this guy has been studying the Shenwen fusion technique for many years. Your school has previously published the Shenwen fusion technique, and then sealed it. Jin Yuhui is very interested in this, and the 5th Shenwen might be involved in this, so it's not strange that he attacked. Siyu nodded and said, Grandpa Xing, Teacher Lu Wenyan could have left before, so why didn't he? Wouldn't he be fine once he left the battlefield? Leave? Zheng Ping shook his head and said, he couldn't. He couldn't leave once he left Southern Yuan. Southern Yuan is actually his cage. Now that he's escaped, he's free, but he's also lost some protection. In Southern Yuan, almost no one dared to cause trouble for him for 50 years. But after 50 years, many people can't wait. So after he leaves Southern Yuan, he either has to hand over Shenwen or give up on some people. Otherwise, he won't be able to go back. Siyu frowned and glanced at Lu Wenyan, who was trapped under the flag. Zhao Ming, Sun Yu, and the others were very strong, but at this moment, they were no match for Jin Yuhui. Then what's the strength of Senior Xianxia and the others? Around the 7th tier of the mountain sea realm. Zheng Ping's eyes were sharp, and he quickly said, if they explode, I'm afraid they're close to the 9th tier of the mountain sea realm. However, I feel that there are still some problems with their fusion of Shenwen. Their battle prowess can't last long, and it's not enough for fusion. Right now, it can only be said that they barely succeeded. After saying this, he sighed and said, if they were at the mountain sea realm, it wouldn't be worth it. If they hadn't fused with Shenwen, the weakest would be at the 7th tier of the mountain sea realm, and there's hope for the 9th tier. If they don't enter the sun and moon realm, then the fusion of Shenwen back then would have been a waste. If they didn't enter the sun and moon realm, then the fusion back then wouldn't have been worth it. 50 years was enough time for these people to cultivate to the mountain sea tier. The goal back then was to let them quickly enter the sun and moon tier, not to let them stay at the sun and moon tier for 50 years. Looks like there are still many problems with the inheritance of Shenwen. What a pity. Zheng Ping sighed, feeling a bit regretful. However, he didn't care too much. This was how civilization masters were. Sometimes, for the sake of research, they would invest endless energy and resources, only to ultimately fail. There was nothing they could do about it. Obviously, the inheritance back then couldn't be considered a success. In this case, it was very regrettable. Now, there were actually many people who were waiting to see the results. Zhao Ming, Sun Yu, and the others had returned, but they were all at the mountain sea realm. Moreover, their battle prowess hadn't stabilized. In this case, there was no need for the inheritance of Shenwen. Siyu also felt very regretful, they hadn't been able to enter the sun and moon realm. 50 years had passed, and none of these geniuses were weaker than Hong Tan. In the end, their battle prowess was inferior, and they had to bear decades of infamy and humiliation. Speaking of which, it was indeed not worth it. Furthermore, many of them had died, for example, Zhang Ruoling, who was buried here. Unable to think about all this, Siyu hurriedly said, they captured Teacher Lu. Are they really going to kill him? Since Lu Wenyan won't appear in Shenwen, it's hard to say. Siyu continued, Grandpa Xing, aren't you and the others in Dixia province disappointed at all? Zheng Ping said helplessly, let's put it this way. If Xiaojia doesn't do anything, then strictly speaking, we are all Xiaojia's soldiers. If Xiaojia doesn't do anything, then we have to listen to his orders. I sympathize with you, but I can't help you. That includes Lao Zhao and Old Hu. Their families are all here. Do you think they don't care? Xing Ping sighed. Hu Ping and Zhao Ming are their families. They care more than anyone else. But if Xiahou Yi doesn't give the order, then we can't interfere. If they don't even care about their own families, then who do you expect them to protect? Is there a need for war on the All Heavens battlefield? This. Xing Ping was at a loss for words. He said awkwardly, if my family is here, I'll definitely go. If they don't dare, then there's nothing I can do. If my family isn't here, there's no need for me to fight to the death with them, right? Suyu was a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have instigated Qingyun Fai to come. Of course, if he did come, it would be hard to say. He was just a student who needed to rest. On the other side, General Zhao and Steward who did not say anything. The two looked at Xiahou Yi. Xiahou Yi did not say anything either. Seeing the two looking at him, he smiled. Don't worry, Jin Yuhui, let this guy force you. Let's see if he has any other tricks up his sleeve. General Zhao and Steward who looked at each other and could only nod. Xiahou Yi ignored them. He tilted his head and looked at the Great Xia Civilization University in the distance. What was that old guy Wan Tianxing doing now? The flag fell bit by bit. Zhao Ming could no longer hold on. Blood flowed from his mouth as he was constantly being suppressed. In the distance, Hong Tan transformed into a giant. His expression was ugly. Zhou Mingren, I'm giving you face and sparring with you. Are you sure you won't give way? If you win, I'll naturally give way to you. Zhou Mingren replied calmly. At this moment, a great sun shone in the sky, shining on Hong Tan's body. Hong Tan's giant shield kept melting. Don't you guys want to see if I have the advancement information left behind by my master? Let me tell you, I don't, and I don't need it. The path of the predecessors is just a reference. Can you really follow the path of the predecessors and step into the invincible realm? Hong Tan growled. Zhou Mingren, don't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Tan roared. The giant shield and the longsword suddenly began to fuse, and a new longsword was born. Don't you guys want to see? Then I'll show you. Fuse. With a roar, the two weapons instantly fused into one. At this moment, an incomparably strong willpower erupted from Hong Tan's body. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. With the giant sword in his hand, the sword was like the sun and moon, shining brightly. With a rumble, before the sword landed, the sun in the sky shattered. Zhou Mingren coughed out blood and quickly retracted the sun. That was his master, Shen Wen. The stone pillars were shattered, and the waves were destroyed, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Jin Yuhui, you're courting death. Hong Tan didn't care about the fleeing Zhou Mingren. His figure pierced through the void and quickly appeared on the ground, slashing down with his sword. Rumble, with a shocking explosion, the flag disappeared and appeared in the hands of an old man. In the darkness, the old man held the flag and quickly blocked. With a ripping sound, the flag was shattered, the old man spat out blood and retreated thousands of meters. At this moment, Hong Tan's body was like a small mountain. He stepped forward again and slashed down with his sword. Jin Yuwei's expression was unsightly as he shouted, Zhou Mingren, together. On the other side, Zhou Mingren rapidly tore through the air and also slapped down with the sun and moon in his hand. Trash, scram. Hong Tan's giant sword swept out, and with a bang, Zhou Mingren was sent flying. Hong Tan stepped down, straight for Jin Yuhui. Sun and moon. Many people cried out in surprise. Hong Tan had entered the sun and moon, so fast? Not yet, he's getting close, Shan Tianhao quickly roared. He hadn't reached the sun and moon yet, but he was getting close. Quick, take down Lu Wenyan. Shan Tianhao quickly charged toward Lu Wenyan. Zhao Ming, Yu, and the others were seriously injured. At this moment, they all roared in anger, but they couldn't resist the 9th-tier mountain sea Shan Tianhao. Lu Wenyan, who was protected at the back, was frowning. No sun and moon came, Lu Wenyan thought, and turned to look at Xiahou Yi in the distance. Are you also waiting for me to use this sword? All these years, have you also been investigating? If I use this sword, will anyone appear? Which sun-moon tier cultivator will act? If they don't act, I'll have to leave. Let's go. Lu Wenyan suddenly said, Yunqi, you guys stop them. I'll leave first. I'll leave Rualing to you guys. I'll return to Southern Yuan first. Remember to come to Southern Yuan to find me, okay? The others shouted. Zhao Ming shouted, Wu Yuehua, what are you waiting for? Send him away. Wu Yuehua rolled his eyes at her. Do I need you to say that? After sending his opponent flying with a cauldron, he quickly landed, grabbed Lu Wenyan, and flew out. Someone shouted, Lu Wenyan, you can leave today, but you can't leave tomorrow. If you leave today, this debt will never be settled. Lu Wenyan didn't speak. On the other side, Zhou Mingren and Jin Yuhui were resisting Hong Tan with difficulty. At this moment, Zhou Mingren also shouted, Lu Wenyan, if you don't leave Shenwen alive, it'll be a disaster. You've harmed so many people in Shenwen, isn't that enough? Lu Wenyan still didn't speak. At this moment, they were about to leave the battle zone. Once they got out, he would be gone, and today's battle would come to an end. In order to force Lu Wenyan out, they had already paid a great price. In the instant that Wu Yuehua was about to step out of the battle zone, a large hand descended from the void. Wu Yuehua shouted angrily, and struck out with a cauldron. Hong, the giant cauldron flew out with a crack, somewhat shattered, an 8th-tier mountain C-tier strike had almost shattered Wenbing. Sun and Moon. Wu Yuehua was shocked, and roared in anger, Who? In the darkness, no one answered. The giant hand grabbed at Lu Wenyan. Nearby, Xiaoyi stood up. His eyes were solemn. A Sun-Moon tier elite had made a move. A true Sun-Moon tier, not the kind that had just entered. Bastard! Wu Yuehua grabbed Lu Wenyan, and was about to throw him out of the battle zone. The giant cauldron returned, and she was about to fight with all her might when Lu Wenyan grabbed her hand, not giving her the chance to throw him out. Wu Yuehua was furious. You idiot, why aren't you running? A true Sun-Moon tier had arrived. On the other side, Hong Tan also roared, his sword slashing wildly, causing Jin and Zhou to bleed continuously. You dare! I'll kill you! Hong Tan was furious, but it was too late. The distance was too far, and at this moment, the giant hand had already covered over. Wu Yuehua's divine apertures erupted, and the divine apertures instantly merged into one. With the giant cauldron in hand, she was about to rush up to fight the Sun and Moon tier. Lu Wenyan grabbed her hand again, and sighed. Don't seek death. As she spoke, she looked at the giant hand. I've waited a long time for you. With that, the Sea of Will trembled violently. In the next moment, a giant axe appeared in her hand. Yes, an axe. This axe, at this moment, was extremely dim. As soon as the axe appeared, the surroundings instantly fell silent for a moment. Lu Wenyan looked at the axe, a little dejected. I haven't fought for a long time, I almost forgot, I'm Lu Wenyan. In the next moment, she looked up at the sky, and smiled. It's you. Kill. An explosive roar resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Wenyan wielded the giant axe, and the axe instantly shone like the sun and moon. The axe directly split the giant hand, and blood splattered. In the world at this moment, there was only this axe. Outside, Suyu's face was full of shock. At this moment, all the battles of the mountains and seas no longer existed, and the whole world was only this axe. Lu Wenyan. In the void, someone sighed. A bright moon appeared, and the bright moon fell toward the axe. Poochie. In an instant, the bright moon shattered. Pooh, someone coughed up blood, and murmured, Invincible aura, you, successfully merged, / Lu Wenyan did not reply. With another roar, she wielded the giant axe, and charged into the darkness. At this moment, Lu Wenyan was incomparably powerful. One strike to destroy the Sun and Moon tier. In the darkness, the light gradually illuminated, and a phantom appeared. Xiaoyi looked over there with a burning gaze. Then, his eyes moved, and he ignored it. He looked at Chief Steward Hu, and Chief Steward Hu also straightened his back. Right at this moment, a faint invincible aura burst forth from Lu Wenyan's body, sweeping out in all directions. Suyu directly sprawled onto the ground, only feeling that the void was filled with a suppressive might that he couldn't resist at all. He did not resist. In any case, it was his teacher. If he lay on the ground, then so be it. Suyu also could not hide his shock. Teacher Lu was so strong? Break! With a rumble, the phantom that appeared in the void was directly shattered. In the next moment, Lu Wenyan's expression changed greatly. It's fake. At this moment, at the place where the phantom was shattered, a Shenwen exploded. That was an incarnation of Shenwen, not a real person. Someone had a fake sun and moon created by Shenwen, but it was comparable to the real sun and moon, and at this moment, the void behind Lu Wenyan shattered, and a finger appeared, heading straight for his head. At the same time, the few spectators, who had been indifferent before, had already broken through the void and attacked in an instant. At this moment, the sage-like chief steward, who was like an ancient demon, his chi and blood rushed to the heavens, suddenly breaking through the void. With a roar, he stepped into the void, and under the circumstances that outsiders could not see, he seemed to be fighting something. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Lu Wenyan, and with a bang, he crushed the finger that was attacking Lu Wenyan. No! Chief Steward who shouted. On the other side, General Zhao, who outsiders had always thought was only at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, was also shockingly powerful at this moment. As soon as Chief Steward who spoke, General Zhao's spear was already in his hand, and with a single thrust, he pierced through heaven and earth. As if breaking through the void, a figure appeared in the void. Are you all waiting for me? The figure laughed. He did not care, for he knew that someone was waiting for him. He reached out again, grabbing General Zhao's spear with one hand. In the sky, 5 great suns appeared, 5 levels of the sun and moon realm. Outsiders thought that he was General Zhao of the mountain and sea realm, an expert of the 5th level of the sun and moon realm. The spear fused with the sun and moon realm, and he struck out. Rumble, the space collapsed, but the figure didn't seem to care. He stretched out his hand again and charged toward Lu Wenyan, chief steward, who rapidly broke through the void, attacking this huge hand. At this moment, Lu Wenyan roared, and his axe chopped towards the sky. In the sky, another path appeared, and a fist directly descended. What a grand move! At this moment, Xiaoyi sighed. To kill him, he really went through a lot of trouble. The huge axe and the fist collided, and light shone in all directions. Xiaoyi finished the watermelon in his hand in one gulp, and grinned. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Damn, can't you hide any longer? As he spoke, the figure that had been left in place had already shattered. Before anyone could discover anything, a fat old man appeared in the air and grabbed the fist. With a rumble, he broke through space and walked into the depths of space. Since you're here, don't leave. Old Hu, Lao Zhao, hurry up, that's the eternal Shenwen. Don't shatter it, capture it. I want to find out whose Shenwen incarnation it is. Yes, sir. The 2 sun and moon realms responded. Rumbling sounds continued. At this moment, the 2 powerhouses no longer hid their strength. Chief Steward, who was even stronger than General Zhao. With one hand, he covered the sky, covering the figure that had appeared previously. Capture me? The figure laughed. With a loud rumble, a Shenwen appeared, and in the next moment, it shattered. With a bang, Chief Steward whose palm exploded, and the Shenwen incarnation also shattered. Chief Steward who frowned, and he grabbed the fragments of the Shenwen incarnation in his hand. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be filled with willpower. Countless willpower overflowed, and the Shenwen incarnation's essence circulated in the void. An eternal Shenwen incarnation was shattered. At this moment, Suyu was stunned. He couldn't care less. In the sea of will, the Shenwen incarnation quickly absorbed the charm, absorbed the willpower, and opened the divine apertures one by one. He didn't care what had happened. He only knew that something big had happened. In a short moment, it seemed that 2 eternal Shenwen incarnations were shattered. Lu Wenyan had broken one, and so had Steward Hu and the others. What was going on? Who was it? That invincible realm expert? At this moment, Xiaoyi had disappeared. Only the void continued to shake, and Xiaoyi's shouting voice could be heard. At the same time, in the Shouxinggu, Wan Tianqing's eyes turned as if he was looking for something. After a long time, he frowned and said, "No, it's fake, he didn't come." Fatty Xia, this idiot, he alerted the enemy. He cursed. Wan Tianqing's face was full of anger and dissatisfaction. This idiot didn't want to capture anyone at all. He wanted to alert the enemy and scare them away. Bastard, so what if he's invincible? Invincible, deserves to be killed. He knew what Xiaoyi was thinking, but he was dissatisfied. Very dissatisfied, soon, Wan Tianqing took a deep breath and sat down. There's no hurry, I can still wait. If it doesn't work this time, I'll do it next time. Since I've made a move once, I'll make a second move. I see something. In his mind, several figures quickly flashed. It was one of them. I found you. Don't even think about hiding. His eyes turned, and the sun and moon appeared. It was as if he could see the universe, and an illusory figure gradually formed in his mind. However, the face was not very clear. The aura was not very stable. Wan Tianqing was a little angry. Not yet, that guy was too cunning. I'll wait for your next move. Taking another deep breath, Wan Tianqing closed his eyes. I can wait. Wan Tianqing was angry and chose to hide again. And Xiao Yi suddenly came out from the other side of the space. At this moment, he was holding a person in his hand. It was not a human, it was a Shenwen, constantly changing between human and Shenwen. Xiao Yi's hand was like a millstone, constantly crushing this Shenwen. Shenwen and human constantly changed, and there was a faint laugh. Xiao, you hit it well. The 8th layer of the sun and moon, I really didn't see it. Xiao Yi, who had been smiling, suddenly became angry at this moment. He was so angry that he could burn the sky and destroy the earth. He waved his hand to create a layer of barrier, for fear that his name would be heard. Bastard, how dare you call my name, you're dead. Xiao Yi was furious. Yes, his name was Xiao, which was given by his unreliable father. Don't expect a person who named the heaven-splitting saber to give you a good name. Therefore, outside, he was only called Xiao Yi. Dead? The illusory figure smiled faintly, and the figure began to break. I know, you want to lure me out, but, who am I? There are too many invincible realm experts in the Warlord Temple and the Seeking Realm, and I'm just one of them. This is just a Shenwen, my real body hasn't arrived yet, you guys go and check. Ha ha ha. Go and check, dare to check, can you find it? Can't find it. It was not the first time to suspect that there was a traitor among the invincible realm experts of the human clan. The key was that these things in Shenwen were top secrets. The invincible realm experts were usually doing double cultivation, and the experts of the Warlord Temple also had Shenwen. How could they check? Who would check? Do you know whose Shenwen was broken, and how much Shenwen was outlined? The figure laughed. Xiao, do you know why those people didn't come? Is it useful if they come? They will only lose trust with each other. It's better to have less trouble, why bother? I'm only targeting the Shenwen, not everyone. Can't I have a grudge against that guy? He's dead. Am I, a living invincible realm expert, not as good as a dead pseudo-invincible realm expert? Xiao Ye's expression turned ugly. Yes, this was the state of invincibility, not just one person, but many people. All these years, this fellow had only done one thing, and that was to kill many experts from the Shenwen faction. No one knew who it was, but other than dealing with the Shenwen faction, he had never made a move. Investigate? How were they supposed to investigate? There was no way to investigate. If Hong Tan could guess that there was a traitor in Wudi Kingdom, how could those experts not guess it? However, there were too many invincible stages. Unless they opened up the Sea of Will one by one and allowed people to probe deeper, it was impossible. No one could do it. Today, only a few incarnations of Shenwen had come. It was not the main body at all. Xiao Yi looked at him coldly. Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I can't dig you out? Just you wait. My old man already has a clue. This time, if you dare to transform into Shenwen and enter Dixia province, you won't be able to escape. Escape? The figure laughed as he burned himself. Why should I escape? Where's the evidence? Did I capture an invincible stage expert and kill him? How many invincible stage experts in the human realm are enough for the Daxia of Goguryeo to kill? Why don't I stop after killing Lu Wenyan? What do you think? F***ck off. Xiao Yi cursed and gritted his teeth. Did the 5th emperor leave something behind and you stole it? Ha ha ha, haven't you guessed it? You dog. Xiao Yi was furious. Sure enough. It's really you. My old man told me that the 5th emperor said before he died that he left something behind. There's no reason not to. There's no reason for Hong Tan and the others to hide it. Sure enough, it's your doing, you bastard. Xiaoyu was furious, but he quickly calmed down. Why? You've advanced to the invincible stage, and the human race treats you poorly? Is Wan your father? Why did you betray the human race? Betray the human race? The burned figure laughed. Did I betray the human race? I'm also killing enemies, and I'm also protecting the human realm. I just don't get along with that guy. We have a grudge, so can't I take revenge? It's common to kill enemies on the battlefield of heavens, isn't it? I can't kill that guy just because he's a genius. That would be betraying the human race. Xiaoxiaoer, don't pretend to be so selfless. Your old man also killed his enemies on the battlefield of heavens. If he can do it, why can't I? Xiaoyi said coldly, *T. Even if my old man wanted to kill someone, he would kill Wanzhou's people. That's right, the figure laughed and said, then, the fifth emperor you mentioned, couldn't he be Wanzhou's people? The figure laughed. Xiaoxiaoer, you're too childish. Can't he be one? Do you think he hasn't cooperated with Wanzhou's people? You're only thinking what you think. The fifth emperor, the hope of the human race's civilizer, must be a good person? Can't he betray the human race? The figure laughed louder and louder. Gradually, Shenwen destroyed himself, leaving behind a faint voice. Don't overestimate the so-called fifth emperor. Even without me, he couldn't have succeeded in proving his Tao. One last thing for you. Don't investigate anymore. I won't do it if it's not necessary. If I investigate until everyone is in a panic and the invincible ones don't trust each other, the human realm will be finished. Bastard. Damn it. Xiaoyi cursed. He had such scruples, so Xiaojia didn't dare to say or spread some things he knew. The next moment, Xiaoyi tore the enchantment and roared, Bastard, the leader of the primordial divine sect, very well, I'll wait for you to come to Dixia province. Don't play this game with me. The next moment, he roared, Long Wuwei, listen to my order, attack. Destroy the Wanzhou's stronghold. Yes, sir. Roars rang out, and teams of Long Wuwei attacked. At this moment, outside the capital of Dixia province, a flash of saber light illuminated Dixia province. Boom! With a loud noise, a sun and moon rose in the sky, and were instantly destroyed. Countless people looked in that direction, and the saber light was extinguished. Beside Suyu, Jinping was surprised, and said, Palace head, killed who? He killed a sun-moon tier cultivator, Xiaoyi soar, his eyes shining in all directions. The next moment, he shouted, the leader of the Blood Fire sect was killed, and he deserved to die. Wanzhou's guts aren't small, he actually dared to fish in troubled waters. Jinping was shocked. The leader of the Blood Fire sect, this guy actually snuck here, how unlucky, alarming Xiao Longwu, who was in seclusion, and was directly killed. Xiao Longwu didn't show himself, and there was nothing but a flash of saber light. Long Wuwei began to attack, they rushed in all directions. In the air, Lu Wenyan didn't make a sound. He glanced at Xiaoyi not far away, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He didn't care about him anymore, and suddenly swung his axe. Puchi! Shan Tianhao was directly cut in half. Xiaoyi raised his hand, wanting to say something, but stopped himself. Lu Wenyan didn't give him the chance, and swung his axe again, swinging it down. Pung! His body shattered, and Shenwen was completely destroyed. Lu Wenyan said softly, I've been dancing for a long time. I'll give some face here in Dixia province, but I'll forget about outside Dixia province. He wanted to kill a sun-moon, but it turned out to be a fake, what a pity. As he spoke, he looked at Xiaoyi not far away, and said with a smile, Fatty Xia, I'll give you face, and not kill these people in Dixia province, but you won't ask me to give you face, right? As he spoke, he walked in the air, swinging his axe down. A mountain sea cultivator tried to escape, but the void was instantly shattered, and he exploded with a bang, dead. Lu Wenyan's face paled slightly, and he walked in the air again, sighing. It seems that there are some things that I can't get to the bottom of. It seems that my hopes in your Xiaojia are in vain. Xiaoyi said angrily, my hopes are in vain? If it weren't for Xiaojia protecting you, how could you expect your fallen Lu family to protect you? All these years, while you've been in southern Yuan, my old man has been guarding southern Yuan for a whole 8 years. Motherf asterisk Kerr, it's fine if you don't remember our relationship, but you're still talking nonsense. Lu Wenyan didn't reply. All around, the mountain sea cultivators fled. Even a 9th-tier mountain sea cultivator like Shan Tianhao had been killed with a single swing of the axe. How could they dare to stay? Everything that had happened today was too shocking. On the other side, Zhou Mingren frowned slightly, and suddenly said, Lu Wenyan, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. Do you really want to exchange your life for a life? Lu Wenyan looked at him, and said with a smile, Elder Zhou, since you've advanced to the Sun-Moon realm, I won't be able to kill you. Otherwise, take my axe. I don't care if you have an agreement with Xianxia, but you said it yourself that you want to dig up Zhang Ruoling's grave. Zhou Mingren frowned. On the other side, Jin Yuhui was being suppressed by Hong Tan, and his body was already in tatters. Many of Shen Wen's bones had been shattered. Seeing this, Zhou Mingren shouted, Lu Wenyan, I'll take your axe, go to hell. Hong Tan cursed. You want to run? Dream on. Lu Wenyan was an arrow at the end of its flight. He had shattered an eternal Shen Wen, and now he had killed Shan Tianhao and a mountain sea cultivator. How could he possibly have the strength to kill these half-step Sun-Moon tier elites? You want to run? Hong Tan's sword slashed through the air. With a loud boom, the flag in front of Jin Yuhui was completely shattered. Jin Yuhui was going all out. In the next instant, a Shen Wen appeared. A sea of blood soared into the sky, and the entire mountain was covered in blood. Hong Tan, do you really think you can defeat me? Jin Yuhui roared. At the same time, many mountain sea tier elites rushed over. Hong Tan, do you want to start a war between the two great academies? Hong Tan cursed angrily. His sword slashed down again, and the sea of blood split open. War. What does that have to do with me? Wan Tianxing is the academy head, and I'm not. With that, he slashed out dozens of times, obliterating a large amount of the sea of blood. Another Shen Wen appeared, but it was a bit dim. After Hong Tan slashed it, he broke into a run. The mountain sea tier elites rushed over, and were just about to give chase when Jin Yuhui returned to normal. He pressed his hands together, looked over, and shouted, Let's go. He didn't say anything else. Even though the main Shen Wen had been damaged, he didn't bother them anymore. He quickly led the Jiutian Academy's Galao and left. Retreat. In other directions, some mountain sea tier elites also left. On Zhou Mingren's side, Sun Galao and the others rushed over to Zhou Mingren's side. Zhou Mingren wasn't afraid, and calmly said, You're all arrows at the end of your flight. Hong Tan still has some strength left, but Lu Wenyan, do you still want to keep us here? Lu Wenyan and Yu Guang looked at Xianxia and the others. Indeed, they weren't in good shape. There were still several mountain sea tier elites on the other side. Zhou Mingren was half a step into the Sun-Moon realm. Although Hong Tan was a bit stronger than him, he had expended a lot of energy to deal with Jin Yuhui. It would be difficult to keep him here. Fine. If you can take my axe and survive, then we'll forget about today's matter. Zhou Mingren waved his hand, indicating for the others to leave. He calmly said, You can try. You could kill me with your first move, but now that you've attacked several times, it's still not enough. Lu Wenyan couldn't be bothered to say anything more. With a low roar, he chopped down with his axe. In the sky, a great sun appeared. Then, waves surged, stone pillars covered the sky, and a huge mountain appeared. Boom, the stone pillars exploded, the waves were destroyed, and the huge mountain collapsed. In the end, the great sun dimmed, and Zhou Mingren spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't waste any time and turned to leave through the soar. Sun Galao and the others followed. Hong Tan was just about to give chase when his expression suddenly changed. In the sky, Lu Wenyan and the others fell one after another. It wasn't just one person. Xianxia and the others suffered the same fate. They fell one after another, their injuries severe. Senior brother. I'm fine. After saying that, Lu Wenyan tilted his head, and fainted. Everything happened too quickly. So you hadn't seen anything, and everything was over. Beside him, Xiaohu rubbed his shoulder and said helplessly, Can you put me down? It was one thing for Suyu to lie down, but he insisted on using himself as a target. It wasn't a meat cushion, but a tortoise shell. This guy directly put Xiaohu on top of him. No matter how fat he wasn't considered heavy. so you could still bear it. Suyu turned his head and said exasperatedly, I can't even be bothered to talk to you when you're on top of me. Xiaohu wanted to curse, I'm on top of you, damn it, weren't you the one who insisted on pulling me? Suyu wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him. He frowned and said, what's going on? He couldn't understand the scene in front of him either, he was muddle-headed. As for the guy who attacked in the dark, he didn't see anything at all. The conversation between the other party and Xiaohu was also covered up by Xiaohu. The only thing he heard seemed to be, Xiaohu, who, Xiaohu, Suyu hurriedly got up. He didn't dare to go over to the battle zone, even if he saw Lu Wenyan fall to the ground. There was energy everywhere, and willpower was boiling. He wouldn't go over. He would die. At this moment, his Siavel was swollen and uncomfortable. The 6 Shinwen pieces were crazily absorbing the lingering charm of the Shinwen. The small hammer was also crazily absorbing and hammering the Siavel madly, Suyu used the water elemental arts to absorb the willpower. Beside him, Xiaohu was doing the same. Many people were doing the same, including the old ghost, Xingping. He was also absorbing the willpower. Suyu's side was inconspicuous. Xingping and Xiaohu noticed it, but they didn't have time to care about him. This guy really had a script, Xingping said regretfully, it's a pity that my Yunhui didn't come. He shattered the eternal Shenwen. It's a rare sight. What a pity. At this moment, the lingering charm dissipated very quickly. If he went to fetch his grandson, he wouldn't be able to absorb it in time. It was better for him to absorb more himself. It wasn't easy for a warrior to cultivate the divine aperture. As he spoke, Suyu didn't care. He was still confused. Grandpa Xing, was the person who attacked killed? No. Xingping was just here to watch the show. He didn't interfere. He had nothing to do anyway. He smiled and said, he ran away. The leader of the primordial god religion. No wonder. He's very strong. He didn't come in person, but the incarnation of the Shinwen came. The leader of the primordial god religion? Yes, the strongest leader of Wanzhou. He's at the peak of the Sun-Moon realm. This guy worships the primordial god race and is their loyal dog. He went to the divine world and accepted the primordial god race's divine body transformation. He's a half-god. Xingping said and then said, it seems like Xiaohu and the rest came too. Fish for this guy. It's a pity that they didn't succeed. But that guy didn't have it easy either. It looks like he shattered 3 eternal Shenwen. His strength must be greatly reduced. The leader of the primordial god religion? Suyu was suspicious. Was that so? Wasn't he invincible? Wasn't he the invincible expert that Martial Uncle said had stolen information from the 5th generation? Then the saber light from before, that was the prefecture master. He killed the leader of the Blood Fire sect. That's normal. The leader of the primordial god religion came, and it was the incarnation of the Shinwen. The incarnation of the Shinwen can't travel alone, so it must have attached itself to the leader. I don't know if it was brought here on purpose, or if the leader secretly attached itself to the leader. But he was involved. Otherwise, a Sun-Moon realm cultivator wouldn't have been found so easily. Xingping was also at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. He had seen many things, so he answered many questions for Suyu and the rest. So the one who attacked was really an expert of the primordial god religion. While Suyu was thinking about this, Xiaohu pulled him and ran away. What's wrong? Suyu wanted to go see Lu Wenyan. Grandmaster was also there, quick. Xiaohu hurriedly said, are you stupid? Go outside the city. A Sun-Moon realm cultivator was killed, and the vital energy was scattered. Shenwen exploded. Absorb. Vital energy, willpower, return to heaven and earth. Go cultivate, we're rich. Prefecture Master Xia killed him with one slash. His body was smashed, and some of it was gone. But his willpower and vital energy are still there. That place is even stronger than the mystic realm. Suyu's eyes lit up, and he gave him a thumbs up. That's right, that makes sense. At this moment, Xingping also thought of this. He suddenly turned and ran toward the Civilization Institute. My grandson, yes, hurry up and bring my grandson over. Go cultivate. Are you convinced that you killed a Sun-Moon realm cultivator? As for this place, forget it. The aftertaste had been scattered by the mountain and sea realms, but there was none there. A Sun-Moon realm cultivator could be preserved for a while. Not far away, Hong Tan treated Lu Wenyan's injuries while saying, "The one who just ran away is my grand disciple?" Wu Yuehua's mouth was also stained with blood. He could not be bothered with him and shouted into the distance, "Chi-er, go back and pick up your sister. Go there and cultivate. She can probably last until tomorrow morning. Hurry." Wu Qi didn't say anything more. She stepped into the air and ran towards the academy. After Wu Qi left, Wu Yuehua said, "He's your grand disciple. What's wrong? Don't you know him?" Nonsense, Hong Tan could not be bothered with her. How could he know him? How could he know him? Looking at Lu Wenyan, he had a headache. His injuries were very serious, but that was not important. What was important was, senior brother, was it not appropriate to pretend to be unconscious? Wake up. Senior brother, wake up. Hong Tan pinched his philtrum. Lu Wenyan coughed up blood and did not wake up. Wu Yuehua raised his leg and was about to kick Hong Tan. He said angrily, "What are you doing?" At the side, Hu Ping and Zhao Ming, who were barely conscious, also glared at Hong Tan. Hong Tan's face was dark. Senior brother is pretending to be unconscious. Are you blind? If I don't wake him up, what should I do next? I've been traveling for many days, and when I came back, I fought with 2 half-step Sun-Moon cultivators. Do you think it was easy? And all of you are scolding me. I don't care. Believe it or not, Hong Tan cursed in his heart, but he wore a smile on his face. His youthful appearance quickly aged, and gradually, an old Hong Tan appeared again. The others looked at him with disdain. Pretending to be old, pretending to be weak, peak of the mountain and sea realm, half-a-step Sun-Moon cultivator, pretending to be dead, a half-step Sun-Moon cultivator who was less than 70 years old, was that very old? He was in his prime, he was very young. Okay, Hong Tan could not wake up his senior brother, who was pretending to be asleep. He looked around and said, "Senior brother, it's not appropriate to kill Xianxia just like that, right? He's Zhou Pelong's watchdog. I'm afraid that we'll get into big trouble if we kill him." Coward. Coward. Trash. The 3 women cursed at the same time. Hong Tan felt aggrieved. "If you weren't my eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, I'd strangle you to death." On the side, Xianxia laughed. He was already used to it. 50 years ago, Hong Tan was a little brother who was always bullied. Although Hong Tan was the strongest now, decades later, when everyone gathered together and relived this scene, he felt very warm. If that guy didn't pretend to be dead, it would be even more interesting. Xianxia coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled and said, "So what if I killed him? It's fine. Today, Wen Yan has revealed his Sun-Moon combat strength, so those people will have some misgivings. This is also good. Let's show off our might and fight for some status and living space for the divine runic symbol lineage so that others won't think we're all dead." As he spoke, Xianxia coughed again and said with a pale face, "But you have to be careful. Don't let someone sneak up on you. That guy just now, is he that bastard from back then?" "He must be." Hong Tan nodded and said in a low voice, "Fatty Xia only knows how to smooth things over." What leader of the primordial pantheon religion? If I were the leader of the primordial pantheon religion, I'd dig up Xia Jia's grave and frame him for everything. As he spoke, Xiahou Yi landed on the ground, his face darkened and he said unhappily, "Then what should I say? You guys know what's going on, don't you? You know that Invincible is watching you, right? I, Xia Jia, am so untrustworthy that I won't even talk to Yunqi?" Xia Yunqi smiled, "Little fool, you want to spar with me?" Xiahou Yi's face darkened. Cough, cough. Second brother, right? Am I right? Marquis Xia was older than him by 2 years, and he was used to calling him little fool when they were young. Xia Yunqi changed the way he addressed him, smiling. "It's not that I don't trust you, and it's not that I don't trust Big Uncle. This matter, I'm guessing that many people have some doubts in their hearts, but there is no way to resolve it." Xia Yunqi was helpless. How to solve it? Investigate them one by one? We can't find anything. Except for that one time 50 years ago, they never did anything again. At that time, Invincible was moving. Some were in seclusion, some were in the heavenly battlefield, and some were even moving in other small worlds. How can we investigate this? He said he has a grudge against the 5th generation. Xianxia heard this and smiled bitterly. Don't you know the 5th generation's character? His enemies are everywhere. Except for Duo Shenwen's faction and a few Shan Shenwen's faction, he has too many enemies. Young Master Invincible. Yes, there aren't many invincible. Do you know if it's true or not? Xianxia still shook his head. If you really want to talk about a death grudge, there really isn't. Who knows if it's a cover? By the way, is there no clue this time? Xiaoyi shook his head. Then why did you force Wenyan out? Xiaoyi frowned. What do you mean I forced him out? I'm not in the mood to talk to him. I wasn't the one who ordered them to dig up the tombs. I just pushed for it in passing. It's most likely Wan Tianqing's doing. Xiaoyunqi also frowned. Wan Tianqing? What does he want? Even if he really appears now, can you deal with him? Is First Uncle in the residence? If First Uncle, Dasha of Goguryeo, was not in the residence, even if the other party really did come out, it would be useless. There was no way he could capture an invincible. No, Longwu is here, he's also competent. Marquis Xia explained, then said, the old man is keeping an eye on some people and eliminating some people. All these years, we've eliminated many people. We can't investigate with great fanfare, but it's not a problem to investigate secretly. The old man's dementia has been acting up these few years. He likes to get people to fight when he has nothing to do. When fighting, the other party can't tell that it's Shenwen incarnation, right? The old man's eyesight is still good. He continued, and I actually guessed that the other party won't be so careless. Even if they really come, there's a high chance that it's Shenwen incarnation. Finishing, he sighed, he's really generous, a total of 3 Shenwen. They're all eternal Shenwen, this loss is enough for him to suffer. Wu Yuehua suddenly said angrily, since you're not confident, why did you set up this trap? Are you trying to kill him? Xiahou Yi rolled his eyes and muttered, only women, what the hell? I've said it's not me, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. And if Lu Wenyan doesn't show up again, the other party may secretly go to Southern Yuan. Recently, the old man has been back less often, we can't keep an eye on him all the time. Even if we act rashly and alert the enemy, we have to make him restrain himself. Otherwise, will Lu Wenyan keep hiding? In the past decades, it was Dasha of Goguryeo who came back from time to time, and at that time, the Lu family was also strong, so they could send people to keep an eye on him. Now, Dasha of Goguryeo didn't have much time to come back. Even if we act rashly and alert the enemy, it's also a good thing to make the other party restrain himself, lest Lu Wenyan be silently killed in Southern Yuan. As he spoke, Xiahou Yi said faintly, there's definitely something wrong with Lu Wenyan's Shenwen, otherwise, the other party wouldn't keep an eye on him and even want to kill him. The information taken by the other party back then may not be complete, maybe it's related to this Shenwen, so the other party took the risk again, this time to see if he can take the Shenwen away. The few of them didn't say anything, it was true. The information taken by the other party was most likely incomplete, or it needed Shenwen's cooperation, so the guy kept an eye on Lu Wenyan, adding fuel to the fire in the dark all these years. Wu Yuehua thought for a moment and said, let's not care about that guy, what is Zhou Polong trying to do? Don't ask me. Xiahou Yi said innocently, I'm not familiar with him. This guy. Anyway, you guys be careful. He either wants to fish out that beast just now, or he really wants to kill you guys. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him. You guys are not good guys, you tricked his father to death. Wu Yuehua was furious, and Hong Tan was also speechless. Does it have anything to do with us? Xiahou Yi shrugged and said indifferently, it has nothing to do with me. To be honest, I can roughly guess Zhou Polong's purpose. If Lu Wenyan doesn't give him the Shenwen, he won't stop. He might not want the Shenwen to advance to the invincible realm, but he will probably go to whoever has the Shenwen. In Dazhou Prefecture, he could indeed guess some of Zhou Polong's purpose. His purpose was indeed the Shenwen, whether it was for his own advancement or for fishing, the Shenwen was extremely important. The invincible realm expert in the dark also needed the Shenwen. Everything that happened today proved this point. In this way, if Zhou Polong couldn't find that guy, he would definitely come to ask for the Shenwen again. Of course, if he couldn't get it, he would simply rob it. Anyway, it was somewhat justifiable for him to rob it. Hong Tan said helplessly, "This is troublesome. Zhou Polong, that bastard, we already said that we don't have the information. The Shenwen can't materialize, but he insisted on finding fault. Now that my strength has been exposed, this guy may think that I deliberately lied to him." "You don't have it?" Xiaoyi said with a smile, "You guys are from the Shenwen faction, you have a lot of secrets. Talent blood essence, Shenwen fusion, and combat skill splitting." "What do you mean by splitting?" Hong Tan said huffily, "What I sketched back then was just one combat skill. 2 combat skills as a pair, what nonsense are you talking about?" He thought that Xiaoyi was talking about him. Wu Yuehua and the others looked at him strangely, with an expression that said, "You're still pretending." Hong Tan said in surprise, "What, I'm serious, I'm just a sword and a shield." "What about Bai Feng? What about Bai Feng? Isn't that brat just a sword?" "Is that so?" The few of them laughed, and He Chi scolded in a low voice, "Stop pretending, enough. Bai Feng still has a sword, and 4 dragon-slaying swords have appeared, but a few of them have been destroyed." As he said that, he said worriedly, "Will something happen to Bai Feng?" Chief Ji took him away. "Wait." Hong Tan was shocked and said, "What 4 swords? What a few of them have been destroyed? What Chief Ji took him away?" The few of them looked at him again. "You really don't know, or are you pretending, acting like this? It's too much, lying to your own people." "Split it up." Hong Tan suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "He dismantled the dragon-slaying sword?" "Yeah, holy sh*t. Hong Tan turned pale with fright. "This kid is messing around, isn't he afraid of killing himself?" "Is he dead?" "No, he's seriously injured. Shenwen is crippled and was taken away by Chief Ji." As they spoke, the few of them were also a little sad, not knowing if they could recover. Hong Tan could not care about his senior brother anymore. He picked up his senior brother, thought for a moment, and threw him into Wu Yuehua's hands. He anxiously ran away with Soar. "Help me take care of my senior brother, I'll go take a look first." With a crash, he ran away. Lu Wenyan narrowed his eyes, and cursed in his heart. In the next moment, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Then, he coughed up blood and said, "Yunqi, I need to heal my injuries. Build a house, let me rest for a while." Yunqi looked at him, speechless. "Why build a house? You're done healing." Lu Wenyan glared at him. "Build or not? Hurry up." If he didn't build a house, 6 eyes were staring at him, and he did not want to open them. "Fine. He Chi, go build a house." He Chi ran off to build a house. Lu Wenyan coughed up blood, and the next moment, he fainted again. If the house was not built, he would not wake up. Wu Yuehua and the others glared at him, too lazy to say anything else. Xiaoyi ate his melon and watched for a while, then said with a smile, "You guys better stay in Xia province for now, and don't run around. It's best if you go into seclusion, otherwise this matter will not be easy to solve. Also, with your half-baked fusion, it'll be embarrassing if you come out. It's better to stabilize your foundation." As he spoke, he ate his melon and threw the melon peels everywhere. He said casually, "Remember to pay back the money, and remember to compensate for how many things you broke tonight. Also, Lu Wenyan, you killed 2 mountain seas, so don't play dead. Later, you'll have to kill 20 to make up for it. Otherwise, you'll stay in the vanguard for the rest of your life. Actually, it's better to kill them. You go to the vanguard, where the invincible are watching, so it'll be safer. You can also take Bai Feng away. That kid will definitely be targeted. The battlefield of the heavens is the safest. There are many invincible there, and they're all watching. With the great Qing King overseeing things, most people won't dare to cause trouble, and the invincible won't dare to act recklessly. Now, the battlefield of the heavens was the safest." As Xiaoyi spoke, no one said a word. Xiaoyi continued, "The Zhou family will definitely find trouble, so staying in the rear won't be good. To tell the truth, if you keep fighting here, no one will have the time to watch over you all and take care of you. Yunqi, you killed a mountain sea cultivator. You killed 3 mountain sea cultivators. If we don't send you to the battlefield of the heavens, it'll be hard to explain to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. I know. When my injuries are better, Wen Yan and I will leave. With that, he added, Hong Tan will stay. If you all leave, you'll lose your roots. At least there are still a few people left. Chen Yong student, and Su Yu. They're all in the collegium, so they can't be left unattended. Up to you. Xiahou Yu didn't care. By this point, he was already quite a distance away. Suddenly, he looked back and said, let me tell you something. So you might be Lu Wenyan's illegitimate son. You probably don't know that. With that, he turned and ran. Lu Wenyan suddenly opened his eyes and cursed, screw your ancestors. I'll tell my old man. Master Xiao ran as fast as he could, laughing loudly. You're dead for sure. Lu Wenyan was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Wu Yuehua and the others exchanged a glance. Then, Wu Yuehua slapped his chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, Lu Wenyan woke up. Your son? Lu Wenyan played dead. Of course not, but, how can I explain this? He really isn't, Wu Yuehua said coldly, no wonder. No wonder Su Yu suddenly called me and asked me to take care of him even though he hasn't enrolled in school and hasn't contacted me for decades. This is the second time in decades that he called me to ask for my help. Lu Wenyan was aggrieved, he really wasn't, forget it. This woman was unreasonable. If he didn't explain, she wouldn't listen. At the side, He-Chi had finished building the house. When he heard this, he said in surprise, he's Brother Lu's son? Then it's understandable. No wonder he's so talented. Like father, like son. As I said before, he's like Brother Lu when he was young. Lu Wenyan only wanted to open his eyes, take out his axe, and chop him to death. You're still causing trouble, fanning the flames, you bastard, you really have some skill. The mountains and seas beside him laughed. Wu Yuehua suddenly said, Old Su didn't come this time. Who knows what's going on? Principal Su, the vice principal of Great Xia Civilization University, had been on their side before. But he didn't come this time. He-Chi sighed and said, don't ask. Let him be. Xia Yuan wants to fight for the position of principal. Xia Chongqing previously looked for him and said that he wanted Xia Yuan to marry Su Meng. Xia Chongqing's idea is good. Xia Yuan will marry Su Meng first, then the little girl from the Ji family. This way, one Peak Mountain Sea cultivator and one Sun Moon cultivator will be roped in. Together with him, there's some hope. Humph. Wu Yuehua snorted coldly. In your dreams. You even had ideas about my Qi'er before. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? No one mentioned Principal Su again. He-Chi teased, Yuehua, Bai Feng isn't bad, my Qi'er doesn't like him. Wu Yuehua had a proud look on his face. He then said, and he's too weak. He defeated Xia Yuan, so he's not weak, who knows what will happen in the future. Maybe he'll be crippled. Wu Yuehua said irresponsibly. He quickly added, marrying Su Yu is fine. He's talented and resilient. They all looked at her. Are you serious? Did you come up with this rotten idea because you heard that Su Yu might be someone's illegitimate child? How rotten. If that's the case, then Su Yu is one generation older than your Wu Qi. How messy. Lu Wenyan felt that it was better for her to continue playing dead. She couldn't get involved in these things. She could say whatever she wanted. On the other hand, that kid Su Yu had actually come over, which somewhat exceeded his expectations. He really had guts. Of course, he was also a person who valued relationships. Unfortunately, he would soon have to go to the All-Heavens battlefield to avoid calamity. Otherwise, he could have taken care of him a little. Outside the prefectural city, Su Yu grabbed Xiahou Yu, still on guard. Xiahou Yu was impressed. As he ran, he said, stop fooling around. There are so many experts here today. If anyone dares to attack you, I'll call him my father. He rolled his eyes. Someone dared to attack at a time like this. On Wanzu's side, the leader of the Blood Fire sect might have just come to watch the show. But he was killed. Xiahou Yu wasn't sure if that was the case. The Blood Fire sect was full of idiots, and their leader loved to fight. Other than a few, most of them were boorish men. It was possible that they came to watch the show, but who knew that they would be killed by Xiao Longwu? Someone else dared to take the risk after the death of a sun and moon. There were many sun and moon in the mountain sea tonight. Who dared to come, so you didn't care what he said? He was going to keep him busy. Xia Huyu was speechless. He didn't say anything else. As he ran, he took out a jade talisman and probed it with his willpower. After a while, his eyes lit up. F*CK, it's true. He turned to look at Suyu. Left it by the 5th generation? Guess. Unexpected gain? Just made it? I've never heard of Baifeng knowing it. Xia Huyu hurriedly said, 36 apertures opened. Why are you so generous today? You gave it to me just like that? This was a good thing, Suyu smiled faintly. We'll be brothers for life. Your father is my godfather. Your grandfather is my god-grandfather, and your second grandpa is my second god-grandfather. F*CK, Xia Huyu was speechless. This bastard had definitely guessed his identity. What the hell were you saying? Do you want my wife? No. That's good. Xia Huyu was speechless. As he ran, he said, but let me ask you something. Why are there only 35 ways to open apertures? What about the last one? I can't seem to connect it. Your father is not my godfather yet. I'll give it to you when he is. Xia Huyu was speechless and couldn't help but want to curse. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. 35 would do. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to open so many apertures in such a short time. He would think about it after he opened the last divine aperture. However, it was not a system. Even if he had opened 35 chakras, the effect would be greatly reduced. It might not even be comparable to his 18 chakra formula. While sprinting, Xia Huyu could already vaguely feel the dense vitality in front of him. He quickly said, don't talk nonsense about my identity outside. It's easy to get killed. Don't worry. You are my brother. Why would I harm you? His heart was tired. Xia Huyu felt that it was best for him to stay away from this guy. This guy was too good at taking advantage of others. My father has become your godfather, the prefecture master of Dixia province, an expert who is about to ascend to the invincible realm, has the guts to blindly acknowledge him as his godfather. As the two of them were talking, they arrived at the destination. At this moment, someone was already there. Suyu was startled for a moment. Not far away, Lu Hong smiled at him, bare one's teeth, and said with a friendly expression, Suyu is here. Student Xia Huyu is also here. Let's cultivate together. The gifts left behind by a fallen sun-moon tier cultivator are too rare. I'll go. Suyu cursed inwardly. I'm convinced, you can also arrive first. Why didn't Teacher Lu go over there? Suyu asked, but it didn't stop him from quickly sitting down cross-legged to absorb the willpower and origin chi. Too dense, it felt even more refreshing than the origin chi mystery realm, and the origin chi was extremely pure, enlightening. Kaiyuan aperture, enlightening the divine aperture. Lu Hong smiled, and said, there are elites over there, and we are just small fries. It's useless even if we go. Their fight is theirs, and it has little to do with us, right? As he spoke, more people came. Lin Yao, Xianxia. When the two arrived, they said excitedly, Teacher, will cultivation speed be faster in this place? Lu Hong instantly revealed a gentle smile. Of course. Teacher came to scout out the danger first. Once there was no danger, I immediately let you come over. Cultivate well, don't waste the opportunity. Thank you, teacher. The two were extremely excited. Lin Yao also saw Suyu, and smiled. When he saw Xia Huyu, his smile instantly disappeared. This was an outsider, he couldn't show that he was very friendly with Suyu. Lu Hong saw this, and cursed inwardly. He didn't think about this, and Lu Hong couldn't be bothered to think too much. He quickly began to absorb the willpower. He didn't care about origin chi, but willpower was still very important. After a sun-moon tear died, the overflowing willpower was extremely pure. As for Lin Yao and Xianxia, absorbing some origin chi was fine. They probably couldn't get much willpower, so they just treated it as nourishment. There was no divine aperture to absorb it anyway. At this moment, people arrived one after another. Wan Mingze, Hu Qiuxing, Zhao Shiqi, these genius students quickly arrived under the lead of some seniors. Not only them, but students from other academies also arrived one after another. Not only students, but people also arrived in the surroundings. However, they were a little far away. Today, a sun-moon tear had fallen, and they didn't know what was going on. They didn't dare to rashly go forward. If it wasn't for the people from the major academies arriving, they wouldn't dare to come over. So you silently absorbed the willpower, and the commotion wasn't big. If the commotion was small, the others wouldn't feel anything. At this moment, behind Suyu, someone suddenly said in surprise, "You." When Suyu heard the voice, his heart stirred. He turned his head, and it was indeed Chen Hao. Suyu was extremely surprised. Why was Chen Hao here? This place wasn't a place that anyone could come to. At this moment, there were already people from Long Wuwei rushing over. On the other side of the major academies, other than Suyu and the others who had arrived earlier, the others had come with powerhouses. Why would Chen Hao come here? When he looked again, he was slightly surprised. This guy. 1,000 caddies, 1,000 caddies, but even 1,000 caddies was too fast. How long had it been? Suyu had paid a huge price to cultivate to 9,000 caddies, but this guy was actually 1,000 caddies. Chen Hao didn't care so much. Just as he was about to run over excitedly, he suddenly thought of something. He laughed dryly and didn't say anything. He walked to Suyu and sat down. As he absorbed the origin chi, he said in a low voice, "You, are we doing this?" He still remembered that his father told him to stay away from Suyu. Suyu was speechless. "It's fine. It's a normal exchange between classmates. What's the big deal if we meet?" Ignoring Xia Huyu's gossipy gaze, Suyu asked curiously, "Who brought you here?" "Teacher Xia." Chen Hao said in a low voice, "Teacher Xia has someone. Long Wuwei outside knows him. Seeing that he brought me here, he let us in." You also sneaked in?" Sneaked in, at the side, Xia Huyu looked at this guy strangely. Did Suyu need to sneak in? Tonight's battle had erupted because of the divine runic lineage. Even if Suyu had come alone, the Dragon Martial Guard wouldn't have stopped him. "Teacher Xie?" Suyu was a little surprised. He looked outside and saw Lao Xie chatting with the guard, Long Wuwei. Although surprised, Suyu did not say anything. He threw a jade talisman to Chen Hao. Chen Hao picked it up and looked at it. Suyu said in a low voice, "Voice transmission talisman. It can be used in Xia province. I mean in the prefectural city." "Oh." Chen Hao hurriedly put it away, although he was curious. Why did he use this thing instead of making a call? Civilizationists were indeed strange. You had also become strange now. What technique is he practicing? Aries art. What version? What? How many openings? Suyu was speechless. There was no need to ask. There was a high probability of 72 openings. Sure enough, Chen Hao whispered, 72 openings, very powerful. Powerful my ass. What blood essence for foundation building? I haven't built my foundation yet. One could build a foundation at the 1,000 June realm. For example, Chen Qi was only preparing to build a foundation at the 7th layer of 1,000 June. This was not too late. After thinking about it, Suyu gestured for him to pick up the voice transmission talisman. Chen Hao picked it up, but he did not know how to use it. Suyu had a headache. Willpower, forget it, I'll use essence chi to stimulate it. Chen Hao did not have willpower. Everyone had it, but it was too weak. Even he could not feel it. Okay, Chen Hao was also curious. He operated it, and a moment later, his mouth opened wide. Amazing, he could read text messages. Cultivate first and find me when you have time. Keep a low profile, I'll bring you to build your foundation. What was the best place to build his foundation? Essence Chi Secret Realm. What was the best blood essence? Mountain Ox's blood essence. On the war school's side, unless it was an extremely monstrous genius, they would pay a huge price to bring people to build their foundation. For example, the monster from the war school who was in the same batch as Bai Feng. As for the others, there was no chance. Suyu had Zhao Li's token, so he could bring people in. Of course, he had to keep a low profile to avoid being seen and gossiped. Chen Hao was about to speak when Suyu communicated with the voice transmission talisman. Don't talk. Don't tell me when you go to the civilization school. Tell me in advance, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Chen Hao fiddled with it and learned how to transmit his voice. The transmission speed was very slow, and after a while, he said, "Okay, I got it. I'll tell you a good way to speed up your cultivation. You can pretend to be cleaning for the teacher. The environment there is good, and the essence chi is abundant. Your cultivation speed is very fast." Suyu was speechless. This fool, fast my ass, that place is full of powerhouses, and the essence chi is a little dense, but can you compete with them? However, this guy cultivated so fast. After thinking about it, he seemed to have understood something. Lao Xia, probably, without Lao Xia's help, how could Chen Hao enter 1000 Junes so quickly? Of course, it was related to his cultivation technique. For those who had opened 72 acupoints, it was enough to open 8 acupoints at a time. Suyu originally wanted to give him the Earth-grade God of War art, but after thinking about it, he gave up. It was not that Lao Xia didn't have it, but he didn't give it to Chen Hao. Obviously, he felt that it was too slow for Chen Hao to cultivate it and would delay his progress. That's right. Without resources, talent, and protection, so what if he was given a heaven-grade cultivation technique? He wouldn't have the chance to open so many acupoints. Opening 72 acupoints didn't mean that he had no future. Even if he was weaker in the same realm, as long as he advanced quickly, he could become invincible. Even if he was weaker, he would still be invincible. It was not something that the sun and the moon could compare to. Top geniuses pursued invincibility in the same realm, but Chen Hao didn't need it, lest it delayed his progress. I got it. I have a God of War art and a heaven piercing. Kill. I'll give them to you when you come back. What's heaven piercing kill? So you didn't say anything. This guy, what had he been doing in the academy for more than 2 months? He didn't know anything. However, since he could enter 15 ton, he probably didn't have time to learn anything else. No longer communicating, Suyu quickly opened his acupoints. Previously, when he was over there, he had absorbed a lot of Eternal Shenwen's charm. He had opened many acupoints, and he hadn't finished digesting them. At this moment, the acupoints were quickly opened. 33, 34, 35. A moment later, Suyu Siavul trembled slightly. The 36th acupoint was successfully opened. There was a loud boom. In the sea of will, the 36 acupoints instantly connected and began to circulate. The nearby willpower was quickly absorbed by Suyu. Xiaohuyu was also absorbing at this moment. Suddenly, his gaze changed, and he looked at Suyu. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. It has formed a system? Forming a system meant that a cultivation technique had been successfully cultivated. Damn, could it be that this guy opened 36 acupoints? This was too unbelievable, it was too fast. One had to know that even if he had absorbed a lot of willpower over there, it was only willpower. He didn't absorb the Shenwen's charm. His progress wasn't slow either. At this moment, he had completed the cultivation of 18 acupoints. But Suyu, what the hell, all 36 acupoints were completed. Suyu ignored him. Previously, he had opened more than 20 acupoints. Now, he had opened more than 10. Was it that surprising? The acupoints had formed a system, and the speed at which they absorbed willpower increased. Suyu was worried that it would attract attention, so he approached Xiaohuyu. Even if he was noticed, it was Xiaohuyu's problem. I didn't absorb it. In his mind, the small hammer was madly beating the absorbed willpower. Compression. Previously, in the short period of absorption, Suyu's willpower had reached 90%. It was too fast, and Suyu was a little afraid. If he really soared, it would be troublesome. At this moment, the small hammer was madly beating, and it was extremely painful. Suyu was sweating profusely, but he didn't care. Compression, more compression, 85%, 80%. When it was compressed to 75%, it could no longer be beaten. Suyu then continued to absorb willpower and continue to open acupoints. Don't waste it, he still had many acupoints to open, a total of 180 acupoints, and only 36 were opened. At this moment, his absorption speed was extremely fast. The 9 levels of soar usually meant that there were 36 acupoints opened. It didn't mean that Suyu was at the 9 levels of soar, but if his willpower advanced to soar, when his willpower reached the peak of the 2nd level, and Shenwen also reached the peak of the 2nd level, he would be considered to be at the 9 levels of soar. Of course, 36 acupoints were too few. When it came to Ling Yun, if he still used this cultivation method, he would have nowhere to go, unless he also cultivated the universal text. The small circle in front was filled with people in all directions. Most of them were students, and a few Soar and Ling Yun were also cultivating. However, when it came to the Soar Ling Yun, with rich vitality and willpower, it didn't mean that he could absorb it to advance. He still needed to break through the barrier. In addition to the restrictions of Shenwen, acupoints, and willpower level, they usually only absorbed a little. When they reached saturation, they would quickly give up cultivating. 1 hour, 2 hours, the sky was about to brighten. At this moment, someone finished cultivating and walked towards Suyu. Suyu didn't bat an eyelid. He concealed the movements of the acupoints and began to absorb vitality from the Kaiyuan acupoint. Suyu. Suyu looked up at the approaching Wan Mingzi and smiled. Brother Wan. Wan Mingzi's expression was grave. I heard some news about last night's incident. Now that Miss Bai is seriously injured, even if she recovers, she may not be able to stay in the school. I'm afraid she will be sent to the All Heavens battlefield as punishment. Think about it, I suggested last time. Join the neutral faction? Yes. Suyu smiled. Neutral faction. You said that Xia Yuan is neutral, but he isn't anymore. What a joke. Wu Qi was also neutral, so was Xia Yuan, but Xia Yuan still attacked Bai Feng. Suyu didn't know the details, but he heard from Jingping that Bai Feng was indeed injured. So he isn't neutral anymore. Not anymore? Won't the neutral faction avenge him? He participated in the battle, why should we avenge him? Then the neutral faction's goal is to be a salted fish? No, the All Heavens battlefield is our priority. Suyu thought about it and smiled. That's good. But I'm afraid of being stabbed in the back. Principal Xia Chongqing was neutral, right? Now that he's no longer neutral and wants to support Xia Yuan as principal, Xia Yuan is crippled, right? If I go now, won't I be targeted? That won't happen. You have the final say? Wan Mingzi said solemnly, I have the final say. Let me put it to you this way. Every academy has a neutral faction. It's not created by our academy, but by the Seeker realm. The main purpose of this faction is to avoid conflicts between the two factions. This affects some students who don't want to participate. Although the Seeker realm hasn't appeared to resolve the conflict, they have provided shelter for other students, not letting them be disturbed. This is the Seeker realm's response. So you understood, so that's how it is. No wonder the neutral faction talked big, protecting whoever they wanted. So it turned out that the Seeker realm was in charge. In other words, the Seeker realm was well aware of the conflict between the two factions, but they didn't care. He didn't know if it was for the same reason as Xianxia, or if they were deliberately letting it go. We'll talk about this later. Suyu smiled. With my current situation, even if I don't cause trouble, others will. I won't give you any trouble. Suyu, all disputes shouldn't involve students. If you join them, we won't stop you when you reach Soar and Ling Yun. I sincerely hope that you will consider it. Wan Mingzi said sincerely. He still hoped that Suyu could cultivate without interference. Even if he returned to Shenwen after reaching Soar and Ling Yun, it wouldn't be too late. This was the treatment given to geniuses, giving him a backdoor. It was clear that they wanted to side with Suyu at this stage. This was a good thing. This time, Suyu understood. He suddenly felt that his good intentions had been taken for granted. He smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Wan. I'll be frank. Fighting with others is endless joy. If I don't fight, how can I improve? How can I gain anything? My teacher is heavily injured, my mentor is also injured, and so is my senior sister. I don't know many people. My friends and family are all in this state. How can I just leave like that? Impossible, he thought for a while and said, Brother Wan, do you think Shan Shenwen will give up on us after this? No. Wan Mingzi said clearly. Unless Instructor Lu gives up on Shenwen or makes it public, otherwise, this matter won't be that simple. Then it's over. So you didn't say anything else. Since the other party wouldn't give up, so you wanted to take revenge one by one, there were still rules in Xianxia province. The war zone had been cancelled, and the rules were still the same. Those above Soar couldn't deal with him. What was there to be afraid of? Wan Mingzi was a little regretful. Alright, I respect your choice. But I'll say one more thing. You can join us at the crucial moment. With the support of the Seeker State, you are a genius, and we welcome you. The fight between one and many is no longer a fight for the Tao. It's a fight for personal grudges, interests, power, and status. It has long changed. I don't know what the Seeker State is thinking. If one day I can enter the Seeker State and have the right to speak, I will suggest to the Seeker State to change everything. You have ambition. So you said with a smile, you said it yourself. If you want the right to speak, you have to fight for it. Brother Wan, don't think too highly of the Seeker State. Where there are people, there will be a martial world. In terms of seniority, strength is everything. In my opinion, the current situation of the human realm is mainly because there isn't an existence that can suppress the heavens. Or rather, the human realm isn't in a crisis now. Suyu shook his head. He finally understood. He could see all these struggles, battles, and chaos. This was just a small-scale struggle before the hegemon was decided, because there was no existence that could suppress the heavens, they couldn't suppress those arrogant experts. No one was willing to submit to each other. No one could suppress or order anyone. Therefore, the various prefectures didn't submit to each other. Although the two Holy Lands were powerful, the experts of the Holy Lands belonged to someone else. The Dashia kingdom of Goguryeo naturally had to fight for the rights of the Dashia province. The great Zhou king also had to fight for the rights of the Dazhou prefecture. Unless there was an expert that could suppress these invincible experts, I have the final say in the human realm. This way, all the friction, fighting, and internal strife would disappear. Otherwise, it would depend on who was more skilled in the end and could suppress the other prefectures. Even Suyu understood this point. Not to mention the others, not to mention the invincible experts, they had long understood this, therefore, they would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They watched silently. The front lines maintained unity while the rear fought. If not for Wan's threat, the rear would have long been in chaos. Wan's threat was a good thing at this moment. It allowed the front lines to maintain unity. After all, the invincible experts knew that if the front lines collapsed, it was useless for the rear to make decisions. Wan Mingzi was a smart man. He naturally understood. His gaze changed. He nodded and said, "You're right. But the invincible experts are all experts. Who can suppress who? Therefore, I'm thinking of letting everyone understand the crisis at the front lines, the difficulties at the front lines, and the threat of Wan. Unite the majority. Starting from our generation, we'll defend against the outside world together." Wan Mingzi said sincerely, "I know that you might think I'm daydreaming. But I still have to say that the front lines aren't that peaceful. The Dixia province is better. You don't know, but many of the other prefectures, because the battles aren't intense, are wondering if Wan has the intention to invade the human race." Wan Mingzi sighed and said, "Be prepared for danger in times of peace." Unfortunately, many people don't remember this anymore. If this continues, the human realm will be in danger. The invincible experts have also seen this change. That's why they're promoting the cooperation of the prefectures. They also understand that it won't work if this continues. Then let's fight more. Suyu's words were simple. Wan Mingzi couldn't be bothered to refute him. He sighed and said, "Then I won't say more. Brother Su, I hope you can continue on this path." Then, he glanced at Xia Huyu and said softly, "Brother Xia, if there's a day. I still hope that Xia Jia can consider the big picture." Xia Huyu rolled his eyes. "Go and tell the other families. It's not like our Xia Jia clan has to do this." Just as Suyu said, either the outside world is dangerous enough for everyone to put down their prejudices, or a supreme expert can suppress everything. Otherwise, if you want our Xia Jia clan to lower our heads and become someone's lackey, do you think we'll agree? This was impossible. At this moment, it could be seen how difficult it was to unify the human realm. Xianxia clan was like this, the Zhou family was like this, the Zhu family was like this, the Qing family was like this. They were all thinking the same thing. Why should we lower our heads to others? Wan Mingze was disappointed and left in disappointment. After he left, Xia Huyu suddenly said, if he's not a saint, then he's a super hypocrite. I hope he can become stronger. I think he's preparing to travel everywhere and convince some experts to unite against the external threat. The idea is good, but it's too difficult. It's harder than becoming invincible. Saint, hypocrite, it was hard to judge now. Wan Mingze was still too weak. He couldn't see anything now. When he was strong, he might be able to see a thing or two. As he said that, Xia Huyu continued, he's about to enter the Soar realm. This guy's strength is stronger than you think. His willpower is at the peak of the first rank, and Shenwen is at the second rank. I think it won't be difficult for him to enter the top 30. He's also suppressing his willpower, not letting it overflow. He was also suppressing it. The word also was not sure if it was referring to Suyu's suppression or himself. He wants to play dirty? This was Bai Feng's guess last time. Not necessarily. Xia Huyu explained, it depends on whether he has the basic formulas. If he does, it might be to open more divine apertures at this stage. When he reaches Soar, he can save a lot of time. He might want to step into the 4th or 5th level of Soar directly. After all, once you enter Soar, your progress will be slow. As he said that, he added, since he said he's neutral, and even said that he can represent the neutral faction, I suspect that some old guy in the Seeker realm has taken a fancy to him. His teacher might be an invincible realm expert. If that's the case, he might have the basic formulas. Suyu's heart moved slightly. Yes, he didn't have a teacher in the academy. No, he has a teacher, yes, he does. Xia Huyu said lightly, his teacher is the principal, but the principal doesn't care about him at all. Do you think he has a teacher? Suyu woke up with a start. Yes, he only knew that Wan Mingze had a teacher, but he subconsciously forgot who it was. It was Wan Tianxing. In that case, there might not be such a thing. It was just that everyone subconsciously thought so they believed it to be true, maybe. Wan Mingze really was the disciple of Invincible. As the two of them chatted, beside them, Chen Hao's mouth was wide open. What does that mean? Soar, mountain and sea, invincible, seeker realm, neutral faction, battle of single and many, big house battle. Am I listening to the heavenly book? Ayu, have you reached Qianjun? Chen Hao asked softly, very softly. I felt like I was dreaming, so I asked about the situation. Just now, a random person walked over, and this fatty said that he was about to reach Soar and had an invincible master. What did that mean? He understood everything that the guy who was more handsome than Ayu said, but he didn't understand a single word, so Yu tilted his head and looked at him, saying in a low voice, I've reached Qianjun. Where's Wanshar? Not here yet. Oh. I'm fine. You scared me to death. Chen Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was fine. I can kill Wanshar 7th tier, and I can beat your academy's Wanshar list. I think I can beat the top 10. Do you think I'm good? Chen Hao didn't say anything. He had already absorbed enough vital energy. At this moment, he silently stood up, turned around, and left. You're sad. I don't want to talk to you anymore, so you received a message from the voice. Transmission talisman. You're lying to me, aren't you? Ayu, we're good brothers. Comfort me. I'm lying. Your academy isn't a Xiao War academy. I think I can beat the top 5 in your Longhu list. Behind him, Chen Hao staggered and almost fell. He turned back to look at Suyu with a sorrowful face. This wasn't consolation. After walking out of the circle, Lao Xia was still there. Seeing Chen Hao like this, he asked curiously, what's wrong? Teacher, I've just opened 4 chakras. Not bad. Teacher, do you think I can beat the Longhu list? Lao Xia was speechless. Beat my A*S. For those ranked 100, one move is enough. Teacher, how strong do you think I need to beat the top 5 of our Longhu list? How strong? You have to be at least at the 7th tier of Wanshar, and you have to have more than 10 closed chakras. Don't count on it. You've only opened 72 chakras, and at most 8 closed chakras. That's the limit. So even if you reach the 9th tier of Wanshi, it'll be difficult for you to beat the top 5. Even if Chen Hao reached the 9th tier of Wanshi, he would only have 1 closed chakra. He definitely wouldn't be a match for those true Wanshi realm experts. Seeing Chen Hao's disappointment, Xianxia comforted him. It's okay. If Wanshi can't beat them, you can beat them with soar. If they soar, you can beat them with Ling Yun. So what if you're a genius? Being a genius doesn't mean that you can advance quickly. The real difference is in the future. For example, when you reach the sun and moon realm, when you're invincible. You can't get in. Don't be afraid. It's enough for you to beat them before you reach the mountain sea realm. Xia's consolation was too heart-wrenching. You can't get in. Chen Hao was dejected. Teacher, you don't have to console me. There's no need, you're even more heart-wrenching than a you, Xiao laughed. It's true. Don't be dejected. If you really can't do it, you can look at it when you reach there. You know our Daxia of Goguryeo, right? At 15 kilograms, he had only opened 36 chakras. He cultivated all the way until he reached the peak of Ling Yun. Only when he reached the mountain sea realm did he open his chakras again. Although it was difficult to open chakras at that time, he was stronger. He had more resources and a longer lifespan. His heaven-splitting saber went from yellow class cultivation technique to mystic, earth class, and heaven class, all by himself. Have more confidence. You'll be the next Daxia of Goguryeo. After being consoled by the poisonous chicken soup for a while, Chen Hao's fighting spirit soared. That's right, I want Wanshi, Soar, and Ling Yun to open their chakras after entering the mountain sea realm. I also want to turn the top-notch mystic cultivation technique into earth class and heaven class, Xianxia sighed in his heart. Silly kid, I'm just saying it. Don't take it seriously, there were at least 800 million people who had the same idea. It was already good enough to reach Soar. What was there to hope for? Was he really going to learn from those geniuses and prepare for the mountain sea realm and sun-moon realm? Geniuses who had opened many chakras now did so for the sake of laying a foundation for the mountain sea realm. For the sake of the mountain sea realm, 1 martial technique for 1 chakra, 1 cultivation technique for 1 chakra. As for students like Chen Hao, it was already good enough to reach Soar. After entering Soar, he could return to southern Yuan and become a city lord. Of course, southern Yuan was too small. However, if he went to other big cities, he could also become a powerful person. If he entered the army, he could also become an ordinary chili arch. That was already very good. Xianxia didn't have high expectations of him. Go back and cultivate well. I'll think of a way to get you some good stuff. Xianxia said mysteriously, I have channels to get the blood essence of the top 1,000 races for you to build your foundation. Kid, remember to pay me back in the future, understand? Foundation? Chen Hao thought of something. You seem to want him to look for him to build his foundation. Teacher, there's no need. I can build my foundation myself. You idiot, don't tell me you're preparing to build your foundation with the blood essence of a fire porcupine? Xianxia sighed. Silly kid, using the blood essence of a fire porcupine to build your foundation is really too weak. Don't give up on yourself. I'll get you some blood essence of the top 1,000 races for you to build your foundation. The effect is still very good, Chen Hao scratched his head. I don't know. You said it. How would I know what to use to build my foundation? You is also very poor. Forget it, I'll see when the time comes. The sky was bright. Not long after Chen Hao and the others left, the origin chi here began to dissipate, and the legacy of the sun-moon tier's death completely disappeared. The death of a sun-moon tier made many students fat. The elites didn't gain much, but for the weak, the gains this time were great. The stronger the talent, the greater the gains this time. Beside him, Xiaohuyu took a long breath, absorbed the last drop of origin chi, and sighed. Sun-moon tier's death is great, it feels faster than cultivating in the mystery realm. Xiaoyu looked at him silently. Try asking your father to kill a sun-moon every day for you to cultivate. Xiaoyu stood up and prepared to leave. Of course, Xiaohuyu was indispensable as a shield. Giving the script to Xiaohuyu was like buying his life, and not just once. Using Xiaohuyu as a shield now, he didn't feel guilty at all. In Xiaojia's territory, if you didn't protect me, who would? Just as he was about to leave, two people appeared in front of him. Wu Qi looked at Suyu with a faint smile. Wu Lan looked happy, and said with some excitement, Suyu, my willpower is 80% full. Improvement was very fast, last time it was 70%, and now it was 80%. Of course, it couldn't compare to Suyu. If Suyu didn't open his divine aperture, it might be full now. Congratulations. Suyu congratulated him. He wasn't slow at all. In the previous years, he would have been very powerful, but this year. Forget it. Suyu suspected that there were quite a few people in the class who could have advanced to soaring sky, but they were suppressed. Wu Lan wanted to say something, but Wu Qi didn't give her the chance to show off, and said with a faint smile, come with me. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded, thank you, Teacher Wu. He had met Wu Qi once at the Shenwen tournament. Initially, Suyu didn't know if the Wu family was an enemy or a friend. However, after seeing Wu Yuehua helping Teacher Lu in a bloody battle, Suyu knew that the Wu family wasn't an enemy. Wu Qi probably wanted her to go with him to protect her. Suyu knew that his senior sister didn't come this time because her willpower was still injured. Even if Qin Yong knew about it, he might not bring Wu Jia along. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to recover from her injuries. Wu Qi didn't say much and turned to leave. Suyu dragged Xiaohuyu along with him. Wu Lan looked at the two of them curiously. When did these two become so close? After walking a few steps, he met someone. Zheng Hong, Jing Yuming's grandson, Sungalao student. At this moment, Zheng Hong was following a Ling Yunjing expert. When he saw Suyu and the others, his eyes flickered, and he nodded at Suyu, then greeted Wu Qi, hello, Teacher Wu. Wu Qi glanced at him, nodded, and didn't say anything. Ling Yun, who was with Zheng Hong, also glanced at Wu Qi, then at Suyu, frowned slightly, and quickened his pace. Zheng Hong showed an apologetic expression, and quickly left. Before Xiaohuyu could say anything, Wu Lan said, not a good person. Suyu laughed, in your eyes, there probably aren't many good people. Sensing Suyu's disapproval, Wu Lan said. Unhappily, that's right. He's Zheng Galao's grandson. Zheng Galao was almost beaten to death because of you, but he still smiled at you. He's definitely not a good person. Zheng Galao was taught a lesson by principle, it has nothing to do with me. Suyu said with a smile, if Zheng Hong is broad-minded, he should understand that this isn't my fault. As a civilizator, I think he should be able to think it through, which is why he's kind to me. Suyu, you're too stupid. How could you believe that someone else is broad-minded? Wu Lan's face was full of disbelief. You're so stupid, how could you believe that Zheng Hong is broad-minded? Suyu chuckled. We're all classmates. We should treat each other with kindness. That way, we'll live happier. Wu Lan snorted, his nostrils pointed at him, and ignored him. He suddenly realized that Suyu was very stupid. In front, Wu Qi continued walking, too lazy to get involved. A smiling tiger, a dog that bites doesn't bark, one thing on the surface but another on the inside. Doesn't my stupid sister know these sayings? With Suyu's ruthlessness, he beat up the students from Shan Shenwen's faction in the ring, and you say he's stupid? You really believe him when he says he's kind? After a few more steps, someone followed. Qing Yunfei laughed from afar, Suyu, Fatty Xia, let's go together. As he spoke, this fellow ran over. As soon as he ran over, Qing Yunfei grumbled, hey guys, why didn't you call me for such a big thing? My old man was regretting that I didn't go. He dropped a few eternal Shenwen pills. If I went, even if I can't absorb it, I can nourish the sea of will and reach the peak. Suyu chuckled. I was about to call you. Next time, I'll call you if there's something like this. Bro Jing, it's fine as long as you don't mind. Of course not. Qing Yunfei chuckled. What's our relationship? We're good friends. If there's anything good, remember to call me your brother. As he said that, he said mysteriously, I have something good to share with you guys. Do you know about the Sea of Consciousness? Someone is preparing to activate it. There are a lot of slots. If we go in, we might soar in an instant. That's a good place. Xiaohu seemed to know about it, but did not say anything. Suyu was slightly taken aback. Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm? That's right. Don't you know? Xianxia chuckled. That's right, I know. Isn't it difficult to activate it? It is, but it's about to be activated now. Bro Su, we have to think of a way to enter. Xianxia's eyes darted around. He glanced at Xia Huyu, then at Wu Lan. He chuckled. Student Wu Lan, once you enter the Sea of Consciousness, you'll be able to soar in no time. It'll only be a matter of time before you surpass Suyu. Wu Lan glanced at him and asked curiously, how did you know that I'm going in? Xianxia was stunned. What does that mean? Wu Lan could not be bothered with him anymore. So you don't know? Suyu was a little surprised. Wu Lan can go in, and he knows about it in advance. In front of them, Wu Qi suddenly said, we've agreed before. That might not be the case now. Previously, they agreed to give us 5 spots. That was before the battle. Now, it's hard to say. They might go back on their word. Suyu hurriedly said, Teacher Wu, they are the ones who activated it? That's right. Wu Qi did not even turn his head. He calmly said, activating the Sea of Consciousness is very complicated. It requires a lot of natural treasures. In addition, several mountains and seas are needed to open it together. Several mountains and seas are not difficult. The main thing is that we need a lot of Milky Way sand, which is very difficult to obtain. Milky Way sand? Suyu looked at Xiaohu. Xiaohu explained, it's a kind of special treasure that can absorb some impurities. It's like a filter that can filter out the impurities in one's willpower. Activating the Sea of Consciousness requires a lot of this kind of treasure. It usually comes from the Starry Mansion. In front of them, Wu Qi continued, if we really have to spend all our wealth, the Institute has experts who can activate the Sea of Consciousness. The problem is that Milky Way sand is hard to find. Suyu looked at Xiaohu again. Xiaohu shrugged. A small amount is fine, but a large amount is hard to find. It comes from very few sources. If some geniuses manage to get their hands on it, they will usually bring it to a laboratory or research institute that produces high-purity willpower. Suyu thought of Baifeng's research institute in Xinwen. So, there might be Milky Way sand there? So, activating the Sea of Consciousness is very difficult? It's mainly because of the limited materials? Yes. Xiaohu nodded. Xianxia hurriedly said, you should know that not just anyone can enter the Starry Mansion. There are only so many people every 10 years, and not everyone can bring it back. Shan Xinwen's faction has been strong for decades, so many people have participated in the Starry Mansion and brought back a lot of Milky Way sand. That's why they have the capital to activate the Sea of Consciousness. Others don't have the capital. Suyu said helplessly, what's the point of telling me? With my situation, do you think they will let me in? Of course not, Xianxia hurriedly said, that's why we have to find a chance to go in. Suyu, we can't give up this chance. We can still fight for it. Isn't your Grandmaster back? Let him go crazy, make trouble, and fight. Xianxia egged him on, your Grandmaster has shown his prowess this time. Even 2 half-step sun and moon cultivators were defeated by him. He's even stronger than our principal. Let your Grandmaster fight his way up to them and ask them to give you 3 to 5 places. I'll reserve 1. How about 2,000 merit points? Suyu looked at him and didn't say anything. He just smiled, his expression gentle. Xianxia felt his scalp go numb from the smile. That's right, this guy is a sinister villain. It's useless for me to egg him on. Coughing, Xianxia said again, then let's have a galau meeting. Let's try to get them to give up a few places. There are a total of 42 galau in the academy, but less than 30 of them are in the academy now. As long as half of them agree, unless they don't want to open it, we still have a chance. Xianxia smiled and said, say, if 1 galau can get a place, will the galau be willing? Of course they will. The arcane realm doesn't belong to Shan Xinwen's faction. Strictly speaking, it belongs to your faction. They paid to open it, but the arcane realm is public property. Xianxia hurriedly said, those galau will fight for 1 place each. That's about 20 places. Normally, 50 people can enter, but the other party can still get around 30 people. At this, Xiaohuyu said softly, this can be manipulated. A group of non-source students were discussing how to manipulate the Galau meeting. If anyone heard this, they would probably laugh their heads off, but Wu Qi, who was walking in front, didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The three people behind him represented three factions. As for his sister, she was just a bystander. She might not even understand it. Xiaohuyu smiled and said, Qingyunfei's words can be manipulated. Holding a Galau meeting to fight for the benefits of each Galau is something the Galau will not reject. Although Shanxinwen's faction is strong, they don't dare to offend everyone. Moreover, the Galau can also help to open the arcane realm together, which will last longer. Currently, only 4 Galau from Shanxinwen's faction are Zhou, Sun, Yu, and Li. Jun Galau is injured, Zhao Galau is in seclusion, Ma and Fang Galau are in the heavenly battlefield. The 4 of them can only maintain the operation. They won't last long. The rest of the Galau can help. He then said, Qingyunfei, which Galau can you ask for help? Since Qingyunfei suggested this, he must have the support of Galau. When he heard Xiaohuyu's question, he chuckled and said, my Shifu. That's right. Suyu and Wuqi nodded. They had forgotten that this fellow also had a Shifu. They only remembered that he was from the Jing family. This fellow indeed had a Galau as his Shifu. Qingyunfei said excitedly, me, you, Suyu, Wu Lan. Plus Hu Qiuxing, Zhao Shiqi. All of us can contact 1 or 2 Galau. As long as we get a slot, everyone will be happy. As for Shanxinwen's faction. Unless we don't open the arcane realm. But if we don't open the arcane realms, to be honest, if we don't open the arcane realms to improve their strength, we will target them. Qingyunfei laughed and said, if they don't let us in, we won't let them open the arcane realms either. Our next step is to learn from Suyu and beat up their people every day. Shanxinwen's faction on the top 100 leaderboard can only wait to be beaten up every day. If we can't beat the people in front, why can't we beat the people behind? This fellow is not a good person either, he was too lazy to get involved in the conflicts between factions. But when it concerns his own benefits, he had to get involved. Qingyunfei continued, the arcane realm is very helpful to non-source students like us. The willpower there is pure. Although we have not opened our divine aperture and can't absorb much of it, it's better to absorb it passively than to improve one's cultivation technique. Staying in the arcane realm for a day is better than reading 30 text of will. Most importantly, reading the text of will takes time and money. Of course, opening one's divine aperture would be even more helpful. Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded and said, I will talk to my grandmaster. You guys have a lot of connections, so think of a way to inform more of the pavilion elder students and see if you can fight for it. He wanted to go in too, but fighting for one spot. His senior sister's injuries were not light. Her pure willpower could help her recover from the sea of will. But if he could only fight for one spot, what should he do? Of course, he had to make it happen first. Zhang Hao could inform the Divine Talisman Department. Hu Zongqi and Lin Yao might not have a chance to enter even if they were informed. They discussed for a while and came to an agreement. Wu Qi did not speak. He could only sigh in his heart. This batch of students was indeed different. They were still freshmen, but each of them was extremely daring. They even wanted to control the highest level meeting of the academy, the Galau Conference. In fact, it seemed that they had been controlled the last time. Otherwise, Suyu would not have tricked them so badly. Suyu and the rest were on their way back. At the same time, Education and Welfare Administration, Director's Residence. Hong Tan frowned. Looking at Bai Feng, who was almost smashed into a puddle, he said in a heavy tone, Shenwen has been destroyed? Yes. The main city of Shenwen is also gone? Yes. Bai Feng was weak. He was lucky that he did not pass out. Fortunately, Director Ji helped him stabilize the Sea of Will. Otherwise, he probably would not have woken up now. Hong Tan's expression became more and more ugly. Xia Yuan did this? He is not feeling well either, Bai Feng smiled. Master, I cut that guy's 9 orifices and destroyed a few Shenwen. I don't think he is doing better than me, Hong Tan frowned. Your main city of Shenwen was destroyed. What arrogance. Xia Yuan, frowning, Hong Tan suddenly turned around and said, Director Ji, if I remember correctly, there will be an election for the principal at the end of the year, right? I want to participate. I want to participate in the election for the deputy principal. I will challenge Xia Chongqing. Not far away, Director Ji was sipping his tea slowly. When he heard that, he looked up and said, You want to challenge Xia Chongqing? He is Xia Jia's man. Xia Jia pushed him to be a nail in the Civilization Academy. Xia Chongqing, Hong Tan laughed. Xia Chongqing's grandson made my disciple like this. 3 steps to the cloud-challenged Soar 8 stage. He did a good job. I used to ignore him because he was senior brother Yunqi's brother. But he really thinks I am afraid of him? Hong Tan gritted his teeth. Since he is Yunqi's brother, I will not kill him. He will do what his disciple did. I will cripple his main city of Shenwen. He was furious, very angry. His disciple, with unparalleled talent, had been crippled by Xia Yuan. He did not know before, but now he was about to explode. As for Xia Yuan's near crippling, it had nothing to do with him. Ling Yun, a fellow who was known to be invincible among his peers, had almost been killed by his own disciple. That was because he was a cripple, not because his disciple challenged him. Director Ji said lightly, If you are sure, then there is no problem. Up to you. Hong Tan snorted, his eyes cold. He looked at Bai Feng and could not help but curse, Can't you pretend to be a grandson? You crippled yourself for Xia Yuan. You fool, you really are stupid. Bai Feng curled his lips. I am injured like this, and you are still scolding me. Xia Jia. Forget it. Xia Jia can't afford to be scolded. Xia Chongqing's faction is King courting death. Hong Tan could not help but curse again. Is there still Shenwen? A few more. Sea of Will's injury is very serious. It is hard to say if you can recover. Even if you recover, you will drop a level. It will be lucky if you can recover to the 3rd or 4th stage of Soar. But so many Shenwen are gone. The main Shenwen is crippled, and your Shenwen combat technique is also crippled. He had an indescribable sadness. Senior brother's outcome again, it was worse than senior brother's. From a genius, he suddenly became mediocre. He might not even be a match for an ordinary Soar. This was a huge blow to his disciple. Bai Feng could not say much. Although Director Ji had saved him, who knew what was going on with him? At this moment, he could only silently accompany his master in grief. How tragic. After crippling so many Shenwen, I still have to redraw it. How tragic. Master, my Shenwen is crippled. In the future, I will have to spend money to redraw Shenwen. Do you want to give me some money? I am penniless now, Bai Feng said sadly. Hong Tan gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry. I will help you get the text of will. I will give you as much as you want. Even if I sell the research institute, I will help you recover. Thank you, Master. You are so kind. Although he said that, Bai Feng was speechless. You can only sell the research institute. A grand 8th stage mountain sea realm cultivator only had this much ability? It seems that you are really poor and not pretending to be poor. I can't count on my master, but that student of mine. TSK, I saw it last time. There are dozens of text of will in the storeroom. My disciple can't read them all. As your master, I will reluctantly help you read more in the future. It seems that I still have to count on my disciple to support me. At the side, Division Chief Ji smiled faintly and said, If you are crippled, then so be it. Civilizationists don't make a name for themselves with their martial prowess. Bai Feng, are you interested in coming to the Education and Welfare Administration and becoming the director of the Shenwen Research Institute? You will be an intermediate researcher and belong to your own independent research group. You will only need to provide the corresponding research results every year. He threw an olive branch to Bai Feng. It was fine even if he was crippled. He still had his abilities, experience, and knowledge. Come to the Education and Welfare Administration and they would directly promote him to an intermediate researcher. This was a treatment that only Ling Yun could enjoy in his later years. Even Qin Yong was only an intermediate researcher now. No one other than the Mountain Sea realm could become an advanced researcher. At this moment, Hong Tan also looked at Bai Feng. He felt that if Bai Feng was really crippled, perhaps, it would be better for him to stay in the Education and Welfare Administration. Here, Shan Shenwen would not dare to cause trouble, and neither would others. The Education and Welfare Administration was an official organization directly under Dixia Province. Moreover, it was under the jurisdiction of the Seeker tier. Jihang had now broken through to the Sun-Moon tier, and it could be said that he would be an overlord no matter where he was. Strictly speaking, Wan Tianxing, Jinping, and the others were all under his jurisdiction. Of course, the power of the academy was very great, and Jihang actually could not manage them. It was not a big problem for him to manage a small academy. But that was in the past, and Jihang was not the Sun-Moon tier. Now, if Jihang really wanted to interfere, it would be perfectly justifiable. It would depend on whether Wan Tianxing, Jinping, and the others could defeat him. Education and Welfare Administration, Bai Feng smiled, and said, Director Ji, how is the salary of the Education and Welfare Administration? Intermediate Researcher and Director. It is not difficult to earn 1,000 merit points a year. Bai Feng curled his lips. Too little. Although he was very poor, 1,000 merit points, forget it, he might as well return to the academy and scam Lu Hong. No, in their eyes, he was crippled now. Would that bastard Lu Hong still be willing to be scammed by him? He was just asking casually. He did not plan to enter the Education and Welfare Administration. Bai Feng chuckled, and said, then forget it. Thank you for the promotion, Director Ji. I will return to the academy and retire. If I'm crippled, so be it. My physical body is also sore. Even if Shenwen is destroyed, I will still be sore. It is not as if I have no battle prowess. Jihang did not force him. He continued to drink his tea, and calmly said, let me ask you something. Your Shenwen battle technique can be split, then the Shenwen base point that outlines the battle technique can be split? What? Bai Feng was shocked, and said, how is that possible? Once this base point is fixed, it is completely fixed. Can it still be split? How is that possible? Can't it? Director Ji frowned slightly, and said, Bai Feng, if it is possible, you can study it from this aspect. Maybe it can solve the problem of your Shenwen battle technique being broken. If the base point can be split, then it can be filled in later. In the past, the Shenwen battle technique was fixed. You can actually split this. Bai Feng explained, it is not splitting the Shenwen battle technique. It is a kind of characteristic recombination. I combined the Shenwen with similar characteristics to form a new dragon-slaying sword. In fact, it is still one sword, not multiple. It is just a characteristic transfer. He explained for a while. Of course, it was nonsense. It made sense in general, but it was actually nonsense. It was useless to say this now. He still did not know Director G's situation. He should recover first and see if he succeeds. It would not be too late to pass it on to his teacher and disciple. As for outsiders, we will talk about it when we can make it public. Just a characteristic transfer? Jihang was a little disappointed. Although this was also a very powerful technique, compared to splitting the Shenwen base point, it was not worth mentioning. Bai Feng lied with his eyes wide open, and said, yes, it is very powerful. This way, in the future, we will have more Shenwen system, and we can transfer similar characteristics. As long as we get a few more Wenbing swords, we can completely use it as many Shenwen battle techniques. Hong Tan grumpily said, then I'll be like you and lose my divine text. Bai Feng was speechless. He could not be bothered to say more. I have a motive for exploding Shenwen. Who told you that I will always explode Shenwen? Hong Tan thought for a while and said, forget it, don't worry too much. A few years ago, I also did some research on Shenwen's characteristics. When you outline Shenwen again, similar to the previous one, I will see if I can find a way to integrate the new Shenwen into the Shenwen battle technique and help you repair Shenwen battle technique. Jihang looked at him and said in surprise, can it be repaired? It depends. If the characteristics are similar, we can give it a try. Hong Tan said in a low voice, we can first strip the characteristics and integrate the non-characteristic Shenwen into the base point. This way, the repulsive force will be weakened to the minimum. After a period of integration, I will transfer the characteristics. There is still hope. Jihong looked at the master and disciple. He had to say that the master and disciple had done a lot of research on Shenwen. Among the civilizationists, there were actually not many who had the energy to do such advanced research. In the past, when the civilizationists were just flourishing, there were many such people. But as the technology continued to mature, martial techniques were continuously derived and researched. Now, there were too few people who could focus on research because many things had matured. When a system matured, many people did not think to improve, and followed the path of their predecessors. Thinking up to this point, Jihong suddenly said, if Baifeng wants to re-outline Shenwen, it's best not to outline Wan Shenwen, especially God and Demon Shenwen. Baifeng looked at him in surprise. What, you also realized something was wrong? Hong Tan did not mind, sighed, and said, you also realized? True, you have already entered the Sun-Moon tier. The repulsive force has become stronger, right? Jihong said calmly, it has become much stronger. After that battle 50 years ago, I'm afraid I was indeed tricked by someone. It was not like this in the past, and now. God and Demon Shenwen has some repulsive force, and I almost failed. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, I destroyed a few Shenwen that I had sketched over these decades, and then successfully broke through. Baifeng blinked, and couldn't help but ask, what are you guys talking about? Hong Tan shook his head, and said, you don't understand. Forget it, I'll tell you. We suspect that the original will of these decades was originally tricked by someone. If we sketch Shenwen in these 50 years, especially God and Demon Shenwen, the repulsive force will become stronger, causing the difficulty of advancing to the Sun-Moon tier to increase greatly. Baifeng was stunned. Over the past few decades, that was not right. In his opinion, this was not a matter of these decades, but that God and Demon Shenwen had always had this drawback, but now, it sounded like the repulsive force had become stronger in these decades. A double trap? This thought suddenly appeared in Baifeng's mind. When everyone thought that only the Shenwen of these decades had a problem, they neglected that the previous God and Demon Shenwen actually had a problem too. In this way, those elites of the Sun-Moon tier, or even the Invincible tier, would not think that the Shenwen they had sketched before also had a problem. But if we do this, won't we alert the enemy? No, Baifeng suddenly realized something. If the elites of the older generation could not advance to the Invincible tier, and the geniuses of the younger generation could not sketch the Shenwen of the powerful God and Demon races, then the elites of the older generation could not advance further, and the elites of the younger generation would become weaker in the same tier. This was to break the inheritance of the civilization masters? Did the powerful God and Demon races do this on purpose? They purposely let everyone know that we set a trap and crippled the God and Demon Shenwen. In this way, the strength of the younger generation of the human race would definitely be greatly reduced. The only way is to use the battle techniques of Shenwen to balance this gap. But a large number of elites of the Shenwen faction were killed, and they were even suppressed to the point where they could not survive. A thought appeared in Baifeng's mind. The suppression of the Shenwen faction was not just a matter of Dazhou Prefecture, it was not a personal grudge. Perhaps someone was adding fuel to the fire, and one was secretly suppressing the Shenwen faction. At this thought, Baifeng suddenly said, Chief Ji, can I ask you something? Speak. How many people are there in the human realm in the duo Shenwen faction? You mean above Soar? Yes. There were not many people in the Shenwen faction below Soar. Chief Ji did a quick calculation. About 500. I'm not sure about the specific figures. What about 50 years ago? 50 years ago, without waiting for Chief Ji to say anything, Hong Tan said, 50 years ago, there were 162 human realm civilization academies, and many of them specialized in the path of Shenwen. Not counting those below Soar, there were about 10,000 people above Soar. Baifeng said solemnly, 10,000 people. So, almost all of them died in these years? 95% died, Hong Tan nodded. Too many powerhouses died in that war. Later, the legacy was not strong enough. In these 50 years, some died of old age, some died in the All Heavens battlefield, some were crippled, and some went mad. So, the number of people is decreasing. Baifeng frowned. But it's still impossible for so many to die, right? They were all powerhouses above Soar. Isn't the death ratio too high? Chief Ji frowned. High, there were many wars in the All-Heavens battlefield. In the past few decades, there were thousands of wars in various prefectures. The number of combatants who died was 100 times more than yours, and other civilizationists also died more, but the ratio is too high. I didn't say the number. Bai Feng explained. In 50 years, 9,500 people died. Was that a lot? No, there were less than 200 people a year, and that was the entire human realm. There were 36 prefectures, and 6 or 7 people died a year in each prefecture. Was that a lot? Really not, but the ratio was too high. There were at least 10,000 people who died in battles in Xianxia province every year. There were also many civilizationists. It was normal for hundreds of civilizationists to die. Great Xia Civilization University alone would provide dozens of civilizationists a year. There were also 9 heavens, Dao Seeking, and a few others. They could probably maintain a balance. This was Xia province, where the fighting was the most intense. A few of them were from Shenwen, and they were inconspicuous. However, Bai Feng felt that it was likely that someone was targeting them on purpose. No, he had to go back and check if there was anything strange about the deaths of the civilizationists from Shenwen. Maybe, he could deduce something. For example, which battles these people participated in, where they died, which invincible ones were in charge when the war broke out. Maybe he could deduce the identity of the traitor invincible ones in the human realm. Bai Feng stopped talking. He didn't dare to say anything else. Chief Ji looked at him with a frown and didn't say anything else. Hong Tan was deep in thought. The death ratio was very high, but to be honest, he thought it was normal for a big mansion to have a few civilizationists from Shenwen die in a year. There were fewer people, but that was because the inheritance was not good. If it was like Shenwen, recruiting a large number of new students in a year, then it wouldn't be strange. However, now that Bai Feng had asked this question, he had some ideas. Without saying anything more, Hong Tan looked at Bai Feng and said, "Are you going back with me, or are you going to stay here and recuperate?" "Go back," Bai Feng said firmly. "Of course, go back." Outside, who knew what was going on? Who knew who was good and who was bad? Who was that invincible person? At this moment, he understood why the news didn't spread. Now, he looked at everyone as that invincible person. Even Ji Hong couldn't believe it. This was only him. If everyone knew about it and spread the news, no one would believe it other than himself. It was human nature to be suspicious. If he was like that, once those invincible people suspected each other, it would be even more troublesome. No wonder so many people would rather pretend to be ignorant. This thing? Without conclusive evidence, before digging out the other party, there was really no need to spread it widely. It was too easy to confuse people. Hong Tan didn't say much. He grabbed Bai Feng and looked at Ji Hong. "Chief Ji, thank you this time." Ji Hong waved his hand casually, not caring much. Hong Tan didn't stay and quickly left with Bai Feng. After they left, Chief Ji was silent for a while and murmured, "Is the ratio too high?" It was high, but not too many people died. More than 9,000 people in 50 years, there were people who died of old age, chi deviation during cultivation, and the collapse of the Sea of Will. Compared to the death toll of warriors, the death toll of other civilizationists was not worth mentioning. There were fewer people from Shenwen because the inheritance was almost broken in the past few decades. Previously, he didn't think about this. Everyone felt that it was natural for there to be fewer people. If one didn't have the inheritance, it would be strange if there were fewer people. He lightly knocked on the table. Chief Ji thought for a while. Forget it. He wouldn't report it. He would check it himself. There might be something fishy about this. At the Great Xia Civilization University. The battle last night did not affect the students of the academy, including most of the researchers. Perhaps they knew a little, but it did not affect them much. The academy was as usual. There were no abnormalities. The students went to class and cultivated. There was no commotion in the top 100 list, and the academy was still very quiet. After bidding farewell to Xia Huyu and the others, Suyu walked toward the Wentan Research Center. he had opened 40 divine apertures. All the Shenwen apertures were in a state of hibernation. They were still absorbing and digesting the charm they had absorbed before. Several eternal Shenwen apertures were shattered, which was equivalent to several secret realms shattering. Even if he had only absorbed a little of the charm contained in them, it was still a huge improvement for Suyu. As for the vitality apertures, Suyu had also taken the opportunity to open many. The second level of time was called Sun and Moon Suppression, and he had opened 44 apertures. However, there were many overlapping apertures. Suyu had opened 180 apertures last time, and he had even more overlapping apertures. Last night, he had opened another 6 apertures. At this moment, he had opened another 16 apertures, and he could successfully cultivate the second level of Sun and Moon Suppression. At this moment, Suyu had opened a total of 186 apertures. As he thought of this, Suyu had already stepped into the Wentan Research Center. As soon as he entered, Suyu noticed something different. The ground was clean. His heart stirred slightly. Grandmaster and Master had returned, or was it someone else? In the academy, with Wan Tianqing around, he had always felt very safe. However, at this moment, he did not dare to be careless. "Teacher?" Suyu shouted. He stepped at the door and did not dare to step in. "Come in," Baifeng replied weakly. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief and walked into the research center. In the living area, Baifeng was lying on the sofa. Opposite him sat an old man with a weathered face. Beside Baifeng, Qianyong had a distressed look on his face. Wu Jia was also there. When he saw Suyu, he wanted to move, but he cautiously glanced at the old man in the room and didn't dare to move. The old man didn't care too much. He looked at Suyu, then at Wu Jia, then at Baifeng. Suddenly, he cursed, "A bunch of trash." There were only 5 people in one line, other than him and Qianyong. The other 3 were injured. Baifeng was the most seriously injured, followed by Wu Jia, and then Suyu. His broken arm had not recovered yet. Was this the invincible Shenwen faction? It was too tragic. I've only been gone for a few days. It hasn't even been 3 months. If I don't come back soon, I'm afraid the Shenwen faction will be gone, Qianyong said awkwardly. Teacher, you're even more useless. Hong Tan cursed. He almost lost his position as the curator. Your student was injured to this extent. Do you have any shame? Qianyong was helpless and didn't reply. Hong Tan picked up his teacup and took a sip. He was a little depressed. After taking a sip, he suddenly picked up the teacup and looked at it. He said strangely, "This isn't my old teapot." Baifeng looked up at the sky and pretended he didn't hear it. "It had nothing to do with me, so you didn't say a word." It was gone. Niao Lao had crushed it. It was gone even if he wanted to find it. Grandmaster. After greeting, Suyu obediently stood behind Baifeng. On the other side, Wu Jia looked at him with some sympathy. They were in the same boat. How pitiful. Grandmaster was back, and the moment he came back, he came to find trouble. Hong Tan didn't dwell on it. It didn't matter if the teapot was gone. Maybe it was washed. He looked up at Suyu and nodded slightly. Not bad. 9 kilograms. You've enlightened a lot. Your willpower is full, and it's close to 80%. Very good. A new student. Very good, more excellent than he imagined. Of course, he didn't know the specific situation. He only knew that this little guy came from southern Yuan and met his father on the battlefield. His father was simple and honest. This little guy should be good too. The previous battle was so dangerous, but this little guy still dared to go. He was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. But he was a little silly. What a fool. It was so dangerous. Why did you go there? Thank you, Grandmaster. Suyu smiled and looked embarrassed. He would blush if he was praised by Shanghai. Not bad. Hong Tan nodded. His anger subsided a little. He looked at his arm and said, "Who did this?" Teacher Xiaoyuan's student, bastard. Hong Tan cursed, "It's that bastard again. Is Xia Chongqing courting death? I've been away for a few months, and this old thing has gone crazy. He actually dared to let his people attack my people. Hong Tan was very annoyed as he cursed and swore. So you did not say anything. Zhou Hao was much worse than him. There was no need to tell Grandmaster about this. Hong Tan cursed for a while and then said with self-pity, "It's also my fault. I was too lazy to argue with them for the past few decades. I wanted to keep a low profile so that I wouldn't stand out too much. With just the few of us, we can't stop them. In the end, these people are getting more and more outrageous." Wu Jiao whispered, "Grandmaster, are we still going to be turtles next?" What the hell was this? Hong Tan blew his beard and glared at him. What turtles? That's your teacher. Is your grandmaster that kind of coward? Qin Yong was innocent and did not say anything. Wu Jia did not comment. Grandmaster was also very cowardly. Hong Tan was too lazy to scold anymore. He sighed and said, "I can't be one even if I want to. This time, my senior brother is back. Even Shan Tianhao was killed. How can I be one? Before they came back, I could hold on for as long as I could. In the end, I'm getting more and more defeated." He felt helpless and powerless. Bai Feng could not help but say, "Teacher, our faction is not weak. With so many mountains and seas supporting us, what are you afraid of?" Hong Tan glared at him and said angrily, "Why do you have to drag them down? Wu Yuehua and the others are not from the Shenwen faction. Even if they support you, it's just the prestige of the Divine Pills and Talismans faction. What does it have to do with us? The Shenwen faction will do whatever they want." Bai Feng shrugged and did not say anything. Qin Yong thought for a moment and said, "Master, what about Uncle Master and Uncle Master Xia? They can't be counted on." Hong Tan sighed. "Your sect uncle's injuries haven't healed yet, and they're getting worse and worse. He killed 2 mountain and sea experts, so I'm afraid he'll have to go to the All Heavens battlefield. Bai Feng will be the same. That idiot. Why did he have to kill people for no reason at all? Couldn't he just cripple him? Then go to the All Heavens battlefield and join the Vanguard Battalion? All Heavens battlefield? So you could not help but ask, "Master, you're going to the All Heavens battlefield?" Bai Feng said indifferently, "Yes, I have to go. Xia Jia's rules still have to be obeyed. Obeying the rules is for our own good. Things like rules are sometimes used to protect ourselves. Killing 10 Ling Yuns, we'll just have to endure it." He was not afraid to go. There were many battles in the Vanguard Battalion, but in the All Heavens battlefield, if he made a name for himself, his strength would rise quickly. Then, when? Within a month. Bai Feng smiled. "It's fine. Qing Yuming hasn't left yet. What's the rush?" Qing Yuming? Hong Tan had just returned, so he did not know about this. Bai Feng explained, "It was elder brother who did it. He almost got someone killed." Qin Yong had an innocent look on his face. "It really wasn't. It was apprentice nephew who did it." He pointed at Suyu. He was not going to take the blame for this. Suyu looked embarrassed. "It wasn't me. I was sparring with his student. He wanted to attack, and Uncle Master tried to stop him. Then he was seriously injured by Wanfu Prefect and sent to the All Heavens battlefield." Hong Tan could roughly guess what had happened. He glanced at Qin Yong, and then back at Suyu. "How did you get into a conflict with his student? You haven't been in school for long, have you? His student seriously injured senior sister." Hong Tan frowned slightly. Understanding the situation, he sighed. "These days, even Tom, Dick, and Harry dare to find trouble with us. Back then, Jing Yeming wasn't even worth a fart in my generation. Now, he dares to let his student cause trouble for my people." He sighed. He looked at Suyu and nodded. "Yes, it's a good thing to stand up for your senior sister, but the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It's easy to get yourself into trouble. This is probably the origin of your injury." After that, he added, "Were you taught by my senior brother in Southern Yuan?" "Yes, it was Teacher Lu who taught me, not bad." "It seems that senior brother has trained you well." Before he could finish, Bai Feng said helplessly, "Teacher, this has nothing to do with Uncle Master, right? He was trained by me. When Suyu came, he wasn't even Qianjun. Look at how strong he is now. He wasn't even nurturing before, and look at him now? Bai Feng took credit and said, "Teacher, this is a talent that I discovered. I was the one who taught him his first divine rune." You, Hong Tan was surprised. When? When I went to Southern Yuan last time, Hong Tan thought for a moment and suddenly said, half a year ago? Bai Feng did go to Southern Yuan in April, right? But it was only half a year, right? Yes. Hong Tan suddenly thought of something. He looked at Suyu and then at Bai Feng, and his eyes became strange. You mean, he was not Qianjun or nurturing half a year ago, and he didn't even outline Shenwen? Yes. Bai Feng said and was shocked. He hurriedly said, "No, I'm just kidding." When Suyu entered the school, he was at Qianjun 7, nurturing. Shut up. Hong Tan suddenly took out a bamboo whip and hit him on the head. You unfilial disciple. Bastard. I say, you just came back from Southern Yuan and suddenly urged me to leave. Are you afraid that I'll steal your student? I'll beat you to death, you dog. Slap slap slap, a series of whipping sounds could be heard. Bai Feng hurriedly screamed, "Teacher, there's no such thing. I'm injured, I'm dying, and you're still beating me. I'll just beat you to death." Teacher, am I shameless? My student is still here. You're already crippled. What student do you want? Follow me from now on. At the side, Suyu looked at Wu Jia and Chen Yong with a strange look in his eyes. Wu Jia said softly, "Grandmaster is like this, don't mind him. Grandmaster is a good person, it's just that he's old, like a child." Hong Tan, he stopped beating Bai Feng and glanced at Wu Jia. This brat, who is she talking about? Old age, how old am I? I'm not even 70 years old. Am I that old? Too lazy to deal with this unfilial disciple. Hong Tan returned to normal. He looked at Suyu again and nodded. Very good. In that case, you've cultivated to this level in less than 3 months. Very good. After all, he had not experienced Suyu's rise from nothing. He was a little surprised, but not too shocked. He was also an expert who was about to step into the Sun-Moon realm, so he was not that shocked by the cultivation of students. He looked at Wu Jia again and thought for a moment. His willpower is injured. He should be fine in 1 or 2 months, but it has indeed delayed his cultivation. He thought for a moment and waved at Wu Jia. Wu Jia obediently walked over. Hong Tan pressed his hand on her head, and a strong willpower burst out. Moonlight flowed out of his palm and shone on Wu Jia. After a moment, Hong Tan stopped and exhaled. It's not a serious injury. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Cultivate well and strive to enter SOAR as soon as possible. At this moment, Wu Jia's face was no longer pale. She quickly turned around and said with surprise, "Grandmaster, you can treat Sea of Will's injuries? Then he won't have to be afraid of getting injured in the future." Shut up. Chen Yong scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Grandmaster has not reached the Sun-Moon realm yet. Using the radiance of the sun and moon to treat your injuries will delay his advancement. Hurry and thank Grandmaster. Wu Jia hurriedly thanked him. Hong Tan did not care too much. He waved his hand and sighed. There are fewer and fewer people in our lineage. It wasn't easy to take in 2 students. Don't cripple them. Otherwise, our lineage will really be broken. On my way back, I passed by Dazhou Prefecture. I heard that the state of Zhou has completely surrendered. Xinwen's faction has become history. It was an indescribable pity. In Dazhou Prefecture, Xinwen's faction was still very strong. Dazhou Prefecture had more civilization engineers than Dexia Province. Xinwen's faction also had many powerhouses. However, over the years, they had fallen one after another. The last one, Mountain Sea Galao, could not hold on any longer. This time, Galao did not come to support them. He did not blame him. In Dazhou Prefecture, he had held on against Zhou Polong for decades. He could understand his difficulties. It was much more difficult than in Dexia Province. It was not easy for him to hold on until now. Speaking of this, the few of them did not look good. Bai Feng gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, I'll teach that Zhou Polong a lesson. Don't be so harsh. We'll talk about it after you recover. Hong Tan could not be bothered to say more. He quickly said, in this battle, I killed Shan Tianhao. It's inevitable that we'll fall out. I've also seriously injured Zhou Mingren. I've completely torn off the last layer of our disguise. Everyone, be careful. Don't leave the academy if there's nothing important. Senior brother and the others are injured or disabled. The support they can provide us is limited, but it can serve as a deterrent. This battle has bought us some breathing space. Mainly, senior brother has made a move. It's a good thing that we're out in the open. In the past decades, they were worried about being killed by that invincible realm expert. This time, even if they alerted the enemy, it was still a good thing. At the very least, they could make that guy hesitate. This was why Xianxia had let them go this time. After investigating for decades, they could not find anything. Since that was the case, they might as well alert the enemy. Previously, Dasha of Goguryeo and the others probably wanted to investigate in secret. Since it was not feasible, they would alert the enemy. At least, they would restrain themselves and not act rashly. This was somewhat in line with Hong Tan's expectations. It was acceptable. As he spoke, Hong Tan looked at Qin Yong and said, your junior brother will be leaving soon. As for me, I'm afraid I'll have to go into seclusion to prepare to break through the sun and moon barrier. I'll have to rely on you. If you don't enter the mountain sea realm, it'll be difficult to intimidate them. Wu Jiao whispered, Grandmaster, Master doesn't have any resources to break through. Why don't you snatch some for him? Hong Tan laughed. You're protecting your master. Resources? What resources do you need? You've already reached the 9th tier of Ling Yun. After so many years, why would you need any resources? Your master. Cough, cough. Chen Yong coughed lightly and smiled. Master, I'll break through as soon as possible. You. Hong Tan laughed. Up to you then. At the side, Suyu did not say a word. That was interesting, up to Chen Yong himself. Could his martial uncle have broken through long ago? The last time I asked him, he did not say much. He had been suppressing it. Did he want to break through? Suyu thought for a moment, then said, Patriarch, we killed 2 of their mountain and sea experts. Furthermore, Sect Granduncle Xianxia and the others all have the battle prowess of a mountain and sea expert. Do you really think the divine runic domain would dare to make things difficult for us? Do they still want to force us? Grandmaster, you're about to break through to the sun and moon realm. Are they tired of living? Hong Tan laughed. In terms of battle strength, we're not weak. However, Shan Shenwen's faction has been strong for so many years. They have the advantage in numbers. Do you think they'll be willing to give up their current power and status? They probably won't dare to use force anymore. But in the academy, there's no need to use force for everything. Hong Tan continued, as long as the academy allows, they'll suppress our living space. This is what they've been doing all along. Zhou Mingren isn't very ambitious. His biggest goal is probably to dominate the Great Xia Civilization University. Besides, he's a branch of the Zhou family. To be able to reach this step, the Zhou family has helped him a lot. He has to return the favor. Therefore, he will definitely continue to suppress it. Previously, he wanted to use my strength to break through to the sun and moon realm. However, he clearly failed. The main reason was that the recoil was too great. Zhou Mingren wanted to use Hong Tan to break through, but he failed. Otherwise, he would have entered the sun and moon realm. Last night. If it were a few decades ago, Zhou Mingren would definitely advance to this stage. A few decades ago, there was no such thing as a half-step sun and moon realm. If they could break through, they would break through. If they couldn't, they wouldn't be able to cultivate to that stage. So you understood. That means they will still suppress us? Of course. Hong Tan laughed. We'll just fight with them. Don't learn from your master. That idiot, he insisted on fighting with Xia Yuan. So what if we ignore him? Xia Yuan is already Ling Yun. How dare he attack you? Do you really think we're dead? He was still very dissatisfied with Bai Feng's stupid decision. He crippled himself, otherwise, Xia Yuan would really think that Shan Shenwen's faction didn't have any powerhouses. He, Hong Tan, wasn't dead yet, Bai Feng said disapprovingly, I'm not afraid of him. I've wanted to fight him for a long time. Oh, right. As he spoke, he thought for a moment, and said, Jia, I left a research document upstairs. It's called 36 Methods of Fusion. Go and get it for me. Wu Jiao looked confused. Why me? Isn't Junior brother here? Fine, since Master Uncle said so, she didn't say more. She nodded and walked upstairs. When Wu Jiao went upstairs, Baifeng quickly said, Master, check the surroundings. Last time, Wan Tianxing actually pulled away Suyu's willpower in the research institute. Hong Tan frowned, and quickly understood. He quickly checked, shook his head, and said, It's fine. I'm here, so he wouldn't dare to eavesdrop on me. This guy should have long entered the Sun-Moon tier. He's pretending to be a mountain sea. I knew it. Baifeng was relieved. Chen Yong nodded. I also guessed that House Chief has entered the Sun-Moon tier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with Qing Yuming. Looks like House Chief doesn't hide anymore. I wonder what the Sun-Moon tier is. At least the third tier of the Sun-Moon tier. Hong Tan judged. That's the lowest. If it's the highest, it's normal to be the fourth or fifth tier of the Sun-Moon tier. There are still a few Sun-Moon tier elites here in Xia province. If he doesn't reach the Sun-Moon tier, he can forget about keeping his position. Suyu was a little curious this time, and asked in a small voice, Grandmaster, are there many Sun-Moon tiers in Xia province? Not bad. Hong Tan smiled, and said, Hu Diheo, Zhao Rui, Ji Hong, Wan Tianxing, all of them. Zhong Ping, that old geezer, is almost there. Moreover, over at the All Heavens battlefield, the general of the demon-suppressing army is also there, and there's also that fatty Xianxia, that old woman from the Wu clan. There were still many Sun-Moon tier elites in Xia province. Hong Tan listed a few briefly, and said, additionally, there should be a few more at the All Heavens battlefield. They're all foreign officials of Xianxia, so I'm not too familiar with them. Anyway, they're Sun-Moon tier. Suyu nodded. There were quite a few, but speaking of which, there didn't seem to be many. Xia province was one of the 3 strongest prefectures, and there seemed to be only these few people in the Sun-Moon tier. Hong Tan didn't say anything else, and looked at Baifeng, asking, You have something to say? He had sent Wu Jiao away naturally to talk about something important. He explained, Senior brother, Jia doesn't need to get involved, lest she knows too much and cause trouble for herself. Chen Yong nodded, and didn't say anything. Hong Tan, on the other hand, glanced at Suyu, and then looked at Baifeng, and smiled. This disciple of his was quite fond of this grand disciple. Baifeng didn't waste words, and quickly said, It's like this, I can still recover. Of course, I'm not sure now. He briefly explained the matter of Shenwen's battle techniques being split up, and then mentioned the matter of Shenwen's replenishment. Once he said this, Hong Tan looked shocked, and said, Can it really be replenished? It should be possible, so I'm using myself to try it. At this moment, Suyu also said a little excitedly, Master, can battle techniques be split up? Yes. Baifeng nodded. You probably didn't read the information I left you, but there's a simple introduction. I'll teach you later, this thing can be split up. Didn't I mention it to you last time? Hong Tan's eyes were bright, and he said, Then, anyone can hope to become a part of Shenwen. In this way, a few more Shenwen won't be destroyed at all. Those bastards, I know what they're thinking, are jealous of us. But once they have a way to convert to Shenwen's battle techniques, I guarantee they'll be like grandsons, eager to convert immediately. Baifeng understood, and asked, Master, you want to spread it? Of course. Hong Tan's eyes flickered, and he said, I'll let them know that the way they usually suppress Shenwen will be as awkward as now. I'll see how they suppress them. Kid, once this method is spread, Shenwen will soon become the leader of the human realm civilizationists. I'm afraid of death. Baifeng sighed, and said, I'm afraid of death. Master, I've thought of spreading it before. But later, I discovered something. I feel that a lot of Shenwen is a true path to invincibility. Someone is purposely suppressing us. It's one, or it could be some traitors within the human realm. They're purposely suppressing us. Baifeng sighed, I'm even worried that once Shenwen rises again, the scene of 50 years ago will reappear. It wasn't an accident, it was a trap. Right now, the 10,000 races haven't wantonly attacked us because they want to silently disintegrate us. But once the many divine rune system spreads this method, and even civilization masters become experts of the many divine rune system, then, a great war will soon erupt, a war that will exterminate all races. Hong Tan's eyes changed instantly. War of extermination, he frowned, aren't you thinking too much? In the war of extermination, we still have many human realm invincibles, Master, I'm not thinking too much. Bai Feng said softly, this thing shouldn't be widely publicized. It should be developed quietly, and not spread everywhere. I'm thinking about a question. What will happen when a civilizationist advances to the invincible realm? There are many human race invincibles, so what if a civilizationist can advance to the invincible realm? But judging from the current situation, the other party doesn't dare to let us advance to the invincible realm. This other party is one, a traitor, a demon. They don't dare to let the human race civilizationists advance to the invincible realm on the path of civilizationists. As for the path of the physical body, they don't seem to care too much. Hong Tan frowned, are you sure that Shenwen is the right path of invincibility? Yes. Bai Feng said with certainty, if you don't believe me, I'll reach the invincible realm, and you can take a look. Hong Tan ignored him, thought for a moment, and said, it's normal for one to be wary of civilizationists entering the invincible realm. Just look at your grandmaster. He's invincible in the Sun-Moon tier. Let me put it this way. Invincible in the path of the physical body can be one-on-one. Invincible in the path of civilizationists, according to the current situation, it's not difficult to fight 1 against 3 at the same level. One-on-one, we'll definitely win. Qin Yong interrupted, Master, one-on-one, fighters aren't weak, right? Fighters aren't weak. If it's one-on-one, it'll depend on each person's means. Hong Tan shook his head, and said, wrong. Fighters aren't weak, but they're definitely no match for civilizationists of the same level. I'm saying that if they're all civilizationists from Shenwen, if Shenwen is on the path of invincibility, then those who become invincible will naturally be elites from Shenwen. He looked at Bai Feng, and said, how many fighters do you think can defeat you at the same level? There's one. Bai Feng was embarrassed. Hong Tan also thought of that person, and said with a smile, that's different. He's too talented, 1 in a billion. As for civilizationists, your talent. You know it yourself. Just in our academy alone, there are at least 80 who can compare to you. But you've cultivated the path of Shenwen, so you've become stronger. Bai Feng's talent wasn't in cultivation. Of course, his talent in cultivation was also very strong. But there were still some people with talents like Bai Feng in the academy. As for the one from War Academy, he was a true monster genius, 1 in a million. He had beaten Bai Feng 3 times, and Bai Feng hadn't been able to turn the tables. Bai Feng was depressed, and his heart was hurt. Hong Tan continued, anyway, once the civilizationists from Shenwen become invincible, their combat power will definitely be strong, and they'll be able to fight 3 people at once. If Shenwen has many characteristics, it'll be hard for civilizationists to kill them. Fighters only have those kinds of methods, blood rebirth, void shattering. But civilizationists have too many methods. Hong Tan sighed, Shenwen incarnation, world projection, cloning true body, 5 elements escape technique, as long as the sea of consciousness is not destroyed, I won't die. Invisibility, possession, thousands of incarnations, the civilizationists that Hong Tan mentioned seem to be omnipotent. Bai Feng mumbled, but they still have to know those Shenwen. They're special. You're right, but they do have more life-saving methods than fighters, there's no doubt about that. Hong Tan said, and then said, you said that you found that Shenwen is the only way to become invincible, what do you say? Bai Feng thought for a moment, and then said, talent Shenwen. Bai Feng said a few simple words, and finally said, I only have a theory now, and I don't have a successful case, so I've decided to use Uncle as my first research case, and Uncle Xianxia and the others are also my test subjects. Bai Feng said happily, actually, there are still a lot of experimental materials. I'll give it a try first, and if it succeeds, then we'll talk. If it doesn't, I think we can continue to dig deeper, and then there's Suyu. He looked at Suyu and said, I've decided to use him as a breeding material, and let him completely outline the human race's Shinwen first. On one hand, Hong Tan was shocked by his idea, and on the other hand, he was a little helpless. This brat, fooling around, he looked at Suyu, but saw that Suyu had a simple and honest expression, and said with a smile, "Whatever teacher says, I have no objections, I'll listen to teacher." But he was secretly happy. Very good, I don't have to outline other Shinwen in the future, so I don't have to pretend that I can outline one Shinwen every time. Hong Tan heard this, and felt rueful. Good student, so obedient. Suyu, you have to understand that your teacher only said a theory, and there's no practical case to prove that this is the right path. You're very talented, and once you take the wrong path, you'll be ruined, Hong Tan sighed. For the sake of research, there were many people who ruined themselves. How many geniuses were ruined just like that? His own senior brother was ruined for 50 years just like that, otherwise, he would have already stepped into the Sun-Moon tier. Suyu said sincerely, "Grandmaster, I'm not afraid." Master said there's no problem, so I believe him. Baifeng rolled his eyes. As if I'll believe you, brat, you must have a secret. No, this bastard, maybe he really can only outline a human Shinwen. Last time, you lied to me, saying that you could outline a Wan Shinwen, and in the end, so many days have passed, and you still haven't succeeded. What about the Wan Shinwen, big liar? Sooner or later, I'll cut open your sea of will and see what's really going on. Now you're going with the flow, and pretending to be simple and honest in front of your grandmaster. Aren't you embarrassed? What Baifeng said was very important. Hong Tan thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "We can try first, but you're senior brother and I can't try now. We still need high-end battle prowess to ensure that no accidents happen." After saying so, he quickly said, "Baifeng's worry is reasonable. Little Yong, Suyu, forget what happened today. Don't spread it." After saying so, he looked at Baifeng, and said, "First, use your senior uncle to practice. Don't worry about Xianxia and the others for now. They can use a certain amount of battle prowess now, and the pressure isn't great. Don't cripple Shinwen, it'll be more troublesome. Your senior uncle is half crippled, just give it a try, it won't be a big problem." Suyu was mentally and physically exhausted. At this moment, he knew where Baifeng's desire to cut people came from. His own grandmaster had taught him by example. Was this something a human should say? What did he mean by "your senior uncle is half crippled, just give it a try, it won't be a big problem"? After chatting for a while, the topic came to an end. Baifeng's research project was getting bigger and bigger. Even Hong Tan could not provide much support. Right now, Hong Tan's priority was to advance to the Sun-Moon stage, not to cripple Shinwen. When Wu Jia came down, the few of them had forgotten about what had happened earlier. It was not that they did not trust Wu Jia, but she was too weak and did not know much. As for Suyu, in Baifeng's opinion, this kid deserved some pressure. After chatting for a while, Suyu asked, "Grandmaster, can I go and take a look at Teacher Liu?" "Don't go for now." Hong Tan said in a low voice, "Don't show your close relationship with my senior brother for now. It's not good for you. There are people watching him in the dark, especially now." "I understand." Suyu felt a little regretful. "Teacher, can Teacher Liu's side really recover?" "I'll try my best." Baifeng did not give him any guarantees. This time, Lu Wenyan had crushed some of Shinwen's students, which was why he could split the Sun-Moon stage. Whether he could recover or not, who knew? Let's give it a try. Once he recovered, Lu Wenyan would soon advance to the Sun-Moon stage. As for invincibility, it was still a little difficult. Hong Tan said in a low voice, "Suyu, remember. Shan Shinwen's faction is nothing to worry about. If it weren't for their scruples, they would be nothing. Our enemy is not Shan Shinwen's faction. They are just a bunch of fellows blinded by benefits. The real enemy is in the dark, in the All Heavens battlefield." He looked at Suyu. "There's no need to be too ruthless against those new students. Of course, if they take the initiative to injure you, there's no need to hold back either." Baifeng added, "Don't be too resentful, or it'll be easy to be swayed by your emotions. Just like what you did before. Towards people like Qinqi and Lu He, you lift them up high and then let them down gently. Towards people like Huang Qifeng, you have to strike like a thunderbolt and intimidate everyone. To put it simply, kill those who should be killed and release those who should be released." So you couldn't help but look at the two of them, feeling a little strange. Was my reaction that obvious? Hong Tan smiled faintly and said, that resentment on your body is almost condensing into Shenwen. This is not good. In my eyes, Zhou Mingren and the others are just our shields. They block some experts and make them think that they have an advantage. In fact, they are also protecting themselves. A shield? Suyu was slightly startled. Hong Tan smiled and said, isn't that so? They have blocked for us for 50 years. Hong Tan said calmly, it's just that there have been some changes recently. In the past, they weren't this ruthless. I don't know if the Zhou family has changed, or if they've been in power for too long that they've become muddle-headed. Suyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, he didn't care about that. Instead, he was thinking, should I create a shield too? Yes, create one. As for the academy, should I also create someone who can suppress me? That way, it won't be so eye-catching. I, Suyu, am often at a disadvantage. Don't think that I've gained a lot of advantages. In fact, I've always been at a disadvantage. At that moment, he suddenly thought of someone. Lu Hong. Lu Hong, why don't you suppress me a little? Let Shan Shenwen's faction think that I'm miserable. Although I've gained a lot of advantages from others, in the end, I'm being suppressed by you, Lu Hong, to the point of committing suicide. Being too domineering might not be a good thing. If I'm not strong enough, I'll bring more trouble to myself. So you seem to understand what the two of them were thinking. He said seriously, thank you for your advice, Grandmaster and Master. Advice? What advice did I give you? Hong Tan was depressed. I'm just telling you not to be so resentful and delay your cultivation. Alright, perhaps this disciple of mine will understand this. That's not bad. Bai Feng glanced at Suyu. What did this student of mine understand? We didn't mean anything else. But he did see that Suyu was surrounded by resentment. It was probably due to the influence of the previous battle that he had unconsciously brought out the resentment in his heart. Under such circumstances, it was easy for people to be paranoid. Bai Feng was still injured, so everyone didn't continue talking. Suyu briefly mentioned about the knowledge Sea Arcane Realm and went upstairs to cultivate. Qin Yong and Wu Jia also returned to the library. Many Shan Shenwen's faction began to recuperate. In Shouxinggu, Wan Tianqing returned to normal, no longer looking angry. On Xia Jia's side, Long Wuwei went out to wipe out Wan Zu's strongholds. Xiao Houyi continued to be his businessman happily. There was no movement from Shan Shenwen's faction. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. It was as if the battle last night had never happened. Outside the Great Xia Civilization University. Number 18 Middle School. Back Mountain. Lu Wenyan was meeting someone in a hut. The hut was not big. There were only 2 people in it. Lu Wenyan was thin and old, while the man sitting cross-legged opposite him was tall and powerful. They were not much apart in age. Lu Wenyan was in his early 70s, while the man was almost 70. The tea was not touched. Xiao Longwu looked at him for a while and said calmly, resentful? Lu Wenyan smiled. What's there to be resentful about? I couldn't protect the Lu family. Xiao Longwu said calmly, back then, I arranged for Huyu to marry the Lu family because I wanted to move the Lu family into Dixia province. In the end, the Lu family was almost wiped out before it could be done. Lu Wenyan's eyes showed a touch of nostalgia. He said softly, thank you for your trouble. My brother's character is like this. I've reminded him long ago that it's not good to be involved with me. He didn't need to protect me, and he didn't need to contact me. He shook his head and sighed. It's just that I implicated those children. I actually expected my brother to die in battle. Xiao Longwu said solemnly, I checked after the incident. There was nothing unusual. It was a normal encounter. But the more normal it is, the more abnormal it is. The Lu family's stronghold was attacked several times. It's too much of a coincidence. When your little niece was born, a part of the Lu family was preparing to return to the human territory. In the end, they encountered another enemy halfway. Lu Wenyan nodded and sighed. This Shenwen left by my master is the root of the trouble. If it weren't for Da Xia of Goguryeo, I wouldn't have lived to this day. Xiao Longwu said solemnly, what secret does Shenwen have? An eternal Shenwen shouldn't be like this. Unless, there's really some hope of advancing to the invincible realm. Do you see hope? No. Lu Wenyan said with a smile, if I saw it, it wouldn't be the same as it is now. Then, he said with a smile, you're improving fast. It looks like you're going to advance to the invincible realm. It's just a physical advancement. Xiao Longwu said calmly, there's still a limit to the physical advancement, and if your willpower isn't strong enough, there's still a possibility of dying when you encounter the enemy civilization master. What about the civilization master? Lu Wenyan asked. Many people forgot that Xiao Longwu didn't graduate from the Dexiao War Academy, but from the Great Xiao Civilization University. His master. Wan Tianxing, a true civilization master. The civilization master is stuck at the peak of the mountain sea realm. It's a little weak. Lu Wenyan gave this evaluation. Xiao Longwu didn't deny it. He nodded and said, it's a little weak. It couldn't even enter the sun and moon realms. There's a problem with Shenwen, and the Seeker realm should have noticed it. But now, the problem isn't easy to solve. They had to cripple a group of people. This was a very serious problem. The only thing the Seeker realm could do now was to come in batches. They couldn't publicize it too much, or it would easily cause unrest among the civilization masters. The Seeker realm, Lu Wenyan frowned and said, what does the Seeker realm mean now? Xiao Longwu was silent for a while, then said, they mean that it's not good to interfere in personal grudges. Besides, even if that person really exists, the 5th generation is already dead. In terms of value, you guys can't compare to that person. Lu Wenyan chuckled and said, that's true. I can see that. Dead people are worthless. Cripples also lack corresponding value. Aren't they afraid that what happened to my master will happen again? They should be making some preparations by now. Xiao Longwu said, if that guy dares to show his face again, he'll be found out sooner or later. But they won't investigate wantonly. You are bait. Xiao Longwu said softly, actually, a long time ago, they guessed that it was my grandfather who wanted to protect you. It was second uncle who fought to protect you. Otherwise, you would have been used as bait long ago. I guessed it. Lu Wenyan nodded. Back then, when I was banished to southern Yuan, I had already guessed it. I was actually surprised that I was fine all this time. Later, I also guessed that it was probably Daxiao of Goguryeo who made a move. Thank Daxiao of Goguryeo for me, you're welcome. Xiao Longwu said in a low voice, wait a little longer. Wait for me to advance successfully. We will dig this person out sooner or later. I know the thoughts of those old fellows in the Seeker realm and War God Temple. They want to dig him out, but their attitude isn't that firm. The main reason is that King of Great Zhou's attitude isn't clear. King of Great Zhou, Lu Wenyan hesitated. Is it him? It's hard to say. Xiao Longwu was also uncertain. He shook his head and said, I know King of Great Zhou's philosophy. It's best to coexist and mind one's own business. His recent goal is not to kill enemies on the battlefield, but to establish the human race's defense system and reactivate the human race's power of suppression. Xiao Longwu sighed. I don't object. I also feel that reactivating the human race's power of suppression is a good idea. It can dispel the invading thoughts of many races. But this matter has been going on for many years without any results. At this time, I feel that we still need to use force to intimidate. He did not object to King of Great Zhou's philosophy and goal. Reactivating the human realm's power of suppression, allowing the human realm to suppress outsiders like other realms. This was a good idea and also a method to resolve the war. But, he still had no clue. King of Great Zhou did not want to pursue the matter of that traitor. He also had the same thoughts. He would drag it out first and wait for him to activate the human realm's power of suppression. To prevent him from causing trouble at this stage. But on this point, Xiao Longwu did not agree. Daxiao of Goguryeo also did not agree. King of Great Zhou was one of the overlords of the Seeker realm. If he had such thoughts, the Seeker realm would not be in a mess at this time. They could only acquiesce. King of Great Zhou. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, it's not wrong. It might not be a good thing to really make people panic. If he really activates the human realm's power of suppression, I have to say that he did a good job. But I can't pretend that nothing happened to my Lu family and my master. If that day really comes and I find out it's him, I won't show mercy. Xiao Longwu chuckled and said, the premise is that you advance to invincible. Otherwise, just talking is useless. Also, my master, I have some suspicions. What suspicions? Suspicions that he discovered something, or that his strength has reached invincible. This time, it's my master adding fuel to the fire. I discovered it. Xiao Longwu, who was reckless and iron-blooded in the eyes of outsiders, revealed his attentive side at this moment. Invincible? Lu Wenyan said in shock, impossible. He's also on the same path as Shunwen. He can't possibly advance successfully. Then his physical body advanced successfully. Xiao Longwu was also unsure. He shook his head and said, it's hard to judge the specifics. My master is a person who won't say anything even if he has something. Anyway, the weakest is at the peak stage of the Sun-Moon tier. He wants to find that person? I'm not sure. Xiao Longwu thought for a moment and said, I suspect that master has his own plan. He strongly advocates befriending Wan. I even suspected that he's the sect master of the primordial divine religion. Lu Wenyan's expression changed slightly. Are you sure? I'm not sure, just suspecting. Xiao Longwu said in a low voice, I'm very worried about one thing now. Master is a crazy person. He looks calm, but he values rules the most. If you don't break the rules, he's easy to talk to, but if you break the rules, he won't be easy to talk to. Killing the 5th generation and destroying the Shunwen faction is a big taboo for him. I'm very worried that master will act recklessly, and even, actively lead Wan to attack humans. This? Lu Wenyan said in shock, this guy is crazy. Even if he advanced to invincible, if he really did it, those people wouldn't let him go. Xiao Longwu sighed and said, that's right. That's why I suppressed him for many years. But now, I might not be able to suppress him. Let me put it this way. Previously, when the Sun-Moon cultivators of the Tianyi divine religion and the Tianyi divine race attacked Dexia province and southern Yuan was attacked, I suspect that it was all master's plan. He purposely created pressure for me to advance and force you to return. It could all be part of his plan. Lu Wenyan frowned and said, he's crazy. He's not crazy. He's very clear-headed. His goal is to force that guy out. If he can't force him out, then he will force the human realm to face a great disaster and unify the battlefront. Lu Wenyan frowned and said, is the situation that urgent? Xiao Longwu thought about it and nodded. Yes. Demon God Wan hasn't moved much now. It's said that he's waiting for an opportunity, for that guy from the primitive god race to advance, or for that guy from the origin demon race to advance. Advance? Lu Wenyan said in shock, is there really a path above the invincible realm? I don't know. I'm not invincible. My grandfather doesn't know either. He can't see the path ahead, but he knows that there must be a path ahead. Xiao Longwu sighed and said, the peace now is just the calm before the storm. Is the human realm worth it? It's worth it. Xiao Longwu nodded and said, at least in their eyes, it's worth it. Before the Great Quietus, the human realm really existed once in the glory of all worlds. Now, some relics and things discovered in the human realm are proof of all this. Back then, the human realm must have been a dynasty of all worlds, incomparably glorious. The human realm has secrets, big secrets. Xiao Longwu said in a deep voice, my grandfather also said that the human realm must have secrets. It might be related to some secrets of the one of all heavens, even affecting the secret of their survival. So, they will definitely kill their way into the human realm. Survival secret? Lu Wenyan frowned and said, what could affect the existence of the one? I don't know. Xiao Longwu smiled and said, if they knew, they would destroy the one and unify all worlds. However, the glory of the human realm in the past is certain. My grandfather and the others were all people who received the legacy. Those secret realms and relics helped them grow rapidly. That's why the human realm was not destroyed in that period. More than 300 years ago, the battlefield of all heavens appeared, and the passage to the human realm was opened. During that period, many invincible experts appeared and built great residences. The speed of their growth was frightening. Invincible experts emerged one after another. All of this did not come out of thin air. During that period, the Wan experts had already killed their way into the human realm. Some experts wandered in the human realm to seize relics. As a result, the human experts rose rapidly in the battle. They expelled the Wan, killed the strong enemies, and finally defended the human realm. Outside the human realm, a new battlefield was opened. Lu Wenyan nodded and said, "That's true. Those relics indeed prove the glory of the human realm. Many of the Shenwen clan's Shenwen combat techniques actually came from the relics. Unfortunately, there were no methods to advance to the invincible level in those relics." Then he said, "Have there been such relics opened in these years?" There were a few, but they were not very good. Most of them were sacred cultivation places for the path of the flesh. There were not many inheritances of the path of civilization, but there were some discoveries. Xiao Longwu said solemnly, "A few relics were opened, and a problem was found. The inheritances of the path of civilization, before the Great Quietus, should have been dominated by the human Shenwen clan." Lu Wenyan nodded and said, "Baifeng also found this problem. The Seeker realm should have found it too." Xiao Longwu sighed and said, "It's hard to get off now. It's impossible to cripple the Shenwen clan of everyone. Moreover, the human Shenwen clan is indeed very weak. There is no doubt about this. The crux of the problem is that we lack a clear path. Although there are many divine runic battle skills from the divine runic system, it is possible to solve this problem, but not everyone can form a divine runic battle skill." At this moment, if Suyu and Baifeng were here, they would probably be surprised by their conversation. It was not that no human experts had found this problem. Rather, it was hard to turn this situation around. Lu Wenyan frowned and said, "Then we should promote the Shenwen clan more, not suppress them. Someone must be promoting them in the dark." Xiao Longwu said directly, "It's just that we don't know. Some descendants of experts might be doing it. It's just an exploration phase. Now, as for suppressing the Shenwen clan, I'm not sure if there are other plans. The King of Great Zhou's tacit agreement has influenced some people's decisions." The King of Great Zhou. Mentioning the King of Great Zhou again, Lu Wenyan sighed and said, "I hope it's not him. Otherwise, if Dazhou Prefecture has a problem, he will also have a problem. That would be troublesome. He is very strong. Even the Daxia of Goguryeo might not be able to defeat him. He is not." Xiao Longwu had nothing to deny, "My grandfather is definitely not his match. The King of Great Zhou is also a civilization master who advanced through the physique Dao. His body is not weaker than my grandfather's and has long reached the stage of blood rebirth. As for the Shenwen clan, it is close to the stage of 5 generations or even more. My grandfather's Shenwen clan is not good. His willpower is not as good. Probably only the King of Great Qing can suppress him in the human realm." Lu Wenyan sighed again, "I really hope it's not him. Otherwise, sigh." Both of them were silent. This was the scariest possibility, an invincible expert in the human realm, and a top expert among invincible experts at that. Once he betrayed them, it would be a huge problem. Perhaps there were people who suspected the King of Great Zhou, but they all pretended to be mute. It would be fine if it was someone else, but if it was the King of Great Zhou, it would be a huge problem. Xiao Longwu quickly smiled and said, "This is the worst outcome. It might be better than expected. He actually has no reason to do so. Moreover, the one who died back then was his younger brother. They had a good relationship. Let's not talk about him." Lu Wenyan did not want to talk about this either. It was a headache. He quickly said, "I won't stay here for long. I will be going to the All Heavens battlefield soon. Take care of Hong Tan. My junior brother is not a scheming person. He is impulsive sometimes. As for Wanfu Prefect, I can't care about this. Let him be. Don't worry." By the way, Lu Wenyan thought of something and said, "I have a student who is now an apprentice of Baifeng. Take care of him. He should have some opportunities of his own. He often had nightmares when he was young and his willpower often fluctuated. You can send someone to check if there are any ruins in southern Yuan. Southern Yuan? Xiao Longwu was surprised and said, there are ruins in southern Yuan? It's possible. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, ruins can appear anywhere. He should have received some gifts. If you find a ruin in southern Yuan, remember to bring him along to explore. According to the rules, he can get 30%. Don't be greedy. Xiao Longwu laughed and said, I won't do that. I'll get someone to check later. If there really is one, I will give it to him. Ruins. There are very few newly developed ruins. If he can get the inheritance of the ruins, there is hope for this kid to enter Sun Moon. In the past, a batch of ruins appeared and created a large number of invincible experts. Nowadays, the newly developed ruins were not as good as before, and the inheritors of the ruins were usually at the peak of Sun Moon. However, a Sun Moon was also a top-level force, overlord-level experts presiding over the All Heavens battlefield. The chiefs of some small races were not even at Sun Moon tier. These ruins were the key to the strength of the human race and its rapid rise to the top 10 of the heavens. This was also an important reason why many small races followed the trend and attacked the human race. The two talked for a while more, and Xiao Longwu said no more and directly disappeared from the room. Lu Wenyan did not say anything. After a while, Wu Yuehua entered and asked curiously, did someone come just now? I seem to be in a mess just now. Confusion? Lu Wenyan laughed and said, how is that possible? You are at the 8th tier of the mountain and sea tier. Unless invincible experts came or the peak of Sun Moon tier, who could hide from you? That's true. Wu Yuehua thought about it and felt that there was no problem, so he quickly said, take the medicine. Saying so, he took out a huge pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Wenyan, who had just been talking cheerfully with Xiao Longwu, was in despair at this moment. I won't eat it. I won't eat it, be good, how can you not eat it? How can you recover if you don't eat it? I spent a lot to concoct this medicine. Others can't eat it even if they want to. Saying so, he forcefully pried open his mouth. You have to eat it whether you want to or not. Lu Wenyan was in despair. I think it's better to go to the battlefield. This place is more dangerous than the battlefield. As expected, he had just been stuffed with a pill the size of a human head when Hu Ping entered and said calmly, time to eat. Saying so, she handed over a pile of black dishes. Lu Wenyan was in even more despair. I want to go to the battlefield. I can't stay in this damn place anymore. At the Wuntan Research Center. In the main laboratory on the 3rd underground floor. It was already the 12th of October. For the past 2 days, Suyu and the others had not gone out at all. They were either recuperating or cultivating. Bai Feng's injuries had healed a lot, but the Shenwen core had been shattered. His combat strength had indeed declined greatly. Bai Feng did not mind it too much. From time to time, he would peek at Suyu's text of will. In any case, Suyu had many text of will. Bai Feng felt that his disciple might not even remember how many he had. Of course, today, Bai Feng did not peek at the text of will. It was rare for him to be free. Soon, he would have to leave this place and head to the All Heavens battlefield. Only then did he remember that he was still a teacher. Today, I will teach you the recently developed Shenwen combat technique splitting technique. Bai Feng said to Suyu. Not far away, Han Tan was cultivating with his eyes closed. It was obvious that he was faking it. He was too embarrassed to be his disciple, so he pretended to be cultivating and eavesdropping. Suyu and Bai Feng did not expose him. If their grandmaster was exposed, he would really beat someone up. As Bai Feng spoke, he took out a small sword. Very small, only 4 light spots. Back then, my Shenwen core had 12 Shenwen cores. In addition, after I used Soar, I outlined 16 Shenwen cores. In total, I have 28 Shenwen cores. In the battle with Xia Yuan, I shattered 24 Shenwen cores before I could seriously injure him. That guy is indeed quite strong. Bai Feng praised. Xia Yuan is said to be invincible in the same realm. This is true. He is very strong. Even those 5 or 6 Shenwen weaklings in the school, Ling Yun, might not be his match. What does this mean? Suyu understood instantly. He chuckled and said, it means that teacher's combat strength is unparalleled. If we really fight, he can instantly kill 5 or 6 Ling Yun. Right. Bai Feng almost gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, it's good that my disciple is smart. He said what I didn't say. Not far away, Hong Tan looked at Suyu suspiciously. This kid doesn't seem like an honest person. Of course, I paid a huge price. I paid 24 Shinwen cores. Honestly, no one would be willing to break them. Bai Feng said a few simple words, and then said, splitting the divine text battle skill is not as simple as forcefully breaking it down. If that were the case, then that massive group of powerhouses of the divine runic arts lineage would have already discovered it, and it wouldn't have been my turn to discover it. Being able to split divine runes is actually inspired by the innate divine rune. If it can be combined, it can naturally be split. Shinwen cores of Shinwen. Cores, Will said. And Shinwen will Shinwen cores sect Feng and Shinwen cores will. Shinwen cores. Of Shin cores, Shinwen cores, even your grandmaster doesn't understand this. Suyu looked at him sympathetically. In the past, when grandmaster was not at home, you could say whatever you wanted. Now, he was sitting at the side. At the side, Hong Tan closed his eyes, as if he did not hear anything. Bai Feng was a little embarrassed, he coughed dryly and said, let's not talk about this, let's get straight to the point, how do we dismantle them? As he said that, he took out his own dragon-slaying sword, leaving only 4 dragon-slaying swords of Shinwen cores. Every Shinwen is different. It has different characteristics, different powers, different strengths. Bai Feng did not say anything else, and began to deduce for Suyu how to split the battle skill, but not let the battle skill shatter, and then still have the power of the battle skill. Even a battle skill formed by a Shinwen is stronger than a Shan Shinwen. Do you know why? Suyu shook his head. Bai Feng laughed. A Shinwen, logically speaking, shouldn't be considered a battle skill. It can only be said to be a Shan Shinwen. Why is it stronger than an ordinary Shinwen? Because the Shinwen battle skills that you dismantled are related to each other, a type of resonance. Old man Zhaoli has 100 sword sheath, you know that right? Suyu nodded. When his 100 sword sheath was at its strongest, it could form a formation with 100 swords. Resonance, superposition. And the Shinwen battle skill is the same. As he said that, Bai Feng split his dragon-slaying sword into 4 small swords. These 4 small swords surrounded Suyu, and their movements were exactly the same, it was just that their characteristics were different. One had a freezing effect, one had a sharp aura, and one had a destructive aura. This is the difference. Bai Feng demonstrated it for a bit, and the 4 small swords exploded at the same time. Their movements were the same, and their power was the same. It can form a formation. Suyu nodded, thought for a moment, and said, Teacher, Shan Shinwen's faction, sometimes there will be a combination of Shinwen, such as Wind Fire Mountain Forest, is it the same? More or less. Bai Feng nodded, actually, they used our Shinwen fusion system as a reference. Back then, your grandmaster introduced this system, and after that, Shan Shinwen's faction started to borrow it. Of course, they also developed and researched a part of it, but the core still used the Shinwen characteristic fusion method that your grandmaster introduced. At this time, Hong Tan, who was at the side, spoke up, Shinwen's characteristic fusion was not created by me. It was the information left behind by your great-grandmaster. It was incomplete, and I perfected the system afterwards. The information left behind by the 5th generation was developed. Suyu nodded. That's true. Back then, Hong Tan was so young, it was too difficult for him to come up with a new system by himself. However, it was not easy to perfect the research left behind by the 5th generation. His teacher and grandmaster gave Suyu the feeling that they were in line with the image of a true civilizator in his heart. Before entering the school, in Suyu's opinion, no matter how powerful a civilizator was, he should often stay in the laboratory to conduct research. In the end, when he arrived at the school, there didn't seem to be many such teachers. Zhaoli was one, and he usually forged iron in the research institute. Bai Feng was definitely one, and he almost never came out. As for the other teachers, he didn't know many. There were also many who liked to stay in the research institute, but there were also many who wandered outside from day to night. Bai Feng ignored his teacher and continued, the Shinwen combat technique that you outlined has a total of 18 core points, At the side, Hong Tan said in surprise, "How many?" Bai Feng glanced at his teacher, a little depressed, and said in distress, "Teacher, aren't you going into seclusion to cultivate? Aren't you going to break through to the sun and moon realm? Go. I'm in class. It's not easy for me to give a lesson to a student, and you keep asking, isn't it annoying? I'm so annoyed with irresponsible teachers like you." Hong Tan held his breath and glared at him. "You're good, very good, I won't say another word." 18 Basic Shinwen Combat Techniques. It's as many as my senior brother, so you didn't care about this, and he pretended not to see it. He said hesitantly, "Teacher, according to what you said, we can split them, and we can supplement them later on. Whether it's 18 or 88, in the later stages, there's actually no difference, right? For example, I've outlined 99, and I first split 9 to advance to soar, and then after soar, I'll outline 90. Then, these 99 basic Shinwen combat techniques won't be of much use, right? There's still a difference." Bai Feng explained, "Soar will give you a chance to solidify the Shinwen combat technique. This is also the reason why we had to outline it before soar. Solidification was the same as strengthening one's divine runic battle skill. For example, you said that you've outlined 99 Shinwen combat techniques. If you split them and use 9 Shinwen combat techniques to advance, then these 9 Shinwen combat techniques will have a chance to solidify. As for the others, even if soar can be outlined, there will be one less chance." Suyu nodded. He understood this. Then, is there a big difference in strengthening after one solidification? Quite big. Bai Feng explained again, under normal circumstances, it's just one advancement. For example, back then, I advanced with 12 Shinwen. After solidification, all 12 Shinwen combat techniques entered the second level. Before that, they were all first level. But after that, I spent a few years outlining the 16 Shinwen combat techniques in soar, but actually, I didn't manage to advance all of them to the second level. It's just a matter of time? Of course. The strength of Shinwen combat techniques has a lot to do with Shinwen's level. If your level is higher, it'll naturally be stronger. Then it's possible to advance later? Yes, but it requires a lot of time and resources. The two of them asked and answered. Hong Tan listened quietly at the side, feeling a little gratified. It seemed like it had been a long time since the Shinwen lineage had this kind of teacher-student question-and-answer session, with the Grandmaster supervising. As for Qin Yang's student, Wu Jia. Qin Yang was long-winded, but Wu Jia only listened and did not ask. Gradually, Suyu understood a lot of things and understood a lot of things. Bai Feng said again, "Now you've outlined 5 Shinwen combat techniques, 6. Bai Feng looked at him, and Suyu also looked at Bai Feng. What's wrong, is there a problem? It's 6 combat techniques. Bai Feng felt that he could be indifferent. It's nothing, 5 the previous time, 6 this time. It's normal. Is it the human race's Shinwen? Yes. Then you can try and see if you can separate these 6 Shinwen combat techniques from the entire Shinwen battle skill." Bai Feng was too lazy to say anything else, and continued, "If you strip it out, it will form a small blade." "Oh right, have you named your Shinwen battle skill?" "It's best to give it a name, like me, the Dragon Salyer. Once the sword is unleashed, everyone will know what it is." Name? Suyu had never thought of this before. Now that Bai Feng mentioned it, Suyu thought for a moment, then hesitated. "How about we call it the Sealing Blade?" "What do you mean?" Bai Feng looked at him with a blank expression. "Your name?" "I don't understand." Suyu said softly, "When I use my blade, I shout out the Sealing Blade. The enemy thinks that I'm walking the ceiling path, but in reality, I'm not. The enemy thinks that I'm going to seal him, but in reality, I'm going to kill him with one slash." "Teacher, what do you think?" Bai Feng did not say anything. Hong Tan looked at the sky. "I was wrong. Was this grand disciple of his an honest person? My eyes are blind." Just the name of the blade was enough to make him feel that his eyes were definitely blind. "Sealing blade," Bai Feng muttered, and suddenly regretted, "That seems to be true. Why is mine called Dragon Salyer? People will know my sword the moment they hear it. That's definitely a sword of slaughter. What a pity." That made sense. It was great to confuse the enemy. Sealing blade. Yes. Not bad. Giving his disciple a compliment, Bai Feng nodded. Don't you still have a Wenbing? Also called the sealing blade? Yes. Suyu nodded. It's also called this. When I become famous one day, the sealing blade will become famous. Even if everyone knows that I'm a slaughterer, as long as they haven't seen me and only heard of my blade name, they will more or less misunderstand me. That's right. Bai Feng laughed and said, you can first separate the 6 Shenwen into a small sealing blade, and then fuse them into your Wenbing. This way, you can use the power of the entire battle skill. This is a Shenwen battle skill, and your battle strength will increase by a lot. Although it is not as good as the complete version, it is definitely stronger than before. And this way, you can actually advance if you want to. You can even enter Soar, and you can supplement it after you reach Soar. So you did not say anything. Entering Soar was a chance to strengthen. If 99 Shenwen were to advance, then all of them would advance to the 2nd level of Shenwen. However, if he were to advance now and reach Soar in the future, he would only be able to outline the 1st level of Shenwen. Then, he would also have to spend a lot of time to nurture it. Of course, it could be used as a method. At the crucial moment, he could choose to advance. Next, Bai Feng explained in detail how to separate and combine them. Finally, he reminded, if I explode Shenwen, I don't know if I can successfully supplement it again. Wait for me to succeed, then try again. Otherwise, the power of the Shenwen battle skill will be greatly reduced. This time, Hong Tan could not hold back and said angrily, try what? Try to self-destruct Shenwen? Are you crazy? You're teaching your student to self-destruct Shenwen? This guy, what the hell is he talking about? Bai Feng was speechless. You're even interfering with a student's teaching? This old man is really a busybody. Do you know how cruel your disciple is? Forget it, what do you know? Ignoring him, Bai Feng continued, also, the Shenwen battle skill should be able to fuse Shenwen in the future, just like the fusing of the spirit orifice and the qi orifice. I feel that there should be an important secret art in the path of Shenwen, called fusing Shenwen. One is Shenwen, one is a battle skill. With that said, Hong Tan's body trembled slightly, and he did not speak again. And Suyu's eyes also lit up. Teacher, is this the method to form the innate talent of Shenwen? The reason why the innate talent of Shenwen is different is because the Shenwen is different, the quantity is different, the characteristics are different, and the final fusion of Shenwen is different? Yes. Bai Feng smiled and said, what I have given you now is only a theoretical knowledge, a framework, and not a specific method of operation. Shenwen should also be able to be fused. For example, the dragon-slaying sword, in the end, it will probably need 12 Shenwen to fuse together to form a new Shenwen. At that time it will probably be my true main Shenwen. Of course, I can think of a way to continue expanding this system and increase the base of Shenwen. This is just like the warrior path's mountain sea, 1 aperture, 1 martial skill, 1 aperture, 1 cultivation method, and the path of Shenwen. At that time, it will be 1 Shenwen, 1 battle skill, 1 Shenwen, 1 talent. Many a time, a theory could push the development of the entire system. Many academic theories were derived from theoretical research. Suyu's eyes lit up. Teacher, in that case, the human race's innate talent is different from that of Shenwen. Can the innate talent of Shenwen also erupt with innate talent? Bai Feng laughed. You have gone into a misunderstanding. Innate talent of Shenwen does not necessarily have to be a martial skill. Willpower martial skill is also a martial skill. Do you understand? Suyu suddenly understood. That's right, other races also have innate talent martial skills of willpower martial skills. At this moment, Suyu felt that he had gained a lot. He thought for a while and said, Teacher, I have many apertures in Kaiyuan, but my essence apertures are not a system. At most 108 apertures can form a system. Then, can I change the cultivation method for my essence apertures to fully unleash the power of my opened apertures? How many apertures have you opened now? 186. Bai Feng was used to it, he pretended not to hear it. 186 apertures, that's all. At the side, Hong Tan was having a headache. This is my grand disciple, F*CK, where did he come from? Is he really my senior brother's illegitimate son? That can't be right. I have seen Suyu's father on the battlefield, the father and son are still a little similar. Bai Feng was still thinking. Han Tan said, "Show me the eruption apertures, I want to see which of your 186 apertures have been opened." So you didn't hesitate, the shadow that covered the apertures in Shenwen dissipated. The next moment, 186 spots of light erupted from his body, pure essence qi, his apertures were bright, he had learned the primordial cleansing technique and had opened all the apertures. Now, he didn't need the radiant bird's blood essence to purify his own primordial qi and apertures. Even the 6 newly opened apertures were extremely bright at the moment. Hong Tan was really a little surprised this time. Forget about the many apertures he had opened, his essence qi was so pure, and there were no impurities in the apertures. If this was in the war school, he would be a peerless genius. 186, he looked at it, especially at the apertures in Suyu's legs, he frowned. A small circulation has formed in the legs, I feel that there are some other forces mixed in, this is, the power of time. Frowning, did I see wrongly? That can't be right, this is a martial technique, right? Looking at Suyu, Hong Tan looked at Bai Feng, this is a heaven-class martial technique? Suyu and Bai Feng looked at each other. Suyu revealed a look of doubt. Teacher, should I say, Suyu coughed and said, Grand Master, it is a heaven-class martial technique. It feels quite strong. Hong Tan thought about it and said, this cultivation technique, this martial technique, let me think, I might have seen it before. Suyu coughed again and said, Grand Master, it is a martial technique called time, breaking mountains and seas, suppressing the sun and moon, I know. Hong Tan interrupted him and said with some surprise, it is his martial technique. That guy, cough cough, that lord, his strength is not weak, why is his martial technique with you? When did you meet him? Bai Feng asked curiously, Teacher, who is it? Since Hong Tan was so polite, it was clear that the other party was very strong. Hong Tan's expression was a little strange, Silkworm Destruction King. What name, so you did not know? Never heard of it. Bai Feng also thought about it and shook his head. He did not know, there was no such prefecture among the 36 prefectures. Cough cough, this was not his original name. But he changed it himself. Hong Tan did not say much. He did not know much about this matter, and it was told to them by the 5th generation. Since a certain person was swallowed by the Silkworm Dragon King and then pulled out, that person hated the Silkworm Dragon King to the core and changed his name to Silkworm Destruction King. This was an interesting story among the invincible, and the 5th generation knew about it because he had reached that level. This matter could not be spread, that person was not a big heart and would kill. Hong Tan did not continue talking about him and changed the topic, where did you get it? Your luck is not bad. I've heard of this, cultivation technique before. It's very strong, and it's not inferior to the Xia clan's heaven-splitting saber. Of course, there are different grades of the heaven-splitting saber. I wonder how many sabers the Grand Xia Emperor has released. So you did not say a word. Hong Tan looked at the master and disciple. What did they mean? He could not say it, he already knew who it was, so what could he not say? Bai Feng thought about it and shrugged. He looked at Suyu, you can say it, I won't say it. Suyu thought about it and said softly, Grandmaster, it is like this, my technique is from our research institute, nonsense. Hong Tan was speechless, he was lying to him. It's true, I got it from a post, that post, is called Mountain and Sea Seeking Post. Silence. Incomparable silence. Suyu moved his feet lightly and hid behind Bai Feng. Bai Feng rolled his eyes. Insolent, Hong Tan was very quiet. Mountain and Sea Seeking Post, good post, I really like it, I was wondering why my post disappeared. So, it was taken away by someone else, not only did they take it away, they even found a heaven-ranked martial technique. After thinking about it, Hong Tan smiled, not bad, you actually found it. I found it decades ago and wanted to leave it for Bai Feng to discover. In the end, Bai Feng disappointed me. Sigh, what a pity. Not bad, you actually found it. Very good. As for why he did not know the name of this technique, that was because he did not practice it. Hong Tan smiled, I don't walk the path of the physical body. At my level, it is difficult to even open one aperture and I can't be bothered to do it anymore. Your teacher is blind, he actually did not find it after so many years. Not bad, Suyu, your eyesight is as good as mine. Bai Feng and Suyu did not say anything. Yes, you are right, you threw a heaven-tier martial technique like it was trash and didn't even tell your students that you knew there was a heaven-tier martial technique. Who are you trying to fool? Hong Tan resisted the urge to beat someone to death and smiled. Suyu, how did you find out? That, Grandmaster, Dendrolamus told me. Suyu did not hesitate and sold it to Dendrolamus. Otherwise, it would seem that my eyesight is too good and Grandmaster is jealous. What if he suppresses me? My eyesight is actually average. I did not discover it, Dendrolamus told me. Hong Tan nodded and smiled. Bai Feng sent a voice transmission to Suyu. The next time you go to the detention area, there might be 5 great demons. Your Grandmaster might want to study Dendrolamus's race. Suyu understood and secretly prayed for Dendrolamus. Don't blame me, pray that you survive. Poor Dendrolamus. Hong Tan glared at Bai Feng and did not talk nonsense. He did not pursue this matter and said, 186 essence chi apertures is very powerful. But cultivation technique apertures and martial technique apertures are mixed. Although there are many apertures opened, they do not match. Cultivation technique is cultivation technique, martial technique is martial technique. In the end, it is far inferior to those heaven-tier cultivation techniques, right? Yes. Hong Tan smiled and said, cultivation technique is to unleash the power of all the apertures. Now, the strongest cultivation technique can unleash the power of 144 apertures. Suyu, you have to understand, with so many experts, why can't we create stronger cultivation techniques? For example, 156 apertures, 168 apertures. Suyu hesitated and said, is it because Xianxia has closed the apertures, the mountains and seas apertures? Yes. Hong Tan nodded and said, that's right. If a cultivation technique opens 180 apertures, then let me ask you, Xianxia, can you close all the apertures you have closed? When you reach the mountains and seas aperture, are you sure you can close 180 apertures into one? Needless to say, Suyu also knew that it was very difficult. Cultivation techniques are for people to cultivate, not to hinder people's progress. Hong Tan said again, so after deducing 144 heaven-tier cultivation techniques, those invincible ones will no longer derive cultivation techniques. Because if you learn it, you might be stuck at the 1000 June realm for the rest of your life. Suyu nodded again. This was a problem of universality. Even if he derived a cultivation technique with 180 apertures, no one could learn it, and there was not much meaning to it. It would also waste a lot of energy and time. Hong Tan looked at Suyu again and said, I know what you mean. You want to unleash the power of all the apertures and increase your explosive power. But listen to Grandmaster's advice and advance to the Xianxia realm. Don't be anxious now. When you reach the mountains and seas realm, try to close all the apertures. At that time, if you think you can close all the apertures into one, then the more apertures you have opened will be your foundation. 1000 June, Xianxia, Soar, and Ling Yun are all prepared for the mountains and seas unification aperture. He looked at Suyu and said seriously, it's not a bad thing to open more apertures now. If you really have the foundation, when you reach the mountains and seas realm and close all the apertures in your body, then you will be invincible in the mountains and seas. At that time, cultivation techniques will not be important. You can close all the apertures. Others can explode with the power of 144 apertures, but you can explode with the power of 186 apertures. Can they match you? In the mountains and seas realm, you have opened many apertures, but you can't close them. In fact, it's a waste. Because when you reach the mountains and seas, the vitality of one more aperture won't be of much use. Suyu thought for a while and asked, Grandmaster, can I switch to a heaven-tier cultivation technique now? Even if you can't fully use the power of the apertures, switching to a heaven-tier cultivation technique is not bad. Hong Tan looked at him and said, are you sure? Of course you can switch to a heaven-tier cultivation technique, but you might need to open more apertures, and close them is even more difficult. Let me put it this way, the stronger the cultivation technique, the more difficult it is to close the apertures. Xianxia is like this, and so is the mountains and seas. Suyu nodded and said, I want to switch, but I don't have any heaven-tier cultivation technique on hand. It's not that I don't have any, but I don't think it's enough. I don't have a top heaven tier cultivation technique, you do? This time, it was Hong Tan and Bai Feng's turn to be surprised. You have a heaven tier cultivation technique? Why don't we know about it? Of course you had it, and it wasn't just one. The body strengthening art was quite strong. Of course, the main purpose of the body strengthening art was to temper the physical body. Suyu was even considering whether he should activate the body strengthening art so that he wouldn't have to suck the mountain-breaking bull's blood every day. He didn't want the entire mountain-breaking bull race to extinction one day. The main reason was that the body strengthening art had opened quite a number of apertures. Previously, Suyu didn't have enough time and blood essence to cultivate it. Now, he had Soul Devouring Technique, Aries Technique, Lei Yuan Dao, Heaven Piercing Kill, Primordial Purity Technique, and the first stage of time. At this time, Suyu could also cultivate the body strengthening art. He could continue to strengthen his physical body, and he could also speed up the process of opening his apertures. He could directly activate the cultivation technique and no longer need to use the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. I have a heaven-class cultivation technique that I obtained by chance. However, I didn't open many apertures. I only opened 116 apertures in total, and they aren't considered offensive ones. Just as he was about to continue, Hong Tan waved his hand and said, if it was obtained by chance, then don't talk about it. Cultivation techniques shouldn't be passed on randomly. Unless the original owner and descendants are confirmed to be dead, then they won't pursue the matter. He didn't ask further. He thought for a while and said, you want a destructive cultivation technique with 144 opened apertures, right? Yes. After a moment of silence, Hong Tan thought for a while and said, there are such powerful cultivation techniques, and there are many of them. However, most of them are invincible inheritances. Of course, there are a few that aren't. However, they have great drawbacks. For example, the famous Thousand Mountains incantation is considered an offensive cultivation technique with 144 opened apertures. It's very powerful. However, this cultivation technique is almost impossible to close the apertures once it reaches the 9th tier of 15 caddies. He thought for a while and said, in Xianxia province, there is a top-notch heaven-class cultivation technique that can be extended to invincible. It's the heaven-splitting countless blades. Xiaojia's secret art. Xiaojia is also willing to pass on cultivation techniques, but usually it's a weakened version. There are beginner to high-level heaven-class cultivation techniques. The top-notch ones are rarely passed on. Usually, only the direct descendants can pass them on. Hong Tan glanced at Suyu. You practice saber techniques? Yes. Suyu nodded. He majored in saber techniques. Hong Tan flicked his fingers and said after a while, how about this, I'll find a chance to bring you to see Fatty Xia. Let's see if we can get the inheritance of the heaven-splitting blade from him. However, Fatty Xia is a greedy person. Even if he's willing to pass it on, the price he'll pay won't be small. Hong Tan frowned and said, I'm thinking that if you learn it, you'll probably have to open many apertures again. Will that delay your advancement? Suyu smiled and said, that won't happen, Grandmaster. I've been in school for more than 2 months, and I've opened close to 180 apertures. Huh? Hong Tan said in surprise, when you entered school. What was your strength when you entered school? Kaiyuan 9th tier. Hong Tan nodded. Very good. When Bai Feng mentioned 15 June 7th tier previously, he guessed that something was wrong. Now, Kaiyuan 9th tier, in more than 2 months, he had opened 177 apertures. This grand disciple of his was either a peerless genius or an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Very good, very good. He glanced at Bai Feng and decided that after Suyu left, he would first kill Bai Feng and then kill Dendrolamus to clean up the sect. He did not say much. Now was not the time. Suyu hesitated and said, Grandmaster, the heaven-splitting blade is Xiaojia's secret art. Is Xiaojia willing to pass it on? Master even seriously injured Xia Yuan previously. Fatty Xia and Xia Yuan are not a family. Hong Tan, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. Fatty Xia. Aside from being greedy for money, everything else about him is fine. The Great Xia Manor is actually quite open-minded, and they are willing to send out some genius experts from the Great Xia Manor. As long as you display the corresponding talent and ensure that you are not a member of the Myriad tribe sect and not an enemy, the Xia family will usually pass it on, but the price? We'll see. Su nodded slightly and thought for a while. Should I look for Xia Huyu first? I have not given him the method to open divine apertures, maybe I can exchange it. Of course, the heaven-splitting blade was very strong, especially the top version of the heaven stage, with 144 apertures opened. This cultivation method was not something that anyone could learn. If I can cultivate the heaven-splitting blade and can release the power of 144 apertures, then it's time to advance to Wanshi. It was not that he had to open countless apertures. He could do it in the future. The main thing was that the god of war art with 108 apertures did not satisfy him. He was already dissatisfied when he fought with Zhou Hao last time. Otherwise, he would have killed Zhou Hao with his physical body. These few days, the academy was very peaceful. Those who cultivated and those who healed their wounds were doing so. However, the news of the secret realm opening still spread. Especially when they heard that a Wan student might enter the secret realm this time. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Xianxia. The Gulao conference resumed. This year's Gulao conference was much more than the previous years. Every few days, there would be a meeting of the cabinet elders. This time, it was Hong Tan's first time attending a Gulao conference this semester. Xianxia, the large conference room. Hong Tan met Zhou Mingren. He was very polite and said with a smile, "Old Zhou, how are your injuries?" Zhou Mingren did not speak and ignored him. He sat down and closed his eyes to wait. Hong Tan laughed and cupped his hands at the others. I haven't been back for a few months. The academy has changed a lot. There's a Wan student and the secret realm opening. Fortunately, I'm back. If I didn't come back, the academy might have to change its name. As he spoke, he looked at Xia Chongqing and said with a smile, Old Xia, Great Xia Civilization University should change its name to Evergreen Academy next time. It sounds so nice. Xia Chongqing did not speak. Just ignore him, Hong Tan did not mind. He laughed and said, forget it. Sigh, life is hard. As he spoke, he looked at another person and asked curiously, Old Nia, why are you here? Nia Lao glanced at him and sighed. What a pity, I crushed the teapot last time. Otherwise, I would have taken out the teapot this time. Hong Tan was surprised. The others were surprised too. Su Ziming also said softly, Old Nia, why did you think of coming to the conference today? Great Xia Civilization University. 6 non-Shanghai Gulao students. The head of the library, the head of the inspectorate, and the other 4 were all in the mystic realm. The Origin Energy Mystic Realm, the War Devil Arena Mystic Realm, the Sea of Knowledge Mystic Realm, and the Monster Prison Mystic Realm were the 4 great mystic realms left behind by the 4 manor heads. The Great Xia Civilization University had gone through 6 generations. Apart from the 5 generations of principals who did not leave behind a mystic realm and Wan Tianxing who was still alive, everyone else had left behind a mystic realm in Shenwen. Nia Lao was the master of the Yuanqi secret realm, as well as Gulao. This position was originally reserved for Zhaoli, but Zhaoli was focused on blacksmithing. Later on, he failed to forge the earth-level Wenbing and didn't have the mood to study it. Upon hearing Su Ziming's question, Nia Lao smiled and said, Residence Head Su, I heard that Gulao will be given a slot to attend the Gulao conference. That's why I'm here. When he said this, Yu Hong from Shan Shenwen's faction shouted, Nonsense. I don't know who's been adding fuel to the fire recently, spreading rumors and spouting nonsense. In the past few days, there had indeed been rumors spreading in the academy. Sometimes, it was Wan students who could enter. Sometimes, it was Gulao students who could enter. Sometimes, it was the top 100 students who could enter. Sometimes, it was only Wan students who could enter. Shan Shenwen's faction was also having a headache these few days. It was an unlucky year. This year had not been smooth sailing. Sun Gulao also said in a low voice, This is a mystic realm that we paid a price to open. Whoever wants to open it can open it themselves. These people actually wanted to pick the fruits of their labor. This was something they could not tolerate. At most, 50 people could enter. Many people from Shan Shenwen's faction wanted to enter. In the end, even before the opening, a large group of people had already set their eyes on them. Even someone like Xianxia, who did not really get involved, had come today. It was not just Nielao. Soon, a few other Galao students entered as well. They were all Ling Yunjing students. The few Ling Yun Galao students who usually did not participate in these things were also here today. The director of the inspector department, the librarian, that was not all. The few Galao students who said that they were in seclusion had also appeared. Jiao Wendao, aren't you in seclusion? Why are you here? Galao smiled at Jiao Wendao. He was a big fatty with a red face. One look and anyone could tell that he had just come out from eating and drinking. Jiao Wendao laughed and said, I heard that there's a quota, so I came out of seclusion. Old Hong, you're back too? Jiao Wendao looked at Hong Tan and smiled brightly. Old Hong, a few days ago, I bought a set of the 4 treasures of the study. The dragon beard brush, the whirling turtle ink stone. It's very similar to yours. I've been thinking about it. I didn't expect it to be sold outside. Hong Tan's face stiffened. That's right, where are my 4 treasures of the study? Why don't I see them? Where's my teapot? Where's my beloved mountain and river paintings? Where's my heavenly dragon holding the phoenix jade sculpture? Damn it, there seems to be a lot of things missing in my room. I've been so busy these few days that I forgot to ask. Jiao Wendao laughed and ignored him. His heart was filled with joy. Beside him, the other Galao students were also laughing in their hearts. Yu Hong sneered and said, It's unfortunate that the school's conduct is not upright. The disciple sold the teacher's things, offending his superiors. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Hong Tan turned to look at her and said with a smile, You Galao, don't make insinuations. I'm happy. What's it to you? Even if Bai Feng sells the Wentan Research Center, I'm happy. What's it to you? He could roughly guess what had happened. He cursed in his heart and decided to clean up the school when he got back, but at this time, could he make a fool of himself? I was too lazy to care about you people before, but don't think that I'm a pushover. Hong Tan chuckled and said, It's true that I don't care much about the Academy's matters, but, don't be so arrogant. An expert close to the sun and moon realm isn't someone you can provoke. Old madam, go home and think about it. I don't want to quarrel with you and make irresponsible remarks. You can ask old Zhou if he can protect you. Zhou Mingren frowned slightly and pressed his hand to stop Yu Hong from speaking again. Yu Hong was only at the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. Although she was not weak, she was far from being Hong Tan's match. There were 8 Galao students in Shan Shenwen's faction. He was the strongest, and the second was none other than Zhao Galao, who was in seclusion. Qing Yuming was the weakest, followed by Li Galao, who was at the 4th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. Then there was Ma Galao, who was at the 5th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. Fang Galao was at the 6th tier of the Mountain Sea realm, and Sun Galao was also at the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. Apart from Qing Yuming, none of the others were weak, which was the foundation of their faction's strength. There were 4 in the late Mountain Sea realm. Hong Tan said no more and sat down. Soon, Wu Yuehua and the others also arrived. He Qi, Fan Jin, and the others had also arrived. The others did not say anything, but Wu Yuehua glanced at Su Ziming and sneered disdainfully. Su Ziming said nothing. Back then, he had always stood on the side of Shan Shenwen's faction. Now, 50 years had passed, and he had not participated in this war. When everyone had arrived, Wan Tianqing slowly walked through the door. He picked up a teacup, sat down, and drank. After taking a sip, he saw everyone looking at him. Wan Tianqing smiled and said, Since we're all here, let's make a long story short. It's just a matter of the Sea of Knowledge arcane realm. It has nothing to do with us, and yet we're making such a big fuss. Last time, when old Zhou wanted to open the Sea of Knowledge arcane realm, I agreed to it. Let's open it then. Zhou Mingren said indifferently, I also don't think there's any need to hold a Galao conference. Whoever can open it can open it. We won't stop them. Now that we want to open it, what's the point of holding a conference? It's just a mere arcane realm. Gathering dozens of Galao to hold another Galao conference is making a big fuss over a minor issue. That's right. Wan Tianqing nodded. We're all busy. If anyone has a different opinion, just say it. An old man in the crowd said with a smile, I have nothing to say. I'm sure everyone knows my disciple, Xianxia. He's almost sore. Number 1 on the top 100 list. How about giving him a spot? Old Joe, I'll give him 2,000 merit points. How about that? Zhou Mingren frowned slightly. He looked at him and nodded slightly. All right. There was no need to offend this person was not weak. Moreover, Xianxia was not part of the Xinwen faction. He was considered a third-party, neutral faction. Giving Xianxia a spot was not a problem. My grand disciple, Jiang Mu, another Galao spoke. Zhou Mingren frowned and raised his hand. Everyone has many students. Our faction has many students too. The entire academy has tens of thousands of students. It's impossible for all of them to enter. Everyone, if you want to open it yourself. I can only give 3 spots at most. Many people frowned when they heard that. Wu Yuehua said coldly, I have 5. That's all. Zhou Mingren said calmly, Wu Yuehua, you know what I meant when I gave it to you last time. But you also know what you've done. If that's the case, why should I give it to you? At a time like this, would he still support his enemy? He wasn't stupid. After saying that, Zhou Mingren looked at the other Galao. Ignoring the weaklings, he said to the late Mountain Sea Galao, you can give out the few spots I promised to Wu Yuehua. You can give out 8 spots in total. As soon as those words were spoken, the few old men who were prepared to stand up for Xianxia exchanged glances with one another and fell silent. There were 24 participants in the meeting. Apart from Shan Shenwen's faction and Wu Yuehua's faction, there were not that many people. 8 spots were enough for the rest. Wu Yuehua's face turned cold. She knew that this matter was almost over. However, she was not willing to let it go so easily. She said, then don't open it. This is an arcane realm left behind by the first principal. It belongs to Shan Shenwen's faction. The first principal's student is the third principal, and the third principal's student is the fifth principal. So, it's not up to you to decide. Zhou Mingren said calmly, the principal passed it down to the academy, not to a specific person. Unless it's the principal's bloodline, it's not allowed to be taught. Then, he said calmly, there are more arcane realms in the academy. The seniors of Shan Shenwen's faction also left behind many, including the Vitality Arcane Realm left by the fourth principal, and the Demon Prison Arcane Realm left by the second principal of the Beast Taming Faculty. According to you, we can't open them? Wu Yuehua was speechless. Hong Tan smiled. That's true. Elder Zhou is right. As soon as he said that, Wu Yuehua glared at him. Hong Tan didn't mind. He just had to get used to it. Hong Tan chuckled and said, Old Zhou was able to open the mystic realm because of his capability. It's a waste not to open the knowledge arcane realm. It's good that it's open to strengthen the students. I agree with Elder Zhou's decision. Zhou Mingren ignored him. He could guess that it was nothing good. But, Hong Tan sighed. Elder Zhou, you've probably forgotten that I am actually the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Theology. The things that Elder Zhou took out should be the private collection of the Faculty of Theology, right? I don't usually care about these things. After all, I'm not in charge. The things that were allocated by the Seeker Realm and Xia Province are for the Academy, and the students. It has nothing to do with me. It's a blessing for the Academy and Xia Province that the students have become stronger. I didn't do much, and I don't want to take advantage of them. But I'm still the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Theology, right? These things are considered part of the Academy's collection, right? Elder Zhou, I think we should reconsider whether to open the arcane realms or not. I need to give some advice. Zhou Mingren did not say anything. Yu Hong frowned. Those were fought over by the students of our Shan Shenwen faculty. What does it have to do with you? Hong Tan yawned. There's nothing wrong with it. But I'm from the Shan Shenwen faculty. Many Shenwen faculty have been abolished. There's nothing left. Now the entire Faculty of Theology belongs to the Shan Shenwen faculty. Don't you know that? Yu Galao, have you forgotten? Your memory is terrible. You're old and forgetful. Galao and the others were stunned. Zhou Mingren also turned to look at him. Hong Tan chuckled and shrugged. I didn't want to. I wanted to keep the Xinwen faculty. At that time, you could still say that we're not from the same faculty. But now, I have no choice. The Xinwen faculty is gone. If I'm not from the Xinwen faculty, should I still be from the Xinwen faculty? Why don't you restore the Xinwen faculty for me and allocate a few genius students to me? Give me all the benefits I deserve. Hong Tan smiled. According to the Academy's regulations, the existence of a faculty should be allocated tens of thousands of merit points every year, right? There are free wands cultivation techniques, and we have to allocate teachers and instructors. All of these have to be paid for by the Academy. Hong Tan chuckled. Now, I have two choices. First, I'm from the Xinwen faculty. As the deputy dean, I have the right to veto everything. Second, restore the Xinwen faculty, rebuild the faculty, and allocate resources. Hong Tan looked at them and said with a smile, what do you guys think? The few of them stared at him coldly. Damn the rules, damn the rules. Did the Xinwen faculty have nothing better to do every day? Why did they have to resort to this? Hong Tan was right. At this moment, they only had these two choices. Restore the Xinwen faculty, what a joke. Why did they want to ban this faculty? It was to suppress them. The existence of a faculty meant that a portion of the Faculty of Theology's resources would be taken away, including some research facilities, reference rooms, elixirs, talismans, weapons. Suyu had never thought of these things. He did not have them. Actually, he did. As freshmen, once they entered the nature-nurturing school, they would be allocated some benefits. This was the treatment that ordinary students enjoyed. Otherwise, some ordinary students would not even be able to survive. Where would they get the money to buy Wenbing? Where would they get the money to buy elixirs and talismans? These things were rationed to a certain extent, provided that one's faction existed. Since the multi-divine text faction was gone, if Suyu was thick-skinned, he could learn from Hong Tan and say that he was from the single divine text faction and ask for these things. At this moment, Hong Tan was doing this. His smile was bright. The Xinwen faculty had been banned. This meant that they had completely lost the support from the outside world. The allocation of resources from the Institute, Xia province, and the Seeker's land could not reach them. Now, everything that they used belonged to them. If that's the case, then I'll be the Galao of the Xinwen faculty. Wan Tianxing smiled but did not say anything. Xia Chongqing also remained silent. Su Ziming closed his eyes to rest. Zhou Mingren looked at him and said calmly, how many slots do you want? 20. Humph. The Galao snorted at the same time. You're asking for too much. Dream on. Zhou Mingren was silent for a while. Then, he said, 3. That's the limit. In addition, Suyu will not be allowed to enter. Hong Tan said coldly, why? 3 was not a small number. Of course, he would have to give some of these 3 slots to others. For example, Wu Yuehua and the others. They might not be able to get a slot this time. However, he was the one who had planned to send Suyu in. Zhou Mingren said calmly, Suyu has repeatedly offended the teachers. Since you say that you're Galao of the Xinwen faculty, then the Faculty of Theology should not be divided into factions. If that's the case, are we not Suyu's teachers? If that's the case, shouldn't he be punished for offending the teachers again and again? Hong Tan frowned. How did he offend you? He's just a student. How can he point at your nose and curse? How can he ride on your head and shit on you? Zhou Mingren said calmly, as the dean, I will not allow him to enter. Is that enough? If you think it's inappropriate, then we'll talk about it later. Hong Tan frowned. If he did not allow Zhou Mingren to open the secret realm now, he would not only offend Xinwen's faction, but also those Galao students who might get a slot. However, if he did not allow Suyu to enter, Hong Tan's expression kept changing. Zhou Mingren suddenly thought of something and smiled. Don't blame me for not giving him a chance. Don't blame me for not giving the other students a chance. I will organize a competition in the school for 3 slots. The winner will get a slot. You can even get into the top 3. Since Suyu is so confident, he can participate in the competition himself. He did not want to make it impossible for him to open the secret realm. In that case, he would give Hong Tan a chance to step down, but the problem was, could he grasp it? Lu Hong's suggestion was doable. If he did not give Suyu any chance, Hong Tan might cause trouble again. Competition? Wan Tianqing's interest was piqued. He smiled. Old Joe, a competition to get a slot. That's not a bad idea. How about this? The school will subsidize 10,000 merit points. Instead of asking your faction to contribute, we will give you 2 more slots. Let's make it 5. In addition, there will be some other rewards. It's been a long time since the school has held such a competition. The top 100 are all below 30 years old. I think you want to give the older students a chance too? That's right. Zhou Mingren nodded. That was exactly what he meant. Wan Tianqing smiled. Then let's make it 5 slots. The school will subsidize 10,000 merit points. What do you think? Zhou Mingren frowned slightly. After a while, he nodded. All right. That's great. That was 5 spots. Hong Tan had been given 3 spots, and the other 8 had been given to the other cabinet elders. All of a sudden, there were 16 spots. Zhou Mingren was not willing to take a step back now. He said calmly, that's it. If we can open it, then open it. If we can't, then don't open it. The remaining 34 slots will be opened by us. If there are still people eyeing it, then forget it. Wan Tianqing smiled. Old Hong, how about this? Suyu isn't weak. I still support the students fighting for the slots themselves. I'll give you 3, so take it. If you really can't open it, the entire school will suffer a loss. The students won't be happy either. There's no need to make the entire school denounce you. That's not good. Hong Tan frowned. After a while, he said, that's fine too. But 3 is too little. It's not enough. 5. Suyu isn't included. Wu Yuehua, Fan Jin, He Qi, and Chen Li were the 4 Galao who participated in the previous battle. They were all supporting Shenwen's faction. This time, they obviously couldn't get the slots. Hong Tan had to at least give 1 to each faction. He only had to leave 1 for Wu Jia. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face them. Everyone knew what he meant. Zhou Mingren was about to refuse when Wu Yuehua said coldly, all right, just 3. From today onwards, the Divine Elixir Academy will not sell any elixirs to other academies. The same goes for the Divine Talisman Academy. The same goes for the Beast Tamer Academy. The other Galao spoke one after another. He Qi chuckled. If you don't want to give, then forget it. We don't want it either. Will it kill us to have fewer slots? We can't cultivate without entering the Sea of Consciousness secret realm? Shenwen's faction, don't use our demonic beasts anymore. Don't use divine elixirs and divine talismans anymore. I'll contact the Weapon Forging Academy. Since you guys are so powerful, you can use Shenwen to fight your enemies. Why do you need external items? Zhou Mingren chuckled. He Qi, it's fine if you want the slots. 5,000 merit points for 1. I can add 2 more slots for you. Then, he said lightly, we also need to spend resources. Don't we need money to buy your elixirs, divine talismans, and demonic beasts? As soon as he said that, Hong Tan said directly, fine. Then add another 10,000 merit points. 2 more slots. 5. Wu Yuehua was about to scold him when Hong Tan shook his head. He had reached his limit, so be it, 10,000 merit points, he didn't have any, but it was fine. Wu Yuehua had some. Lend me some. I'll pay you back when I have the money. Wan Tianqing also said with a smile, that's settled then. Everyone is happy. Right, there's no need to give the slots to the Wan students. However, they can participate in the competition. We can't be too against them. At the same time, we can measure the strength of our students. No one objected. Zhou Mingren didn't either. That was good. He had planned to let them face off against Suyu. It would be a pity if they didn't come. After saying that, Wan Tianqing smiled and said, In addition, Qing Yuming and Baifeng will go to the All Heavens battlefield next month to join the Vanguard Battalion. Qing Yuming can return after killing 1 Xianxia. Baifeng has to kill 10 Lingyuns. Fighting is fighting, but you have to bear the price. If Baifeng kills people outside the institute, I won't say anything. If Xiaojia creates a war zone, I can't be bothered to get involved. If I find someone dead in the institute, I'll punish them severely. No one responded. Wan Tianxian got up and seemed to be about to leave. Just then, Niao Lao smiled and said, "Principal, wait a moment." "Oh, is there something else?" Wan Tianxian sat down. Niao Lao smiled and said, "It's like this. Everyone knows Zhao Ming, right? A few days ago, he came to me, saying that he was suppressed by someone. The inspectorate interfered in the institute's affairs." Niao Lao smiled and looked at the head of the inspectorate. He said, "Old He, the arcane realms, the top 100 building, the library, the inspectorate, the guardsmen, these places don't participate in any fights. The inspectorate's purpose is to supervise the discipline of the institute." In the end, an inspector removed Zhao Ming's position as referee and replaced him with Lu Hong. "This isn't right." Niao Lao looked at Old He, the head of the inspectorate. He smiled and said, "Old He, you're getting on in years. You've probably forgotten the promise we made. Step down from your position as the head of the inspectorate." Galao kept quiet and did not make a sound. Xia Chongqing, who had been quiet all this while, frowned and said, "I've already punished Xia Yuan." Xia Yuan was still heavily injured. It had taken him a lot of effort to force Xia Yuan into the inspectorate. Before he could finish, Niao Lao smiled and said, "Principal Xia, this has nothing to do with you. The inspectorate and the arcane realms are not under the vice principal's command. Old He, step down. If that doesn't work, you can also plant flowers. Step down. We've already discussed with the inspectorate. Old Huang will take over. You don't have to occupy the position. Old Huang has been with me for many years. Let him have some fun being Galao. We've discussed it." The so-called we naturally did not include the people present here. Everyone looked at him strangely but did not say anything. The mystic realm area, the guards, these places were not under the command of the cabinet elders. Instead, they were under the direct command of the principal. However, the principal usually did not interfere with them. These people were the disciples, followers, and neutrals left behind by the previous principal. They formed a system. They were the arbiters in the truest sense of the word, they maintained the fairness of the academy. Even if they were partial to some people, they would not overstep their bounds. This included Suyu, Huang Lao, and Niao Lao. They did not directly help him because of the rules. As for the token to enter the arcane realms, that was the right of the 4th generation. They could not interfere. In the crowd, Pavilion Elder He let out a soft sigh and nodded. "I understand. Old Nya, tell Old Huang to hand things over to me later. It's true that I haven't been able to keep up with the inspectorate's department these past few years." "All right." Niao Lao laughed. He looked at Wan Tianxing and said, "What do you think, Principal?" "Old Huang is not weak. He's also a seasoned 9th tier Lingyun." Wan Tianxing laughed. "Up to you. If you have no objections, I'll report it to the Education and Welfare Administration and the Seeker's Land." "It's settled." "All right, I'm fine." Niao Lao laughed. He looked at Xia Chongqing and said, "Principal Xia, we don't care what Xia Yuan is fighting for. What he wants to do has nothing to do with us. We just need to abide by the Academy's rules. However, the inspectorate is not something a deputy principal can lead. When you become the principal, the 7th principal, we will naturally lean towards you and support your decisions. Before that, don't interfere." Xia Chongqing frowned slightly. "That's not what I meant." "I know, and I understand." Elder Nya smiled and said, "I just want to remind Principal Xia that we are here to stabilize the existence of the Academy. Everything we do is to serve the Xia family. The Xia family should not dig its own foundation. You want to seize power because you don't have the authority in this generation. In the next generation, if other members of the Xia family want to seize power, can we still maintain justice? Will it be the same as now? Principal Xia, the fight for the principal seat is fair and aboveboard. No one will stop it. If Xia Yuan really has the ability, we will naturally support him wholeheartedly when he becomes the principal. Including the Demon Suppression Army and Long Wuwei, they all serve the principal. If you corrupt them now, it will only throw Xiajia and Xia province into chaos. Don't think that Principal Xia and Xia of Goguryeo are so old that they can't move. After saying a few words, Nielao stood up and left. After he left, Hong Tan laughed. Old Nie's temper is still the same. That's right, Principal Xia, it's not good for your own people to dig your own foundation. Xia Yuan should just be an inspector in the supervisory institution. Why do you have to provoke these stubborn old men? There's no need. Schadenfreude, obviously, Xia Chongqing didn't say anything. He felt helpless. Right now, he also had a splitting headache. Xia Yuan still hadn't recovered. Xia Jia didn't lack treasures to treat him. The key wasn't the external injuries, but the mental ones. Now, the Arcane Realm's garrison had started to counterattack. He had nothing to say. Last time, when Yuan interfered in the top 100 arena, Zhao Ming was easy to deal with. However, he just had to be a snitch. Once stained, how could it be that easy to get rid of him? Now, the superintendent of the supervisory institution that he had just roped in was directly removed. The meeting was about to end. Hong Tan suddenly said, "Oh right, about the promotion of the library pavilion's curator to Galao." Wan Tianxin glanced at him. As he stood up, he said, "As for the library pavilion, the Arcane Realm wants to be integrated into their system. Are you sure you want to let Qinyong be promoted? It's fine if he's promoted, but he'll leave Shenwen's faction. Are you up for it?" Hong Tan was embarrassed. He laughed dryly. "Forget it. But let me say this in advance. Since Qinyong can't be promoted, the others will have to follow the same rules." Wan Tianxing didn't bother to reply. Zhou Mingren didn't care either. Their goal was to help Xia Yuan get promoted. Right now, Xia Yuan didn't know what was going on. If Xia Yuan got promoted, there naturally wouldn't be any conflict between factions. Xia Yuan's goal was the manor head, not the manor chief. As for Qinyong, if he wanted to be promoted to Galao, he would have to wait until he reached the Mountain Sea realm. Right now, unless he could give up his identity and join a neutral faction, there was no way. After the others left, Hong Tan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. As for Suyu, there was no other way. He had to think of a way himself. Your Grandmaster has tried his best. Competition? Wontan Research Center. Suyu looked surprised. Was there such a thing? Hong Tan nodded. Of the 5 places, 4 have to be given to others and 1 to your senior sister. As for you, Zhou Mingren is not willing to give it to you. When did you offend him? Hong Tan was also surprised. A non-Zor student, Zhou Mingren actually cared about him. He was determined not to give it to Suyu. Suyu was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked, "Grandmaster, what about my master? Could Baifeng not get in?" What your master needs now is not to improve his willpower, but to re-outline the state of Shenwen. Improving his willpower will not be of much help to him. Before he finished, Baifeng said bitterly, "I think it's still very meaningful." Hong Tan glared at him. "Why do you want to go in? If you are not injured and Shenwen is still there, you can go in and advance to the 9th level of SOAR. If you go in now, can you advance to the 9th level? Even if I can't, it can still help me improve my willpower." Baifeng said bitterly, "Master, why don't we ask Wu Galao for one? Why does she want a place?" Nonsense. Hong Tan was speechless. She doesn't even have one place. Why do you want a place? If not for our matter, would Zhou Mingren dare not give her a place? 4 places were given to 4 Galao. As for whether Wu Yuehua and the others could get other places, Hong Tan could not care less. Hong Tan said impatiently, "If you don't mess around, after 2 years when you enter Lingyun, go to Xingyu Mansion and get more Milky Way sand, we can find a way to open it ourselves. Now, you want to go in? Dream on. It's still early." Baifeng did not care. There were still more than 2 years. Couldn't he recover by himself? What early? Hong Tan said angrily. According to the schedule, the quota will be confirmed in the middle of the year after next. In fact, it's only a little more than a year. In the second half of the year after next, we will focus on training all of you. After that, you will have to go to the All Heavens battlefield. How much can you recover in a year? Bai Feng shrugged. How would I know? Let's wait and see. Xia Yuan's injuries are not lighter than mine. He's backed by Xianxia, and it's not Shenwen who's injured. Do you think he's more injured than you? The two of them quarreled for a while, but Suyu ignored them and quietly thought about something. Grandmaster, is it true that all non-SOR students in the academy can participate? Yes. Hong Tan sighed and said, stop fighting, just give up. There were a lot of old students in the academy who had not advanced to SOR. This was not a big deal. Wasn't it just a bit of willpower? Later, I will give you special treatment to purify your willpower. The effect will be the same, but the purity will be higher. It was just that the amount was not too much. But how much could a non-SOR student absorb? Hong Tan explained. At that time, there was no need to quarrel with them over a quota. After all, they were the ones who opened it. Otherwise, none of us would be able to enter. Your divine aperture has not been opened yet, so you can't absorb much. You saw your teacher's laboratory, your willpower is purer. Later, I will help you get more willpower. Bai Feng also smiled and said, Kid, this is not a bad deal. If you enter, it's actually just SOSO. Since your grandmaster has done it for you, your willpower must be purer. After all, you are a powerhouse close to the sun and moon realm. That's enough. He also felt that there was no need for Suyu to participate in the competition. One could tell it was not a good thing. Shan Shenwen's faction would definitely target Suyu. There was no need for him to get involved. He would just stand them up and let them play by themselves. Hong Tan did not think much of it. He smiled and said, come with me to the city lord's mansion in the afternoon. See if you can get the heaven-splitting blade. Forget about the competition. Stay at home and cultivate. Entering Wanshi and SOR is the key. There is no need for other things. Outline a few more Shenwen. Even if you can break down the combat skills, it is good to outline more Shenwen before entering SOR. Suyu scratched his head and said with a silly smile, Grandmaster, is the willpower of the secret realm in the sea of consciousness the kind that is abundant, the kind that is endless? Depends on how many resources are burned. Then if you give me a lot, will it be a lot? Hong Tan rolled his eyes. Of course not. We don't have money. Just a little something. You won't be able to absorb much anyway. Kid, you are asking for more. Suyu smiled. Grandmaster, I absorb the willpower very quickly. It is too little. It is not enough. Quickly? How quickly? Hong Tan did not think much of it. Suyu smiled. With the little willpower in teacher's laboratory, I can absorb it in about half an hour. Hong Tan looked at him. Bai Feng also looked at him. Bai Feng looked at him and suddenly said, You bastard, did you secretly absorb it? Last time, I felt that the willpower inside had suddenly decreased. Was it you? Suyu coughed and said, No, teacher. I don't do such things. You probably absorbed it unintentionally. Nonsense. Bai Feng cursed, Who are you trying to fool? Did you get some unexpected gains again? Did you create some basic formula? Suyu looked at him. Bai Feng also looked at him and said indifferently, What? What are you looking at? Today you can create a heaven-class cultivation technique. Tomorrow you can create a heaven-class martial skill. The day after tomorrow you can create a soul-devouring technique. The day after tomorrow you can create a blood essence. Am I surprised that you created a basic formula? F*CK, you think I will be surprised? Let me tell you, stop F*King dreaming. I have guessed it, show me SOR now if you have the ability. Otherwise, I will not be moved no matter what you say. Hong Tan looked at Bai Feng and then looked at Suyu. He felt that the two of them were crazy. Suyu saw that Bai Feng was so calm. He was speechless. After a while, he nodded and said, Teacher is amazing. You are so smart. Yes, I know the basic formula. How many divine apertures did you open? Baifeng was indeed calm, and he said with an indifferent expression, 9? 18? Or 27? 36? Suyu replied. Baifeng cursed in his heart, but he said calmly, not bad. Not bad. Although it is not as good as the Universal Sutra. Hong Tan was silent. He looked at Baifeng. You are pretending, continue pretending, the Universal Sutra could only be cultivated in the Soar realm. How could the 72 open divine apertures compare to the basic formula? Baifeng ignored him and continued, how many divine apertures did you open? 4, 8, or... All 36 of them have been opened. So you actually opened 40, but it was not good to say too many. 40, where did the remaining 4 come from? It was hard to explain, 36 was enough. Cough, 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 Baifeng suddenly coughed violently. He wanted to vomit blood. Yes, he really wanted to vomit blood, he was terrified, F***ck, I only opened 32. Yes, that's right. He only opened 32 divine apertures. That was why he was at the 8th stage of Soar. When he opened 36, he would be at the 9th stage of Soar. Of course, Suyu was different. His willpower had not reached that level. Although there were 2nd stage in Shenwen, it was not at the peak of 2nd stage. Therefore, even if Suyu entered Soar, he was not at the 9th stage of Soar. But as long as his willpower was raised, and the level of the divine text reached, he would be at the 9th level of the soaring sky realm. This was the importance of the basic formula. As for the Universal Sutra, he could continue to cultivate it. After opening 36 divine apertures to the 9th stage of Soar, it was much easier to cultivate the Universal Sutra. He could easily open 36 more and enter Ling Yunjing with the Universal Sutra. The basic formula could not let Suyu enter Ling Yunjing unless he had more than 36 divine apertures. At the side, Hong Tan did not say a word. Look on coldly, I am a quasi-sun moon, I have to be calm, I was very calm. He was just a student who had opened 36 divine apertures. What was the big deal? Not only have I opened 72, but I have also closed them. Not only have I closed them, I only have 1 divine aperture now. Are you afraid? I am a quasi-sun moon. What is a sun moon? When the divine apertures are united, they will be as bright as the sun and moon. They will be able to pluck the stars and moon. It was the same for the physical body. When the vital apertures are united, the acupoints will become the sun and moon. The physical body can be reborn from a single drop of blood. A mere student is nothing. Hong Tan looked calm, even calmer than Baifeng. In his heart, he was thinking, should I go out and wait for them to finish talking before coming back in? Baifeng coughed violently for a while. Suyu went forward to help pat his back. After Baifeng finished coughing, he looked back at Suyu with a face full of melancholy, really melancholy. Where did that thing come from? I deduced it myself. Didn't you say last time? Let me deduce it myself. If I succeed, you will acknowledge me as your teacher. Cough cough, of course, I won't take it seriously. You deduced it? He was too tired to complain, don't tease me. Thank you, teacher, for providing me with the blood Shenwen. Baifeng looked at him silently. Grandson, if you say it is my Shenwen again, I will beat you to death. Now, even if I am injured, it will not be difficult to beat you to death now. Blood Shenwen, who are you trying to fool? At the side, Hong Tan could not hold it in any more and said, you deduced it yourself? Do you think I am an idiot? You can deduce it? Suyu laughed dryly and said, not entirely. Teacher also helped me deduce it, and some information left behind by Grandmaster was also very helpful to me. Oh right, the waterman in the detention area was also very helpful to me. Also, Teacher Lu's teachings in the past were also very helpful to me. That was why I was able to deduce the water element spell that is suitable for humans to cultivate. Unlocked 36 divine orifices? Yes. Are you sure you have unlocked 36 divine orifices? Yes. Hong Tan looked at Baifeng, then at Suyu, then at Baifeng. After a long time, he sighed and said, I am old, but I am slightly better than Daxia of Goguryeo. I don't have Alzheimer's. I realized that when I came back this time, the 2 of you are fooling me as if I have Alzheimer's. 2 unfilial disciples, these 2 bastards were simply fooling him as if he was an idiot. one easily deduced the talent Shenwen and the method to split the Shenwen combat technique. The other deduced the basic rune formula and unlocked 36 divine orifices. The other deduced the soul-devouring art, which specialized in damaging willpower. According to the results of your research, I am useless. After decades, I only managed to fuse the Shenwen and create the talent blood essence. The results of a few months of your research are more impressive than my decades of research. Glancing at Suyu, Hong Tan said tiredly, do you know how many divine orifices there are in the human body? Suyu was speechless. He did not know. Do you know the division of divine orifices? He did not know. Do you know how to fuse the divine orifices? He did not know. Suyu had an innocent look on his face. You don't know anything, and you said that you deduced the rune formula. Do you think Grandmaster is really an idiot? Hong Tan was speechless, rolling his eyes. Suyu seemed to have understood something. In an instant, he said, I get it now. What did you understand? Congratulations Grandmaster for deducing the basic rune formula of the water element formula and unlocking 36 divine orifices. Grandmaster is mighty. Suyu hurriedly congratulated him. Hong Tan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You understood this? F***ck, mentally exhausted, Hong Tan thought for a moment and said, does anyone else know? No, Manor Lord Xia's son, Xia Huyu, took 35 divine orifices formula and didn't give him the other one. Xia Longwu's son? Yes. At the side, Bai Feng said in surprise, you even know Xia Longwu's son? It's that little fatty, Xia Huyu. Teacher, you've seen him before. He's Xia Longwu's son? Bai Feng was shocked. His worldview was ruined. What the heck, no one would believe this. If you said he was Xiao Hoye's son, I could reluctantly believe it. Hong Tan felt increasingly powerless and said angrily, is this the main point? Can't these two tell the main point? The main point is that this kid can actually deduce the rune formula for unlocking 36 divine orifices. Damn it, you're talking about Xiao Longwu's son. What's there to talk about? Haven't I seen him before? Isn't he just a little fatty? I've seen all of Xia Jia's people. I've even seen Da Xia of Goguryeo. What are you two so concerned about? Why are your brain circuits different from mine? After a few curses, Hong Tan saw that the two of them were silent. He then said angrily, Xia Huyu, right? You do look a little like Fatty Xia. Xiao Longwu probably doubted himself, so he threw him to Fatty Xia to raise. Ha ha ha. Suyu and Bai Feng looked at each other, speechless. The old man was laughing so happily, how dare he say this? Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death by Xia Jia? Cough, cough, cough. Hong Tan quickly regained his composure and said quickly, barely maintaining his dignity, give it to me later. Don't spread it around. I'll help you change your appearance. What water element spell? Nonsense. It's called the 36 Gods, sky-shaking scripture. I spent 50 years researching it bit by bit. Suyu hurriedly smiled and said, yes, that's it. Hong Tan was speechless. He waved his hand and said, go out. Suyu laughed dryly and hurriedly left. Once he left, Hong Tan said seriously, what's the situation? Bai Feng gave a brief explanation and quickly said, he probably had some fortuitous encounters. He might have obtained some Shenwen's inheritance or memory fragments. All these years, I've extracted many memory fragments. He might have obtained some complete memory fragments. Memory fragments? Hong Tan thought for a while and said, I'll ask senior brother. It's fine if he got it by accident. I'm just afraid, it's not an accident. Don't forget, we still have an invincible enemy. Bai Feng was speechless. I didn't know about it before. It's your fault for not telling me. I think it's most likely not planted by our enemy. Cut the crap. Be careful, it's fine. Hong Tan's expression was solemn. He did not say much. It was not convenient to talk over the communicator. He directly left the research center and went straight to where Lu Wenyan was. A top-notch prodigy with a fortuitous encounter had joined the declining Shenwen faction. He had to be careful in case it was planted by his enemy. If it was true, he could not stop it now. His foolish disciple had said everything, including the division of Shenwen's combat techniques, talents of Shenwen is one, these were all secrets. In the end, was there anything in the research center that Suyu did not know? Hong Tan sighed. His disciple trusted others too easily. Number 18 Middle School, Back Mountain. Relic inheritance? That's my guess. Lu Wenyan smiled. Don't worry too much. If it's really arranged by our enemy, your senior brother is not that stupid to fall for it. Besides, if that's the case, there's no need to plant someone in. Since we already know what we need to know, that guy will ignore everything and kill us directly. Senior brother, does that mean he's fine? Lu Wenyan nodded. There's a high probability that there's no problem. There's a small chance that there's something wrong with the relic. It'll be fine as long as he doesn't get possessed by some ghost. You're talking about the soul of willpower? Yes. Lu Wenyan nodded and smiled. But this thing is rare. Usually, it's a chaotic consciousness. After all, who knows how many years have passed since the relic? Even if there were remnant souls left behind in the past, most of them would be useless. As for Suyu, I don't think so. He might have accidentally obtained some video records of the relic or something like that. He mentioned a few times that he dreamed of monsters trying to kill him. I suspect that if there's such a relic in southern Yuan, it should be a research room or something like that, similar to the current beast taming department, where many demon beasts are tamed. Suyu entered a middle school at the age of 13. Since then, he had been taught by Lu Wenyan. At the age of 13, Suyu didn't think as much as he did now. When he met the knowledgeable Lu Wenyan, he admired him and consulted him about his doubts and experiences. Suyu learned the Wan language because Lu Wenyan recommended him to learn it. It allowed him to master some basic knowledge and identify the demon race that was chasing him. Therefore, Lu Wenyan knew a lot about Suyu. If he really was a remnant soul of willpower, he wouldn't be so stupid to expose his identity so easily. I see. Hong Tan exhaled and said, as long as he's not a spy. By the way, Suyu asked me if Lu Hong was someone I planted. Senior brother, was he planted by you? Who? Lu Hong, a genius assistant in the school, a genius from Shenwen department, and a student of Lao Zhao. He used to study at number 18 middle school and said that he was Zhang Ruoling's disciple. Ruoling's disciple? Lu Wenyan thought for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, impossible. If he had taken a disciple, he would have told me. Then he's a liar. Hong Tan was also speechless. There are all kinds of people these days. He's a genius from Shenwen department, but he lied to a student and said that he was planted by me. This son of AB****, how dare he say that? Lu Wenyan said with a smile, if he dares to say it, then just admit it. Lu Hong. I vaguely remember him. Bai Feng seemed to have mentioned him to me before. He's also a genius. Lao Zhao's disciple. Lao Zhao. Speaking of Zhao Galao, Lu Wenyan shook his head and said, he was an old man from Master's generation. Our relationship isn't good, but it's not bad either. How was his relationship with you a few years ago? It's all right. We mind our own business. This old man only cares about the sun and moon. He even wanted to suppress Zhou Mingren before, but he didn't fight for those titles. Unfortunately, the sun and moon are hard to break. I'm afraid, his time is coming. He can't be reaching his time so soon, right? Lu Wenyan frowned. Hong Tan sighed. He failed to break through the sun and moon several times. The backlash is too severe, so his time is coming. It's still too early if he goes by the usual routine. What a pity. Shaking his head, Lu Wenyan quickly said, let these students fight among themselves. If they don't experience their schemes, how will they know how to deal with it? Don't worry about it. Let's see how Suyu deals with it. Understood. As he spoke, Hong Tan looked at him and said, Senior brother, do you have any other advice? Advice? Advice my ass. Lu Wenyan scolded and said with a smile, go into seclusion and enter the sun and moon as soon as possible. Don't leave the academy until it's time. By the way, is your repulsive force serious? It's been years since anyone entered the sun and moon. Zhou Mingren, Jin Yuwei, and the others should have entered the sun and moon according to the situation in the past. Zhao Galao, who was in seclusion, was also the same. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Otherwise, there would be at least 3 to 5 more sun and moon cultivators in Xianxia province. There would be at least 70 to 80 civilizationists in the human realm, and there would be hope to enter the sun and moon. Now, there were fewer sun and moon cultivators. In recent years, the only one who had truly entered the sun and moon seemed to be Chief Ji. As for General Zhao, he was a warrior chief who was a sun and moon cultivator in his early years. Otherwise, he would not have become a chief. There was also Wan Tianxing. He might have entered the sun and moon 50 years ago. Lu Wenyan could not be bothered to count him in. Xiao Yi had not advanced for long, but he had also advanced in his physical body. He was not clear about the civilizationist path. The repulsive force is very strong. Hong Tan nodded and said, fortunately, it's Xinwen's combat technique, so we forcibly fused it with Xinwen. Although there is a repulsive force, we can still suppress it. Only our faction has more Xinwen. Xinwen's faction wants to enter the sun and moon, but it's as difficult as ascending to heaven. Are you confident on your side? It's not a big problem, but there's no hope of becoming invincible. Of course, it's still too early to talk about that. We'll see in the future. Lu Wenyan nodded. It was still too early. Don't be busy with other things these days. Help me sort out Xinwen, and bring by phone with you. After I leave, you go into seclusion and enter the sun and moon. Got it. Hong Tan nodded and transmitted his voice, Senior brother, when you go to the battlefield, will that guy attack you? Not necessarily, there are many invincibles on the battlefield, Senior brother, don't be careless. Don't forget about Brother Lu's side. Hong Tan's expression was solemn. The Lu family was a good example. The Lu family was stationed in the heavenly battlefield, and in the end, they were destroyed. This happened under Invincible's nose. Lu Wenyan closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and said, I know, I won't be careless. After all, my big brother and the others are not me. I have more attention. Invincible can't control the entire heavenly battlefield, but the Vanguard camp is the center of Invincible's attention, and I'm the center of attention, so it's safer. That's true, but Hong Tan was still worried. But the Vanguard camp has a high mortality rate, and they're all criminals. They're cannon fodder, a suicide squad. Senior brother, with your condition, and by phone. Sigh. He also had a headache. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, it's fine, I'm in the Mountain Sea camp, and Bai Feng is in the Soar camp. Mountain Sea camp? Hong Tan's expression changed. Why did you arrange for Senior brother to be in the Mountain Sea camp? Nonsense, I unleashed the power of the sun and moon and killed 9th tier Mountain Sea cultivators. Of course, I have to be counted as a Mountain Sea. Do you want me to be counted as a Soar? Bai Feng is a true Soar, so he won't be placed in the Lingyun camp. Then, Senior brother, I'll go with you, no need. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, stay here. Xia province is relatively safe, and the academy is even safer. I won't bring anyone with me. My uncle is still alive, and he'll go with me. Uncle Lu is still alive? Hong Tan looked surprised. Lu Wenyan nodded slightly. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but he didn't die. I found someone to save him. This time, Uncle will go with me. Even though he dropped from the Sun and Moon camp to the 8th tier Mountain Sea camp, it's enough. Uncle, dropped a level? Yes, it's good enough that he's alive. It's good that he's with me. Pay more attention to him, lest he gets plotted against. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, it's better to die on the battlefield than to die from a plot. Senior brother. Hong Tan gritted his teeth and said, if I can reach the invincible realm, I won't let those bastards go. We'll talk about it when we reach the Sun and Moon camp. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, once I'm out, focus on me. You're safe for now. I can drag this on for as long as I can, and wait for you guys to grow stronger. Yunqi and the others can't do it yet. They haven't completely merged yet. You stay here and help sort out Xinwen. What about the graves of Ruoling and the others? It's fine. Xiajia is still here. Digging up graves. I've said it once, and we didn't know about it before. Do you really think Xiaojia will acquiesce to it? Then, he said calmly, besides, if we really dig up graves, will you know that Shenwen is still there? Lu Wenyan smiled and said, don't ask. It's good that they don't know. The Shenwen line won't go extinct so easily. Although most of my old brothers are dead, it doesn't mean that the legacy is broken. It's just inconvenient to show up. I have a name list in my head. If I die, I'll take it with me. I'll let them live incognito for the rest of their lives. Senior brother, their legacy hasn't been broken? Hong Tan's face was filled with surprise and joy. Suddenly, he felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. Once upon a time, the descendants of the Shenwen line had to live incognito. If his master was here, he would probably die from anger. Don't be like a child. Lu Wenyan stood up and kicked him, no longer smiling. Of course it hasn't been broken. For the past 50 years, everyone has been struggling. I've been struggling too. You too. However, we haven't died. That's victory. It's not that the Seeker Realm and Combat God Temple don't care about us. It's just that it's not good to show up and fall out with King of the Great Zhou. Lu Wenyan said calmly, I don't care about King of the Great Zhou's thoughts. If he isn't, then so be it. If he is, I'll settle the score with him sooner or later. Sigh. Hong Tan sighed and restrained his emotions. Then I won't say anything. I'll bring Suyu to Fatty Xiao later to ask for the heaven-splitting saber. I wonder if Fatty Xiao will give it. He will give it to him. Lu Wenyan smiled. He just wants some money. Give it to him. That guy has such a habit. Even if he wants to give it to you, he has to ask for something. Otherwise, he will feel uncomfortable. I have no money. Lu Wenyan was helpless. Pauper. Borrow it from Wu Weihua, it's much worse. Lu Wenyan had a headache. Then borrow it from Hu Ping and Zhao Ming. Steward Hu and General Zhao have money. We can borrow it from them and return it when we have the money. All right then. Hong Tan lamented. Luckily, we still have a few sisters-in-law. Otherwise, we would have starved to death. Scram. Lu Wenyan cursed with a displeased expression. How did this useless thing survive for the past few decades? It was almost the end of his life and he was still so miserable. Hong Tan was speechless. There was nothing he could do. What could he do when he was poor? He was poor. He had spent a lot of resources to cultivate to the end of his life. He did not rely on anyone. There was no one he could rely on. He even supported Qinyong, Baifeng, and the research center. He was very pitiful. He often went to the heavenly battlefield to kill some monsters to supplement his family's income. Senior brother, it's easy for you to say that. If I had a few confidants, I wouldn't have to work so hard. I wouldn't have to go to the heavenly battlefield so often. How miserable. Lu Wenyan also thought of this. It's been hard for you all these years. It's good enough that you survived. Where did you get your cultivation resources? Me? Hong Tan laughed dryly. I sold blood essence. I raised a few mountain sea monsters in the detention area and regularly drew blood to sell. I'm the biggest black market merchant in Xia province. I specialize in selling blood essence of mountain sea monsters. Senior brother, I have no choice. If I don't sell blood, I can't live. How many? Only 3. I've raised them to death. Sigh, what a pity. I haven't drawn blood in days. Let's see if they can recover. He was speechless. Suyu and Baifeng were not here, or their jaws would have dropped. The detention area was behind the cages. There were indeed a few rooms, but they were very quiet. Suyu and Baifeng could not enter. They had never been there. Baifeng had guessed that there were mountain sea monsters, and it turned out that there were. The most mysterious black market merchant in Xia province, the one who sold the blood essence of mountain sea monsters, Hong Tan. Lu Wenyan was also speechless. After a while, he said, that's enough. Killing is just a matter of nodding your head. Monsters are the same. If you can't do it, just kill them. Don't draw blood to sell all day long. Got it. Hong Tan laughed dryly. I was forced. I'm too poor. Lu Wenyan waved his hand, not bothering to say anything else. Hong Tan did not say anything else and quickly left. Afternoon. Great Xia City Lord's Mansion. Grand and spectacular, this was Su Yu's first time at the Great Xia City Lord's Mansion, the heart of Xia province. This was where legendary figures had been born. Da Xia of Goguryeo, Xiao Longwu, Xia Houyi, and the previous generation's mansion lord, Xiao Longwu's father, had also been a top expert who had died in battle on the battlefield. Su Yu had come with a heart full of respect. Xia Jia's reputation in Xia province was very good, with the exception of Xia Houye's, who had a bit of a bad reputation. However, this person usually only skinned the rich and powerful. He couldn't be bothered with the poor, so he usually didn't do it. Under Hong Tan's lead, Su Yu entered a hall and waited for Xia Houye's arrival. He had seen Xia Houyi once before, on the day of the great battle. However, they did not chat or speak. His impression of Xia Houyi was still that of a legend. Black-hearted merchant, skin-hearted merchant, and scrupulous merchant, he often did bad things, but with Xia Jia backing him up, there were usually no consequences. He had heard that Xia Houyi used essence energy solution to wash his hands, rinse his mouth with essence energy solution, use Wenbing as a carpet, use divine talismans to warm himself, eat divine pills like broad beans, and use Wan's cultivation manual to wipe his ass. However, no one said that Xia Houyi was very strong, but he had seen him last time. He was very strong, he had fought with the top experts Shenwen Incarnation and won. Right, he seemed to be called Xia Xiao. At this moment, a fatty stood behind Su Yu with an ugly expression. Xia Xiao, kid, do you know, you're just a person with a good character. Whatever you're thinking, as long as it's related to me, I'll know. I am the Sun Moon, do you know? Bang. This was the first time they had officially met, and Su Yu fainted. He had been ambushed, a Sun Moon had ambushed him, he had knocked him out. Hong Tan's eyes rolled back. F***ck, you are a Sun Moon, and you ambushed a Xianxia. I'm impressed. How can you be so shameless? Su Yu fainted pitifully on the ground. No one paid attention to him. Xia Houye's face darkened as he scolded, you brought this bastard here? If you hadn't brought him here, I would have buried him tonight. Bastard, Xia Xiao. That is the shame of my life. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat my father, I would have beaten him up too. Su Yu did not know what had happened and felt that his head was hurting. In his groggy state, he seemed to hear someone talking. He forced his eyes open and woke up to find that he was sitting on a chair and seemed to have fallen asleep. Fell asleep? Impossible, he was clearly here to see Xia Houyi. How could he suddenly fall asleep? Also, his head really hurt. Was he attacked? Wasn't his grandmaster beside him? When he opened his eyes, he saw his grandmaster chatting with a fatty. It was Xia Houyi. On the other side, Xia Houyi turned to look at Su Yu and said with a smile, you're awake? Kids these days cultivate without a care for their lives. They don't know how to control themselves and almost cause the sea of will to explode. What nonsense. Su Yu was at a loss. What did he mean? Did he mean that I went berserk? No, although he cultivated very hard, he didn't feel any discomfort. Even though he had many doubts, Su Yu still stood up and bowed. Greetings, Xia Houyi. Dispense with the formalities. Xia Houyi had a gentle expression and said with a laugh, there's no need to be so polite. Pay more attention to your cultivation next time. Fortunately, you fainted in the city lord manor. If you were on the battlefield, wouldn't you have lost your life? Su Yu was at a loss and looked at Hong Tan. Did I really go berserk? Hong Tan did not look at him and lowered his head to look at the chessboard. He had been playing chess with Xia Houyi earlier. As for Su Yu being knocked unconscious by a sneak attack, forget it. You were knocked unconscious by a sun and moon. Your grandmaster can't do anything about it and can't help you. Su Yu was suspicious, but he did not know what was wrong with him. He could only ignore the matter for the time being and did not say anything else. He thanked, thank you, Xia Houyi, for the reminder. Xia Houyi nodded slightly and did not say anything. He was happy in his heart. This was called a counterattack, you have to thank me for hitting you. With a light cough, Xia Houyi casually pushed the chessboard to the side and messed up the chess pieces. Before Hong Tan could speak, he said, you want to learn heaven-splitting blade? Suyu nodded and whispered, I want to learn. Do you know how many versions of Heaven Opening Blade there are? I do not know. Xiaoyi said lightly, Xiaojia is not someone who cherishes his treasures. The Heaven-Splitting Blade has been passed down to many people over the years. The stronger the Dixia province is, the stronger Xiaojia will be. As long as the person is not a traitor or a piece of trash, Xiaojia is willing to pass it down. Putting aside the fact that he's a traitor, he's trash. He's not qualified to learn Xiaojia's Heaven-Splitting Saber, lest he embarrasses Xiaojia. After saying that, he looked at Suyu and said with a smile, Your Grandmaster said that what you want to learn isn't the ordinary sky-opening blade, but the Enlightenment 144 version, right? Yes. I see that you've opened a lot of apertures. You probably have the ability to open 144 apertures, but how many apertures can you fuse? Xiaoyi said lightly, Don't tell me, fusing 7 or 8 apertures is enough. 144 apertures, if you enter Wanshi, you'll have to fuse 16 apertures into one to be completely fused. Masters of civilization don't focus on the physical body. Even for geniuses and monsters, 10 fused apertures are enough. Fusing all 10 apertures into one is the real Wanshi. However, Xiaojia's technique is not for you to cultivate for fun. That's why some people in the War Academy have inherited the Heaven-Splitting Saber. In the Civilization Academy, other than Xiaojia's people, few others will be able to inherit it. Suyu said in a low voice, If Xiaoyi is willing to pass it down, of course, I will strive to fuse 16 apertures into one. Strive? Xiaoyi smiled faintly. It's not strive, it's a must. If you can't do it, Xiaojia will take back the technique. The so-called take back is to abolish your 144 apertures and let you cultivate another technique. Even if you know how to open your apertures, you won't dare to use it. Suyu looked at Hong Tan, and Hong Tan smiled. Xiaojia does have this rule, but it doesn't say that it must be completely fused. Generally, they won't pursue it if it's more than 12 apertures. Ho Yi, don't you think so? Xiaoyi said lazily, if it's 12 apertures, it's better to cultivate the current Aries art. It's easier to open fewer apertures, and it's easier to fuse them. Why pursue the Heaven-Splitting Saber? Suyu said in a low voice, Ho Yi, if Xiaojia is willing to pass the technique and I can't fuse 16 apertures into one, then I won't use the Heaven-Splitting Saber when I reach the Wanshi realm. What do you think? Xiaoyi smiled. That's what geniuses say when they see me. Over the years, many geniuses have been very arrogant, thinking that they will succeed and that the Heaven-Splitting Saber is nothing much. To tell you the truth, in Xiaojia, there aren't many who have cultivated the Heaven-Splitting Saber. If you want to obtain the inheritance, fine. I'll test you. Test, Suyu took a deep breath and said respectfully, Ho Yi, feel free to test me. You're full of confidence. Lord Xiao laughed and casually threw a metal pellet. When it landed on the ground, the metal pellet instantly turned into a person, a puppet. Defeat it, and I'll pass the technique to you. If you fail, go back to where you came from. With that, the metal man suddenly punched at Suyu. Suyu wanted to use his willpower, but Xiaoyi said calmly, use your body. The Heaven-Splitting Saber is a physical battle art. Don't use your willpower. Suyu hurriedly retreated. There was a loud boom, the metal man's punch landed on the spot, and the air exploded. Suyu felt a huge pressure even though he was in the air. Wanshi's strength, this was definitely Wanshi's strength, Suyu didn't dare to delay. He moved his feet, went behind the metal man, and struck with his palm. But, 2 arms suddenly grew out from the metal man's back, and it punched again. With a bang, Suyu retreated a few meters. His right hand hadn't recovered yet, and now it was even more painful. Ho Yi, this kid is only Qianjun. It's one thing for you to use Wanshi's puppet, but you're using Wanshi's level 6. That's too much, Hong Tan transmitted his voice. Xiaoyi said angrily, how can Xiaojia's technique be passed down so easily? This is just the beginning. Let me tell you, if you defeat this puppet, you can pass it down to heaven rank at most, unless this guy can defeat Wanshi's level 7 puppet. You're making things difficult for him. Hong Tan said helplessly, he's only Qianjun after all. If he's not talented enough, he still wants to learn our Heaven-Splitting Saber? Even if I agree, the old man won't agree. As they spoke, Suyu had already exchanged dozens of blows with the puppet. Too hard, Suyu felt helpless. This puppet was not only powerful, but he also didn't know what it was made of. It was too hard. He hit the puppet's body several times, but all he felt was a huge rebound. He couldn't use some acupore breaking techniques at this moment. It would be a waste to use them, so Suyu opened his eye aperture, stared at the puppet for a while, and quickly retreated. His speed was so fast that only his shadow was left. He no longer faced the enemy head-on, but began to pull the puppet around in circles. This thing must have a source of power. I'll drain its source of power. This was Suyu's plan. After all, he was only at level 9000 gene. Even if he had many acupores opened, it would be difficult to defeat such a strong puppet. Drag, he had 186 acupores opened, and his essence chi was dense. He would drag this puppet to death and drain its source of power. He's not slow. What heaven-ranked martial technique did he cultivate? Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Hong Tan smiled, time. Oh, that old fellow's martial technique. Xiaoyi smiled, this kid received his inheritance and went to the heavenly battlefield. The silkworm dragon race isn't finished with him. So be it. What are you afraid of? Hong Tan didn't mind, and said casually, the silkworm dragon king doesn't dare to come out now, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Silkworm destruction king. I really can't say anything about him. Xiaoyi shook his head. There weren't many unrivaled experts who held grudges like this. After suffering, he took revenge for 100 years. The silkworm dragon race was really unlucky to meet him. The two chatted while watching Suyu's response. After dragging for more than half an hour, Suyu panted, still hanging on to the puppet. Seeing this, Xiaoyi smiled. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and the puppet's speed suddenly increased, and its strength increased. Wancher stage 7, Suyu wanted to catch his breath, but he suddenly felt a strong wind behind his head. He hurriedly used his time martial technique and fled. Xiaoyi said indifferently, there's no way to win if you drag it out. There's not much energy left, and it can last for 3 hours. Can you win? Half an hour, and Suyu was already like this. Can you drag it out for 3 hours? Fight it head-on, defeat it, and you have a chance to win. Suyu didn't say anything. Continue to flee, what a joke, defeat this puppet head-on, the opponent's body is indestructible. Even if I use shattering mountains and seas, it won't be of much use. How can I fight it, especially now, the opponent seems to be stronger. I can't fight it, I can only drag it out. 3 hours, Suyu calculated in his heart, constantly dodging the puppet's attacks. Wind blew under his feet, and his speed was fast. The essence chi in his acupoints was gradually depleted. The replenishment speed was slow, and it couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. The essence chi in the other acupoints constantly replenished the essence chi needed for shattering mountains and seas. The 186 acupoints revolved, and the essence chi was pure. At this moment, Suyu displayed his deep essence chi foundation. Xiaoyi looked for a while and nodded slightly. He is indeed a good seedling, pure essence chi, opened many acupoints, and can cultivate the heaven-splitting saber, but it depends on how this kid deals with it. Just as he was thinking, Suyu suddenly dashed and hid behind Hong Tan. He quickly began to recover his essence chi, Xiaoyi's eyes flickered, and the puppet leaped over Hong Tan, charging towards him again. Suyu continued to flee, this time hiding behind him. Xiaoyi laughed in spite of himself, and he floated in the air. Suyu did not say a word. He leaped out again and fled the hall. In the next moment, outside the hall, a team of Long Wuwei stationed in the city Lord Manor blocked the puppet. Suyu took the opportunity to quickly absorb essence chi to recover. Xiaoyi laughed when he saw this, and he sent a voice transmission. Return to your original position. Let him fight. There's no need to block the puppet. The moment that was said, Long Wuwei quickly retreated. Suyu did not waste his breath. He leaped up again and fled in all directions of the city Lord Manor. The garden, the hall, the room, and where Long Wuwei was, Suyu constantly used people and items to delay the puppet's pursuit, and he constantly began to recover his essence chi. Exhaustion, in the hall. Xiaoyi shook his head. What a crafty kid. He's not like Xianxia at all. Even if he cultivates the heaven-splitting saber, he might not be able to cultivate anything. Xianxia is courageous and invincible. Even if he is no match, he will fight to the death. Hong Tam glanced at him. Are you sure? Xiaoyi chuckled. What are you looking at? I was also someone who could fight in the past. Of course, harmony brings wealth now. With that said, he smiled again. Let's wait and see. If he really exhausts the puppet, I'll consider it his win. Just like that, in the huge city lord manor, Suyu leaped and ran everywhere, avoiding the pursuit. The 186 acupoints recovered essence chi very quickly. As long as the puppet was delayed for a while, he could recover a little. The essence chi in the city lord manor was very rich, and the recovery speed was very fast. Just like that, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, Suyu was panting like a bull. His body was covered in sweat, and his white robe had long turned black. He dragged a puppet back to the hall. Ho Yi. I won. Suyu panted heavily, sweat dripping down in large droplets. Xiao Yi smiled and said, if it's not a puppet but a human, do you think the other party will chase you until its essence chi is exhausted? Suyu said in a deep voice, if it's a human, then I won't restrict my willpower. And if it can't catch up to me for a few hours, it won't chase again. You never thought of fighting head-on? It's not worth it. Suyu explained, it's just a puppet. Ho Yi only wants me to win, not to risk my life. If I foolishly fight a puppet to the death and injure myself, even if I win, I will have to recuperate for a long time. Then I might as well spend a few hours to exhaust it. Xiao Yi suddenly laughed and said, ha ha ha, that makes sense. Where there's life, there's hope. That's true. Kid, you're interesting, more interesting than those barbarians. Before Suyu could rejoice, Xiao Yi suddenly said with a straight face, but, Xiaojia's heaven-splitting blade is only suitable for barbarians. Suyu was speechless. He coughed and said, Xiao Yi, I'm actually very barbaric too. Is that so? Yes, I'm also very scary when I risk my life. How scary? That. Teacher Xia Yuan's student, 144 opened apertures, cultivated a top-notch sky-class skill, and was defeated by me. He probably hasn't woken up yet. There's such a thing? Xiao Ye's interest was piqued. He smiled and a jade talisman appeared in his hand, as if he was flipping through some information. After a while, he looked at Suyu and couldn't help but laugh. You're right, he's indeed quite barbaric. But... Xiao Yi put on a straight face again, Xia Yuan is Xiaojia's man, do you know that? Xiaojia's man is the master in Dexia province. You dare to go against your superior and attack your master? Suyu wasn't afraid. He said honestly, Xiaojia is the master, so I'll only work for Xiaojia. Xiaojia, I'll only recognize Brother Huyu. Brother Huyu and I are as close as brothers. Huyu said before that his father is my father, and his grandfather is my grandfather. Xiao Yi just stared at him, I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've met a kid who dares to spout nonsense in front of me. Most importantly, he said it as if it were the truth. Xiao Yi laughed, you're smart. However, you don't have to show off your little cleverness in front of me. Looks like you know Huyu's identity. That's fine, but, the battle for the position of prefecture head of Xiaojia is not something an outsider can interfere with, understand? This is Xiaojia's matter. Understood. Suyu nodded. I don't have the ability to interfere, either. Xiao Yi has misunderstood. Xiao Yi looked at him deeply, and the seriousness on his face disappeared. He chuckled, and said, I'm just scaring you. Don't be afraid, kid. We're all from Dexia province, so what master? I'm just joking. The people of Xiaojia are all kind people, and have never bullied others. Student Xia Yuan challenged you, and you defeated him. That's your ability. Suyu smiled, but didn't speak. He cursed inwardly. Xiao Ye's expression was strange, and he said with a light smile, Suyu, do you know what's different about the Sun-Moon tier? Xiao Yi, please enlighten me. There's no need to enlighten me. To put it simply, it's some sense of danger. For example, if there's a very weak person in front of you, and he has ill intentions towards you, slandering you, and cursing you, you'll be able to sense some of it. Suyu's expression instantly changed. F*ck, no one told me. He hurriedly looked at Hong Tan. Hong Tan raised his head to look at the sky. You haven't reached the sun-moon tier yet, so I can't be bothered to tell you. Don't you know? He probably didn't know, otherwise, you wouldn't have fainted the other time, brat. From the looks of it, you're cursing inwardly again. Xiaoyi looked at Suyu with a smile, and said, Suyu, do you think this ability is fun? Suyu's face paled. F*ck, I know why I fainted. I know why this fatty, this wise and mighty Xiaoyi isn't too friendly to me. Xiaoyi was wise and mighty, handsome and intimidating, powerful and bold. At this moment, Suyu's willpower was running wild, and he was praising and bootlicking madly in his heart. From the bottom of his heart, Xiaoyi glanced at him, smiled faintly, and did not say a word. After a while, he said, keep those disgusting thoughts of yours to yourself. I can impart the cultivation technique to you, but the technique cannot be imparted so easily. Defeating the puppet only means that you have the right to do so. If you want to take away the technique, tell me, what can you do? Suyu said cautiously, Ho Yi, I'm just a student, it's fine, you can sell yourself. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, for example, after graduation, you can serve in the army for 20 years. That. Ho Yi, Suyu said softly, it's hard to say whether I can live to 20 years later. If I can't, you'll lose out. If I really sell myself for 20 years, then Ho Yi, in order to not lose out, you might have to protect me for 20 years. Isn't that too much of a loss? Xiao Yi looked at him quietly. Is there such a thing? This kid is really good at swapping concepts. At that moment, he remembered something. This kid seems to have cheated a lot of merit points from Xianxinwen's faction. He is not a good person to begin with. Xiao Yi smiled. Then tell me, what can you offer? Ho Yi will impart the technique to me, and my grandmaster will impart the technique to brother Hu Yu. Technique? Yes. Suyu said seriously, before my grandmaster came, he said that we can exchange techniques. My grandmaster spent 50 years to create the 36 gods sky-shaking scripture. It's a basic technique that opens 36 apertures. I think it's possible to exchange it for the sky-splitting blade. Xiao Yi frowned and suddenly looked at Hong Tan. Hong Tan continued to look at the sky. After a while, he saw that Xiao Yi was still staring at him. He tilted his head and smiled. Can I exchange it? Of course, it's only limited to Xiao Yu. Just like your family's sky-splitting blade, you can pass it to Suyu. It's the same for me. Where did you get it from? I created it myself. You think you can fool me? Xiao Yi scoffed. If you can create this technique, you're not Hong Tan. What do you mean? Hong Tan doesn't have that ability. Don't you understand? Hong Tan cursed in his heart. Xiao Ye's expression darkened. You're still scolding me. I'm asking you if you want to exchange it or not. Hong Tan could not be bothered to say more. If you want to exchange it, I'll pass it to you. If you don't, forget it. Xiao Yi ignored him and suddenly looked at Suyu. Is it the technique that you told the others the other day? I saw that Hu Yu seemed to have obtained a technique. He said it was Xiaojia's inheritance. I think it's the sky-shaking scripture that you mentioned, right? Yes. Suyu smiled. That's it. You're really calculative. Xiaojia took the blame for you and now you want Xiaojia to exchange it with you. Since Hu Yu has it, why should I exchange it with you? Suyu smiled. Xiao Yi, brother Hu Yu only has 35 apertures opened. With 35, the last one is easy to derive. Xiao Yi looked indifferent. Do you think you can stump me? Suyu nodded and smiled. Xiaojia naturally has this ability. However, I made an agreement with brother Hu Yu to only impart it to him and no one else. If Ho Yi saw it, he would have broken the rule. If that was the case, Xiaojia's heaven-splitting blade would have spread long ago. Xia province abides by Xiaojia's rules but Xiaojia does not. Ho Yi, this is not a loss that a technique can make up for. Xiaojia is the spirit and soul of Xia province. When the time comes, the loss is not something that a technique can make up for. Ho Yi, what do you think? Xiao Yi smiled. Jiangjun? That's interesting. He smiled. All these years, no one has been able to take advantage of me. You want to be the first? I didn't get a single cent and you want me to impart a technique to you? Soul-devouring technique. Yi did not beat around the bush and said directly, add another soul-devouring technique, but I want the text of heaven-splitting blades willpower, including the accompanying martial arts. Although the soul-devouring technique is only a top-grade yellow class technique and is far inferior to heaven-splitting blade, Ho Yi should know the benefits of this technique. Xiao Yi looked at him and smiled. He was bold, a text and a soul-devouring technique in exchange for the text of heaven-splitting blades willpower and the accompanying technique. Which was more important, it varied from person to person. Heaven-class top-grade heaven-splitting blade was not cabbage. It was the exclusive technique of Xia of Goguryeo, and Xia of Goguryeo was a top-grade existence among the invincible realm. All right. Xiao Yi did not say much and agreed directly. He said quickly, only when 16 apertures are combined can the true power of heaven-splitting blade be unleashed. On Xiajia's side, Xia Huyu, Xia Yuan, and Xia Chan, Xia Yuan has only combined 14 apertures. No one has done it yet. If you can do it, I'll give you an opportunity. Opportunity? Yes. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. You know Xiao Long Wu, right? He's about to advance to the invincible realm. If you enter Wanshi before he advances to the invincible realm and combines 16 apertures, you can watch him advance to the invincible realm. Suyu was speechless. I don't dare, I'm afraid of death. To advance to the invincible realm, I usually have to go to the heavenly battlefield, right? Maybe I'll have to fight with the invincible realm, and I'll be smashed to pieces, Xiao Yi said faintly. If he advances to the invincible realm, it'll be of great benefit to you. At that time, those who practice heaven-splitting blade will be influenced by him. If they're lucky, they might even comprehend some secrets of the invincible realm. This opportunity is great enough, isn't it? Suyu looked at Hong Tan. Hong Tan frowned slightly and said with a smile, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Suyu was too weak. If Suyu was in the sun and moon tier, and Xiao Long Wu advanced to the invincible realm, Suyu would get unimaginable benefits. That would be a great opportunity. He didn't know what Fatty Xiao was thinking. Now he couldn't understand this guy more and more. Xiao Yi said no more. He smiled, and 2 secret manuals appeared in his hands. One is Cultivation method, and the other is Martial Arts technique. Cultivation method explodes the acupoint's power, and Martial Arts technique is actually a way to use it, allowing you to gradually adapt to the process of strengthening the Cultivation method's power. Casually throwing it to Suyu, Xiao Yi said indifferently, don't bring shame to the name of heaven-splitting blade. Otherwise, if the old man finds out, he'll personally take back this Cultivation method. In the entire human realm, warriors who also practice heaven-grade top Cultivation method, almost no one in the same tier can win against me, Xiajia. Almost, meant that there was. Suyu understood. That's right. After all, Xia of Goguryeo wasn't number 1 in the world. This was normal. He was still a little excited. Heaven-grade top Cultivation method, this was the strongest Cultivation method he got, stronger than body-strengthening spell. As for the accompanying martial arts technique, it probably wouldn't be worse than time. Xiao Yi seemed a little impatient. He yawned and said, that's it. Give the soul-devouring spell to Huyu later. Also, Huyu can cultivate that heaven-shaking scripture of yours. We won't steal it. Similarly, heaven-splitting blade can't be taught to outsiders. Understood. Suyu bowed and didn't say much. Hong Tan was also happy. It was good that he didn't have to spend money. Fortunately, Suyu had some trump cards of his own. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to get them today. Then we'll leave first. Hong Tan didn't stand on ceremony. He stood up and pulled Suyu away. He couldn't be bothered to stay in the city lord's mansion any longer. Fatty Xiao looked at him strangely. After Suyu and Hong Tan left, Xiao Yi yawned and said lazily, nephew, do you know that you're in seclusion? Running out all day long, is this called seclusion? In the void, Xiao Long Wu's figure appeared and said lightly, second uncle, it's better to find out if there are any relics in southern Yuan as soon as possible. This Suyu might also be a sun and moon candidate. If he really becomes strong, he can also add a sun and moon to our Dexia province. I know, I don't need you to tell me. Xiaoyi said impatiently, don't order me around all day long. If you're not happy, come out and work. By the way, you can spend your own money to save Xia Yuan. I don't have any money. Xiao Longwu didn't say anything. Xiaoyi thought about it and said, Hu Yu's strength is a little weak. Why don't we let his physical body advance first? No hurry. Xiao Longwu said calmly, give him some pressure and let him think of a way himself. If Xiao Jiao wants to become strong, it still depends on himself. We've already given enough. Up to you. Xiaoyi didn't care and ignored him. He walked toward the back of the house, saying as he walked, Zhou Padian should be soon with the Zhou family, right? The Zhou family has produced many talents. Zhou Padian and Zhou Polong have reached this stage. Tell me, should I still walk the path of Shenwen? Up to you. Xiao Longwu gave the same answer and quickly disappeared on the spot. Xiaoyi curled his lips. Up to you, he shook his head and sighed. In Dexia province, there were many experts of the previous generation, but there weren't many of the new generation. As for himself, he was also deep in thought. Should he give up on the path of Shenwen and focus on the path of the physical body? As for Suyu who had just left, he remembered him and didn't care too much about him. There were too many geniuses. Dexia province didn't lack geniuses. How far he could go would depend on Suyu himself. If he didn't reach the Mountain Sea realm, it would be difficult to attract his attention. The Sun Moon realm's candidate was just a candidate. He felt that he knew how to do business. If that didn't work, he could try poaching him to Summerfield Trading Company. In the Great Xia Civilization University. In the filtering room. Suyu opened the book. Xiaojia's heaven-splitting blade was known as the #1 technique in Dexia province. As soon as the book was opened, Suyu's vision blurred. A figure flashed, he recognized and was familiar with Xiao Longwu. This was Xiao Longwu's will text. Heaven-splitting blade, Xiaojia's secret technique. It's divided into cultivation techniques and martial techniques. In fact, martial techniques and cultivation techniques are the same. In the end, they all lead to the same destination. Upon entering the Mountain Sea realm, cultivation techniques are martial techniques, and martial techniques are cultivation techniques. In the book, Xiao Longwu's tone was calm, not overly domineering. Heaven-splitting blade, 144 apertures opened, all cultivation techniques cultivated, and martial techniques cultivated layer by layer, 16 apertures opened for one blade. Heaven-splitting blade has 9 blades. 3 blades slay Soar, 6 blades slay Ling Yun, and 9 blades split mountains and seas. Heaven-splitting blade, 9th blade split mountains and seas, Suyu smiled. It seemed that Xiaojia did not know how to boast. Look at time. He was so good at boasting. 1 move split mountains and seas, 2 moves suppressed the sun and moon, 3 moves invincible. Xiao Longwu was not a real person, so he naturally ignored him. He began to explain the cultivation method of heaven-splitting blade, how to open apertures, and how to connect them. 144 apertures, there were many overlapping apertures. Suyu had already opened 186 apertures. From beginning to end, he still needed to open another 84 apertures, 60 of which were overlapping. If he succeeded, he would have 270 apertures. 84, Suyu felt a headache. So many, 84 more apertures opened, and he had 270. This was almost twice as many as those geniuses who cultivated top-tier heaven-class techniques. For those monsters, opening 144 apertures had taken countless resources and time. Moreover, Suyu wanted to open twice as many apertures as his opponents. 84, the more advanced the acupoints were, the more difficult it would be to open them. Suyu calculated and found that to open another 84 acupoints, he would need at least 500 drops of Wansher's mountain-breaking ox's blood essence in the early stages, and less in the later stages. So much blood essence, it's enough for me to open the body-strengthening secret art. Suyu thought for a while. In that case, it would be better to open the aperture acupoints of the body-strengthening art first, and then cultivate the body-strengthening art to open the aperture acupoints of the heaven-splitting saber. The only difference was that it would take a little more time. The main purpose of swallowing blood essence was to open up temporary aperture points and produce the absorption speed of vitality during Wansher's time. In fact, now that Suyu had enlightened so many apertures, his cultivation speed was not slower than Wansher's. Therefore, it was better to open up the acupoints of the body-strengthening art. This way, he could continue to develop. He didn't need to use the mountain-breaking bull's essence blood every time. Otherwise, the mountain-breaking bulls would really lose a team of 100 bulls. Tempering garden. So you didn't say much. He directly threw a jade talisman to Xiaohuyu and said, "This is for you. Don't spread it. Also, I asked you to purchase 5,000 merit points of mountain-breaking bulls and the essence blood of the 5 elements races. Did you get them?" Xiaohuyu ignored him and checked the jade talisman. He curled his lips and said, "This is the cultivation technique you exchanged for." "What do you mean by for a gift?" After saying that, he asked curiously, "You really want it?" "Nonsense. I want to cultivate your family's heaven-splitting saber. Without blood essence, my speed will be very slow." Xiaohuyu was speechless. "You still want to open the aperture acupoints? You're crazy. The sooner you advance to Wansher, the sooner you enter the mountain sea realm, the sooner you unite the aperture acupoints. At that time, the heaven-grade cultivation technique will be just like that. The more apertures you unite, the same effect will be. Do you think I don't understand?" Suyu said angrily, "A good cultivation technique can directly unite 144 apertures in the mountain sea realm. If you switch to the Aries art, you can only unite 108 apertures. With every additional aperture acupoint, the difficulty will skyrocket. Are you afraid that I will surpass you, so you're deliberately tricking me?" Xiaohuyu felt helpless. "What are you saying? Forget it, I won't persuade him anymore. The competition at Xianxia side is in a few days. Do you want to give it a try?" "Which day?" "The competition on the 20th. You don't know, but for the sake of these 5 slots, many old seniors from the elderly care area have come out." Xiaohuyu had a meaningful look on his face. Old senior, how old were they? Very, very old. Some people had been stuck at the peak of the spiritual care area for decades and were on the verge of death. Now that they heard that they could enter the mystic realm, they were so excited that they were about to jump out of their coffins. There were also grandfather-grandson pairs. Grandpa failed to soar back then. Now that his grandson was about to soar, they were fighting for the slots together. Suyu was speechless. "Even if you enter, it doesn't mean that you can soar, right? But your chances will increase greatly," Xiaohuyu explained. Then, he said, "In truth, the Academy has also opened the Sea of Knowledge mystic realms in the past. But, we didn't give out many spots to the outside world. The spots were all decided internally. This time, if it weren't for the fact that we had a falling out with your multiple Divine Runic Arts department, forcing the single Divine Runic Arts department to give up a few spots, no one else could even think about it. The Academy doesn't care about those old students?" Suyu shook his head as he spoke. There were too many of them. Moreover, they had not broken through at such an old age. Either they did not have the talent, or they did not dare to fight for it themselves. If they did not fight for it, would the Academy care about their life or death? Xiaohuyu also said, "To be honest, these people are not worthy of sympathy. There are many at the peak of the spiritual care area. If they really can't do it, they can spend some time to improve their physique. They can join the army or join the wind-catching hall to fight for their own future. It's like this. Everyone's strength comes from their own fighting. They don't even dare to take a gamble. They deserve to be crippled. It's not like there are no weaklings in the All Heavens battlefield, there are also Wanshers, others dare to go, but you guys can't. Moreover, there is the spiritual care area's willpower. If you really improve your physique, you will be faster than others. Your combat power will definitely be stronger than those who only cultivate their physique." So you did not say anything and said directly, "Let's not talk nonsense. Do you have essence blood? I want to open my acupoints as soon as possible and strive to cultivate the heaven-splitting blade successfully." The competition was on the 20th. There was still a week. "You You are a gold digger. Xiaohu sighed. You are really a spendthrift, so you could not be bothered with him. I earned it myself. It's none of your business how I spend it. Mountain Ox is unlucky to have met you, Xiaohu muttered a few times. So you pretended not to hear it. Don't sell it if you have the ability. What's the point of saying it if you sell it? So you had mentioned buying essence blood for a few days. Xiaohu knew that he needed it. After all, with the heaven-splitting blade in his hands, this guy would definitely not be able to resist cultivating. He followed Xiaohu and went to his place to retrieve the blood essence. Mountain Ox's late-stage Wanshur blood was 200 drops, worth 4,000 merit points. In addition, Xiaohu bought 20 drops of the Wanshur realm's blood for Suyu, which was exactly 5,000 merit points. This guy would never give more than 1 point. He was very clear in his accounting. So you could not be bothered to say anything and went straight to the Mystic Realm area. That kid is here again. Origin Energy Mystic Realm. Huang Lao sighed and packed his things. He was already prepared to leave. Old Nya, tell me, what's so good about the inspector's office? It's better to be free and unfettered here. You guys just have to replace me, Nya Lao said indifferently, then I won't go. Forget it, I'll force myself to go. Huang Lao laughed dryly. Not going? What a joke, after enduring for decades, this bastard old Nya was Galao, but he was not. Now that the opportunity was here, even if he wanted to be Galao, he had to go. Before Suyu entered the door, Huang Lao whispered, when can you enter the Mountain Sea realm? There's no rush. Nya Lao was not in a hurry. He said telepathically, after studying the Yuan character for so many years, haven't you discovered anything about the Shenwen character? You mean? Huang Lao's eyes flickered, and he said telepathically, you want to outline the Shenwen combat technique? Even if I don't outline the combat technique, I want to form a complete system and integrate it. Nya Lao did not hide anything. This Yuan character is not a single Shenwen character, but a combination of several Shenwen characters. After so many years, you should be able to see it. The Shenwen faction still has some skills, so the Shenwen faction cannot be destroyed. It's also for this reason that I asked you to replace Old He. To suppress the Shenwen faction. Right now, I don't know the attitude of the higher-ups, but since we've discovered something, we can't let the Shenwen faction be destroyed. After guarding the Arcane Realm for so many years, everyone knew that the first and third generation Arcane Realms belonged to the Shenwen faction, but the fourth generation Arcane Realm belonged to the Shenwen faction. The Yuan-Chi Arcane Realm belonged to the fourth generation. Logically speaking, the fourth generation Arcane Realm was only made up of one Shenwen character, but after decades of research, they found something wrong. The fourth generation Shenwen was not a single Shenwen character, but a combination of several Shenwen characters. That's strange, the fourth generation Arcane Realm was a true expert of the Shenwen faction. Although he loved to forge weapons, he did not have any achievements in forging, and was still a powerful expert of the Shenwen faction. This meant that the fourth generation Arcane Realm had also studied the fusion of Shenwen characters in the past, and he had some achievements. This was a huge difference. This meant that after the fourth generation arrived at the Sun Moon Empire, he was actually following the path of the Shenwen faction. Huang Lao nodded, and transmitted his voice, I know. But we can't be too biased. The Shenwen faction cannot be suppressed by others. I will clean up the inspectorate, and during the year-end inspection, I will try my best to weaken the Shenwen faction, and protect the Qinyong faction. Nya Lao nodded, and said, there's no need to be too deliberate, they are not that weak. The two of them chatted for a while, and Suyu entered the door. The moment Suyu entered the door, he saw the luggage beside Huang Lao, and asked curiously, Teacher Huang Lao, are you going somewhere far away? No. Huang Lao said calmly, I'm going somewhere else. From now on, old Nya will be guarding this place. I'm going somewhere else to pass my time. Where is Huang Lao going? Suyu was curious. With the teachers guarding the mystic realm change shifts, he heard that these two had been guarding this place for many years. The inspectorate. Huang Lao said calmly, I said I don't want to move, but the academy insisted that I take charge of the inspectorate. It's troublesome. Suyu looked at him, stunned. The inspectorate, take charge of the inspectorate, what a joke. Previously, Qinyong had told him that the inspectorate's director was Galao. What did that mean? Huang Lao seemed to know what he was thinking, and he was secretly pleased. Who asked you to be arrogant and provoke us every day? Now it's your turn to be shocked, isn't it? Yes, I'm going to be Galao. Huang Lao said impatiently, I don't want to go at all. It's so boring to be Galao. Besides, I'm only at Lingyan level 9. It's boring to be Galao. Although the inspectorate is quite free, it's still busy with official business. It's troublesome. Suyu blinked, and the next moment, he said passionately, Huang Lao, no, Galao Huang. Galao Huang, you're amazing. You're actually in charge of the inspectorate. Galao Huang, is the inspectorate in charge of that year's inspector? Huang Lao said calmly, yes, it's troublesome. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Teacher Huang Lao, you're amazing. Suyu's mind raced, and he was secretly shocked. This gatekeeper had become Galao in the blink of an eye. Damn, what was going on? He really didn't know the situation. The information on the secret plane area's several Galaos was not very clear. Most students probably didn't know which Galaos were in the secret plane area. They only knew that there were 6 Nanshan High Galaos in the academy. Who would have thought that this old man in front of him would suddenly become Galao, inspectorate? Xia Yuan had said that he was an inspector of the inspectorate, and that he had considerable authority. This person in front of him was even the inspectorate's dean. Amazing, Huang Lao had a leisurely look on his face. Shocked, right? Surprised, right? I'd become Galao. Of course, this old man sitting next to him had long since become Galao. Huang Lao couldn't be bothered to say more. Not continuing the topic, Huang Lao looked at Suyu and asked, going in to cultivate again? Preparing to enter the Wanshur? No, I'm preparing to cultivate a new cultivation technique. A new cultivation technique? This was a little unexpected. Suyu thought of something and hurriedly said, it's a heaven-tier cultivation technique, but it's not an invincible inheritance. It's the Sun-Moon Peak. There won't be any problems, right? There seemed to be some problems last time. Would there be any problems this time? He had brought the rune of will with him. Huang Lao was mentally exhausted. I just pretended, and this kid turned around and slapped me in the face. Was a heaven-tier cultivation technique worthless? Was the Sun-Moon Peak worthless? It's not a big problem. As long as it doesn't form an independent space, there won't be a big problem. That's good. Thank you, teacher. Suyu also heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Lao asked curiously, what cultivation technique? Of course, if it's a secret, there's no need to say it. It's not a secret. It's a common cultivation technique, heaven-splitting blade. You call this a common cultivation technique? Fine, you're awesome. Xiajia's cultivation technique wasn't passed down to just anyone. It seemed like Xiajia felt that this guy was worth nurturing, so he passed it down. After chatting for a while, Suyu quickly said, Teacher, I have a friend from war school who wants to enter the secret realm. He is Teacher Zhao's token. Can he enter? Lao Zhao's token. Huang Lao thought about it and said, logically, only people from the school can enter. The main reason is to prevent Wanzhou's people from sneaking in. However, if you are his guarantor, and if something happens to the secret realm, you have to compensate him with an eternal Shenwen. That's not a problem. Niao Lao glanced at him and didn't say anything. Logically, it wouldn't be easy for people from war school to enter even if they had a token. They would need to go through a check. It would be best if they had war school's Shanhai Mountain as a guarantor. However, after thinking about it, they decided to forget it. On Suyu's side, Lao Zhao felt that there was no problem. They couldn't be bothered to say anything more. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Suyu hurriedly thanked him. Huang Lao couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He took the 100 merit points and kicked this guy Indiana. He said angrily, Lao Zhao's token is in his hands, and he keeps borrowing it. Lao Zhao lent it to him. This guy really doesn't take it seriously. He can enter himself. He borrowed it for others to use. Even Lao Zhao didn't say anything. What can you say? Niao Lao didn't really care. He reminded again, when you go to the inspectorate, especially at the end of the year, check carefully. Don't learn from old he. Old he is good at smoothing things over. Don't learn from him. The school needs to be cleaned up. At the end of the year, it's best to make an example out of him. Nowadays, some people in the school have forgotten about the inspectorate. The first round of inspection was just a formality. This year, let them know that it's not just a formality. Got it? As the two chatted, they looked at the entrance of the mystic realm. They didn't know how long that kid would be staying in this time. Xianxia faction was about to organize a competition for the slots. Looking at Suyu's behavior, he might be learning the heaven-splitting saber at this juncture to prepare for this competition. At the same time, Xianxia's teaching and research building. In the office, Zhou Pingxing looked at the few young students in front of him and said slowly, although teacher promised to give up 5 slots, he didn't say that they must be given to others. The best outcome would be for all of them to be taken back by our own people. Even if they aren't our people, we can't let our enemies take them away. The few of you are quite strong among the young students. However, if you encounter those senior students, even Zhai Feng might not be able to win. Zhai Feng wasn't convinced, but he didn't say anything. Those old fellows were all older than his grandfather. He felt ashamed that they were still competing for the slots. It doesn't matter if you can't win. None of you are weak. If you encounter someone stronger, you can exhaust them to death. He then continued, this time, we're mainly trying to stop Suyu and the others. He Qi, Wu Yuehua, and the others only got 1 slot. I'm sure they won't be satisfied. Your goal was to stop them from taking advantage of the situation, but you ended up getting a slot. Zhai Feng nodded and said, Teacher, Suyu didn't sign up. Will he not participate? That's possible. Zhou Pingxing wasn't sure. He thought for a while and said, if he comes, we'll make him suffer. If he doesn't, he won't be able to enter the mystic realm. If you're lucky, you'll be able to enter Soar. If you're unlucky, you'll still be able to reach the peak of spirit nourishment. When that time comes, you don't have to worry too much about him. Although that was what he said, Zhou Pingxing hoped that Suyu would come. That fellow had injured several geniuses from Xianxinwen's faction. There were many participants this time, and there were many experts. Even if Zhang Hai came, he might not be able to get first place. If Suyu came, he'd just have to do something behind the scenes to make him suffer. Zhou Pingxing then said, this time, Hong Tan also got a slot. It's obviously for Wu Jia. Wu Jia can't enter the top 100 list. But if she enters the mystic realm, her strength will increase. I'm afraid you guys won't be able to stop her from entering the top 100 list. When Hong Tan returns, her divine sense C will probably recover as well. Zhai Feng couldn't help but say, why would Grandmaster give the slot to them? If Wu Jia's strength increases, it'll be harder to stop her from entering the top 100 list. This was very disadvantageous to his own teacher. Originally, if Wu Jia didn't enter the list, Zhou Pingxing had a high chance of becoming the curator. He could even take the opportunity to become the faction leader and Galao. But now, it was difficult. Your Grandmaster has his considerations. Zhou Pingxing was naturally unhappy, but he couldn't change it. That was a decision made by his teacher and Galao. Zhou Pingxing couldn't be bothered to talk about this anymore. He quickly said, after Wu Jia's injuries recovered, she won't be staying in the library anymore. Compared to that sly fox Suyu, Wu Jia is much more immature. Your junior Huang's injuries were personally treated by your Grandmaster. He's almost recovered now. Recovered? Zhai Feng was a little surprised. Recovered from such serious injuries, what a huge price to pay. Grandmaster was really willing to spend. Zhou Pingxing glanced at him and ignored him. He continued, Wu Jia hates your junior Huang. After all, you almost crippled him the last time. If you have time, accompany your junior Huang. If you meet Wu Jia, I don't need to teach you. It's best if you cripple her before she enters the secret realm. As he spoke, his eyes turned vicious. Remember, you must abide by the rules. Make sure that the Shenwen faction can't find fault with her. Your junior brother Huang has done a good job. If not for Suyu, they wouldn't have had the chance to turn the tables. He still admired Huang Qifeng. Although Huang Qifeng was not his student but Qing Yuming's student, it didn't stop him from admiring him. His strength was a little lacking, and his luck was a little bad, but he hit where it hurt. If not for the sudden appearance of Suyu, Wu Jiao wouldn't be able to enter the list this year. Even if Hong Tan returned, the result would be the same. Junior Huang, are you willing? Zhai Feng wasn't sure. After being beaten up so badly by Suyu, would Huang Qifeng dare to show his face again? It's within the rules. What's there to be afraid of? Zhou Pingxing scoffed. Are we really going to wait for their faction to turn the tables? Once the Shenwen faction rises from the ashes, with their talent and strength, at least 30% of the Faculty of Theology's resources will be allocated to them. Do you think you can still be like this when that time comes? All of you don't lack cultivation techniques, Wenbing, pills, talismans, Zhou Pingxing snorted. When that time comes, your days won't be so good, everyone's heart sank. Zhou Pingxing waved his hand. Go, do as I say. Also, when it comes to stirring up trouble, I believe you're no worse than Suyu. Suyu can incite the entire faculty to go against you, can't you provoke the faculty to go against Suyu and Wu Jia? Are you all useless? Zhai Feng thought for a moment and nodded. Teacher, I understand. Don't worry, this time, Wu Jia won't have a chance to enter the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. Go. Zhou Pingxing didn't say much and sent the students away. After they left, he frowned. He didn't know what Master was thinking. The position of the branch master was uncertain, and over at the library, because Xia Yuan was injured, his master had actually begun to waver. The crux of the matter was that the position of the curator of the library was fought for himself, not for Xia Yuan. Without the position of branch master, how could he enter the library? Even if he became the branch master, the chances were slim. Master is more concerned about himself entering the sun and moon realm, not us, Zhou Pingxing snorted in his heart. What happened when he said he would dig the Shenwen faction for senior brother Zheng? Until now, Qing Yuming was still lying on the ground, and the Shenwen faction was destroyed. If this continued, he might not survive after being sent to the All Heavens battlefield. Knocking on the table, Zhou Pingxing's eyes flickered. Maybe, he should do something. He couldn't keep relying on Master, at the very least, he had to take the position of branch master himself. Get 10 people to block Wu Jia's path to the top 100, and keep Suyu above the 90th rank. He won't fall, and Wu Jia won't be able to enter the top 100. This was the best plan. Before the end of the year, not letting Wu Jia enter the top 100 was the best choice. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to chase Qin Yong away. However, the premise was that Wu Jia couldn't defeat these 10 people. Wu Jia had recovered from her injuries, and her strength wasn't weak either. Unless she was injured again. Below the top 100, there weren't many people who could defeat her. The next moment, he thought of a person, Zhou Hao, that was a truly ruthless character. His previous injuries weren't light, but Xia Yuan didn't lack money. It wasn't too difficult for him to recover from his physical injuries. Zhou Hao seemed to have recovered recently too. Zhou Hao, that kid came from a demonic beast's nest, and he kills without batting an eye. It's normal for him to kill Wu Jia by accident. As for paying with a life for a life, that's a matter between Zhou Hao and Xia Yuan. However, he couldn't do it himself, lest he was caught. Lu Hong, Zhou Pingxing thought of this guy. Some things were not bad to let this guy do. Suyu was still in seclusion. At the same time, some gossip spread in the academy. As Wu Jia walked on the road, he heard some people whisper, I heard that when the mystic realm opened this time, Wu Jia wasn't supposed to be there. But the result was that the divine runic branch sacrificed Suyu in order to obtain a spot for Wu Jia. It's a pity for Suyu. He fought with Zhou Hao and Qiu Yin for Wu Jia. His arm was broken, and he was abandoned just like that. Didn't Suyu offend so many people because of Wu Jia? Otherwise, with Suyu's strength and talent, how could the Shenwen faction not support Suyu? That's true. Why do you think the Shenwen faction gave up on Suyu and supported Wu Jia? It's a girl, who knows? You know what's going on. Hee hee. Wu Jia's face was livid, she looked at the few people and said angrily, what did you say? When the few people saw her, they hurriedly left and did not reply. Wu Jia was about to explode. She wanted to chase after them, but after some thought, she gave up and stomped her feet in anger. Along the way, such rumors and slanders constantly entered her ears. Wu Jia was really angry, and it was even more unbearable. She suppressed her anger and prepared to return to the library, but she met a few people on the way. Huang Qifeng, Zhai Feng, a bunch of bastards. Huang Qifeng's face was still pale, and his injuries had not recovered. At this moment, he looked at Wu Jia with resentment. His injury at the Sea of Will was almost healed, but Shenwen was shattered by Suyu that day. This was not a problem of recovery, but he had to redraw it himself. In this case, he would need at least a year and a half to redraw Shenwen. When he saw Wu Jia, Huang Qifeng sneered, "Go to the library?" Students have their own residences, but some people treat the library as their home. A man and a woman alone, TSK. That's right, otherwise, Shenwen faction would not help her fight for a place in the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm. Difeng smiled lightly and said, "Junior apprentice brother, don't say any more." Suyu stood up for her, "But that can't be helped. That's martial ant." "Bastards, what are you saying?" Wu Jia was furious. She wanted to kill. They were making up stories about her relationship with Master. "Bastards, bastards," she wanted to kill them. Huang Qifeng coughed, his face pale, and his eyes dark. "What? You don't allow me to speak. Since when did Shenwen faction become so overbearing? Library is more like a den of filth. If you don't do anything wrong, why are you afraid of others talking about it? A man and a woman alone, who knows what they are doing there every day?" Hee, I was wondering why Suyu was so ruthless. He must be ruthless. T. Wu Jia was furious. Huang Qifeng smiled, and said calmly, "Then take it as I'm farting. But the academy students know, otherwise, Suyu wouldn't let you in, but you got a place in the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm." Ha, even Bai Feng didn't get it. Wu Jia was furious, and she said angrily, "That's because you're blocking junior brother from entering. Didn't Suyu stand up for you, and that's why he offended the dean?" Huang Qifeng chuckled, "In the end, isn't the cause of all this because of you? Wu Jia, why are you pretending to be innocent and innocent? Don't put up a memorial arch when you're a bastard. I'll kill you." Wu Jia was furious when Bing appeared, and she wanted to kill. She was really angry. These people slandered her, slandered Master, slandered junior brother. Huang Qifeng's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, taking a few steps back. As for Zhai Feng and the others, they were eager to have a go, and some even wanted her to make a move, and then immediately kill her. In the academy, attacking a student, even if it wasn't on the arena, would be treated like Wanzhou. Killing her would be in vain. At this moment, someone passed by, and saw the situation, and shouted, "What are you doing? A brawl in the academy? Do you want to die? It's a foul atmosphere." Wu Jia woke up, and she turned to look. Over there, Zhang Hao was conversing with a few genius students, and he looked at them, frowning. "A foul atmosphere? Anyone can enter the academy. What are you looking at?" He snorted, and walked around them, and the other students also looked at them with disdain. The academy was in a foul atmosphere because of these people. Zhang Shuidi was right. Zhai Feng and the others frowned, and they looked at Zhang Hao, cursing in their hearts, "Bastard, spoiling their plans." However, they didn't think too much about it. A monstrous genius like Zhang Hao, the treasure of Divine Talisman Academy, had always been arrogant, and even if Zhai Feng was stronger than him, it was normal for him to look down on him. In the current Divine Talisman Academy, many old students revolved around him. At this moment, Wu Jia also sobered up a little. Although she was still angry, she knew that making a move here was courting death. Gritting her teeth, she said, "You bastards, just you wait." Huang Qifeng was also a little regretful, and he laughed sinisterly, "Wait for you to find Suyu to take revenge on us. Hee, not only did you sleep with Master, you also sleep with junior brother. I'll kill you." Wu Jia was a little out of control. Zhai Feng's will erupted, and just as he was about to make a move, someone not far away said with a smile, "Come on up the arena, what do you want to play? I'll be your referee, how about a deathmatch?" Zhai Feng was so angry that he wanted to explode. Motherf asterisk Ker, who is it? On the other side, Zhao Ming was sloppily drinking his drink, and he laughed, "Wu Jia, where's your junior brother? We agreed to fight in the top 100 3 days later. I've been waiting for a few days, where is he? Come out and find something for me to do." After being interrupted twice in a row, Wu Jia finally regained her composure this time. He glared angrily at the few of them and ignored Zhao Ming. He lowered his head and walked back in the direction he came from. She knew that these bastards wanted to provoke her into making a move, but she really couldn't hold it in any longer. She was about to explode, on the arena. Even on the arena, she was no match for Zhai Feng, not to mention she wasn't qualified to challenge Zhai Feng. Huang Qifeng, that bastard, definitely wouldn't dare to go on the arena. Zhai Feng and Huang Qifeng were also depressed. Zhao Ming, damn it, this bastard came to make trouble again. It seemed like today's matter was over. Zhai Feng gave Huang Qifeng a look. There was no rush. With Wu Jia's hot temper, she would explode sooner or later if she could hold on for a few days. The few of them did not say a word, and left quickly. After they left, Zhao Ming frowned. He looked towards the direction that Wu Jia left in. This little girl wasn't too strong, but her temper was fiery hot. She couldn't deal with anyone else in the divine runic arts lineage alone, but now she had her eyes set on Wu Jia. Shan Xinwen's faction either did not show up, or were frighteningly intolerant, or a little fox like Suyu. No matter how he thought about it, Wu Jia was indeed the best way to break in. Chen Yong, glancing at the library, Zhao Ming mumbled. He could not do anything about this. If he saw it, he could still block it, but if he did not, he could not keep following it. Wu Jia, this little girl, better restrain herself. If it was Suyu, that sly kid, he probably would not take it seriously. At the same time. Mystic territory. One of the jade talismans on Suyu's body vibrated. Suyu was stunned. Messages could be sent in the mystic territory. He thought he would be isolated. It seemed like the voice transmission jade talisman was quite effective. With that thought in mind, Suyu opened the jade talisman, and his eyes glinted fiercely. Courting death, Huang Qifeng was beaten up badly by him, and yet he still dared to show up. Was he really not afraid of death? And there was also Zhai Feng. These be asterisk stards. Did they really think that he did not dare to kill? Life and death ring. A phrase flashed across Suyu's mind. Didn't he need his teacher's signature? If not for Bai Feng's absence, he would have beaten that fellow Zhou Hao to death. Indeed, I have to remove the roots when I cut the weeds. Suyu gritted his teeth. These people still dared to show up after being beaten up badly by him. They really did not know their place. Grandmaster said that Shan Xinwen's faction was a shield, but this shield had no sense of propriety. They should be killed and replaced with another shield. After thinking for a while, Suyu sent a voice transmission to Xia Huyu. Although that fellow did not invite him to join the fraternity, that fellow had seen him giving Chen Hao a voice transmission talisman previously and insisted that Suyu give him one. Suyu did not say much. This was a good chance for him to send a voice transmission. The others in the fraternity could not stop him, but Xia Huyu should be able to think of a way to delay it for a few days. When I get out, I will teach all of you a lesson. Suyu's eyes flickered, overflowing with ferocity. Right now, he was not opening the heaven-splitting blades acupoints, but the body-strengthening arts acupoints. Right now, Suyu had opened 210 acupoints. As for the body-strengthening art, he was almost done. Once he was done, he would open the heaven-splitting blades acupoints. He would be able to get out of the mystic realm in 3 days. Reasonable killing, on the ring of life and death, or below the ring. Take the initiative to attack me. Previously, he had almost provoked Zhai Feng to attack him. Zhai Feng, that fellow's brain was like that, and he had a fiery temper. Suyu secretly calculated. Huang Qifeng, Zhai Feng, Zhou Pingxing, one by one, the names flashed in his mind. These fellows really did not know what was good for them. For the sake of the curator's position, they were completely shameless. Huang Qifeng's teacher, Qing Yuming, was seriously injured. This fellow probably knew that he had no one to rely on, so he wanted to build a relationship with Zhou Pingxing. Chen Qi, another name popped up in his mind. He could find out more about the situation, and at the same time, ask these fellows what their greatest taboo was. If you can't enter the mystic realm, you'll be finished. In the library. On the top floor. Chen Yong was silent for a while, then sighed. Don't go out for now. Cultivate in seclusion. When the Knowledge Sea secret realm opens, enter it to cultivate. Master. Wu Jia said angrily, they're spreading rumors, and it spread throughout the academy. She was very angry, those bastards were too much of a bully. They want to destroy you. Do you understand? Chen Yong sighed. Wu Jia said angrily, I know. I want to challenge Huang Qifeng to a death match. Huang Qifeng may have been crippled by your junior in Shenwen, but his physical strength is still there. Even if you fight to the death match, you may not win against him, then we'll fight to the death. What a headache, Chen Yong glanced at his disciple. He was stubborn. After her anger subsided, Wu Jia said hurriedly, Master, they humiliated you. You're a researcher. Can't you settle the score with them? That Xia Yuan fined you merit points last time. Chen Yong said softly, they didn't mention names, they scolded me directly. Wu Jia was indignant. How was this not mentioning names? Chen Yong rubbed his forehead. After a while, he said, you can go after them, but a few merit points is the most you can do. Understand? Wu Jia looked at him, not understanding. Revenge was the only way, a few merit points were fine too. Seeing that his disciple still did not understand, Chen Yong sighed. It's tiring talking to you about this. He despised her, Wu Jia felt aggrieved. This time, she felt despised. Chen Yong exhaled and waved his hand. Go back and rest. I understand. Don't go out for the next 2 days. Master, you're disobedient? Wu Jia was helpless. She returned to her room indignantly. Her junior brother was not around, or she would have beaten those bastards to death. Unfortunately, she was too weak. It was infuriating. After Wu Jia left, Chen Yong shook his head. He also thought that if Suyu were here, it would be much easier to communicate with him. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yong took out a sound-transmitting jade talisman. He fiddled with it for a moment before putting it away and closing his eyes again. This disciple of his was really impatient. Civilization Academy. Have you heard? What? Big gossip. You know what? In the academy, male researchers take in female students with bad intentions. I heard that they all have that kind of relationship. Female researchers take in male students like this too. I can't believe it. Our academy's reputation is completely ruined. Really? Really? Absolutely true. The faculty of Shan Shenwen taught them themselves, just like the one in the library, and you. Ahem, that Galao. There are also male students, and many more. Damn, now I know why no one accepts me as a student. No way. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the disciples of those researchers are all handsome and beautiful. Great Xia Civilization University's reputation is completely ruined now. It's not just our academy. I heard that the other academies are also like this. October 15th. Early in the morning, a piece of news exploded. The entire Great Xia Civilization University, and even the entire Xia province, were spreading such comments. As long as the students and researchers were of the opposite sex, they would definitely have an improper relationship. This news was not spread by ordinary people. It was spread by the faculty of Great Xia Civilization University's Shan Shenwen. It was very detailed, and some people even said that they had seen it with their own eyes. For example, the one in the library had such a relationship with his student. Moreover, it spread more and more. Not only that person, but many people were like this, such as Wu Yuehua, Galao, Qi Galao, and even Wanfu Prefect had some gossip. Wan Tianxing did not accept female students. He had not accepted students for many years. As for Wan Mingze, everyone ignored him. But it was just said that Wanfu Prefect had an improper relationship with a few female Galao. Not only that, some female researchers in the academy also had an improper relationship with Wanfu Prefect. In the academy, any female student who was apprenticed to a male researcher could not escape such rumors. Even Ji Xiaoming from the Ji family was rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with her own teacher. The news spread throughout the entire Xia province overnight. Now, even some passers-by outside the academy in Xia province knew about this. It had become the biggest scandal in the entire Xia province. Once it was confirmed, all the academies in Xia province would become the joke of the entire human realm. B****. A bunch of nonsense. Shou Xinggu. A few Galao flew into a rage. They directly went to the principal's office early in the morning. The hot-tempered Galao even smashed the entire table with his palm. He said angrily, "Be asterisk starred. This is too much. They can fight amongst themselves. All these years, we have stopped taking care of matters. Apart from teaching a few students, we don't care about anything else. Are they going to take care of us as well? What is the Xianxia faction trying to do? Catch all of them in one fell swoop? Doesn't their faction accept students of the opposite sex?" The few Galao were furious. Wan Tianqing was not angry. He said softly, "Old Zhou is not that stupid. Everyone, what good does it do for him to spread rumors like this?" Chi Galao scolded, "Good? What good? These idiots wanted to spread the news to Qinyong, but in the end, a bunch of idiots failed. One spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. How could it not spread? They would not believe that Zhou Mingren had arranged it that way. However, it was normal for those idiots to do anything stupid. Originally, it was probably only spread to the Xianxia faction. In the end, once this matter was spread, how could it not spread? You said that Qinyong had an affair with Wu Jia. What about the others? How could outsiders not associate it? Chi Galao said angrily. Now, the Great Xia Civilization University has become a joke. Wan Tianqing, do you know what the outside world is saying? Great Xia Civilization University might as well change its name to Great Xia Teacher-Student Institute. Do you think this is a good thing? Beside him, another Galao said angrily, "Be asterisk starred. These words are not to be said casually. Old Wan, if you don't give an explanation today, forget about others, you won't be able to explain yourself to the Education and Welfare Administration. Find the culprit who spread the rumors, chop off his head, and deal with him severely." The few of them were furious. This matter was no longer a matter of rumors. Now, the entire Xia province was talking about it and spreading it. If this went on, the reputation of the Great Xia Civilization University would be completely ruined. In the future, who would dare to apply for the Great Xia Civilization University? If Galao like them went out and went to other large prefectures, they would probably be laughed at by others. Even if it was fake, as it spread, it would become true. Galao said angrily, "Why doesn't Zhou Mingren's faction dare to teach Zhou Mingren? He even took in Xiajia's Xiachan. Why doesn't anyone dare to spread the news? Is it because we are the ones being wronged, and Zhou Mingren is hanging high up in the air, completely fine?" Wan Tianqing felt a headache coming on. He said softly, "Stop arguing. Overnight, everyone knows about this matter. It is spread throughout Xia province. I'm afraid it was not spread unintentionally, but intentionally. We can't rule out the possibility that Wanzhou's people are stirring up trouble." "Wanzhou is behind everything?" Chi Galao said angrily, "I don't believe it. I can't find out. Get the guards and the inspectorate to move out. Investigate them one by one. I want to find out the source." Wan Tianqing, don't try to smooth things over. I found out the source. If it's really spread by old Zhou's people, I won't let them off. The other Galao echoed, "The truth can't be faked, and the fake can't be real. Investigate them one by one and trace the source. As a civilization master, if you don't even have this ability, you have lived for so many years in vain. Whoever spread it, who started it. Find the source and kill them. Using the Academy's reputation to attack their opponents, ruining the hundreds of years of Great Xia Civilization University's clean reputation. If we don't kill such people, what's the point of keeping them alive?" Many Galao flew into a rage. They wanted to investigate thoroughly, whether or not it was spread by Shan Xinwen's people. As long as they investigated to the end, there was nothing they couldn't find. If it wasn't, then forget it. If it was, then these people shouldn't think about fooling around. Wan Tianqing closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then he said, "Since you want to investigate, then investigate. The reputation of Great Xia Civilization University can't be ruined by a few pests. Get the inspectorate and the guards to move out together. Trace the source and find out the source. Once we've found it, we'll hold a Galao meeting to decide how to deal with it." Humph. The few Galao were furious. Hold a meeting to deal with it? Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. What's the point of holding a meeting? Chi Galao said coldly, "Not only do we need to find out who spread it, but we also need to find out who instigated it." They slandered the entire Academy's researchers and genius students. Old Wan, if we don't deal with this matter, don't blame the teachers and students for losing their respect for the academy in the future. Blindly smoothing things over is not what you should do. Wan Tianxing was speechless. Am I smoothing things over? Didn't I say that I'm going to investigate? I just feel that Shan Shenwen's people aren't stupid enough to attack Qinyong and drag the entire academy and even the entire Great Xia province into it. Aren't they courting death? These old fellows were burning with impatience. They didn't even give him a chance to speak. He wasn't defending Shan Shenwen's people. The key was that it was better to investigate clearly than to be muddle-headed. What a headache. There was nothing much to say to these old fellows. Wan Tianxing waved his hand and said, "Go and investigate. Qi Galao and the rest of you will lead the investigation. We'll talk after the results are out." The few Galao didn't waste any time. This matter couldn't be tolerated. Soon, the entire Great Xia Civilization University was in chaos. The inspectorate's headquarters. Huang Lao had no choice but to take charge of this matter in advance. One by one, the students were escorted in by the guards. The few Galao personally supervised the execution of the inspectorate's headquarters and the guards. In a huge interrogation hall, many Galao gathered. One by one, the students were brought in. Qi Galao shouted, "When did the rumors reach your ears? Who spread them? How did they spread them? Tell me everything clearly. You should know the methods of a civilization master. Whoever lies or deceives will be expelled from the academy if the punishment is light. If the punishment is heavy, they will be punished as a disciple of Wan Zhu." The students were terrified. They didn't expect that they would be arrested by the guards and the inspectorate's headquarters just because of a private discussion. Not only that, the academy's Galao personally interrogated them. At this moment, no one dared to hide anything. One by one, the names were revealed. Soon, the students were escorted in. Layer by layer, they were peeled off. Soon, several students from Shan Shenwen's department were arrested. Shan Shenwen's Institute of Education and Research. In the huge office, Zhou Mingren was silent. The few Galao's faces were ashen. Just now, the guards and the inspectorate had taken away a few students right in front of him. They had barged in, interrupted their meeting, and taken away a few genius students. In the crowd, Zhou Pingxing's face was slightly pale. He dared not make a sound. At this moment, they had only taken away a few students who weren't in the top 100 list. However, the situation was getting more and more serious. Zhou Mingren looked at the crowd. After a long time, he said calmly, "Call all the teachers and students from Shan Shenwen's department here. Let's see who else can be taken away." "Old Zhou," Yu Hong said angrily, "are the inspectorate and the guards crazy? We're here and they dare to take people away." Zhou Mingren looked at her indifferently and said calmly, "I think I know what's going on. I originally thought that although the people from Shan Shenwen's department are mixed with good and bad, they have some brains. Now that I look at it, it might not be so. Yu Hong, don't you know what's going on? There are many ways to deal with the people from Shan Shenwen's department. But now, the entire Civilization Institute has been implicated, and the news has spread throughout the Xia province. We've become the biggest joke in the world." As Zhou Mingren said that, he sighed. "I don't think our people are that stupid, but I'm not sure if someone is really beyond redemption." Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his student, Zhou Pingxing. "Are you stupid to this extent? But no matter how stupid you are, you can't be so stupid that you've dragged people like Wan Tianxing and Ji Hong into this, right? Do you really think that the people from Shan Shenwen's department are invincible?" Zhou Mingren was mentally exhausted. His student, Qing Yuming, was smart and shrewd. Therefore, for the past few decades, things had been going smoothly for the people from Shan Shenwen's department. They grew stronger and stronger, and they were able to completely suppress the people from Shan Shenwen's department. However, ever since Qing Yuming was plotted against, Qing Yuming had woken up, and Zhou Mingren had also asked about the situation. On that day, Qing Yuming had not planned to make a move at all. Obviously, it was either Qin Yong who plotted against him or Wan Tianxing who did it on purpose. Ever since Qing Yuming had been crippled, the entire Shan Shenwen's department had been in a complete mess. First, he had spent 100,000 merit points to buy the laughable information on the blood essence. Then, due to a momentary lapse in judgment. He had to compensate nearly 100,000 merit points in order to settle the matter of the text of will. The previous incident had just ended, and now it was happening again. Could he still enter seclusion to break through to the Sun-Moon realm? There was no way he could enter seclusion. After so many incidents, he had lost a Xianxia realm expert, crippled a genius, and even his partner, Xia had been reduced to a half-dead state. He had lost nearly 200,000 merit points. Now, was something going to happen again? Zhou Mingren gave the order, and no one dared to say anything else. One by one, the teachers and students from Xianxinwen's department entered the hall. Soon, there was no longer enough space inside, and the outside was also filled with people. Lu Hong was sore, so he was in a relatively good situation. He managed to find a spot in the corner and watched silently. They had fallen. After a few incidents, they had fallen just like that. He could tell that Xianxinwen's department was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even without Wan Xinwen's department doing anything, they were already showing signs of inexplicable decline. Rumor? Yu Guang glanced at the pale-faced Zhou Pingxing. Lu Hongxin also felt like cursing in his heart. It couldn't really be that idiot, right? It's just a small matter, and you made it this bad. I really have to give it to you. No one from Xianxinwen's department stepped forward, and in the end, they were inexplicably down on their luck. Just as they were thinking, someone shouted from outside the building, Huang Qifeng, Zhai Feng, Zhu Hong, Qiu Yun, all of you, come out and follow us. In the office, Zhai Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Grandmaster, we didn't spread those rumors. It's true, we didn't do it, Grandmaster. Zhou Mingren said coolly, go, take a trip with them. Whoever did it will naturally come to light. Old Qi and the others can investigate, but slandering my people means they're deliberately looking for trouble. Grandmaster, the few of them panicked. Get out. Zhou Mingren suddenly stood up and said, I'll go with you. I also want to know who spread the rumors, and who's the idiot. He was also angry. If it was really Xianxinwen's people who did it, he could only say that it was time to clean up. If there were too many idiots, it would easily implicate the whole faction. Xing Yiming had done very well. He only had a single enemy, and that was the divine runic lineage. As for everyone else, even if it was Wu Yuehua and the others, Xing Yiming would still greet them with a smile. He wouldn't offend them, but he wouldn't get close either. He would tolerate them, but when it came to Xinwen's people, he would not give in. Therefore, the Galao's people understood this principle. They could just ignore it, lest they cause trouble for themselves. It was not easy to build a foundation, but today, it was all destroyed. In a short period of time, they had offended one Galao after another, the inspectorate. Zhou Mingren arrived, and so did Yu Hong and the others. Qi Galao ignored them, and Huang Lao's expression was indifferent. He said casually, since you're here, you can listen in. Principal Zhou, I hope you won't interfere with the investigation of the inspectorate and the guards. This doesn't seem to be a big deal, but, if we let it go, the reputation of the Great Xia Civilization University for more than 300 years will be ruined. To put it more seriously, the legacy of the Great Xia Civilization University will be severed from now on. Perhaps the root of the disaster will be today. At this moment, Zhai Feng and the others had also arrived. Qi Galao could not be bothered with the others. He shouted, Zhai Feng, Huang Qifeng, someone pointed out that you were the ones who spread the rumors about the teacher-student affair. Is it true? It's fake, nonsense. Qi Galao slammed the table, and his aura increased. He shouted, how dare you lie? Do you really think you can hide it from us? Do you think the mountains and seas are useless? Qi Galao was incomparably majestic. He looked around, and finally looked at Zhou Mingren and the others. He said coldly, whether we're lying or not, you should be able to tell, right? Old Zhou, you're half a step into the sun and moon realm. Can't you tell? If that's the case, you can forget about being the deputy principal. Zhou Mingren did not say anything. He could naturally tell that they were lying. In the domain of a civilization master, lying. Zhai Feng and the others really treated the mountains and seas as idiots. Yu Hong, Sun Galao, and the others had ugly expressions. Zhai Feng hurriedly said, it's true, we're not lying, impudent. There was a loud boom, Qi Galao struck out, and Zhai Feng fell to the ground, spitting out blood. His face was pale. Chica Lao said coldly, "You've already been captured, and you still dare to deny it. Speak, who ordered you? What an audacious person. You're just a mere nature nurturing, spreading rumors about the mountains and seas, and even involving the sun and moon tears. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have a backer? Old Chi, don't make insinuations." Zhou Mingren said calmly. "I wouldn't order them to do such stupid things. If I did, I wouldn't be able to cultivate to half a step into the sun and moon tier." Chica Lao humped coldly. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He turned to look at Huang Qifeng, and shouted, "Huang Qifeng, speak. Who ordered you to do this?" No, Huang Qifeng's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, We didn't spread rumors about the mountains and seas and the sun and moon tiers. Chica Lao, I admit that I hated Wu Jia, and said a few words to provoke her in front of her, wanting her to fight me in the arena, but I really didn't spread rumors. The others, at this moment, Huang Qifeng's brain worked quickly, and he hurriedly said, I admit that I had some thoughts of slandering Director Chen Yong, but I didn't mention my surname at the time. According to the Academy's rules, I disrespected a teacher, and should be punished. I'm willing to bear the consequences, please forgive me, Galao. Humph. Chica Lao humped coldly, looked at the others, and said coldly, Huang Qifeng admits to his crime, what about the rest of you? And, is there only Chen Yong? With that said, he shouted, bring him in. Soon, a student was brought in, his face pale. As soon as he entered, he immediately knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, Galao, it wasn't me, I just heard it, it was Zhai Feng and the others who asked me to spread the rumor, and they gave me 5 merit points. If you don't believe me, you can check my merit point card. It really was them, they gave me 5 merit points, and I saw that earning money was so easy, so I lost my soul, and actually agreed to it. Galao, I admit to my crime. Seeing this person, Zhai Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Galao, I only asked him to spread a few rumors about Wu Jia, I didn't say anything else. Huang Hao, tell me, isn't that true? The student called Huang Hao's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, nonsense. You clearly said that it would be best to drag everyone into this, and when the time came, the other Galao would definitely not participate in this matter to prove his innocence. It's just that the matter was out of control, and it actually spread outside the academy. Zhai Feng and the rest's expressions changed. Qiu Yin angrily said, Huang Hao, how dare you slander us? Yesterday, we only asked you to spread the rumors about Wu Jia, no one asked you to spread the rumors about the other Galao. You're slandering us. Bastard, you're trying to get us killed. Huang Hao was also anxious, nonsense, that's clearly not what you said. Chica Lao, I'm not lying. I have no enmity with Wu Jia, I just want to earn some money, I have no need to frame anyone, I'm just doing my job for money, they clearly said that. Huang Hao was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat, I guarantee that it's exactly what they said. At first, it was Wu Jia who spread the rumors, but later on, Wu Jia did not come out anymore. Thinking about their previous instructions, I once again spread the rest of the rumors. Otherwise, I'd be crazy, why would I go and implicate Galao for no reason? I thought that 5 merit points was not a small amount, and spreading rumors was not a crime worthy of death, and no one would investigate. Who knew that it would turn out like this? You're talking nonsense. Even though Zhai Feng was injured, he was still furious, and he stood up, ready to attack him. There was a loud boom, Zhai Feng was slammed into the wall by a palm strike. Chica Lao looked at him coldly, then looked at Zhou Mingren, how dare you students from your department? How dare you attack a witness in the interrogation room? Zhou Mingren simply closed his eyes, sighing in his heart. How stupid, he could vaguely tell that Zhai Feng and the rest might really have only spread the rumors about Wu Jia, but that idiot Zhai Feng actually wanted to attack Huang Hao in front of them, he was courting death, even if Chica Lao and the rest had their doubts, they were also angry at this moment. After a while, Zhou Mingren said, check Huang Hao's memory, see if anyone tampered with it. Zhai Feng is stupid, but it's useless to implicate others, and Huang Hao doesn't seem to be lying. Old Chi, check it out. It's our fault, we admit it. No, we've been framed, we can't admit it. Chica Lao frowned, thought for a moment, then called the other Galao, and said, let's check together. Old Huang, you come too. See if Huang Hao's memory has been tampered with. Huang Hao's words did not match up with Zhai Feng's. However, it turned out that the rumors had been spread by Huang Hao, and the instigators were Zhai Feng and the rest, 2 mountain sea cultivators, 1 Ling Yun, and 1 ninth-layer mountain sea cultivator stepped forward to check. Directly checking someone's memory was not something they could do. However, whether it had been tampered with or not, they could tell by looking at the Sea of Will. If an expert tampered with someone's memory, the Sea of Will would definitely have some problems. It was impossible for them not to see anything wrong. After a long time, Huang Lao shook his head, I'm weak, I can't see anything strange. Qi Galao and the other Galao also looked at each other, then shook their heads. Qi Galao looked at Zhou Mingren, if you don't believe me, see for yourself. Zhou Mingren stood up, and without saying anything, placed his hand on Huang Hao's head, and carefully checked for a while. His heart trembled, and he quickly checked again. There were no clues. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he looked at a wound on Huang Hao's hand, and said coldly, what happened to this wound? Huang Hao said with fear, I fell. I fell last night. Fell? Zhou Mingren said indifferently, you're a good person, but you actually fell. At this moment, there was a small wound on Huang Hao's hand. Huang Hao hurriedly said, I really fell, yesterday I was busy spreading rumors, and I didn't pay attention, so I fell. Zhou Mingren did not say anything, and bent over to pick up Huang Hao's hand, looked at it for a while, and said softly, fell. After saying that, he sighed, I suspect that someone tampered with his memory. Not through the Sea of Will, but first extracted his blood essence, tampered with a memory imprint, and then released the blood essence back, causing confusion in his memory. He looked at Huang Hao, let me ask you, when you woke up this morning, did you feel dizzy, weak all over? Huang Hao murmured, a little. At the side, Qi Galao scolded, enough. Zhou Mingren, let me ask you, can you do it? Can the sun and moon do it? Did Invincible tamper with his memory? There's no need to be invincible. Someone can do it. Zhou Mingren's eyes were cold, and he turned to look out the window, Hong Tan, Chen Yong, Bai Feng. Xinwen's people can do it. Qi Galao was furious, Huang Lao also frowned, where's the evidence? Principal Zhou, at this point, you can't tamper with his memory just because you say so. Where's the evidence? There's no proof. Should we arrest the Xinwen's people, torture them, and force them to ask if they tampered with Huang Hao's memory? Qi Galao ignored him, and directly grabbed the half-dead Zhai Feng, and said coldly, tell me, who ordered you to do this? Zhou Mingren frowned slightly, and sighed inwardly. What a vicious mind, this was not Hong Tan's style, and Bai Feng was seriously injured, and could not do it now. Could it be, that guy, extracting blood essence, changing memory imprints, was he the one who did it? Was he able to do this, or was he mistaken? Zhou Mingren lowered his head, and quietly returned to his seat, and said no more. This time, they were screwed, unless they could find evidence to prove that someone had really tampered with Huang Hao's memory. Otherwise, no matter what Zhai Feng and the others said, they would not be able to clear their names. Library Pavilion. Wu Jia was still dissatisfied, but Chen Yong smiled, as if nothing had happened, and said, still angry? It's not just you. Now the whole institute, the whole Dexia province is in chaos, and these people like to talk nonsense. Look, aren't they out of luck? Master, are these people sick? They are unlucky this time. Serves them right. Chen Yong said, that's because they are stupid, and they have to pay the price for talking nonsense. Don't be angry, Master will teach you new knowledge today, how to make yourself stronger. Stronger? A self-harming martial art, exploding blood essence to harm oneself. Chen Yong said, you were always beaten half to death. Sigh. I shouldn't have taught you, but you are so stubborn and don't know how to compromise. Sooner or later, you will get into trouble. Today, Master will teach you how to save your life. Chen Yong said, humans are the same as Wan, they both have blood essence. Your uncle Master studied Wan's blood essence, talent blood essence, you know it all. Blood essence can be extracted from dead and living things, but of course, extracting blood essence will hurt one's vitality. Chen Yong said softly, humans, according to their strength, can extract different amounts of blood essence. At the nature-nurturing stage, about 10 drops of blood essence can be extracted, and if 1 or 2 drops are lost, one will not die, but one will be seriously injured and weakened. Wu Jia asked curiously, Master, will your strength increase greatly? Of course. Qin Yong smiled and said, you need to cultivate your nature. 15 kilograms. Exploding a drop of essence blood can increase your strength by more than 10%. Of course, you need to rest well after this, otherwise, there will be future troubles. Blood essence is very important, and also very magical. It even contains some human instincts and memories. The demon blood essence your uncle master extracted can be used to use talent skills, which is a kind of talent mark. And in it, you can also extract some memory fragments, which is also one of the main directions your uncle master has been researching these years. Chen Yong enunciated each word clearly. On the 10th floor, outside the window, a figure suddenly appeared. Wu Jia could not see it, nor did she notice it. Qin Yong looked in that direction, and Wan Tianxing looked at him with a gloomy gaze, his lips parted. Qin Yong, using Wan Zhu's people as experiments is enough. If you dare to attack students in the academy again, I will kill you with my own hands. Qin Yong nodded slightly, did not reply, and continued to instruct Wu Jia. Wan Tianxing looked at him with a gloomy gaze for a long time. Many demons came from Shenwen, many of them. But, if they really turned into demons, they should be killed. Just as Wan Tianxing was about to leave, Qin Yong's gloomy voice sounded, Principal, if people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Jiejia's parents were ambushed and killed by Wan Zhu in the suburbs because of me. I saw it with my own eyes. They deserve to be killed for talking nonsense. I have already restrained myself. Wan Tianxing frowned, this is the first time, I don't want there to be a second time. There won't be a second time. Last time, when Jiejia was seriously injured, I didn't say anything. She asked for it. I, Qin Yong, am a reasonable person. This time, they wanted to kill her. If there is a next time, I will kill them all before you kill me. Wan Tianxing frowned and looked back at him. He was still earnestly instructing Wu Jia, teaching her how to explode her blood to kill her enemies at a critical moment. Qin Yong, the sooner you advance to the Mountain Sea realm, the more they will stop targeting Wu Jia. Whether I advance or not is my own business. It has nothing to do with Jiejia. Principal, I have a good temper, but, when an honest person gets angry, it can be very scary. Qin Yong smiled and tilted his head. I want Zhou Pingxing's life. If he doesn't die, I won't let this matter rest. Wan Tianxing glanced at him coldly. Without saying anything, he instantly disappeared on the spot. As for Qin Yong, he continued with his gentle lecture, a smile on his face. Jiejia, remember, you don't have to kill your enemies head-on. There are many ways to do it. Learn from your junior brother. He's a shrewd person. When an invincible realm expert kills another invincible realm expert, he might die if he tries to kill him head-on, but he has some ways to kill several invincible realm experts. Ways? Wu Jia felt a headache coming on. Master, I don't like to use tricks and schemes. You. AI. Qin Yong felt a headache coming on. This is called. Forget it. Just continue being reckless. We're from the Shenwen faction, and we don't expect you to make a name for yourself. You should focus on your cultivation. I'll think of a way to connect you with your junior brother. Your junior brother is smart and can protect you. Teacher. Wu Jia said angrily. I'm not in the mood for that. Why are you talking nonsense? Qin Yong laughed and nodded. Fine. I won't talk nonsense. It'll depend on your fate. He sighed inwardly. I'll grow old and die one day. How much longer can I take care of you? Suyu. There's hope. As for me, do I still have hope? He chuckled and stopped thinking about it. It was still too early to worry about nothing. The inspectorate. Huang Hao pointed out that it was Zhai Feng and the others who asked him to spread the rumor. Zhai Feng and Huang Qifeng also admitted to it, but they refused to admit to slandering others. They were only targeting Qin Yong and Wu Jia. These two were different. Slandering Qin Yong and Wu Jia was a personal grudge. Spreading rumors and disrespecting one's teachers were not punishable by death. But now that the matter had blown up so much that it even involved the entire Dixia province, once the crime was confirmed, they might really die. In the interrogation room, Huang Qifeng's face was pale, and he said loudly, "Fellow Galao, we really didn't mean to slander the other Galao and the academy. Huang Hao is lying, he's lying, we didn't." Xiao Yan's pretty face had already turned pale, and she hurriedly looked at Zhou Mingren. "Grandmaster, we really didn't, we're not crazy. We'll do it against Wu Jia and the others, but as for the other Galao, we have no reason to provoke the other Galao." The few Galao ignored them. Qi Galao looked at the few Galao who came with him to inspect, and then looked at Huang Lao. He said in a low voice, "Huang Hao didn't lie, and these people didn't lie either." Yes, they were not stupid, and they could tell. Something had indeed gone wrong, but no matter what, these people had indeed created rumors to slander Chen Yong. No matter what, Chen Yong was a strong cultivator of the 9th tier of Ling Yun, and the curator of the library. Even if they had only slandered Chen Yong, the evidence was conclusive, and they had to be punished. On the other side, Zhou Mingren closed his eyes, and did not speak. Huang Lao said in a low voice, "These people dared to slander Chen Yong for no reason? There must be someone behind this." Qi Galao glanced at him and didn't say anything more. He looked at Zhai Feng and the others and said indifferently, "You guys are spreading rumors. Who told you to do it?" "No one, think about it carefully first." Qi Galao said calmly, "It's not a big deal for a researcher to slander a colleague. A student slandering a higher-up of the academy is a huge matter." This was the truth. This was an era where strength reigned supreme. Yang Xing slandering Ling Yun was different from Ling Yun slandering Ling Yun. At that moment, Zhou Mingren suddenly opened his eyes and said calmly, "I was the one who gave the order. I only told them to think of a way to deal with Wu Jia and take over the position of curator Chen Yong. As for the rumors, I didn't think much about it." Qi Galao, Huang Lao, and the others immediately looked at him. Huang Lao said coldly, "Principal Zhou, you have to take responsibility for your words." In fact, they had already guessed that Zhou Mingren wasn't the mastermind. It was that idiot Zhou Pingxing, Yu Hong, Sun Galao, and the others also looked at him. Zhou Mingren said calmly, "I will naturally take responsibility. This matter was caused by me unintentionally. I will take responsibility for it. I will resign from my position as deputy principal. Are you all satisfied with this punishment?" He wanted to resign from his position as deputy principal. Galao and the others frowned. What was the difference between deputy principal and Galao? The biggest difference was that if Wan Tianqing died or was no longer principal, these deputy principals would have the right to lead the entire Great Xia Civilization University. Another point was that deputy principals had the right to intervene in the affairs of other academies. For example, Divine Pill and Divine Talisman academies, deputy principals also had the right to participate. But now, Zhou Mingren's resignation meant that he would only be in charge of the Faculty of Theology in the future and would no longer intervene in other affairs of the academy. This was a huge loss. Huang Lao's eyes were cold. He glanced at Zhou Mingren and said, "Principal Zhou, you have to take responsibility for your words. It's not a good choice to take someone else's place. You are the deputy principal. If you really say that you did it, then we won't be able to continue investigating." Since Zhou Mingren had already admitted it, how could they continue investigating? Even if they found Zhou Pingxing, the other party would say that it was Zhou Mingren who said it. Dealing with Ling Yun was not as simple as dealing with Yang Xing. They could tell if Yang Xing was lying or not, but when it came to Soar, even the sun and moon would not be able to tell. When source willpower materialized, its strength would increase greatly. By then, it would not be as simple as it seemed. Zhou Mingren was as calm as water. "I said that I was the one who ordered it. I will punish him as he should. What else do you want to know?" Qi Galao frowned. He glanced at Zhou Mingren and frowned. "Old Zhou, there are some things that you and I are clear about. We are all people who want to enter the Sun and Moon Academy. These little tricks are really meaningless. When Qing Yuming was around, at least everything was done according to the rules. Your department is mixed but not chaotic, at least there were rules. Now, hee. Zhou Mingren's heart ached. "Don't I know?" "I know. But don't you know who crippled Yuming?" Huang Lao glanced at Zhou Mingren and regained his composure. Since Principal Zhou admitted that he was the mastermind, Principal Zhou's side will be handed over to Wanfu Prefect to hold a meeting with Galao to decide. As for Zhai Feng and his group, even Zhou Mingren was willing to take the blame. Moreover, he could not be sure whether they had passed the blame to Chen Yong alone or to all of them. Huang Lao pondered for a moment. Huang Hao and his group of executors have tarnished the academy's reputation and slandered the teachers. From today onwards, all of the academy's benefits and the right to enter the arcane realm will be taken away. They will also be banned from the library. In addition, they will be punished with 30 lashes and 100 merit points will be confiscated. Their files will be recorded as demerits. The few of them did not say a word. Huang Lao continued, Zhai Feng, Huang Qifeng, and Qiu Yun are the ones who started the rumor. They will be punished with 100 lashes. They will be fined 1,000 merit points. They will be stripped of all authority in the academy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingren sighed. I was the one who ordered them to do this. They were only executors. They can be punished with lashes or demerits, but they will be stripped of all authority. They are all top 100 students and SOAR trainees. I hope the inspectorate will be lenient. Stripping them of authority meant that they would not be able to enter the arcane realm anymore. The punishment of lashes was more painful than they had imagined. A demerit would be a big problem in the future. A fine of 1,000 merit points was also a huge sum. However, it was not as bad as stripping them of authority. This meant that they would lose many opportunities in the academy. Why did they come to the academy to gain these authority? Once their authority was taken away, it was equivalent to being expelled from the academy. These people were the elites of Shan Shenwen's faction. If they were all destroyed, it would be a huge loss. Huang Lao said calmly, they asked for it. At the very least, I have preserved their right to stay in the academy. If they make great contributions in the future, they can compensate for this punishment. Great contributions? Zhou Mingren was silent for a while. Then, he asked, is destroying Wanzhou's stronghold considered a great contribution? Yes. Huang Lao's eyes flickered. Principal Zhou, you have to think carefully. Merit points cannot be transferred for personal gain. Those who steal merit points will be beheaded. I know. Zhou Mingren looked at Zhai Feng and the others. He said softly, there is still a chance. Xia province values merit points. The few of you are not far from SOAR. As long as you destroy a few Wanzhou's strongholds, you will have a chance to cancel out today's punishment. He sighed inwardly. They had suffered great losses, a bunch of idiots. As for himself, he had lost his position as deputy principal. So be it. At this time, it was time to retract the tentacles of Shan Shenwen's faction. In the past, Chongqing could still meddle in the affairs of other academies. Now, he was powerless. Huang Lao ignored him and continued. In addition, Zhou Pingxing, Yang Chao, and Min He failed to teach their students well. Their merit points will be suspended for a year, and they will not be allowed to apply for promotion for 3 years, Huang Chen. Zhou Mingren suddenly looked at Huang Lao. His expression changed. They know nothing about this. It's fine to fine them for a year, but they will not be allowed to apply for promotion for 3 years. Isn't that too much? Not being able to apply for promotion for 3 years meant that even if Zhou Pingxing became a curator or a branch master, he could not become Galao. That was because Galao needed to be a senior researcher at the very least. As for Zhou Pingxing, he did not have this chance. Huang Lao glanced at him. Principal Zhou, if you are dissatisfied, you can appeal. Now, the inspectorate's punishment is already giving face to Principal Zhou and giving him a light punishment. Zhou Mingren frowned and did not say anything else. Within 3 years, many of the researchers would not be able to apply for promotion. Not only Zhou Pingxing, but some of the other researchers were also in the process of promotion. In this way, Shan Shenwen's influence would be further reduced. He glanced at Huang Chen. His expression did not look too good. The inspectorate had not been like this in the past. Huang Lao ignored him and continued. In addition, as a teacher, I have a heavy responsibility for my students' misbehavior. The inspectorate will investigate thoroughly in the academy's inspection at the end of this year. The inspectorate also wants to see what the researchers are thinking. Yu Hong and the rest were shocked. Yu Hong shouted, "Huang Chen, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Huang Lao looked at her and said calmly, "Inspector. Don't you understand? The inspectorate's duty." "Yu Hong, is Galao trying to interfere with the inspectorate's work? The innocent will be innocent, the corrupted will be corrupted. I hope that when you go back, you will supervise the others. This year's inspection will be thorough. Including the treasury, accounts, study hours, research projects, funds accounts, everything will be thoroughly investigated." Huang Lao said coldly, "I would like to see why the academy still has insufficient funds when it has so much income every year, and why it is hard for students to get a single cent. Great Xia Civilization University should not be short of money. Including the text of will. Even if the students can't study it every day, they can study it once or twice a week. Now, many students are showing signs of difficulty in getting a single cent in half a year or even a year. Including the Divine Pill Department, Divine Talisman Department, Blacksmithing Department, and Beast Taming Department, you better go back and do a self-inspection. Don't wait until the end of the year and let me have something to use against you." Huang Lao looked at the crowd and said coldly, "I hope that at the end of the year, I can still see Galao's figure. Don't be punished and sent to the Vanguard Battalion and stripped of Galao's title. That would be embarrassing." Hearing this, the expressions of the few Galaos changed. The expressions on the faces of the several old men who were supervising the process also changed. Huang Chen wasn't like this in the past. Huang Lao's expression was calm. "Everyone, remember this lesson. In addition, Galao's meeting will come up with a plan as soon as possible. I will inform all parties, whip the students, punish them in public, and let the outside world see that Great Xia Civilization University still has rules. Fight, you can fight, but don't overstep the rules. Once you cross this bottom line, you will be severely punished." Everyone was silent. Public punishment, whipping in public. At the end of the year, the inspector would conduct a major inspection. Each and every one of these incidents would change the power structure of the academy. The inspectorate acted quickly, and so did the Great Xia Civilization University. On the afternoon of the 15th, the punishment plan was out. It was open to the entire Great Xia province. Zhou Mingren, as a half-step sun and moon powerhouse and the vice principal of Great Xia Civilization University, was the first to bear the brunt and became the focus of everyone's attention. Zhou Mingren's salary was forfeited for 3 years, and he was stripped of his position as vice principal. Zhou Pingxing and a few other researchers' salary was forfeited for 1 year, and they couldn't be promoted for 3 years. They were given a demerit. Zhai Feng, Huan Qifeng, and a few others were whipped 100 times, fined 1,000 merit points, and stripped of all rights and benefits of the academy. Huang Hao and the others were also punished. Including some students who spread rumors, they were also punished with their merit points. The minimum was a few points, and the maximum was 100 points. Some of the students who spread rumors were given demerits, and they were even deprived of some mystery realm entry rights. When the news came out, it shocked everyone. It wasn't a big deal for students to be punished. The key was that a half-step sun and moon tier elite was actually stripped of his position as vice principal. This wasn't a small matter. Half-step sun and moon tier was also a top-level elite in Great Xia province. Because of a rumor, a top-level elite was almost destroyed. Great Xia Civilization University acted swiftly and decisively. In a short half a day, they came out with a result, which also made the bystanders in Great Xia province excited. More importantly, it was too humiliating. Zhou Mingren was a half-step sun and moon tier elite, and he was actually associated with spreading rumors. This was a huge blow to his reputation. Forfeiting his salary, forfeiting his merit points. These losses seemed insignificant at this moment. In the afternoon. Preaching area. There was a sea of people. Today, they were going to be publicly whipped as punishment. In the huge plaza, teachers and students surrounded the entire plaza. Chen Yong had also come, bringing Wu Jia with him. They looked at the students in the square with an indifferent expression. Not far away, Zhou Pingxing's face was pale. His students were all present at this moment. His teacher was being punished, and he himself was also being punished. His students also had their merit points deducted, and they were being publicly whipped. To Zhou Pingxing, this was completely shameful. not only that, but this time, in the eyes of the few Galau, he had completely become trash. His teacher and the few Galau naturally knew who was behind this. Zhou Pingxing looked at the students who were kneeling on the ground. While he was terrified, he was also incomparably furious. He had only asked these B***stards to deal with Wu Jia. Why did the rumor spread like this? It attracted the attention of the entire academy and even the experts in Xianxia province. A year-end inspection. What did this mean? It meant that they had to make up for all the losses this year. It was too much, and the losses were extremely heavy. This was not something that the few thousand merit points they had forfeited could compare to. Not to mention other things, just the library alone would need to make up for the losses of at least 30,000 merit points. There were other places. This included the Academy's treasury, research institutes, mission centers, exchange centers. The entire Shan Shenwen faction had to make up for at least 200,000 merit points after a simple inspection today. Before this, they had already lost hundreds of thousands of merit points. From today onwards, the Shan Shenwen faction would really have to tighten their belts. Some research institutes would have to give up. Some projects would have to stop. This was just the monetary loss. Once certain things were verified, some of the researchers might be sent to the vanguard camp as punishment. If they were lucky, they could come back alive. If they were unlucky, they could only die in the heavenly battlefield. Now, the researchers from the Shan Shenwen faction hated him to the core. Not only the researchers from the Shan Shenwen faction, but the researchers from the other factions also hated him. His actions caused many researchers to tremble in fear. Why? Before today, he was still thinking of becoming the branch leader, the curator, and Galau this year, but now, everything was just an illusion. On the square, Huang Lao, as the director of the inspectorate, appeared in front of everyone for the first time. A cold voice could be heard. Begin the execution. Smack, the guards used all their strength and lashed out with their whips. Ah! Screams could be heard. Bloody marks appeared on the backs of the students, and their flesh was torn. Huang Lao looked around and said coldly, "In the academy, there are rules. The military has its rules, the Xianxia province has its rules, and the Great Xia Civilization University has its rules too. Be it students or researchers, all of you must abide by the rules. This is the reason why the human race can be ranked as one of the top 10 races. Without rules, you can do whatever you want on the battlefield. Do you think you can still live peacefully? If you don't reward your contributions and punish your mistakes, who would work for the human race? Beat them." With a cold shout, the guards used even more force. The inspectors from the inspectorate were watching. If they did not use force, they would all be punished. Blood splattered everywhere. They were not allowed to use their elemental energy or willpower to resist. They could only rely on their physical bodies to withstand it. The physical body of a civilization master was not very strong. Huang Qifeng, who had been injured previously, was now unconscious after a few whips. He was not the only one. Some of the weaker students, such as Huang Hao, had already fainted. The whips left bloody marks on their bodies. Outside, Qin Yong watched for a while, glanced at Zhou Pingxing, who was not far away, and left with Wu Jia. Wu Jia asked softly, "Master, are you not going to watch anymore?" "I'm not watching anymore. His mouth stinks and he has already been punished. I won't dare to do it again." Unfortunately, some people did not receive the punishment they deserved. Zhou Mingren, Qin Yong glanced at a tall building in the distance. A figure was standing there. He smiled. What a good teacher. For the sake of his students, he was even willing to bear this sin. On the tall building, Zhou Mingren was also looking at him with a deep gaze. "Chen Yong, I underestimated you." This time, Shan Shenwen's faction had suffered heavy losses. Their reputation was in tatters, including him, Zhou Mingren. As a half-step sun and moon powerhouse, such a powerhouse would rarely receive public punishment in the entire human realm. And he had created a precedent in Xianxia province. Zhou Mingren did not look at Chen Yong anymore. Instead, he looked at a person sitting on a chair beside him and said softly, "Yumming, do you think Shan Shenwen's faction is crippled? There are so many people, but they can't even win against a few people. The old couldn't win against Hong Tan, the next generation couldn't win against Chen Yong, Sor couldn't win against Bai Feng, and the students couldn't win against Suyu. Strength in numbers, Was that useful? Shanghai was crippled, the headmaster was removed, the researchers could not be promoted, and the students were publicly whipped. There was also the huge deficit. Once they made up for the deficit, it would be difficult for them to even open the mystic realm this time. But if they did not open the mystic realm, they would not be able to explain themselves. At this moment, it was no longer up to them to not open the mystic realm. Those Galau who had obtained the quota would not agree to it, but once the mystic realm was opened, people like Zhai Feng would not be allowed to enter as punishment. Most importantly, it would cost them a lot, and it would also deplete all their savings. Qing Yuming sighed softly and said helplessly, "Teacher, we underestimated those fellows. Now we're being played. Not only that, we've also offended many people from other factions, especially this year's year-end inspection." Zhou Mingren nodded. Yes, this affected everyone's interests, but others would not resent the inspectorate. They would only feel that Shan Shenwen's faction had brought trouble upon them. Otherwise, why would the inspectorate conduct a year-end inspection out of nowhere? "Teacher, we've run out of merit points and resources. These can all be solved. Ask Dazhou Prefecture for more." Qing Yuming gritted his teeth and said, "Dazhou Prefecture has to provide these losses to make up for our losses." Zhou Mingren was silent for a while, then nodded slightly. "Also, recall Ma and Fang back to Galau. Old Ma has been sent to the Shanghai Vanguard as punishment. Coincidentally, he can also take care of you. I'll think of a way to recall old Fang." "Old Ma has been sent to the Vanguard as punishment?" Qing Yuming still did not know about this. Zhou Mingren nodded and said, "On the day Hong Tan came out, he was sent there as punishment. Coincidentally, I originally wanted one of them to take care of you, but I didn't have a reason to do so. Now is not a bad thing. I'm the one who dragged you down." Qing Yuming sighed. Zhou Mingren said calmly, "Not really. Are you sure it was Qin Yong who schemed against you? It should be him." Qing Yuming sighed and said, "At that time, I was watching the battle. What I saw was not Qi Feng being injured, but he was already dead, tortured to death. In a fit of anger, I wanted to demand an explanation, but in the end, he could interfere with your will?" "Yes." Qing Yuming nodded. "He was the strongest in the top 100. If it wasn't for his interference, no one could have done it. He must have created an illusion for me. He might not have interfered with me, but he interfered with a small area in the arena." Zhou Mingren nodded and did not ask any more. There was no evidence, so it was useless even if Qing Yuming said it. Just like this time, Huang Hao's memory was definitely tampered with, but there was no evidence. Unless an invincible realm expert came to investigate, there was no evidence. Otherwise, what could they say? It was impossible to make a move on a 9th-tier Ling Yun without any evidence. Moreover, Hong Tan was still in the academy. "Teacher, the Shenwen faction has been dormant before, but since this year, they have been fighting back repeatedly. Is it because the Dazhou Prefecture can't suppress them anymore?" Zhou Mingren said softly, "It's been 50 years. It's not that they can't suppress them anymore, but they have suppressed them to the limit. Lu Wenyan and the others have returned one after another. Hong Tan is about to advance. In addition, there is someone behind them adding fuel to the fire, which made the Shenwen faction keep fighting back." Then, Qing Yuming was silent for a while, then said, "Should we continue?" "Continue." Zhou Mingren said softly, "Take chestnuts out of the fire, this is our chance. Without the Shenwen faction, we wouldn't have the glory we have now. If we can't suppress the Shenwen faction, we will lose a lot of things." Qing Yuming nodded. "Then continue to suppress them. At the very least, we can't let the Shenwen faction rise again. Teacher, we should fight for more things from the Dazhou Prefecture, or we won't be able to continue. I don't need you to tell me that. Zhou Polong won't let Shan Tianhao's death go so easily. Dazhou province is not his territory, he can only rely on us." Zhou Mingren said, "Since they won't let our people use the secret realms, then let's borrow them. Ask Dazhou Prefecture to send a few eternal Shenwen pills over here." Qing Yuming's eyes shone. "Teacher, has a big appetite. Wenbing, pills, cultivation techniques, we want them all." Zhou Mingren said, "We've lost too much this time, we can only let them do the work." Qing Yuming nodded and did not say anything else. Zhou Mingren suddenly said, "Who do you think is more suitable as the branch leader?" Qing Yuming looked at Zhou Pingxing in the distance and sighed. This junior brother of his was not up to the task. Let's not appoint a branch leader for now, but we can find a few people to take charge. How about Lu Hong? Zhou Mingren suddenly asked. Qing Yuming frowned. Teacher, he's only sore, and this person is cunning. What we need is a crafty mind. Zhou Mingren said calmly, the others represent the interests of the other Galao. Lao Zhao is in closed-door cultivation, Lu Hong has no one to rely on. Ling Yunjing can be managed by the other Galao's people. Lu Hong can be in charge of Sore and Sore. What do you think? Qing Yuming said in a low voice, he can do it. The point is, I don't think his mind is on suppressing anyone, but on improving himself. Lu Hong is a typical egoist. He will only care about things that are beneficial to him. Then we'll tie him up. If it's beneficial to Shan Shenwen, it'll be beneficial to him. If it's not beneficial to Shan Shenwen, then it's not beneficial to him. Zhou Mingren did not care about this, and said casually, everything depends on strength and research results. Without strength, everything is empty. Qing Yuming nodded, and thought for a while, Teacher, do you still want the position of the library's curator? Qin Yong, he looked at Qin Yong, who was about to disappear, and said, our people, don't make any more moves. We're within the rules, don't let anyone catch us. I'll go back and look for Xiaoyuan. If he doesn't want to fight for it, then I won't fight for this position. Xiaoyuan's injury was almost healed. What hurt him now was not the physical injury, but the spiritual one. Bai Feng's sword had destroyed his faith, that was the scariest. Bai Feng, who was at stage 8 of Sore, defeated him. This was the biggest blow to Xiaoyuan. If Bai Feng had 3 steps to the cloud, Xiaoyuan would not have been so disheartened. Qing Yuming nodded, and said no more. Next month, he would have to leave the school. Until now, his injury had not healed. The main Shenwen was broken, and he did not know if he had the chance to walk out of the All Heavens battlefield alive. The two talked for a while, and finally, Zhou Mingren suddenly said, the news spread all over Xia province overnight. How many people are there in the Shenwen faction? Even if Huang Hao's memory was tampered with, there are still people outside the school supporting Qin Yong. Qing Yuming moved slightly, and nodded. Definitely. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. It seems that there are still some people from the divine runic lineage outside. This time, Qin Yong has been exposed a bit. If we follow this trail and investigate further, I want to see just how many people are lying in wait. As he said this, Qing Yuming suddenly said, Teacher, watch junior brother Zhou. You also know the reason why Wu Jia was accepted as a disciple. Before she entered the school, it was Qin Yong who had been sponsoring her studies. Qin Yong raised her like a daughter. This time, junior brother made a big mistake, and I am worried that something might happen to junior brother. Zhou Mingren frowned, and looked at Qin Yong, but did not say anything. After a long time, he suddenly said faintly, Pingxing is dead. Can the Wanfu prefect still ignore it? Qing Yuming's heart trembled, but he did not dare to say anything. These words had too many meanings. Teacher. Is he going to? Zhou Mingren had already turned to leave, and said faintly, unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. Of course, your teacher is not that ruthless, but I have to go into seclusion. Pingxing is fine, but if he continues to be stupid, even I can't save him. Exchange Zhou Pingxing for Qin Yong. Qing Yuming's expression was a little strange, and he was silent. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? End of chapter 196. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.